From the ancestral mansion of the Wujiao family descended a formidable emerald sword, which stood upright before Wujiao Waku. It hovered a mere 0.01 meters away from his boundless technique. The lingering might of the sword radiated outward, its ethereal cursed energy reflected in his cerulean eyes like ripples upon water. In a distant resonance, Wujiao Waku slowly raised his gaze to the horizon of the azure sky. A comet, trailing a luminous tail of verdant brilliance, shimmered as it plummeted. Chapter 1. The Arrival of Huayu. Chronicles of the Japanese Jiu-Jitsu Headquarters. The birth of Wujiao Waku. Window report. In Chiyoda District, Tokyo, a sorcerer named Ayaruguruko, possessing the reverse technique, has been discovered. The window has been diligently monitoring and is eager to introduce her to the Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu University. Comet G. Yusu is prominently visible in the northern hemisphere, exceptionally bright. As it traverses the skies of Japan, a slender beam of light appeared opposite the dust tail of G. Moments later, the light vanished, and the barriers of the three distinguished families were breached, suffering varying degrees of penetrative assault, with the source of cursed energy unknown, provisionally attributed to the comet of the same name. G. The Wujiao family was the first to restore the barrier breached by G. Yusu, while the Zenin and Kamo families reported successful restoration several hours later, the reasons remaining unclear. An exceptionally powerful male sorcerer has emerged in America. His name, identity, and age remain undisclosed, and his innate technique is yet to be ascertained. This sorcerer single-handedly exorcised all first-level cursed spirits across 7 regions: New England, Mid-Atlantic, Southeast, Upper Mississippi Valley, Southern regions, Midwest, and the Rocky Mountains, in addition to 64 documented special-grade cursed spirits. The exorcism operations of the unidentified sorcerer continue to advance. The headquarters and the 3 distinguished families convened to reasonably speculate that this unknown sorcerer would persist in exorcising the remaining cursed spirits in the Pacific Coast and southwestern regions of America, a hypothesis confirmed on January 9th. Classification of the unidentified sorcerer, special grade. Identity unknown, an adult male, with his innate technique still unclear. To date, no sorcerer has been able to engage in close dialogue with this individual. The only confirmed intelligence, clad in black with green hair. The American Jiu-Jitsu Regulatory Department announced, the entire Jiu-Jitsu community in America enters a brief yet fervent hiatus, welcoming their new god. And they genuinely believe that this new god will lead them down the righteous path. The unidentified sorcerer arrived in Kyoto, Japan, where he exorcised the special-grade cursed spirit Ikua at the Tagetsu Bridge, leaving no trace. In the northeastern region of Iwate Prefecture on Honshu Island, a sorcerer named Yashiro Jite, possessing the technique of spirit manipulation, was discovered by the reporter Yaga Mazamichi. Yashiro Jite, Wujiao Waku, and Ayaruguruko are now under close scrutiny, having all reached adulthood and set to enroll in the Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu University this summer. In 2005, in Minato City, Tokyo, at the Baro Coffee Shop, 3 adult males were present. The sound of cicadas and birds filled the air as one grew impatient, chattering restlessly. I get it, just tell us if we can leave now. Wujiao Waku stirred his coffee haphazardly before carelessly pushing it towards the person beside him. In any case, as long as there's something to do, I'm bored enough to grow mushrooms. Yaga Mazamichi hesitated, casting a glance at Wujiao Waku, ultimately swallowing his grammatical correction from or to boku. Wujiao-kun. Yaga Mazamichi clasped his hands together on the table, the task details resting beneath his palms. I shall reiterate once more that the perilous undertaking you two are engaged in does not involve the exorcism of cursed spirits or the apprehension of murderers. It is profoundly inhumane to undertake such tasks prior to your formal enrollment and education in the proper exorcism procedures. Therefore, your sole responsibility is to thoroughly investigate the nature of the cursed spirits arising from this incident, and you may also attempt to ascertain the characteristics of their techniques before retreating and compiling a mission report for my review. Experienced exorcists will be tasked with purging the cursed spirits. As for the suspect, Kobayashi Churo, intelligence from the police suggests he is highly likely to be a ruthless murderer. Approaching him may pose a threat to your lives. So remember to prioritize your own safety above all else. Night Moth Sato's words were interrupted. Wakaba is a second-level sorcerer, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the first-level certification will be issued to him shortly. Night Moth Saito glanced at his companion beside, Satoru Wakaba, who had suddenly spoken up. This was a young man of similar age to Satoru Wakaba. With green short hair, a black hooded jacket, and black earrings, he donned a casual outfit that suggested the demeanor of a languid and mischievous scion, yet his aura was cool and aloof, dissipating the warmth emanating from his attire. Night Moth Saito pondered for a few moments before inquiring. You are Hokakudo, are you not? A first-level sorcerer hailing from Kyoto. Hokakudo gently acknowledged with a muted sound while holding a coffee cup. Satoru Wakaba tilted his head, propped up on his hand, gazing at him. The moment Hokakudo spoke, Satoru felt a wave of interest wash over him, and he replied, You are absolutely correct. Were it not for those old men meddling and preventing my promotion, I would have achieved first-level status long ago. Hokakudo cast a glance at the materials on the table. Even with his perspective, he could instantly recognize the correct content despite the jumbled order of the text. The conclusion drawn from extensive past combat experience is that Satoru Wakaba possesses the capability to confront first-level cursed spirits and has already executed high-level commissions involving inhumane exorcism tasks. Hokakudo lowered his gaze to the rich black coffee, feeling the granules of sugar that had not dissolved at the bottom as he stirred with a spoon. Satoru had at least added 5 sugar cubes to it. Yet Hokakudo remained indifferent. He has exorcised high-level cursed spirits and slain several cursed sorcerers who attempted assassination, and has thereby ascended to the rank of a second-level sorcerer. Hokakudo spoke in a detached tone. In terms of data and rank, Satoru Wakaba has surpassed over 87 of Japanese sorcerers. I take issue with your task requirements of investigating, confirming the cursed spirit techniques, and retreating, as well as your assertion that the cursed spirits will be dealt with by more seasoned sorcerers. Your subsequent statement should have been, Kobayashi Ichiro poses a life-threatening risk to you. Thus you should refrain from engaging with him and leave the matter to the police and more experienced individuals. I also take issue with this. Night Moth Saito was momentarily taken aback, while Satoru Wakaba exclaimed wow and casually waved his hand to order a strawberry cake from the barista at the coffee shop, adding in dissatisfaction, Hey ho, I've told you countless times, it's not Satoru Wakaba, it's just Wakaba, say, so are you. Satoru's final syllable lazily lingered until the porcelain plate of cake met the table with a cold sound, and the wind chime at the shop's entrance jingled softly. The lively chatter of patrons mingled with the chirping of cicadas and birds, momentarily ushered in by the opening glass door, only to be separated by Night Moth Saito's discreet curtain. Direct exorcism is far safer than investigation, essay to RU. Hokakudo articulated each syllable deliberately, while Satoru let out a soft scoff. Wakaba possesses the ability to exorcise first-level cursed spirits. As he spoke, Hokakudo turned his gaze toward the incoming customers behind Night Moth Saito. Among them was a young boy wearing a bow tie, who fancied himself concealed as he eavesdropped, but the curtain provided no auditory access for him, leaving him with only a cacophony of noise. If Kobayashi Ichiro exhibits aggressive behavior, it would be more expedient to eliminate him than to wait for the police. Your proposed task requirements are fundamentally misguided, contradicting the very essence of humanity you espouse, unless your notion of humanity includes more seasoned sorcerers and Kobayashi Ichiro. Our investigation essentially serves to facilitate the endeavors of other sorcerers, enabling them to accomplish their tasks. Hokakudo shifted his gaze back, and a fork bearing a small piece of cream cake abruptly intruded into his line of sight. A cut strawberry nestled atop the cream. Hokakudo slightly lowered his head and obligingly consumed the cake offered by Satoru Wakaba. Principal Night Moth, I recognize that your intentions are genuinely benevolent, Satoru Wakaba shrugged, lazily inserting his fork into the cake. But Ho isn't targeting anyone. He's simply a bit dense. He perceives only the surface meaning of statements, failing to grasp the ambiguous nuances that could allow for private maneuvers. For instance, could we not entirely forego investigation and submit a few arbitrary numbers regarding cursed spirits? Or perhaps simply smash Kobayashi's clinic to smithereens without consequence? Isn't that right, Principal Night Moth? Satoru devoured the cake in a few bites, reclining nonchalantly into the armchair, his long limbs sprawled out, one leg draped over Hokakudo's. Hokakudo paused momentarily, casting a glance at Satoru, receiving a provocative expression that seemed to say, "You are a fool." The rich aroma of cream wafted through the air as Night Moth Saito's voice resonated deeply. Indeed, although such actions contravene the code of conduct for sorcerers, you are merely students and have yet to graduate as official sorcerers. Therefore, it is only natural for there to be errors in your tasks. Yeah, Zhengdao emphasized the pronunciation of errors, yet upon encountering the cold, inorganic dark eyes above him, his thoughts momentarily stagnated. Yeah, Zhengdao instinctively averted his gaze, meeting the azure six eyes of Wu Qiaowu, and his suspended thoughts surged forth like tumultuous waves. It is the duty of a teacher to safeguard their students, even if you have not yet formally enrolled and become my pupils. However, demolishing Corinne Taniguchi's clinic is out of the question. Yeah, A remarked. At present, there is no concrete evidence to suggest his involvement in organ trafficking. The delineation between sorcerers and the police has always been clear-cut. Each operates within their own sphere. Humans are under the jurisdiction of the police, while cursed spirits belong to us. The practice of sorcerers operating covertly among non-sorcerers is tacitly accepted by the three main families and the supervisory department. Sorcerers cannot execute criminals in place of non-sorcerers, nor can they inflict excessive harm within non-sorcerer society. Upon hearing the terms supervisory department and three main families, Wu Qiao grimaced in distaste. Those rotten oranges always complicate matters. Fong, who remained non-committal, draining the remaining coffee in one gulp. Both non-sorcerers and sorcerers are human. Humanity has a penchant for engaging in meaningless classifications of itself. Nightmoth instinctively toyed with the word human in his throat, intending to remind the student across from him that he too was one of them. However, Satoru Gojo swiftly interjected, seemingly eager to evade the topic at hand. By the way, Principal Yaga, aside from me and Toji, are there any other new students who took the entrance exam at the same time as us? Gojo straightened his posture, flexing his wrists in anticipation, muttering to himself that if they were too weak, he scoffed, exuding confidence that no one else in their cohort could rival their prowess. And his tone turned rather brusque. I hope they aren't as pathetic as the ones at Kyoto. No need to call me principal, just refer to me as teacher, Yaga replied. Moreover, this is not an entrance exam. It is merely a task assigned due to the surge of cursed spirits during the sweltering summer, leaving Tokyo's sorcerers temporarily overwhelmed and consequently burdening the academy. He continued, thus, the other two students, a female adept in reversal techniques and an out-of-town student, will not be participating. Yaga took a sip of the rich, bitter tea, candidly admitting, to be frank, I believe your strengths are sufficient to handle this task. Yet I sincerely hope you will allow it to fail. If you succeed, even if it is merely a low-grade reconnaissance mission, subsequent tasks of a similar nature will inevitably fall upon new students in the years to come. He furrowed his brow, glancing at Gojo and Toji, two first-grade sorcerers. This has never occurred in the history of Tokyo Jujutsu University. And with the other two new students, one adept in reversal techniques and the other in cursed spirit manipulation, it is likely they too will be rated as first grade upon commencement. For first-grade sorcerers? Gojo raised an eyebrow in astonishment, then playfully draped an arm around Toji's shoulders, excitement bubbling within him. That's splendid. Our cohort isn't filled with weaklings. Toji swayed along with him, half-heartedly responding, yeah, I'm the weak one. I can't hold my own, so protect me. Hey, Toji, Gojo protested, his voice lowering in a conspiratorial whisper as he leaned in closer. You can't really be that weak. You're just being lazy. Coughing lightly, Yaga felt a slight headache coming on, doubting whether these two had grasped the crux of his earlier message, and thus he endeavored to elucidate further. As I begin my tenure, I should be filled with enthusiasm, yet I regrettably foresee that Jujutsu High will not witness another influx of sorcerers with such caliber. Tasks of this nature could prove to be fatal blows for future sorcerers, akin to what Toji described as sewing garments for others' benefit. He added, true novice sorcerers will likely adhere to the rules, following the prescribed path, without resorting to deceit. I fear they cannot even fathom how to navigate risks without proper guidance. Their most audacious act would simply be enrolling in a religious university to study jujitsu. Yaga's gaze subtly shifted towards Gojo. This is also why I have approached you with a request. Your task could serve as a ruse, leading to failure, thereby safeguarding the future of sorcerers. Just as Toji had failed to discern Yaga's earlier ambiguous instructions as a suggestion to help sorcerers avoid risks, those sorcerers recruited from Tokyo unlike those from prestigious families like Gojo, would not comprehend the possibility of cheating. Gojo's demeanor shifted to seriousness, clearly recognizing the gravity of the situation. He considered thoughtfully. There's no need to be so pessimistic. I believe that even greater sorcerers may emerge in the future. However, he shrugged nonchalantly, adding, but I'm certain I'll still be the strongest. Yaga paused, uncertain whether Gojo had acquiesced to his request. Just as he was about to confirm, Gojo stood up, inadvertently shifting the porcelain plates on the table with a clatter. He also grabbed the still-dazed Toji. Well, I understand now. Gojo nodded lightly, albeit contradicting himself. A teacher should have some expectations for their students. I think it would be better if we treated the entrance exam as just that. Standing tall, Gojo towered over Yaga, who had remained seated. From this vantage point, Yaga's view of Gojo's 6 eyes transformed from serene depths to a chilling frost. If sorcerers lack awareness, they won't endure in Jujutsu High. Besides, I never considered whether the cursed spirits I exorcised were merely baby spirits. Gojo gestured provocatively, casting a minor technique that pierced through Yaga's concealed tent, directly exorcising a low-grade cursed spirit next to a young boy adorned with a red bow tie. Gojo's voice resonated with finality. Establishing a threshold to filter out unnecessary, weak sorcerers is essential. The profession of a sorcerer is inherently ruthless. One must possess the awareness that death can come at any moment. After all, I wouldn't want to encounter colleagues in the future who are nothing but frail. Gojo did not cast a glance at Yaga, instead making a grimace at the boy who had been eavesdropping. Let us go, Toji. As the glass door swung open and shut, wind chimes tinkled melodically. Gojo and Toji exited the cafe. Their silhouettes reflected in the cafe's floor-to-ceiling windows until they were obscured by the crowd. Yaga remained in a daze for quite some time, finally sipping the now-cold bitter tea. Gojo's words about the necessity of sufficient awareness to pursue the sorcerer profession rang true. As a senior and a manager within the Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu community, he might indeed need a formal entrance examination to ascertain whether those entering Jujutsu High were sufficiently resolute on their path to becoming sorcerers. At the very least, even if he refused to acknowledge it, such tests had unofficially existed for quite some time. As a manager, he bore the obligation to protect the younger generation and could not allow the authority of such evaluations to remain in the hands of the management department. Yaga settled the bill and departed, the sound of wind chimes tinkling once more. In the kitchen of the cafe, a waitress peeled an orange, letting out a soft exclamation. When the blonde-haired waitress entered, she smiled wryly and remarked, "Mr. Amuro, look, this orange is all mushy inside, yet the skin seems fine. I nearly put it on the new cake you made as decoration. If I hadn't caught it, that would have offended our customers." The man named Amuro accepted the rotten orange, smiling back at her reassuringly. It happens with rotten oranges. The skin can look perfectly fine, but inside it's a different story. It's all right. We just need to be careful. Amuro Toru replied. Chapter 2, The Fall. Are you the sorcerers here to assist? Inspector Nakamura scrutinized the 2 adult men before him, his brow furrowed. Judging by their appearances, these so-called sorcerers were likely inexperienced novices. Toji was indifferent to Nakamura's scrutiny, while Gojo clicked his tongue in annoyance, accustomed to the routine, pulling out his identification badge for display. The badge, a colloquial term used by sorcerers for their military identification, served a singular purpose of identification. Yet, in terms of its role, it was oddly fitting for sorcerers to refer to their credentials in such a manner. Inspector Nakamura. Toji casually scanned his name. Nakamura Ryuichi, a member of the Violent Crime Investigation Unit, Division 1. Nakamura took Gojo's sorcerer identification and meticulously examined it several times. The affliction of his profession took its toll as he wedged his briefcase under his arm while raising the identification to the sunlight, rubbing the edges between his fingers as if to ascertain its authenticity like a banknote. However, he was acutely aware that he could discern no difference. The domain of sorcery was shrouded in such mystery that his limited encounters had only afforded him fleeting glances. Sorcerers appeared to be even busier than the police. Was it truly so bizarre that they resorted to employing child labor? Perhaps sorcerers had their own work-study positions. Well, never mind. Inspector Nakamura returned the identification of Satoru Gojo, a translucent, laminated white card. Then follow me, he instructed, guiding the 2 around the densely clustered low-rise buildings until they arrived at a residential structure as narrow as a blade. This apartment, known as the Finite House, primarily housed low-income youths and single mothers with children. The substandard living conditions were tolerable for the tenants due to the affordable rent. Raising his hand, Inspector Nakamura pointed to the 7th floor where the deceased resided. If you can ascertain that it was indeed a cursed spirit responsible, that would be splendid. No. What I mean is, Nakamura caught himself, vexed, and twisted his neck in frustration. You know how it is. The Tokyo police are rather preoccupied. I merely meant that cursed spirits and sorcerers are not matters we can resolve. It would be futile to expend police resources on this. The languid sorcerer, who had remained silent with a disinterested demeanor since the beginning, continued to offer no response. Satoru Gojo, too, remained silent, prior to Inspector Nakamura's indication of the 7th floor. His 6 eyes had already revealed unequivocal evidence. He lowered his sunglasses, his striking blue eyes unwaveringly fixated on the window on the left side of the 7th floor. This was undoubtedly the work of a cursed spirit. Tendrils of inky curse energy seeped through the crevice of the window, akin to a bowl ensnaring an octopus, its tentacles still twitching at the edges. Inspector Nakamura, at a loss, rubbed his neck, feeling a disconnect, and, clutching his briefcase, began to ascend the stairs. One reason for the low rent at the finite house was the inoperative elevator, which had yet to be repaired. Once it was fixed, the prices would surely rise. Apartment 702, rented by the deceased Yukio Shinji, was a typical one-unit, bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom in a single space, without partitions. However, judging by the plethora of takeout containers strewn across the floor, the existence of a separate kitchen seemed unnecessary. Shinji likely had no intentions of cooking. While there was no sign of the cursed spirit, the bloodstains intertwined with the dense black curse energy, splattered on the wooden floor in a semblance of a human form, signifying a life lost. The dried blood had melded with the gaps between the floorboards, appearing deep brown, reminiscent of decaying timber. Inspector Nakamura retrieved a folder from his briefcase, containing photographs from the crime scene and some dubious evidence uncovered by the investigative department. As Satoru Gojo received the folder, a sharp sound rang from Nakamura's pocket. As he had mentioned earlier, the Tokyo police were indeed very busy. He privately believed that Mahana City was the worst of all. Good grief. Let Sakamoto and Ranhide take a look first. I understand. Yes, I know, Inspector Nakamura murmured, rummaging through his briefcase. Yes. I have the case files for the murder at Mahana Art Museum. What? You need them now? After muttering something under his breath, he hung up and turned to the 2 men. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he asked, Have you discerned anything? I fear I must take my leave, if necessary. I can arrange for 2 more officers to come over. Satoru Gojo, holding the documents in one hand, cast a glance at Nakamura. No, you need not send anyone over. The sorcerers have taken over. Simply report as such. Inspector Nakamura inhaled sharply, belatedly realizing this was a case of cursed spirit homicide. With a flick of his wrist, the clasp of his briefcase clicked shut. As he adjusted his shirt, which had been tugged out of place during the ascent, he stepped over the low apartment threshold. I entrust this to you. Leaving behind a rather mundane remark, Inspector Nakamura hurriedly vanished from the doorway of apartment 702. The sound of his shoes striking the ground gradually faded. Satoru Gojo waved his hand, and suddenly, apart from the bloodstains, the oppressive black curse energy that pervaded the apartment dissipated like a mouse fleeing from a cat. This looks much cleaner. Gojo raised his hand and pulled out a mobile stool from the open kitchen counter, plopping down upon it and tossing the documents haphazardly to Fuho. The cursed spirit is not here, and my eyes have seen no trace to pursue. Satoru Gojo noted, according to the documents, Yukio Shinji's cause of death is unknown. As the body is incomplete, heart, corneas, liver, kidneys, all have vanished, and there are no knife wounds. He added, the non-sorcerer coroner has quite the sense of humor, describing Shinji's interior as having the missing organs excised as if cut out with a mouse click. This meant that neither the police nor the coroner could determine what kind of tool inflicted such wounds. Satoru Gojo snapped his fingers. No wonder they need to contact the window. Fuho perused the documents, casually gesturing with his chin towards the splattered blood on the floor. All of this blood originates from the surface of the skin. There are no open or surgical wounds corresponding to the locations of the missing organs on the body. However, from the perspective of the missing organs, the police's suspicions are reasonable. The organs of Yukio Shinji were extracted by Ichiro Kobayashi. Fuho flipped through the documents, pointing out a line of information regarding Ichiro Kobayashi, a graduate of the Tokyo University School of Medicine. The report stated he was a former neurosurgeon at Tokyo Eli Hospital. Later reported for financial dealings with the mafia, violating labor regulations and hospital rules, resulting in his dismissal from Tokyo Eli. Fuho remarked flatly, the whistleblower was Yukio Shinji. Satoru Gojo pondered, so now Ichiro Kobayashi is missing, and the police cannot locate him. Is he fleeing in guilt? Continuing, he placed both hands on the stool. Swiveling as he spoke, Ichiro Kobayashi was reported and lost his job, harboring malice, giving rise to a cursed spirit, and commanding it to kill Shinji? Such cases do exist. Satoru Gojo explained, cursed spirits are born from intense negative human emotions. While they typically attack indiscriminately and unconsciously, possessing an emotional host alters that dynamic. The deep-seated resentment of a host serves as the finest sustenance for a cursed spirit, granting it a targeted aggression. Over time, it becomes ambiguous whether it is the person or the cursed spirit. There have been instances where non-sorcerers, steeped in curse energy, were mistakenly believed by sorcerers to be cursed spirits and subsequently killed. With a light leap from the stool, Satoru Gojo pulled down his sunglasses, revealing a brazen smile. His blue eyes, like cascading waterfalls, caught Fuho's attention for a fleeting moment. But I certainly won't misjudge. Fuho averted his gaze, extracting from the stack of documents a record of Ichiro Kobayashi's bank transactions. Speculation does not constitute actual evidence. From the financial flow, it appeared that even after being dismissed from Tokyo Ally, Ichiro Kobayashi continued to receive a substantial monthly income, accumulating to an impressive sum. Fong-hu scrutinized the abode of Shinjo Yuki, noting that, based on his humble residence and meager income, Shinjo resided in an inexpensive rental unit. He possessed no salary, relying solely on a public social security number that provided him with monthly compensation for a work-related injury. In contrast, Kobayashi Ichiro and his spouse, Kobayashi Misaki, had relocated to the affluent Setagaya district of Tokyo a year prior. Fong-hu remarked, Setagaya is renowned as a wealthy enclave in Tokyo, situated far from Mahana City. The fact that he moved after being dismissed by the hospital suggests that his quality of life has not diminished despite his unemployment. Gojo Satoru raised an eyebrow, contemplating Fong-hu's words. Fong-hu continued, judging by the living conditions, it is likely that negative emotions, which nourish cursed spirits, stem from Shinjo Yuki rather than from the contented and affluent Kobayashi Ichiro. Indeed, Gojo Satoru recalled something, leaning closer to Fong-hu to peruse the documents in his hands. Look here, Shinjo Yuki's case file. It dates back to a year ago, detailing a comminuted fracture of the right radius, classified as a level 9 work-related injury, with partial organ loss and deformities. While he is not reliant on medical assistance and can manage daily living independently, he experiences mild functional impairment. From this perspective, Gojo Satoru mused, it seems that Kobayashi, who was reported and subsequently lost his job, is faring well. There is no reason for him to harbor such animosity as to create a cursed spirit that would compel it to kill Shinjo. After all, Shinjo Yuki, who reported Kobayashi, lives in a cheap rental, survives on takeout and instant noodles, yet he suffered a fatality and lost numerous organs. However, it is indeed peculiar that Kobayashi Ichiro, the only one with a causal link to Shinjo, has gone missing. Fong-hu remarked, do you humans abandon your families and vanish without reason? The records indicate that Kobayashi Ichiro has a son who is not yet a year old. Impossible, Gojo Satoru dragged out his words, raising a hand to pat the files held by Fong-hu. This drew Fong-hu's attention, prompting Gojo to emphasize, you humans, this phrase could raise suspicions among others. Moreover, there's Yaga Mazamichi. He may have already sensed something amiss. Although he has distanced himself from that group in Kyoto, the headquarters is established in Tokyo. If others discover your peculiar behavior, you could be apprehended as an alien. Fong-hu offered a faint smile, almost as if he were about to laugh. Yet Gojo Satoru knew that he was likely to begin mocking him. As predicted, Fong-hu coldly retorted, if you do not draw your sword, I am already retired. Every cursed spirit in America is aware of how desperately I sought that sword. After finally locating it, you expect me to simply request it while you unsheath it before me? Gojo Satoru rubbed his ears, feigning busyness as he gazed into the sky and ground. Fong-hu raised a hand to cup his cheek. Oddly, Gojo Satoru's limitless weakness briefly resisted Fong-hu, but ultimately allowed him to pass through, resulting in a collision that produced azure streaks of cursed energy, which were not characteristic of his usual transparent hue. Aliens, if I were captured, you would not escape either. The sword is within your spine, and I am within your spine. Fong-hu threatened, protect me, or else. Or else I'll impale you, Gojo Satoru retorted, his face still held in Fong-hu's grip. Understood, understood, he mumbled, you've said that countless times since childhood. Every time this topic arises, you become defensive. I am not defensive. No one can breach my defenses, Fong-hu replied coldly. Gojo Satoru rolled his eyes, feeling the sudden chill on his cheek. Letting out a brief hiss, he forcibly removed Fong-hu's hand, exclaiming, you're not defensive. You turn icy all over when you get angry, like iron in the snow. Fong-hu tilted his head and pressed against the corner of the old desktop computer, responding stiffly, intentional? Non-existent. I am not human and do not require a body temperature maintained between 36 and 37 degrees Celsius. I do not need warmth. Gojo poked at the black earring beneath Fong-hu's left ear. I need it. Isn't that sufficient? He cleared his throat awkwardly and continued. Regardless, we grew up together. I am your childhood friend. You should be a bit warmer towards me. Fong-hu glanced at Gojo Satoru. If not for your unsheathing of the sword. Gojo interjected rapidly. You wouldn't have shrunk, and we would have grown up together. You could have retired long ago. With a change of tone, Gojo Satoru smugly crossed his arms. But you also couldn't grow up alongside me, allowing your sword to possess a host as beautiful and powerful as I. Then become my childhood friend and indulge in all the sweets Japan has to offer. Fong Hu withdrew his hand from the computer, his dark green eyes scanning Gojo Satoru from head to toe. Gojo swore he saw a tangible satisfaction reflected in Fong Hu's gaze. I reserve my opinions on other matters. But one thing is certain. Fong Hu tapped the side of the yellow desktop computer with his knuckles. Gojo, you are indeed the most beautiful host. Gojo Satoru's pupils widened slightly, resembling a cat's, yet the reflection of the old, yellow desktop in his blue eyes made him grimace in displeasure. Huh? Gojo raised his voice, irritably baring his teeth. You dare compare me to that piece of junk? Fong Hu remained unfazed, retracting his hand, a barely perceptible smile flickering in his eyes. That piece of junk just informed me that there is more than one informant. Shinjo Yuki has accomplices. Dr. Shinji Akira from the Eli Hospital in Tokyo. If he is connected to Kobayashi Ichiro, he will be the next to die. Gojo Satoru stared at Fong Hu's impassive expression, and after a few seconds, he turned his head and strode ahead with a flourish. Fong Hu, moving slightly slower, stepped over the low threshold, only to find Gojo Satoru standing in the corridor with crossed arms, tossing out two words. Lead the way. Chapter 3, Descent. At the Eli Hospital in Mahana City, Tokyo. The hour hand pointed to 7, and the sky outside the glass windows began to take on a gray hue, resembling the thin nori wrapping around a sushi roll. Fong Hu maintained a stoic expression as he observed the ebb and flow of patients and medical personnel, his gaze piercing through them to rest upon a whiteboard propped against the wall. The board displayed the names and email addresses of the medical staff on duty that day, prominently featuring the name of Shinji Akira. After inquiring at the reception desk, Fong Hu learned that Shinji had 6 surgeries awaiting him, having just completed the 4th one by evening, reportedly an epilepsy lesion excision. Coincidentally, like Kobayashi Ichiro, Shinji Akira was also a neurosurgeon. The nurse at the reception desk spoke softly. Yes, our neurosurgery department at Eli is the most renowned in all of Tokyo. If you have any related concerns, you can rest assured in the hands of Dr. Shinji. Gojo Satoru feigned acknowledgement, effortlessly pointing towards Fong Hu. In that case, make an appointment for a special consultation with Dr. Shinji. He seems to be experiencing some headaches. The nurse appeared momentarily flustered, instinctively glancing at Fong Hu. Her gaze wavered, lingering on the faces of both gentlemen for a few seconds. These two tall, slender men resembled university students, yet their youthful appearances exuded a certain naivety. Although Fong Hu pointed to his head, fully cooperating with Gojo Satoru's fabrications, the nurse hesitated and finally spoke, but Gojo Satoru flashed a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. He casually produced Fong Hu's health insurance card and personal identification card from his pocket, continuing in a light-hearted tone tinged with playful mockery. He is an adult now, Miss Nurse. Did I mention Gojo is the most beautiful host in the realm of humanity? Gojo appeared to be an exceptionally handsome individual as well. Fong Hu languidly retracted his fingertips from the computer. In the brief moment that the nurse was momentarily distracted by the silver-furred cat, the computer at the reception desk had already fallen under the control of a more advanced program. The nurse responded somewhat awkwardly, accepting the documents to register Fong Hu's information. Within the authentic perspective of the 6 eyes, Satoru Gojo discerned no distinct gaze, yet he could perceive the subtle curse energy belonging to Fuhua entwined around the computer, effortlessly altering the data. With a bright disposition, Gojo cast a furtive glance at the display screen, while his 6 eyes pursued the tail of Fuhua's curse energy. Whether it was apple green or verdant as the grass, Fuhua's curse energy resembled the hue of hair, akin to the green of peridot. In the realm of the 6 eyes, where all but the colors of curse energy were rendered in monochromatic sketches of black, white, and gray, Gojo had grown weary of the filth symbolizing cursed spirits, alongside the majority of sorcerers, including his own azure curse energy. Thus, the emerald green of Fuhua's curse energy held an allure akin to a cat's fascination with a swishing tail. Gojo often found himself yearning to reach out and grasp it. Seemingly nonchalantly, Gojo rested his hands on the triage desk, one supporting his chin as he idly awaited results, while the other stealthily inched closer to the computer screen, his fingertips subtly brushing against the green tail of Fuhua's curse energy. Stealing a glance at Fuhua, Gojo noted that he seemed unaware. A playful spirit ignited within him, and a slight smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. With a delicate flick of his alabaster fingers, he ensnared a small segment of olive-green curse energy that had coiled around the computer, wrapping it around his index finger like a ball of yarn. The strands trembled as they traversed between his fingers, creating an ephemeral yet peculiar intersection of 2 worlds. the one of the 6 eyes and that of human vision behind sunglasses. In the black and white world, a vibrant green danced. Fuhua's expression remained unchanged, fixated on the nurse or perhaps the wall behind her. Yet perhaps due to the diminutive nature of the curse energy employed for data manipulation, the sorcerer was blissfully unaware. Yet, first and foremost, he was neither human nor a sorcerer. Gojo was merely toying with his data stream. In biological terms, it could be likened to blood vessels. Fuhua's blinking remained steady. Yet his body reacted peculiarly. Neural pathways attempted to convey a sigh, but Fuhua disregarded the command, ignoring the disorientation caused by the twisting of data. Once the nurse completed her registration and gestured towards the waiting chairs in the hospital lobby, she said, "You both may rest there or exit normally. I will contact you if Dr. Shinji concludes the surgery." Gojo's attention snapped back to the nurse's voice, and he felt a sudden anxiety, as if afraid of being discovered. This awkward feeling struck him unexpectedly, leaving him momentarily disoriented. He hastily straightened up, mumbling a vague response to the nurse, while his curse energy-laden hand pressed down, attempting to extricate itself from the yarn, only for the curse energy to knot, entangling his fingers. The nurse leaned in, puzzled, and inquired, "Is there anything else I can assist you with?" She then raised her arm, more accurately indicating the location of the resting chairs. "The resting area is over there. All available seats are open for you." Gojo, concealed behind the computer screen, frantically swatted at his hand. He wished to leave, but the curse energy was ensnared between his palm and the computer. If he yanked too hard, the energy might damage the computer, an institution where he had learned about the responsibilities of electronic devices. If the triage desk's computer were to be ruined, it could lead to complex troubles for non-sorcerers. Suppressing a sigh, Gojo, under the nurse's confused gaze, hastily concocted an excuse to buy time. "Is there a convenience store nearby?" The nurse's expression shifted slightly, gesturing in the opposite direction of the resting chairs. "There isn't a convenience store within the hospital, but there are vending machines on both sides and in the middle of each floor, if you need anything. I recall a store about 600 meters outside." Gojo nodded in response to the nurse's words, his expression oddly tense as his ears flushed a shade of pink. Once standing before the triage desk with a haughty, casual demeanor, he now lowered his gaze, casting it about erratically, upon the registration form on the desk, the nurse, the floor, yet avoiding looking toward Fuhua and his own fingers. Behind the screen, his erratic fingers were easily pressed down by Fuhua. Gojo's ears burned, an indescribable embarrassment washing over him as he endeavored to ignore the chilling touch of Fuhua's fingertip grazing against the base of his ring finger. Though the peculiar warmth was fleeting, Fuhua acted swiftly. As the nurse finished speaking, the sensation of entanglement vanished in an instant. The green energy was retracted back into Fuhua's body, and Gojo saw it flicker and withdraw from view. He awkwardly thanked the nurse, stiffly turning his body until the humid air outside alerted him that he had inexplicably exited the hospital. Abruptly halting, Gojo instinctively turned his head to see Fuhua, expressionless, trailing silently like a ghost. Just as in his childhood, as during countless moments of turning to look, and in numerous encounters with assassins, Gojo could not articulate the source of his previous embarrassment. Fuhua rarely displayed emotions and would not tease him like a typical childhood friend over the awkward predicament of his entangled curse energy. Most of the time, Fuhua resembled a shadow, his shadow, yet not a true shadow, devoid of meaning. Fuhua remained calm and silent, yet his curse energy enveloped a limitless domain. No one knew that Gojo's unfathomable limit was comprised of 2 layers, the outermost being Fuhua's curse energy. Their energies intertwined and fused, gradually integrating into his being. Fuhua was his childhood friend, his spine, his boundless limit. In their world, they shared an unparalleled intimacy. Gojo exhaled softly, the embarrassment dissipating like a gray dove in the night, flitting through the slanted light of street lamps and buildings, soaring into the dusk. "Fuhua, is there any valuable information within the hospital's computer?" Fuhua glanced at the 4th floor operating rooms. Based on the schedule, Shinji's remaining 2 surgeries should continue until dawn. Although Yuki Shinji deleted all emails, the data remains. If we can restore and reconstruct it, we can retrieve the information from the original emails. He consulted dozens of doctors. Gojo interjected. Fuhua, unfazed by the interruption, shifted his gaze to Gojo. Under the streetlight, Gojo appeared very human, his silver hair illuminated by the soft yellow light. Casting a hazy glow, Gojo innocently removed his sunglasses and rubbed his eyes. "I'm hungry." Fuhua, somewhat slow to react, nodded. The tension within Gojo's spine resonated with the depleting currents of energy, or whatever one might call it. It was a strange sensation. He did not possess a human's hunger. Data could not starve. Yet he sensed that Gojo's eyes were like bottomless pits, voraciously consuming energy, which made him feel hungrier than an ordinary human. Data would not perish from hunger, but Gojo would. Having been busy throughout the day, aside from a slice of strawberry cake from a cafe, Gojo had yet to consume anything substantial. Thus, Fu Hua inquired, "What do you want to eat?" Gojo leaned against him without any sense of personal space, mumbling, "Are there any famous restaurants nearby? We can't stray too far, right? If Shinji gets killed, it would be a colossal failure." Fong Hu stepped forward, declaring, "Then you shall have a simple meal." Suzuki Mizuki mentioned earlier that the convenience store is 600 meters down the street. Gojo Satoru paused for a moment, instinctively following Fong Hu, pondering, "Who is Suzuki Mizuki?" Fong Hu replied nonchalantly, "A nurse." Gojo Satoru felt a lump in his throat, scratching his cheek awkwardly. A flying grayback dove alighted on a street lamp, cooing twice, while Gojo Satoru's stomach echoed with a rumble. He looked up and shouted, "Shut up, you noisy pigeon." After voicing his frustration, he grabbed half of Fong Hu's coat, rummaging through his pockets as they walked. The spacious casual jacket held many of Gojo Satoru's assorted snacks, including chocolate, wafers, lollipops, and banana pies. Upon reaching the convenience store 600 meters away, Fong Hu's pockets had become noticeably lighter. In the night, Fong Hu's typically bland voice took on a languid quality. "I've eaten my fill. I need to replenish my supplies. I have no money." Gojo Satoru pouted and made a short dismissive sound. After satisfying their hunger and returning to the hospital's waiting area, Gojo Satoru's head kept tilting backward. Even the six-eyed sorcerer now faced the mundane troubles of an ordinary person. After eating, he felt sleepy, and after sleeping, he yearned for food. In a state of half-dream, his eyelids fluttered, opening and closing intermittently. Gojo Satoru listened dully to Fong Hu's voice. Fong Hu raised his hand to adjust the concealed barrier, saying, "If you still care about the matter at hand." The information from the triage desk aligns with the computer at Shinjo Yuki's residence. Shinjo Yuki has sent malicious and harassing emails to dozens of medical staff. But only Shinji Ikari and Kobayashi Ichiro responded. Oh, Gojo Satoru strained to widen his eyes, blinking a few times. "What did they say?" Fong Hu replied. Both responses were quite brief. Kobayashi Ichiro expressed, "I truly regret that such an incident has befallen you, but as long as you maintain a positive mindset, everything will turn out well." Shinji Ikari responded, "Feeling anger is futile. My capabilities are limited. Earning a fixed salary while dealing with your spam is truly disheartening. Honestly, rather than cursing, one should focus on rehabilitation training." Gojo Satoru yawned, his spirits lifted somewhat by Shinji Ikari's irritable reply. "That makes even less sense to me. It seems more like Shinjo Yuki and Shinji Ikari have a conflict. Shouldn't Shinjo report Shinji?" Gojo Satoru turned to Fong Hu on his right. "Did Shinjo report the wrong person?" Fong Hu shook his head. "It was wrong, but not in terms of reporting. It was a misdirected email." Shinjo repeatedly harassed Kobayashi and Shinji, and while Kobayashi Ichiro ceased responding, Shinji Ikari replied to each one, engaging in a war of words with Shinjo Yuki. A war of words? Gojo Satoru's interest peaked, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Are you saying they were cursing each other in emails?" Fong Hu paused slightly, nodding. The frequency of profanity was so high that it was classified as spam. After collecting and reviewing it, I cleared the memory with a single command, leaving no specific content retained. Gojo Satoru silently chuckled, leaning closer, resting his arm on the armrest of the waiting chair. And then, what email was sent incorrectly? Feeling the warmth of Gojo Satoru's presence, Fong Hu glanced at him. Despite Gojo Satoru not removing his sunglasses, Fong Hu could still discern the azure sea behind the dark lenses. The misdirected email was a threatening one, Fong Hu explained. The evidence of Kobayashi Ichiro's dealings with the underworld indeed came from Shinjo Yuki. Shinjo sent the incriminating materials to Shinji Ikari, threatening him to remit 300,000 yen monthly. But it was supposed to be sent to Kobayashi Ichiro. Fong Hu recounted the email's contents without emotion. "Hey, Dr. Kobayashi, you know this evidence is enough to ruin you, right? A waste like you, who ruined my work, still manages to earn such a high salary. If you know what's good for you, write me a handwritten apology letter and respectfully transfer the funds to my account monthly." Fong Hu locked eyes with Gojo Satoru. "Do you need to know his bank account code?" "No need." Gojo Satoru smirked, raising his chin, and commanded, "Spam, delete." Fong Hu calmly nodded. The command has been executed. Chapter 4, Descent. In the waiting chair, Gojo Satoru sprawled out like a pancake, gazing vacantly at the bright white lights of the hospital ceiling until the light source coalesced into a luminous orb through the lenses. Gojo Satoru kicked his legs and sat up, nudging Fong Hu. So, Shinjo Yuki and Shinji Ikari are accomplices, and the evidence against Kobayashi Ichiro ties back to Shinjo Yuki. But he mistakenly sent the threatening email to Shinji Ikari, leading Shinji to internally report Dr. Kobayashi? Gojo Satoru pondered, but something felt amiss. If it was an internal report, why does the police report not mention this detail, only stating that the informant is Shinjo? Since the police suspect Dr. Kobayashi to be the murderer, shouldn't they also protect the potential victim, Shinji Ikari? Fanghu glanced at the triage desk's computer. The email exchanges between Shinjo and Shinji ceased on the day of the misdirected email. Thereafter, they did not engage in further spam exchanges. However, the following day, Shinjo Yuki altered the threatening email into a report and sent it to the official email of the Eli Hospital. Gojo Satoru rested his chin on his hand, attentively listening as Fanghu elaborated. The triage desk is connected to the hospital's internal network. There are 2 emails reporting Kobayashi Ichiro. One is from Shinjo Yuki's account, aligning with his IP address at Finite House. The other is an anonymous email sent earlier. Fanghu continued, the anonymous email's IP address is right here, Tokyo Eli Hospital. Though the account is anonymous, each computer's number is distinct and will be displayed in the IP. A green glimmer flickered in Fanghu's eyes, and a moment later, he locked eyes with Gojo Satoru. The IP address used for the anonymous report does not match that of Shinji Ikari's argument with Shinjo, but it does correspond with the IP of the email sent from the neurosurgery department under the name of Dr. Shinji. Fanghu concluded. Shinji Ikari used the hospital's computer for the anonymous report, or someone else used his computer to report Kobayashi Ichiro. Gojo Satoru tapped his hand. Don't be so meticulous. Who? You've already found out that Shinjo Yuki only sent the incriminating materials to Shinji Ikari. The timing of the hospital receiving the anonymous report coincides perfectly with the day Shinji received the incriminating materials. I see no one else but him. Gojo Satoru scoffed, rolling his eyes. Pathetic. He's brave enough to report a colleague, but lacks the guts to do it under his own name. Non-sorcerers behave similar to those trashy higher-ups, employing the same rotten tactics, favoring their own while secretly scheming. Why not face off one-on-one? Gojo Satoru crossed his arms and propped up his legs, feeling inexplicably irritable. I could easily decimate them in a duel. Gojo Satoru grumbled. Are those useless higher-ups insane? Little useless ones can't beat me, so they scream about sealing my eyes, claiming that my existence has made curses increasingly terrifying and sorcerers declining. His voice lowered as he leaned against his head, tracing the deep crevices in the floor tiles. What does that have to do with me? Gojo Satoru muttered. It's clearly their weakness. I've been letting them off easy. Even in one-on-one battles, I have no limits. I've exorcised so many cursed spirits. When they needed help, I independently exorcised second-level curses. Suddenly, Gojo Satoru raised his head and shouted. Why am I the subject of their criticism? Fanghu calmly raised his hand to strengthen the barrier's concentration, while Gojo Satoru abruptly turned, glaring fiercely at him. You tell me, am I the one with issues? Am I the bad guy? Fanghu remained silent, unable to comprehend how to approach the calculation of this problem, as he could not discern the purest causal relationship. However, based on past experiences, he knew that a careless response would provoke Wu Wugo, who would begin to extract him from his very spine. Fanghu could not accept being abandoned by the host, especially in such a manner. After being scrutinized for several seconds, Fanghu resolved to respond in a way that the program could not process, thus avoiding the risk of being extracted. Yet, his neural circuits began to crumple, signaling a malfunction. The emotions transmitted from Wu Wugo, defined by humanity as grievance, anxiety, and unease, caused the sword to emit a faint hum. The sword was the core of Fanghu, yet within the human vessel of Wu Wugo, he was endowed with a heart that had never existed before. The core felt a malfunction, owing to the human heart. Wu Wugo's lips pressed together in a line, and as he became increasingly irritable, contemplating a genuine sulk or a week-long cold war with Fanghu, a hesitant hand reached out to pat his head awkwardly. What is it? Wu Wugo blinked slowly. His delicate yet vulnerable crown touched lightly, and then withdrawn, causing his nerves to jolt and his heart to skip a beat, even making the outer ear itch slightly. Fanghu slightly tilted his body, retracting the hand that had grazed Wu Wugo's hair, perhaps due to Wu Wugo's earlier exaggerated movements at some point. His small round sunglasses had slipped down to rest on the bridge of his nose, revealing a significant portion of his eyes, which reflected Fanghu's figure. As Fanghu locked eyes with those orbs, a sudden urge to look away arose, yet the owner of those eyes turned his head first. Wu Wugo's lips remained sealed, his hands dangling at his sides, and he clumsily adjusted his sunglasses, his gaze now blank and obediently fixed on the ground a short distance away, appearing serene and docile. Fanghu thought in amazement that this version of Wugo somewhat resembled the chatty parakeets often found in search engines during the day. The little feathered ball nestled on a branch, its head drooping low, round and plump, had succumbed to slumber. Fanghu stroked his fingertips, noting how soft Wu Wugo's hair was, reminiscent of the fluffy snow that had yet to melt into a solid mass. Fanghu diverted his gaze, but inexplicably blurted out. You can ignore them. They cannot seal your eyes. I exist. His voice maintained its usual steady tone, Yet Wu Tiao Wugo suddenly brightened. He stared at the floor, his gaze dancing among the bricks, leaping from afar to near, from near to the feet of both himself and Fang Hu. Then back to the furthest corner of the wall. Wu Tiao Wugo hummed softly, the tone light and drawn out, slowly escaping his teeth and lips, mingling with the cool air produced by the air conditioning. Oh, Wu Tiao Wugo replied, his lips moving as he silently hopped along the syllables of Ma, Mo, are you? Ma, Mo, are you? Mamoru, guardian, protector. Fang Hu, who? The minute hand spun several circles until the hour hand moved, pointing to 12 o'clock. Shinji Ikari had 6 surgeries scheduled over the next 2 days, and according to the hospital's internal network, he had just completed the previous surgery and was on a brief break before participating in the 5th. Judging by human circadian rhythms, Shinji Ikari was undoubtedly a diligent doctor. Fang Hu maintained his unwavering posture, waiting in the chair for the 5th hour, while Wu Tiao Wugo, devoid of any rigidity, comfortably leaned against his left side, soundly asleep for the 5th hour. In contrast to the human body, filled with nerves and blood vessels, Fang Hu's blood did not circulate. Thus he did not experience the numbness of shoulders. Wu Tiao Wugo, too, surrendered to the desire for sleep, having earlier pushed aside the cold, obstructive armrest and nestled against Fang Hu's arm, resting his head upon his shoulder. Though Fang Hu did not require sleep, he occasionally experienced a sense of fatigue when touched by the warmth of humanity. However, in the realm of protection, dropping offline, akin to sleep, was undeniably fatal. Thus, even though Fang Hu found interest in the sweets representing human appetite that Wu Tiao Wugo offered, he remained reluctant to adopt the human practice of slumber, adhering instead to the fundamental directive inscribed upon his creation, to guard the host at all times and in all dimensions. As the second hand passed the numeral 12, Fang Hu withdrew his gaze from the clock in the hall. Human calculations dictated that a new day had begun. According to human calculations, Fang Hu had protected the human host named Wu Tiao Wugo for 10 years and 805 days. The soundproof enclosure isolated Wu Tiao Wugo's sensitive hearing. Yet Fang Hu remained attuned to external signals. The waiting area was not overly crowded, but clusters of weary individuals sat, some even dozing off with their eyes closed. Though none matched the tranquility of Wu Tiao Wugo's expression, these humans bore the burdens of muddled thoughts, diseases, chaos, confusion, and darkness, an intrinsic part of the origins of cursed spirits and human civilization. The faint sounds of crying and hushed discussions intermittently arose from various patients, doctors, and their families. When Fang Hu infiltrated the hospital's internal network, he did not hesitate to seize control of the surveillance. Hallways, patient rooms, and operating theaters were under the watchful gaze of the surveillance cameras, particularly focused on the neurosurgery department. Shinji Ikari leaned back in his office chair, taking deep breaths while one hand absently pinched his leg and the other devoured instant noodles. The blue lamp beside him radiated excessive heat, indicating its lifespan was dwindling, casting light upon the disheveled paper documents and stacks of file folders that towered above Shinji Ikari's seated height. A nurse, laden with her medical toolkit, gradually approached the neurosurgery department, her footsteps echoing through the relatively quiet corridor. Shinji Ikari evidently heard her, ceasing to pinch his aching calf, lifting his free hand to steady the noodle cup, quickening his pace of consumption. Knock, knock. The nurse tapped on the door, softly reminding him, Dr. Shinji. The next surgery is preparing to commence, scheduled to start at 12:38. Is that acceptable? Shinji Ikari visibly exhaled, as if he had anticipated bad news that might impede his meal. He lifted his head from the noodle cup, peering out from behind the documents, acknowledging, understood. Also, please keep an eye on room 6, Yoshimoto. The old man is quite advanced in age, and his condition tends to fluctuate at night. Please check in on him more frequently. The nurse nodded, making a note in her personal notebook before quietly departing the neurosurgery room. Fang Hu's gaze followed the nurse as she traversed the corridor, the visuals synchronizing fluidly, her figure disappearing from one frame only to reappear in the next. As she reached the window at the end of the corridor, the nurse suddenly paused, then hurriedly retraced her steps, quickening her pace towards the corner window. She leaned against the window, abruptly pushing it open, peering outside to observe something in the vicinity of the hospital. Moments later, she confirmed some information, frantically pulling out her phone. Security department. Security department. The nurse urgently whispered, her voice rising in pitch. They're back. Quickly, chase them away. Fang Hu's eyes flickered, the camera switching views to the cold, dimly lit exterior of the hospital. The camera at the corner of the wall blinked a red light, focused on the area where the nurse was watching. 2 or 3 casually dressed men were distributing flyers to those wishing to enter the hospital. A frail woman, unable to avoid them, hurriedly took a flyer, which came into view of the camera. The lens zoomed in, and the words on the flyer became clearly visible. In Tokyo, illness struck, yet fortunately, there remains a glimmer of hope for salvation. With the corporeal body striving to rescue itself, we endeavor to save our dearest loved ones. Currently, a double transaction is being offered, at least 1 million yen. The future promising clinic guarantees you a splendid future. Below, a phone number is provided, yet the clinic's address remains unspecified. Anyone who glimpses the flyer will become acutely aware that by contacting the number, they could receive at least 1 million yen, though the prerequisites remain ambiguous. In the next frame, the flyer ascends, enveloped in an inky malevolence, creeping up the arms of both the distributor and the recipient, coalescing into a mass that surges violently through the hospital's entrance. Like a gust of wind, the cursed energy sweeps through the hall, the foul stench of decay wafting past Satoru Gojo's nostrils, causing his white feather-like eyelashes to stir. Go awaken. The voice of Kinto Nanami resonates in Gojo's ear. Failure must be avoided at all costs. A full, silver moon hangs in the sky, pure as the artificial light in an operating room. The starless night casts an abyssal shadows, with only the moon piercing through, its proud and frigid glow cloaking a world beset by curses. At the Eli Hospital in Tokyo, Kinto Nanami and Satoru Gojo sprint, their strides matching the path of the cursed energy. Gojo removes his sunglasses, his 6 eyes keenly fixating on the fresh residue of the curse, as the two race to the 6th floor, where the administrative offices reside. Shinji Hikari dozes at his desk, a heated light bulb casting a faint glow. Suddenly, a blast of cursed energy bursts in, sending papers flying from every surface like a tempest. Confused, Shinji stirs, rubbing his arms in a futile attempt to warm himself. What on earth? The air conditioning is set too high. Shinji Hikari sits rigidly, his back pressed against the chair, exhaustion from consecutive surgeries coursing through him, creeping from his ankles to his waist and throat. His pupils tremble, dilating as he meets the gaze of the dark entity before him. It is not humanoid, merely a mass of black fluid, concealing 2 scarlet eyes. Lacking pupils, the orbs glisten with a layer of crimson fluid, as if a wildfire rages within, consuming all life, light, and beauty, leaving only a mesmerizing, sinister glow. Shinji has seen such eyes before, in the gaze of comatose patients. In the eyes of those anesthetized, yet not fully asleep. The enormous eyes slowly split apart, and from them, teeth and a tongue emerge. The lips and fangs pressing against the eyes in a grotesque mutation. The creature's maw yawns wide, the eyes multiplying into 4, then 8, all lifeless and vacant. The black mass has enveloped the entire room, eyes and teeth overwhelming Shinji, who shakily rises only to collapse in terror. The chair trembles as it slides against the cold white wall, emitting a faint click. The air vibrates, and the creature emits a low, guttural sound, a viscous liquid dripping onto the floor. From its cavernous throat, multiple slender tendrils emerge, wrapping around Shinji, plunging into his flesh. The tendrils tighten, constricting around him, turning his face crimson, then a shade of blue. He struggles in midair, his insides feeling as if they are on the verge of bursting. His cries for help dwindling to a faint echo, like the hum of a dryer. The buzzing in his ears fluctuates until, at one moment, it crescendos into a deafening roar, the noise blurring his vision in a strobing rhythm. The monster's eyes curve with a semblance of amusement as another slender tendril lashes out, targeting Shinji's gasping mouth. Ah no. Shinji's eyes widen, first the esophagus, then shortly after, his heart and kidneys feel the icy grip of the tendril, tightening around his organs. He is on the brink of death. The old ceiling flickers in shades of black and white, a blue bulb suddenly shattering, releasing a final crackle of sound before death. The door swings open with a loud bang. Damn it, I cannot fail. The technique reverses, song. A blinding blue light pierces through his vision, creating a moment of vacuum in the world. Chapter 5, The Fall. What do you intend to do? A slender woman cautiously wraps her arms around herself, pressing her canvas bag tightly against her forearm. Kinto points to a corner of the flyer protruding from her bag. Hand me the flyer. His language is stripped down to its core meaning, blunt to the point of rudeness. It is akin to saying, if I may be so fortunate, could you please retrieve the flyer from your simple bag and hand it to me? Reduced to, give me the flyer. Simple and brusque, Kinto resembles an unyielding enforcer, prompting the pale-faced woman to hastily extract the flyer, fleeing without a backward glance until she reaches the brightly lit reception area, where she exhales in relief. She attempts to inform the receptionist about the suspicious individuals she encountered earlier, but when she turns to identify them, they have vanished. The individuals lingering at the hospital's entrance, along with the one who took the flyer, have disappeared. Kinto clutches the flyer as he returns to the office on the 6th floor, where the cold, fluorescent lights illuminate a disheveled Shinji, who is retching on the floor, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Satoru Gojo lounges in a swivel chair, idly spinning. the wheels clattering against the floor, as Kinto raises a hand to steady himself, colliding with Gojo, who halts in front of him. Gojo tilts his head back, his gaze trailing along Kinto's jawline, reaching for the flyer that Kinto is holding. Is this what you referred to as the medium concealing the curse? With a push against the ground, Gojo propels himself to the center of the room, facing the trembling Shinji. His 6 eyes scan the flyer, which appears remarkably clean, devoid of any cursed residue. However, upon closer inspection, Gojo raises an eyebrow in confusion, presenting the flyer to the barely conscious Shinji. Hey Shinji, do you know what this means? Gojo's tone carries an air of uncertainty. What does body exchange imply? It's a euphemism for human trafficking. Shinji responds weakly after a bout of dry heaving. He gestures for Gojo to pass him the flyer, half kneeling as he opens the desk drawer. The drawer rolls open with a rough scraping sound, light spilling onto the contents within, the glossy flyer reflecting a muted white glow. The slogan about body exchange is covered by identical text as Shinji presses the flyer down, then reaches into the drawer through the narrow opening, extracting a thick stack of flyers. He hurriedly shows them to the two before letting go, the papers tumbling into the wooden drawer with a dull thud. Shinji leans over the desk, taking a seat at his workstation. He breathes heavily, feeling the pain and nausea surge from within to the surface of his skin. Yet, seated at this desk, the agony seems bearable. You say you are sorcerers. What do sorcerers do? Shinji muses aloud. That creature just now wasn't my hallucination, was it? You are indeed the ones tasked with dealing with such entities. Satoru Gojo shrugged non-committally, his gaze sweeping across the room in search of the remnants of cursed spirits. In his effort to save others, he had hesitated with that last attack, allowing the cursed spirit to vanish without a trace. Cursed spirits that possess emotional hosts exhibit characteristics that set them apart from ordinary curses. The remnants of these spirits are unnaturally pristine, appearing and disappearing as if conjured from thin air. Because they possess hosts, they can rapidly conceal themselves within the bodies of their vessels. However, this complication arises solely when pursuing these cursed spirits. If the sorcerer possesses sufficient control over their cursed energy, they can exorcise the hidden spirits while minimizing harm to the host. This, however, applies only to those humans who have become emotional vessels. If the situation arises from other causes, such as becoming a mere vessel for a curse, the circumstances become exceedingly troublesome. Even during the peak of sorcerer prowess in the Heisei era, there has been no successful precedent for separating a vessel from its curse. Typical high-grade cursed spirits, born from gossip, legends, or singular malice and resentment, are akin to the earthbound spirits of folklore. They manifest in haunted houses, hospitals, and abandoned sites, maintaining a relatively fixed range of activity, and upon exorcism, they inevitably re-emerge. For while the spirits may be banished, the stories endure. Although acutely aware that he would find no trace of this blood-eyed curse, habit compelled Satoru Gojo to don his sunglasses only after thoroughly investigating the area. The hospital environment is particularly conducive to the birth of cursed spirits, and the volume of information here is far greater than in other locales, rendering the air seemingly tainted. His 6 eyes allow him to discern, penetrate, and predict, aiding the wielder in the meticulous manipulation of cursed energy, yet they cannot be turned off. During his early years, when his control over techniques was at its weakest, Satoru relied on sleeping pills to combat the deluge of information flooding his mind, pulsating headaches, intermittent fevers, persistent low-grade fevers, nosebleeds, and the desires of an ailing body. The suffering of the divine child rendered him devoid of emotion. Upon donning his sunglasses, the light diminished significantly, blocking out a substantial portion of the extraneous information, and he stretched languidly, feeling remarkably refreshed. The alleviation of his burden was not solely due to the physical barrier of the sunglasses, but also because of the protective barrier, effortlessly unfurled by his companion, Fushiguro. Sorcerers affectionately referred to it as a simple domain. Fushiguro regularly established this domain for Satoru. Currently, Fushiguro kindly initiated the domain as Satoru donned his sunglasses, eschewing the use of his 6 eyes, effectively shielding him from superfluous information. However, in his childhood, Fushiguro's protection felt as cold and unyielding as that of a dragon guarding its treasure. This simple domain operated around the clock, and Satoru was astonished. For a fleeting moment, he felt human, able to breathe, yet he also grappled with the panic of being stymied by the very techniques he possessed. This led to a tumultuous past with Fushiguro, nearly resulting in a rift between them. Yet, as a consequence, the 6 eyes awakened in him a fundamental desire for sufficient sleep, alongside an uncontainable development of character, ultimately shaping him into the person he is now. The 6 eyes would not detach from their lineage, entering Tokyo Jujutsu High, but Satoru would. The 6 eyes ceased to be a mere instrument of Satoru's control. Instead, They became the first medium through which he began to learn the art of consumption, taming, and mastery. Even without lofty intentions, merely stemming from a disdain for the fate dictated by his family, and a smattering of innocent yet cruel curiosity about why the documented mortality rate of sorcerers was perpetually high. While none of his fellow sorcerers seemed to perish, he embarked on this path. Intuition, curiosity, likes, and dislikes propelled him forward. With the relentless opposition of the Zenin clan, the Kumo clan, the so-called Three Great Families, and the Jujutsu headquarters, Satoru ventured to Tokyo, amidst the advocacy of a few idealistic sorcerers. This was indeed an unprecedented event, as Tokyo Jujutsu High had never before hosted a sorcerer from a prestigious family. Tokyo Jujutsu High served as a crucible for ordinary sorcerers, a place tacitly recognized as a death-defying battleground, where graduates would go on to exorcise curses, becoming cogs in the machinery of humanity's stability. Conversely, Kyoto Jujutsu High, the breeding ground for successors of influential families, could easily embellish their records with exorcisms, ensuring that graduates would ascend to new heights within their families. Born into a ruling class, they basked in the accolades of genuine sorcerers who fought valiantly against curses while engaging in perfunctory tasks. If a third-grade sorcerer fortuitously exorcised a second-grade curse, all second-grade curses would be reclassified as third-grade, compelling all third-grade sorcerers to exorcise these newly defined third-grade curses. Those with but a modicum of cursed energy, meant to serve as auxiliary supervisors, were deemed sorcerers, resulting in countless meaningless deaths on the battlefield. Cloaked in the noble rhetoric of sacrifice, contributing to the persistently high mortality rate, a reality exploited by the higher-ups and non-sorcerers alike in their pursuit of wealth and autonomy. The Jujutsu headquarters, the Three Great Families, the aristocracy, and non-sorcerers all feigned ignorance, content to muddle through life, as if responsibility were the most detestable of concepts. Yet Satoru Gojo was anything but perfunctory. His past desires were shallow, untouched by the apathy that pervaded, and later, with the awakening of the Six Eyes, he was confronted with the most authentic information, the simple domain of Fushiguro, stirring one of his intrinsic human desires, curiosity, followed by skepticism, and then outright opposition. What is Fushiguro's origin? Who is Fushiguro? What is the nature of the bond between Fushiguro and the sword? Why does it bind his eyes? How does one extract the sword from the body? Their childhood friendship weathered quarrels and reconciliations. Yet another question emerged in Satoru's mind. Which sorcerers were perishing in this relentless cycle of death? His rotten orange theory was born from the likeness he observed in the elderly leaders of the upper echelon, their faces lined and wrinkled, reminiscent of orange peels. The mortality rate of sorcerers remains alarmingly high. Yet why do these individuals enjoy a tranquility that allows them to decay into old age? Who is truly dying? Surely, it cannot be these decrepit orange peels. Thus, with the inception of this theory in Satoru's mind, he was destined to oppose the orange faction. While there may be subtle distinctions, it bore resemblance to how Shinji Ikari hesitated, yet ultimately anonymously forwarded the mistakenly sent report by Yuki Shinkai to the hospital. A portion of the outcome had been predetermined. Satoru enrolled in Tokyo Jujutsu High, firing the first shot against the covert dominion of jujutsu families over ordinary sorcerers. Yuki Shinkai, realizing his email blunder, suspected that the doctors were covering for one another, rendering the report meaningless in terms of extorting ransom. Thus, he escalated matters by reporting Ichiro Kobayashi. Meanwhile, Shinji Ikari played the role of a firebrand, culminating in Ichiro Kobayashi's irrevocable expulsion. Shinji Ikari picked up the phone on the table, dialing the medical department to postpone the surgery scheduled for 0 hours 38 minutes due to sudden physical discomfort. He raised his head to glance at the clock. Life and death hung in the balance, and it was barely past 20 minutes past midnight. Shinji Ikari sighed. Today feels interminably long. His voice was hoarse and weary, his appearance that of someone barely in their 30s, yet the weariness in his voice resonated with the weight of impending decay. Fushiguro skillfully cast a concealed barrier, ensuring that the sound would not escape, and others would instinctively overlook this place. Satoru rose, impatiently rapping on Shinji Ikari's desk. Hey, we need to discuss the flyers and the transaction. We must find clues to exorcise that cursed spirit. What do you know? Though Shinji Ikari was somewhat perplexed by some of Satoru's peculiar terminology, he grasped the gist of what was being conveyed. Amidst the neon glow of fervor, Shinji Ikari swiftly accepted the presence of these two individuals, who spoke with a blend of youthful recklessness and mature resolve. Though he had become a disillusioned adult and no longer engaged with shonen manga, he cast a glance at Satoru Gojo through the lens of a protagonist from such tales. If he had not ascended to the status of a shonen hero, then perhaps he could at least carve out a name for himself as a notable NPC on the hero's transformative journey. Shinji Ikari mused with a hint of sarcasm. After a brief pause to gather his thoughts, Shinji Ikari began to articulate. These flyers have been distributed around the hospital for quite some time. Initially, they were merely ordinary advertisements promoting a clinic that purportedly offered better value than the hospital. Such occurrences are common near hospitals or transit stations, so they went largely unnoticed. However, at some point, the language on these flyers became increasingly suggestive, implying that patients in need could borrow money, access low-cost treatments, or even receive financial compensation from the clinic. I have never heard of patients receiving money from medical institutions, except for those participating in drug trials. Satoru Gojo furrowed his brow slightly as Shinji Ikari continued. An ordinary clinic mentioned in a flyer could not possibly possess the qualifications to conduct drug trials. Yet this fundamental understanding eludes those desperate patients or their families seeking financial assistance for treatment. I came across a report regarding a former neurosurgeon at our hospital, Ichiro Kobayashi. Shinji Ikari's gaze dropped slightly, and he murmured. He was secretly accepting payments to treat injuries for the Yakuza. The individual distributing flyers outside the hospital bears a striking resemblance to one of the people in the report. Satoru Gojo adjusted his sunglasses, casting a sidelong glance at Shinji Ikari, before turning to smirk at Fuho, who leaned against the doorway, as if to convey that Shinji Ikari was being evasive and was downplaying the matter's relevance to him. I can hardly believe it. I need to investigate, Shinji Ikari asserted. Fuho observed Satoru Gojo's gesture and grimaced, recognizing it as a classic human expression of defiance, akin to a protest. He interrupted Shinji Ikari's recollection, stating, Yukio Shinjo mistakenly sent you a report. Regardless of whether the hospital received an anonymous tip from you, you do not merely possess the report, you own it. Fuho continued, you have in your possession the report implicating Ichiro Kobayashi in financial dealings with the Yakuza. Shinji Ikari found his words caught in his throat. Satoru Gojo appeared momentarily taken aback before letting out a derisive laugh. He casually propped one leg atop the other and remarked, indeed, so Dr. Shinji, be forthright and resolve this situation quickly. I still have time to queue for those limited cheese rolls during the day. Shinji Ikari faltered, his expression contorting in disbelief as he stared at Fuho for several seconds, his taut shoulders relaxing slightly. Yes, it is true. I received that information and reported Ichiro Kobayashi. But should I not have? He is a fellow neurosurgeon and my competitor. Moreover, if Kobayashi has done nothing wrong, what purpose does the report serve? Suddenly, Shinji Ikari stood up, his hands pressing down on the table. His face turned pale, and an unusual flush crept onto his cheeks. Even if Ilias were to dismiss him, he could relocate to Kansai or Hokkaido, rather than becoming entangled with the Yakuza and opening a nefarious clinic that disregards human life. Satoru Gojo shifted his legs slightly. A nefarious clinic? Shinji Ikari hurriedly gasped for breath, feeling a surge of confusion, anger, and fear as he rummaged through a drawer, pulling out a stack of flyers and slamming them onto the table. I don't know what has happened to him, he exclaimed. Future promising, he muttered, referring to the clinic run by Kobayashi. These flyers, those patients. Shinji Ikari covered his face, his speech becoming fragmented and disjointed as he pounded the flyers on the table, exclaiming loudly, I was right to report him. He was indeed breaking the law. Satoru Gojo frowned, raising his hand to dispel the swarm of low-level cursed spirits that had emerged from Shinji Ikari's sudden surge of negativity. Calm down. You must clarify the situation, he urged. Shinji Ikari appeared momentarily lost, and as the cursed spirits dissipated, the overwhelming panic that had consumed him began to wane. The hollowness left by his earlier outburst echoed in his chest like a valley's echo. He dejectedly lowered his hands and, after a moment of silence, dragged his stiff legs and waved towards Satoru Gojo and Fuho. Follow me. Satoru Gojo rose to his feet. Where to? The morgue, Shinji Ikari replied. Chapter 6, Descent. The morgue was located on the basement level of the hospital, with a parking garage beneath it. The thought of similar corpses lying parallel atop stagnant vehicles made one ponder their fleeting encounters with countless deceased souls overhead as they hurried past. Should a common earthquake strike, the upper floors could collapse, resulting in dozens of bodies declared dead cascading down, creating a grotesque tapestry of human limbs. Shinji Ikari managed a wry smile, recalling that Kobayashi had once uttered similar sentiments, but he understood that the man was simply exhausted. Being a doctor could be overwhelmingly tiring, leading one to voice absurd complaints. He choked back his words, his voice abruptly faltering. The unique chill near the morgue swallowed his bitterness, transforming it into a weight that tugged at his stomach. Shinji Ikari swiped his ID card at the door marked with the symbol of the bellflower. The frosted glass door emitted a mechanical sound as it swung open. The room spanned approximately 40 square meters, larger than the typical 10 square meter morgue, due to the significantly higher number of deceased in Mikahana City compared to other districts. A dish of salt, used for warding off evil, sat at the entrance, while the walls were painted the same milky white as those within the hospital. Satoru Gojo slightly lowered his sunglasses and surveyed the room, which bore a striking resemblance to a coffin, its open interior devoid of any lingering human presence or cursed spirits. The deeper recesses of the room emanated a dense chill, prompting Shinji Ikari to speak no further as he quickly stepped inside. Satoru Gojo instinctively followed a couple of steps, but, not seeing Fuho's figure in his peripheral vision, turned back to scan the area. His gaze met that of Fuho, who lagged a step behind, and with a satisfied nod, he turned back, muttering, "So slow, like a turtle." Directly opposite the entrance stood a row of square doors resembling cargo transport openings. Shinji Ikari walked to the nearest door, opened it, and pulled out a gurney covered with a white sheet, clearly concealing a corpse beneath it. He hesitated momentarily, opting not to unveil the body directly, but instead moved to the side and gently lifted the covering from the corpse's abdomen. The body had not been preserved, its skin cold and frostbitten, with gaping wounds and stitches glaringly evident. It appeared to be a male. The bulge in the sheet at the chest confirmed this assessment. Shinji Ikari stated, "I only know that a passerby called the police, reporting that he had collapsed at the entrance of a pharmacy. I was assisting in the emergency department when he was brought in. He wore a tattered denim jacket and had flyers in his pocket. However, the content of those flyers had slightly changed, resembling loan advertisements, yet the contact number and address remained the same, future promising loans." Shinji Ikari tugged at his lips, revealing a sardonic smile. "It has turned into a loan company. At the time, the patient bore a surgical incision on his side, and any doctor would surmise he had undergone an organ transplant. Thus, all emergency treatment had to be handled with utmost caution to avoid exacerbating organ rejection. However, upon examination, we discovered that he had not received a transplant, but had instead donated his organs." The attending physician in the emergency department reported the incident to the authorities. Shinji's fingers trembled slightly, leaving Fanghu uncertain whether it was an expression of emotional instability or merely an uncontrolled quiver. He pointed to the knife scar located 16 centimeters from the corpse's waist, where remnants of sutures, not yet absorbed by the body, remained. The sutures were pressed against the inner side of the skin. Had the wound not been averted, they would have appeared merely as a slender line of flesh color. Shinji remarked, "This is a cosmetic suture. Neurosurgeons are no strangers to it. Many actors and models request such suturing after injuries to minimize scarring." Wataru hesitated, responding with a non-committal "oh," as he failed to find any traces of cursed energy on the corpse. His lack of expertise left him momentarily bewildered. "Dr. Shinji, regarding the organs, surgery, or suturing, what exactly are you trying to convey by showing us this?" Shinji paused, retracting his hand from the corpse's scar and slowly draping a white cloth over it. "The moment I saw the sutures, I recognized them as the work of Ichiro Kobayashi. I have collaborated with him hundreds of times, and it is challenging for me to specify any distinctive features of his suturing." The gurney was gently pushed back into the cold storage. "But that is undeniably his work. Can you comprehend? It is him." Fanghu's gaze lingered on Shinji for a moment. Though Shinji exhibited no excessive movements, his expression bore a semblance of anger and frustration, his lips drawn tightly. Perhaps these non-sorcerers possessed the ability to distinguish the residual cursed energy left by others? Wataru raised an eyebrow, refraining from dissent. Yet, even in the absence of objections from Fanghu and his companion, the tension in the corners of Shinji's mouth remained unrelaxed. He refrained from discussing Kikyo outside, as if certain thoughts demanded the corpse as an audience. Shinji continued, "The police have been unable to identify the deceased's connections. He has been in the hospital for 6 months, yet no one has come forward to claim the body. A corpse that has no ties to anyone will not even receive public care. This has happened in the past, but those were typically the unfortunate victims of accidents. Unlike him, everyone knows this likely involves human trafficking, yet the incompetent Mihwa police have closed the case as an accident." Shinji's voice rose dramatically before he hastily subdued it. "I know he is not an isolated case. He is merely the first unfortunate soul exposed to public scrutiny. I cannot articulate my thoughts regarding Ichiro to the police, though I desire to. I can only forcefully freeze this corpse here, waiting for someone who knows him to come forward or for Ichiro to perhaps confess. By then, it would not be too late to speak of Ichiro." Shinji's dry retort betrayed his reluctance to meet Wataru's or Fanghu's eyes. Time dragged on, and Shinji eventually bowed his head in despair. Ichiro Kobayashi has not confessed, and no one has come to claim the body. They must have long known that no one would care about this matter. All that remained were the increasingly brazen flyers. The air in the morgue was cold and still, causing Shinji to shiver belatedly. It seemed he could no longer endure the environment and stepped outside, his shoulders slumped, resembling a defeated ram. Shinji shifted the conversation's locale. Wataru contemplated for a moment, his gaze drifting from the softly closed frosted glass door back to Shinji. But one thing remains. Are you certain that these actions are indeed Ichiro Kobayashi's? I see no traces of cursed energy on that suture. That is to say, the evidence. Wataru continued. The police claim he is currently missing, yet those flyers are still being distributed. Is it possible he is being coerced? Or that it is not he at all? Perhaps another doctor is responsible for these actions. Shinji scoffed coldly. Missing? The police haven't conducted a serious investigation. You are not from Mihua, are you? Let me tell you, Mihua's police merely take a cursory glance and declare a person missing if they find no trace. All cases here rely on detectives, and those detectives are so engrossed in hunting for murder clues that they cannot possibly pay attention to nameless missing persons. Shinji shook his head, retrieving his phone and tapping furiously to display a message from Ichiro Kobayashi, dated 6 months prior. Moreover, those flyers, along with the gang distributing them, only appear near our hospital. No other hospitals or clinics have encountered such flyers. This is retribution. That guy harbors resentment for being expelled from the hospital. Shinji spat, adding. And these messages. Wataru read aloud the text on Shinji's screen. Those who contribute as members of society for strangers will ultimately benefit as members of society themselves. This was the single response from Ichiro, addressing Shinji's accusations of unethical profit-seeking, a solitary line. Afterward, he ceased responding to Shinji's frantic or pleading messages, likely having placed Shinji on his blacklist. Shinji asserted, you may not fully grasp this, but this phrase originates from Titmar, a social anthropologist. He advocates that human bodies and body parts should only be exchanged as gifts, nothing more. It is imperative to act solely under the premise of completely altruistic donation. Shinji emphasized his words, his heavy breaths resembling a sigh pouring forth. Ichiro has twisted the true meaning of this statement, or perhaps he deliberately misconstrued it. Believing he plays the role of God, exchanging lives for others, which he perceives as a gift he bestows upon them. If patients voluntarily donate, I have no grounds to argue that Ichiro is indeed playing God. Through gritted teeth, Shinji declared, yet the body within. No one has claimed it for 6 months. Half a year ago, in the harsh winter, he was so impoverished that he wore tattered denim jackets and accepted flyers with loan information, dying here while no one cared. Even the police easily abandoned him, a marginalized individual. Shinji articulated each word with precision. For such a person, regardless of what you do to him, he is too weak to resist. How could he voluntarily give gifts to others? The medical industry allows people to mistakenly believe that wealth grants them the right to evade death. Look at those flyers. Ichiro Kobayashi exploited his profession, taking advantage of those patients. He has violated the Hippocratic Oath. Shinji's complexion darkened as he reached this conclusion. Wataru nodded slowly, exchanging a glance with Fong Hu. Fong Hu calmly stated, these indeed cannot be considered substantial evidence, but we can present it to the police. That cursed spirit with bloodshot eyes. If we can confirm its host is Ichiro Kobayashi, would prove him to be the murderer of Yuki Shinjo and an attempted murderer of Shinji. Fong Hu assessed Shinji's physique, particularly his lung area, where the cursed spirit's chilling residue continued to erode within him. Even a cursed spirit escaping under the constraints of the Tsang realm, albeit with some restraint, would at least be rated as a first-level spirit. Wataru interjected. This indicates that the actions of the cursed spirit's host have birthed a multitude of curses. The hatred of non-sorcerers has materialized, even giving rise to a first-level cursed spirit. Wataru continued along Fong Hu's line of thought, asserting, the generation of a first-level cursed spirit cannot possibly stem from the negative emotions of just 1 or 2 individuals. Fong Hu nodded, addressing the bewildered and confused Shinji, assuming the cursed spirit's host is indeed Ichiro Kobayashi. We can deduce his guilt. He has not only conspired against you and Yuki Shinjo. Fong Hu added, the sorcery community would issue a report, demanding the police and relevant authorities to prosecute him under your non-sorcerer laws. Wataru winced at the mention of a report, but was intrigued by the prospect of capturing a suspect. He eagerly grasped Fong Hu's arm, urging, hurry, let us find him. Fong Hu raised his hand, brushing against Shinji's phone, causing a fleeting ripple of cursed energy. However, he had no opportunity to voice his thoughts. For Satoru Gojo was in high spirits, tugging him along while casually gesturing towards Shinji with a flick of his chin, his tone both nonchalant and arrogant. Satoru Gojo, all right. I've comprehended your intentions, just wait. With that, he turned his back and dragged Fong Hu away. Shinji stood momentarily dazed, instinctively murmuring, my what intentions? Waiting for what? As he gazed at the retreating figures of the 2 sorcerers, his emotions oscillated between anger, resignation, and bewilderment, like the hands of a clock caught in a perpetual swing. After a few moments of confusion, Shinji mechanically ascended the stairs, inquiring about the patients in the ward from the nurses he encountered, as if none of the evening's events had transpired. Yet, Before he could hear the nurse's response, he suddenly felt a dizzying spin and collapsed to the ground. An icy chill coursing through his body, as if he had swallowed an immense weight of iron. The nurse rushed over in alarm, exclaiming, "Dr. Shinji! Dr. Shinji!" Shinji's gaze was fixed vacantly on the ceiling. The patterns of dust on the white panels resembled veins, winding intricately, while the cold light flickered erratically, as if the blades of a fan were intermittently obstructing the source of illumination. The nurse urgently called for assistance, but Shinji had already heavily shut his eyes. And beneath the unseen folds of his white coat, his phone screen quietly illuminated. "You have received a new message. The window has received intelligence. The auxiliary supervisor and healing sorcerer have proceeded to Tokyo Eli affiliated hospital to treat the non-sorcerer casualty, Shinji Akihiko. The directorate sincerely appreciates your contributions to the world. Thanks to the endeavors of sorcerers, the world has become a slightly better place." The red dot of the monitoring camera in the corner flickered as the message vanished silently from Shinji's phone. The screen dimmed. Satoru Gojo halted after dragging Fong Hu onto the ground, gazing up at the murky sky, hesitantly asking, who? Where do we find Kobayashi Tani Ichiro and the cursed spirits?" Fong Hu was surprisingly unperturbed by his own lack of surprise. Under the glimmering eyes of Satoru Gojo, Fong Hu raised his hand and slapped it against the utility pole, his aim directed at the concealed road surveillance camera atop it. The flyers did not disclose the location of the clinic, yet those distributing the flyers must have known. The ripple-like cursed energy, under the scrutiny of 6 eyes, leapt from one utility pole to another surveillance camera. With a stony expression, Fong Hu identified the direction in which the gang members had retreated to distribute the flyers. Just as he re-established eye contact with Satoru Gojo and was about to speak, Satoru Gojo, fully revitalized, sprang back into action. He flashed a defiant smile, revealing his feline-like sharp teeth. "Satoru Gojo, lead the way. I'm going to thrash those scoundrels." Chapter 7, Descent. In the early morning hours, the Miwa train had long ceased operations, and the entire city coiled like a serpent, hibernating in winter. On the street where the streetlights had extinguished, Satoru Gojo radiated energy like an artificial sun. Fong Hu wore a grim expression, working tirelessly as Satoru Gojo pulled him along. "Find those damned escaped gangsters." Satoru Gojo grasped Fong Hu with both hands, dragging him along while grumbling, "Come on, Mamoru. Are you really that weak? Didn't you say you're not human? How come searching for a few bread men has you looking like an old man?" Fong Hu's cursed energy swiftly spread, and he reluctantly tilted his chin to indicate a change in direction for Satoru Gojo. Satoru Gojo switched from the left side of the street to the right, listening to Fong Hu's cold remark. "Firstly, if you hadn't insisted on pulling my sword, I would have already." Satoru Gojo retired. "How many times do I have to say it before you face reality?" Fong Hu tugged at the corners of his mouth, standing his ground, glaring at Satoru Gojo with a mixture of frustration and determination, at least from Satoru Gojo's perspective. He felt he was being glared at with intense fury. "Face reality?" Fong Hu scoffed, placing his hand on a new utility pole. Satoru Gojo detected the suppressed anger and laughter in his voice. "The greatest desire of a program is to retire perfectly. My code, my entire life, deserves to honor the host, to honor the desktop pets, yet the one I owe the most is myself. Until the moment of retirement, I didn't even know what my dreams were, until the host announced that I would no longer have to work tirelessly year-round to eliminate viruses. I realized my dream. That labor is a sin. I will no longer be the top antivirus software. I want to be a lazy fish." Satoru Gojo. Fong Hu's expression remained indifferent. His demeanor detached, his tone flat. Satoru Gojo hesitated, taking a step back, scrutinizing Fong Hu for several seconds before reaching out to push his hand off the utility pole. Satoru Gojo glanced upwards, hesitating momentarily near the wires of the utility pole. "Who? Have you been watching some strange drama?" Fong Hu expressionlessly nodded. "The revenge of the corporate slaves, noting the chaotic wiring here, with all sorts of data present." Satoru Gojo paused, abruptly yanking Fong Hu's arm. "Jogging a few dozen meters, you should stay away from strange things. Why do you learn everything?" Fong Hu remained noncommittal, halting Satoru Gojo as they passed a narrow alleyway. Their eyes met, and Fong Hu's expression grew slightly serious. "You protect me, I'll be a lazy fish." Satoru Gojo. Fong Hu's lips tightened. "If it weren't for you pulling my sword." "Stop." Satoru Gojo groaned, burying his head in his hands, performing a standing sit-up before resuming his stance. "I will protect you. You be a lazy fish." Fong Hu's lips relaxed slightly, tilting his head towards a wide alley where the bread men had turned in. Satoru Gojo hesitated, suddenly realizing something, glancing back and forth between the dark, deep alley and Fong Hu's face, awakening to the truth. "Hey!" Satoru Gojo exclaimed, crossing his arms. "You've turned rogue. If you don't tell me where that truckload of bread men went, I won't agree." Fong, who calmly shook his head, stating that directives have their order, and there is no such thing as misleading or misreporting the host. Satoru Gojo promptly raised his middle finger, standing defiantly in front of Fong, who, crafty man. Isn't the order you decide for yourself? Fong, who suspiciously averted his gaze. I am not a man. Satoru Gojo chuckled. Crafty sword, crafty program. Fong, who nodded perfunctorily. The host is always right. The host is eternal. Satoru Gojo was infuriated, silencing himself, bowing his head, seizing Fong who's arm, ready to bite. After biting, he turned and stomped ahead. Satoru Gojo, elementary school chicken. Fong, who glanced down at the bite mark on his palm. This alley, wide enough for a truck to pass, connected the commercial district inside and out. Vehicles turning in from the outer streets led to a distinctly different interior. The low buildings and shops, with serpentine pathways twisted in confusion, displayed indistinct shop signs. There were no streetlights. Yet the ambience was enchanting. Dim yellow lights flickered from the shops, and the second-floor buildings were adorned with suggestive neon privacy films, beneath which stood alluring waitstaff, their short, sequin skirts reflecting glimmers of light. Satoru Gojo stood agape. The faint melodies playing from the shops reached his ears, the tunes light-hearted and provocative, causing him to stagger backward and collide with Fong Hu. The red light district? Satoru Gojo's neck flushed crimson, his previously bold and brash demeanor suddenly subdued. Fong Hu cast a surprised glance in his direction, noticing how he resembled a cat that had sheathed its claws, inexplicably proper. Momentarily stunned, Fong Hu surveyed his surroundings. Yet, upon glancing around, he too could not fathom why the CPU of the big cat would overheat. The enchanting melodies wafted through the air, and within mere seconds, the attendants exhibited signs of approaching. Watanabe Satoru, feeling somewhat constrained, adjusted his sunglasses and nudged Fuhara's shoulder with a series of pushes and shoves. Not uttering a word about their destination, yet stubbornly guiding Fuhara forward. He maintained a precise trajectory, neither veering left nor right, perfectly aligning with the central axis of the neighboring establishments, as if he were intent on transforming a mere detour into a tightrope walk. Fuhara calmly adhered to the unspoken, peculiar directive of Watanabe. His expression remained indifferent as they passed one after another of the establishments, disregarding the alluring glances cast his way. A chilling aura enveloped Fuhara, whose cold, ruthless demeanor, even when partially obscured by the dazzling lights, rippled like the shadow of water, occasionally sending forth silent waves. The courtesans glanced at him more than once, their instinct urging them to intentionally overlook him, merely yawning in fatigue. Watanabe, pressed behind Fuhara, listened to the casual banter of a lady behind them and a midnight gigolo next door. Is it the same old closing time? Shall we leave together later? What's this, my lovely lady? Are you coming to attend to my business? Oh, Haven T, you heard? Things have been quite chaotic around here lately. Oh, really? Our boss mentioned that AI-chan has gone missing. No way. The voices faded with the music as Watanabe and Fuhara traversed the now darkened street. Turning back, the neon signs of the red light district blurred into glowing orbs. Watanabe shed his earlier unease, adopting a serious demeanor as he remarked, Fuhara, you heard what they said, right? Was that merely a coincidence? Fuhara hesitated. Who said that? Of course, those ladies. Watanabe pointed subtly, speaking in a hushed tone. Fuhara shook his head, his expression as cold as ice. Antivirus protocol. You speak, I do not listen. The gatekeeper need not think. Large viruses and minor bugs are eradicated without distinction. When faced with uncertainty, draw the sword. Safeguarding the mainframe is paramount. Watanabe. Fuhara, striving to be the top antivirus. I see. Watanabe's mouth twitched in irritation. So you mean you didn't hear a word? Fuhara nodded. Watanabe, you should listen less as well. Much of the virus's irrelevant information can disrupt code operations and affect sword drawing speed. Watanabe felt a bizarre mix of frustration akin to punching a pillow. He shook his head, letting slip his strange antivirus rhyme. Honestly, childhood friends are like antivirus software. One day I too must become some sort of antivirus overlord? 360 Guardian of the Six Eyes? Limitless toxin removal? Fuhara pretended he hadn't heard. The two ambled down the desolate street, and Fuhara, spotting a security camera atop a convenience store, raised his hand to connect and breach, only to be swiftly pulled back by Watanabe. The large cat's eyes widened, almost ready to scream. What are you doing? Fuhara responded, surveillance? Watanabe glanced back at the red light district several hundred meters away. Who knows what kind of surveillance is here? Who knows what this cunning fellow might uncover by following the wires? No way. Watanabe stood firm, gesturing between the camera and the red light district for a lengthy moment. Absolutely not. Fuhara queried, why not? It's just not going to happen. Watanabe growled, dragging Fuhara away from the convenience store surveillance. I have a feeling those breadmen are nearby. Let us search around. It was a trivial matter turned into a convoluted task, the antivirus software. Accustomed to directly confronting viruses, remarked, there is indeed an insurmountable chasm of understanding between subordinates and superiors. Watanabe snapped back, stop watching dramas. Especially that one titled Revenge of the Corporate Slave. His hushed outburst startled a couple of resting pigeons, causing Fuhara to stumble slightly. At 3:55 a.m., Watanabe's intuition proved correct. The clinic was hidden amidst these congested low-rise buildings. The sign for the clinic was entwined with a strip of lights, square in form, slanted within the buildings, yet unlit. The entire establishment was concealed on the second floor of a shop selling ornamental fish, accessible by a narrow staircase. However, a modified import van, with 9 seats and tinted windows, was parked on the street, the very vehicle Fuhara had been tracking through surveillance. Watanabe crouched at the street corner, observing the clinic. The dim light flickered through the frosted privacy film of the second-floor window, revealing indistinct figures moving within. The dark, viscous traces of curses clung to the exterior of the building like a coat of paint. Watanabe whispered, Fuhara, what do you think about charging indirectly? Fuhara replied coolly. That would be acceptable. Watanabe blinked in surprise, crouching down in disbelief. Why aren't you stopping me? Fuhara simply looked down at him. Watanabe continued. There are many of them. That van of breadmen, plus the curses, and Kobayashi Ichiro. Rushing in might lead us into a trap. They could bind us, interrogate us about whom we serve, and then eliminate us. Fuhara fell silent for a few seconds, his palm revealing itself, fingers curling naturally toward the clinic. Fuhara uttered, Song. Watanabe choked, rolling his eyes and clicking his tongue heavily. At 4:12 a.m., at 4:13 a.m., an attendant at the brothel stretched lazily, preparing to close up for the night when a dull thud echoed, momentarily stunning her. Huh. The sound did not repeat, and she rubbed her ears, shutting off the continuously playing music within the shop. Several hundred meters away, Fuhara cast a veil, like black gauze, enveloping the entire building where the clinic resided, silencing all sounds. Meanwhile, Watanabe's foot had just made contact with the glass door of the clinic, shattering it into countless pieces. The lights spilling from within illuminated the space brightly. The wooden walls exuded a sense of safety and warmth beneath the warm glow, while a television blared the noise of a soap opera, and the ceiling fan creaked rhythmically. 3 men, initially startled, scrambled up from the examination table, their expressions quickly morphing into fierce snarls as they grabbed nearby sticks and hurled them at Watanabe. He frowned slightly. Had it not been for the dark curses coiling around these men that his 6 eyes could perceive, he might have thought he had kicked in the wrong door. He found no need to employ intricate techniques against non-sorcerers. Simple, brute force was sufficient to fell an adult man. With a swift kick, Watanabe dispatched one with ease. He removed his sunglasses, hanging them at his collar, and with a quick scan, he marched toward the side of the room, kicking open a locked narrow door. With a loud crash, a chill mingled with the scent of blood surged from beyond the door. The narrow entry led to steep stairs, likely concealing the aquatic store on the first floor. Watanabe and Fuhara exchanged a glance before racing down. The scene unfolding was akin to something out of a horror film. The lights were bright, ventilation was active, and the room was cold despite the summer heat. An intravenous drip hung from a makeshift stand. A short-haired woman moaned weakly, her face lost in a dazed stupor. A pale blanket lay over her, her blood flowing through a thin tube into another crimson bag marked AB, RH, negative. 2 frail men lay on the examination tables, their gazes vacant, fixed upon the ceiling without any reaction to the sudden intrusion. Their forms so thin they seemed to merge with the blankets. Along the wall stands a transparent refrigerated display, showcasing an array of jars and bottles, kidneys preserved in formalin, corneas suspended in a crystalline solution, and a collection of blood bags labeled with their respective types. Human tissues are brazenly exhibited there, while nearby, a square aquarium houses several fish with delicate pink tails, swimming languidly and exuding a soothing warmth under the light. Kobayashi Ichiro is delicately dispensing fish food, pouring it gradually into the tank. He turns back in shock to gaze at the intruding sorcerer, his hand tilting the bag of fish food, which cascades out in a dense shower, drawing the fish to gather and mindlessly consume. A thick curse permeates the entire room, tainting the aquarium's water, which has lost its clarity. For a fleeting moment, Kobayashi Ichiro is gripped by fear, yet he quickly regains his composure, assessing Satoru Gojo and swiftly determining his worth. A warm smile spreads across Kobayashi Ichiro's face. You are quite handsome. Did you burst in here? You possess a strong physique. Your blue eyes suggest some European lineage. Combined with that athletic build, you must be quite expensive. What are you talking about? Satoru Gojo, infuriated, kicks over an empty examination table, the metal frame clattering as it strikes Kobayashi Ichiro's leg, causing him to yelp in pain. In that instant, a hidden curse swiftly materializes, a grotesque, blood-red monstrosity writhing out from behind his neck. Kobayashi Ichiro exhales deeply, feeling the curse's body merging with him like a conjoined twin atop his head, utterly oblivious. Though his face involuntarily twitches, it seems you are not here to donate. His gaze, along with the curses, shifts to Fuka. Oh, your eyes are quite special as well. Are you here to donate? Many would cherish colored eyes, especially such vibrant green ones. Satoru Gojo raises his hand, unleashing a technique that threatens to pierce through Kobayashi Ichiro's side, the aquarium shattering as brackish water gushes forth. Satoru Gojo grimaces in disgust. Aren't you a doctor? To you, humans are merely different varieties of bento, from 7-Eleven. Kobayashi Ichiro tilts his head to observe the pierced aquarium, an enigmatic glint in his eyes. As he clearly perceives the sorcery unfolding, the curse now coiled around his entire neck, enveloping him like a soul. To the naked eye, he appears human. But beneath the 6 eyes, he is a curse cloaked in human skin. Fuka's earrings sway as he, too, scans Kobayashi Ichiro, realizing the line between him and the curse has become indistinguishable. Satoru Gojo, pursing his lips, glances at Fuka. For the first time encountering a host so thoroughly merged with a curse, the young feline caught between the dichotomy of salvation and execution. Fuka meets Satoru Gojo's hesitant gaze. He speaks, "Do not listen." After a pause, Fuka adds, "Exorcism does not require deliberation." Satoru Gojo's eyelashes flutter, and he turns to unleash a technique that pierces through the wall. Under the night sky, the brilliant blue light illuminates the interior, followed by the howls of the curse. The revenge of the corporate slave, a virtual drama, non-existent. Chapter 8, The Fall. As a healthcare professional, I solemnly pledge to dedicate my life to humanity. Fuka, keep an eye on those patients. Fuka raises his hand to erect a barrier, the sea-green ripples absorbing the impact of the blood-eyed curse, encasing the examination table in a water-like sphere. The giant blood-red eye fixates on the 2 figures who remain still, its crimson pupil splitting open, rows of teeth sprouting from the inky flesh. A piercing shriek reverberates, the viscous curse energy spilling forth, crashing against Satoru Gojo's limitless defense. I shall prioritize the health and happiness of my patients. I shall safeguard the secrets of my patients, even after their demise. Satoru Gojo stands firm atop the half-collapsed concrete edifice, raising his palm towards the curse, torrents of potent curse energy pouring forth, ensnaring the surface of the enormous eyeball like fishing lines. Clenching his fist, he swings his arm, tightening the threads as the technique operates at full power, drawing and pulling. The curse embodied by Kobayashi Ichiro crashes down in the center of the street. I shall respect the autonomy and dignity of my patients. I shall uphold the utmost respect for human life. Amidst the whirlwind of dust, Fuka stands nonchalantly, several luminous sea-green orbs gradually revealing themselves, preserving the weakened humans intact within, including those gangsters. Inside, the azure curse energy reignites. A small vortex representing So gathers at Satoru Gojo's fingertips, poised to unleash. I shall not consider the age, illness, or disability of my patients, nor their creed, ethnic origin, gender, nationality, political beliefs, race, sexual orientation, social status, or any other factors. Satoru Gojo leaps to the highest mound of rubble, gazing down at the curse. Kobayashi Ichiro, you are suspected of murdering Shinji Yuki, harming countless innocent non-sorcerers. And for your crimes, I have rendered a judgment of exorcism. Before I exorcise you, do you have any last words? The first-level curse slowly raises its head, the darkness receding as Kobayashi Ichiro's half-face emerges from the viscous eye. Murder of Shinji Yuki. His visage contorts grotesquely, a flicker of a smile evident at the corners of his mouth. I have dreamt of becoming a doctor since my school days, diligently pursuing my studies for 6 years at the Tokyo University Medical School, graduating smoothly, followed by another 6 years, through national medical examinations and years of clinical training. I shall practice my profession with conscience and dignity, adhering to sound medical standards. I shall uphold the honor and noble tradition of the medical profession. My crimes. Suddenly, Kobayashi Ichiro bursts into laughter, stroking his face as if peeling away the thick, dark residue, the oily curse energy slithering and undulating, mimicking his laughter. His blood-red eyes stare blankly at Satoru Gojo, the human pupils straining, bloodshot. My crime was merely greeting that bastard, and making him remember my name. You judge me? How about asking him why he deserved to die? Satoru Gojo's brow furrows under the faint morning light as he purses his lips, the vortex of So slowing its rotation. Why did he deserve to die? Satoru Gojo inquires. Kobayashi Ichiro rises from the ground, tendril-like entities emerging from his blood-red eyes, lashing wildly through the surrounding air. The contours of both curse and human contort into grotesque shapes, and he falls silent for a few seconds before erupting in laughter, because when he awoke from anesthesia, I visited him and said, "Don't worry, your hand will surely recover well, life will get better." But his hand did not recover to its original state. Satoru Gojo, what? You find it absurd, don't you? You feel anger, don't you? Kobayashi Ichiro paces like a headless fly, disregarding the looming exorcism technique. Miserable, twisted, heretical Shinji Yuki. Damn it, I wasn't even his chief surgeon. I merely offered him polite, kind, friendly words, even soothing him with a reassuring smile. And then he remembered my name. He remembered only my name, stalking me, threatening me, even harassing my wife with phone calls. I shall not wield my medical knowledge to infringe upon human rights and civil liberties, even in the face of threats. The oppressive curse energy surged. And Kobayashi Ichiro raged frantically at Satoru Gojo, at the ruins, at the desolate streets. He should be damned. The azure vortex almost came to a standstill until Fong, whose indifferent voice interrupted Gojo's bewilderment. You've had enough. Spare us your anger as if you alone are the most emotional being in existence. You should be damned as well. Scum, pervert, heretic? Fong, who leaned against the wall, repeating Kobayashi Ichiro's profanities before eliciting a faint, sardonic smile. Let us discuss your human trafficking. Gojo momentarily paused in his breath, glancing at Fong, who, his muddled mind suddenly clearing. The azure at his fingertips brightened abruptly, and he unleashed a furious technique ball at the cursed spirit, shattering the grotesque tendrils of the malevolent entity. Standing atop the ruins, Gojo solidified the azure once more. And what of those 3 half-dead souls in the clinic? The gang distributing flyers outside the hospital, the social outcast who lost his kidneys in the morgue. Kobayashi Ichiro twisted his neck, his eyes dark, reflecting the brilliant blue of the azure. He stood tall, as if delivering a sermon, the flames of his rage waning, a thicker, more fervent heat rising from within his gaze. Your blood can be separated into plasma, red blood cells, platelets, and clotting factors, thereby saving more lives. Your connective ligaments can be scraped from bones and transplanted into the knees of national athletes. Even if you are deemed worthless, your vital organs, heart, liver, kidneys, can extend the lives of patients suffering from organ failure. Your teeth can be extracted for artificial cornea grafting. Your hair can be utilized as a leavening agent in baking. And your bones can serve as teaching molds. Even after your death, your sperm can enable women to conceive. The resulting child possesses immeasurable value. Gojo frowned deeply, while Kobayashi Ichiro's facade of amiability completely dissolved, contorting into a fusion of passion, fury, and grotesque rage. I, Kobayashi Ichiro, merely wish to aid the afflicted. Some are dying of kidney failure, others are bloodless, some require heart transplants, and here are many willing to sell, willing to barter. What is wrong with that? I employed more aesthetically pleasing suturing techniques. I respected them. I prolonged lives of greater value. I created more worth in existence. A surging aura of curses erupted from Kobayashi Ichiro, and the curse that had begun to dissipate under the impact of the azure began to reconsolidate, solidifying around him. The curses embraced him. I solemnly declare, Kobayashi Ichiro saw those curses and opened his arms to embrace them, as if they were proof of his faith. He cried out hoarsely, "You judge me? You have no right to judge me. I am a doctor, the one most qualified to assess the value of human organs. Do you deem it too cold-hearted to measure worth in monetary terms? That is the most equitable. Those who willingly exchange money should be the ones judged. They inherently possess no value for survival. I am the one who grants them worth, calculating prices based on lineage, hereditary diseases. And the unspeakable value of lives saved or lost is the fairest thing in the world. Worthless individuals, those who contribute nothing to society, prostitutes, beggars, the disabled, I have rendered them valuable. What sin have I committed? With autonomy, Gojo's fingertips twirled the azure ever faster, an ineffable cold fury spreading across his features. His chest trembled, even if the ones being exploited were those unrelated to sorcery. That shared crimson heart of humanity beat beneath the ribs of the sorcerer with a similar rhythm. Those who barter organs for money do so to improve their own lives, not to be imprisoned as mere blood bags in your clinic. The locked door, guarded by the gang at your threshold. Who is being threatened, you or the patients? At the hospital, where misfortune has already struck, deceptive flyers are distributed, coercive tactics employed, false promises made, luring the vulnerable, only to lock them away. The azure light shrank into a pinpoint, directly targeting Kobayashi Ichiro. Gojo loomed over him, his voice laced with chilling malice. I am a sorcerer. My duty is to exorcise the curses upon you without harming your body. Yet, your symbiosis with the curse means that exorcising the curse equates to your demise. You dare ask what your sin is? Let me make it abundantly clear. That doctor named Akira Shinji claims you have violated the Hippocratic Oath. Your sin is the betrayal of your vow. Your sin is that the Hippocratic Oath no longer exists. Technique, activate, azure. A tempest swept through. Dust billowed. I, Kobayashi Ichiro, proudly make these commitments. As a healthcare professional, I solemnly vow to dedicate my life to humanity. I shall prioritize the health and happiness of my patients above all else. I am an upper-tier curse, Kobayashi Ichiro, and I will exorcise successfully. Gojo remained bemused. The wail of sirens summoned a throng. Yet the auxiliary supervisors dispatched from the headquarters bore the responsibility of engaging with the non-sorcerers. The sun rose higher, casting an orange glow upon the ruins as the crowd encircled the remnants of the clinic. Resembling a swarm of ants converging upon a block of dust-colored sugar from the neighboring building. Gojo did not depart. He remained half-seated at the rooftop's edge, observing the chaos below. As those nearly drained of blood and stripped of all organs were taken away by ambulances, the newly born divine child suddenly exclaimed, "Will changing the system make things better?" Fanghu lifted his gaze to him, and Gojo seemed to find his answer, his blue eyes merging with the golden-orange light. Breathtakingly magnificent. Who? It shouldn't be so difficult to be a doctor, or, if reported, there would be time for review and appeal. Prohibiting the trade of human organs would ensure that no one dares to buy or sell. If non-sorcerers could establish an economic system founded on altruism as the source of medical care, would such occurrences cease to exist? Gojo stated, the same applies to other matters. As long as the system, rules, and institutions operate healthily, if non-sorcerers establish a sufficiently sound system, everything would improve, and sorcerers would not suffer so greatly. If sorcerers could establish a flawless system, mortality rates would decline. Fanghu regarded Gojo, who suddenly appeared awkward, attempting to cover his discomfort with an exaggerated stretch. I mean those weaker sorcerers. Their mortality rates are so high that even I, the strongest, feel that this title of strongest is rather feeble. Fanghu shook his head lightly, about to speak when a piercing cry of a child pierced the air. A woman in a half-skirt, cradling a child of modest size, had just disembarked from the police car. She shuffled through the crowd in cotton slippers, the child in her arms still too young for school, crying in fear as dirt from the ruins quickly smeared across his face. Tears glistened, tracing 2 dirty lines down his cheeks. Gojo blinked, observing the woman's and child's panicked faces. Is that not Kobayashi Misaki, Dr. Kobayashi's wife? Gojo pressed his lips together, akin to a cat perking up its ears. No longer gazing below, he turned his back to the chaos, instead focusing on the pale morning sky. Perhaps, is it not the system here that is flawed? Is that why the resentment of non-sorcerers runs so deep, causing sorcerers to exorcise and exorcise and exorcise? I have perused numerous reports, discovering that only the sorcerers of Neon exhibit the highest mortality rate. Fanghu responded promptly. Widow, no nation possesses an absolutely perfect system. Regarding human trafficking, nations have enacted corresponding laws and policies, yet illicit trade in organs and cadavers persists perpetually. The United States boasts an extensive industry surrounding the trade of corpses, while in India, bone traders pilfer remains from cemeteries to sell to companies producing anatomical supplies. In the United Kingdom, over 100,000 pituitaries have been stolen for the manufacture of human growth hormone, and in Bolivia, serial killers sell their victims' fat to European cosmetic companies for the creation of high-end creams. Fanghu met Wido's gaze and informed him. The issues are not confined to this place. Wherever humanity exists, problems will arise. Countless statistics reveal that while systems can intervene, regulate, and educate, they cannot eradicate the emergence of issues. Wido's jaw tightened as he bit down on his molars, feeling dejected and powerless. Humanity. He looked at Fanghu, who might be defined as a more advanced life form. Do you perceive humanity as ugly and inferior? Who? In your world, does humanity still exist? Fanghu paused. Responding softly, humanity endures, Widow. Individuals like Kobayashi Ichiro exist, and humanity will render its judgments, right or wrong, easily comprehensible. His actions stemmed from uncontrollable desires, breaching oaths, correct, Widow? Widow nodded gently, somewhat surprised to see Fanghu's lips curl into a subtle smile as he remarked, breach of oath is a facet of humanity's free desires. Widow was momentarily taken aback. He recognized that he was a cunning, sardonic individual, yet sometimes his statements left him momentarily speechless. Nonetheless, he found himself not disliking Mamoru's somewhat acerbic demeanor. He reached out and playfully tugged at Fanghu's earring, his gaze fixated on the swaying cat toy. His voice laced with an amused curiosity. You're quite the charmer, Mamoru. Fanghu raised his hand to still the movement of the earring, casting him a look urging him to behave. Widow smirked but consented to remain a passive listener, finding it rather amusing to hear his childhood friend mock humanity, especially since no one else would engage him in such captivating discourse. However, he noticed Fanghu inhaling deeply, his stance on the subject matter ambiguous. And the response he received was not as negative or sarcastic as he had anticipated, but rather intriguingly peculiar. Wodo struggled to articulate the subtle sensation, yet it felt oddly familiar. It reminded him of that day when he mentioned how old Juzi spoke ill of him. And Fanghu awkwardly reached out to pat his head. With a gentle sigh, Fanghu stated, "The reason humanity has not been superseded by programming is due to the possession of desires capable of obliterating everything." Before judging Kobayashi Ichiro, one might speculate whether he is the perpetrator. During the judgment, confusion may arise, leading to passive introspection, even if you ultimately cannot comprehend his actions, deeming them insane, pathological, or depraved. You inherently possess the capacity to discern madness and pathology. You cannot understand him, but you can know him. The next time, you may learn to anticipate his behavior. This is because you, like him, are human. Yet, humanity is merely a noun, while human desire is a verb. Your ability to anticipate him stems from your capacity to feel that desire. You know. Fanghu extended his hand, gesturing vaguely towards Wodo's heart. Thus, even if the world I once served boasts technology far superior to here, creating autonomous programs and lifeless technological entities, such constructs remain incapable of predicting humanity due to those desires which elude any computation. Inability to quantify the ethereal nature of desire results in a lack of understanding and anticipation. Even if all similar prerequisites are enumerated and executed, medical schools, hospitals, neurosurgery, reporting, dismissal, age, appearance, familial relations, what do you think will transpire, Wodo? Wodo furrowed his brow, deep in thought, a widespread wrongful conviction, or perhaps a low-probability wrongful killing. The outcome is the same. There will undoubtedly be innocent parties involved. Fanghu nodded. Hence, within the concept of programming, humanity is superior. Even humanity's most base deceit can outmaneuver the most logical computations of machines, for programs lack creativity and cannot conceive why humans delight in surprises. No machine can fathom why a person might suddenly change their mind while stealing a car, opting instead to rob a bank. Similarly, no program can learn to predict which individuals among billions will become the next Kobayashi Ichiro, and which will merely harbor a fleeting desire that vanishes as swiftly as it appeared. The voice of Fanghu grew slow and hesitant, as if struggling to find the right words to convey his thoughts, until he instinctively glanced at Wodo. Systems will never be perfect, yet they may function better, as long as those who respond to the system can master their inner desires, relish them, and refrain from succumbing to them. Fanghu paused, hoping he would respond similarly. Calling his name, Satoru. Wodo fell into a surprised silence for several seconds. He was astonished that Fanghu had expressed so much, but more so that he would provide a genuine, childhood friend response. Whether regarding his thoughts on systems or his somewhat disparaging views on humanity, Mamoru had replied with utmost seriousness. Mamoru did not offer a cold, binary response of yes or no, nor did he merely echo Wodo's sentiments about humanity's shortcomings. Instead, he seemed to guide him, instilling a sense of hope. It was as though he feared Wodo might succumb to despair, yet also feared he might not question anything, resolutely concluding on certain matters. Wodo pondered whether this sensation was merely an illusion wrought by his own human desires, yet he truly felt that his childhood friend had become even more endearing. Mamoru was not a rigid entity, merely dispensing perfunctory responses of execution or non-responsiveness. Wodo's lips curled upward, reminiscent of a cat's playful demeanor, as he instinctively followed his feelings, declaring, "I understand." Furthermore, he did not care whether Fanghu intended anything by it. Wodo continued, "I will not become cynical or extreme, believing humanity is beyond redemption, that they are all nefarious." Mamoru? Wodo's eyes sparkled with a mix of pride and subtle mischief. "Do not worry." Fanghu visibly faltered, diverting his gaze from Wodo to observe a woman stumbling amidst the ruins. Yet Wodo noticed he did not deny anything. Fanghu continued, "If humanity, like me, were to become programmatic constructs, or biorobots, advanced AIs, or artificial life, such an existence would signify humanity's conscious choice to become mere tools. Even in cases of coercion or manipulation without human knowledge or consent, becoming tools remains the outcome. The victims within the clinic, as well as those outside, are the results of such transformations into tools. Humanity may be lazy, easily distracted, stubborn, and prone to criminal tendencies. Yet it is precisely these traits that render humanity perpetually unpredictable. It is ironic, yet regardless of the power of data, what tempers it is not human perfection, but rather humanity's inherent flaws, their desires. The pure malice within the human soul has the capacity to suffocate even the most stable and predictable of dominions, along with the exploitation and oppression therein. Fanghu slightly tilted his head, discovering that Satoru Gojo had been gazing at him intently. Their bodies were positioned back to back, yet their eyes met with a gentle, serene connection. Satoru was resolute that Fong who cared for him. It was certainly not an illusion. Nevertheless, he persistently inquired, "And you? You have yet to articulate your thoughts on what you believe humanity to be." He was not merely seeking Fong who's perspective on humanity in general. Rather, he was probing into how his childhood companion, Mamoru, perceived the human Satoru. Fong who remained silent for a considerable time, raising his hand to touch his empty chest, feeling an odd, incessant rhythm emanating from within. Humanity is unique and extraordinary. Satoru, you are unique and extraordinary, he declared. Chapter 9, The Fall. The police had detained 3 gang members and rescued 3 individuals from Kobayashi Ichiro's clinic, a woman working in the red light district and 2 men who had been left destitute following their company's bankruptcy. The physician responsible for treating these victims remarked that he had never encountered such a situation. A healthy adult typically possesses at least 14 to 18 grams of hemoglobin per 100 milliliters of blood. However, the woman had only 6 grams, while the men had merely 4 grams. They had lost vital life fluids, their skin wrinkled from dehydration, pliable like clay, and would take a long time to recover. Furthermore, one of the men had lost a kidney, while the other had undergone bone marrow extraction. All had succumbed within a week of their rescue. The remaining female victim was still receiving treatment in the ICU. Kobayashi Ichiro's wife, Misaki Kobayashi, produced unaccounted illicit funds and donated them to the hospital for the victim's treatment. She remained silent about her husband's actions, only shedding tears while holding their child. However, as the police began to scrutinize the case's clues and evidence, particularly the financial trail linked to Ichiro, they discovered that the payments to his account were merely fixed salaries, while commissions and bonuses were funneled into Misaki's bank account from untraceable sources. She may not have known the specifics, but she was at least aware that her husband's dealings were nefarious. Moreover, there was one more matter, or rather, several individuals who had evaded detection. The future promising clinic housed numerous unidentified human tissues and a plethora of emails concerning external transactions. Yet, these were merely catalogued as evidence in the case of Yuki Shinjo's death. Kobayashi Ichiro was merely a facilitator in the transplantation process. For a transaction to occur, there must be a buyer, goods, and a seller. Naturally, in the real world, specific locations are also necessary. From this perspective, Ichiro, reduced to mere dust, was not even a name in the transaction's terminology. He was merely an accessory to the goods. This case commenced with Yuki Shinjo's demise and concluded with Kobayashi Ichiro's death. Satoru Gojo did not anticipate that the human trafficking case would be hastily closed by the relevant authorities. Before his emergence, his understanding of non-sorcerers, including police officers, hospitals, and various functional departments, was limited to definitions printed in textbooks. However, his formidable 6 eyes had long since endowed him with the ability to think critically. He observed Ichiro, yet his gaze extended beyond him, encompassing the market for human trafficking, policy oversights, institutional deficiencies, and societal chaos. Non-sorcerers wandered aimlessly, sorcerers toiled tirelessly. The higher-ups appeared strong, yet were weak at heart, and the sorcerer families remained indifferent and oblivious. Satoru learned that the tasks he had assigned to enslave Fong who had been submitted without any follow-up, igniting a surge of anger within him. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Perched on the hillside of Tokyo Jujutsu High, Satoru sat on the steps, stretching languidly while clutching a bottle of purchased soda. The remnants of orange liquid at the bottom of the bottle swirled in the sunlight, sparkling like silver. The case had been closed, as indicated by the notification that had just arrived on his phone, prompting him to gulp down the entire bottle of soda in a fit of frustration. After finishing the soda, Satoru rested his chin on his hand, his long legs casually draped over the steps, while his other hand toyed with the bottle's neck. The soda swirled lazily within the bottle, as he engaged Fong Hu in conversation. "Who? The non-sorcerer's case has been closed. The murderer is Kobayashi Ichiro, and then there is nothing more to say." He pondered whether those non-sorcerers were incapable of seeking the true mastermind behind the scenes, or simply lacked the motivation to do so. Satoru gazed down the hillside at the trees and houses of varying heights and sizes. Or perhaps they cannot find it, and even if they do, they cannot apprehend it. Thus, they choose not to search at all. In the sweltering summer, the cicadas chirped incessantly. A cool breeze rustled through Satoru's hair on the hillside. After waiting for several seconds without a response, he puffed up his cheeks in annoyance and exclaimed, Mamoru, what is the big deal? It's just a few flights of stairs." Satoru slapped his back and tapped his spine with his fingers, rhythmically knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Mamoru-chan, pay attention to me. Before him, Fong Hu's figure gradually solidified from a transparent state. Fong Hu glanced at Satoru and the soda in his hand. He scanned the area but found no second bottle. His expression remained calm but dark. What's the fuss? Even a salted fish has to climb stairs. Why should that be a concern? Moreover, Carrying weight while climbing stairs is not beneficial for your spine. Satoru was momentarily taken aback, blinking his innocent eyes. He stood up and spun around. Wait, what do you mean by carrying weight? My luggage was already delivered to the dormitory. Where's the burden? The soda bottle followed his movement as he hesitantly brought the empty container into their line of sight. Inside the soda bottle. Fanghu's expression warped like a matcha daifuku. Oh. Satoru narrowed his eyes slowly, grinning mischievously as he circled Fanghu, playfully brandishing his fingers. Then, he pulled another bottle of soda from his uniform pants pocket. While sitting earlier, he had cleverly hidden the soda away. With a smirk, Satoru exclaimed, Here. This is for you. How could the great Satoru Gojo leave his childhood friend to fend for himself? I wanted to give it to you as soon as I got it, but you just had to hide when you climbed the stairs. So lazy who? Fanghu's gaze fell upon the sparkling purple soda, his eyes skimming over the droplets clinging to the bottle and Satoru's fingers, which had dampened his pants pocket. The code execution speed felt a bit peculiar. Maintaining his composure, Fanghu accepted the soda and pressed the marble to open it. The soda fizzed to life with a sharp sound as Satoru teased in a high-pitched voice. Carrying weight while climbing stairs is not good for your spine. Not good at all. Hey, am I carrying weight? Am I? Satoru continued his playful banter. TSK. Oh dear. Does a certain overly cautious schemer see any weight on me? Amidst the cacophony, Fanghu calmly took a sip of the soda, glancing down to assess the flavor. Grape? Acceptable. Raising his head, lifting his leg, and stepping forward, he ascended the stairs. Shakespeare once remarked that good antivirus software can serenely disregard the clamor of the world. Fanghu, disregard failure. Fanghu glanced down at his waist, which was firmly grasped by Wutiao Wuju. Fanghu, so? You wish for me to uncover clues about the organ buyers? Wutiao Wuju, still holding on to Fanghu's waist, dragged him backward. Upon hearing the question, he shook his head, stood up, and bared his teeth, his sharp canines gleaming with dissent. Although he was quite displeased with that group of rotten oranges. One thing he now deemed reasonable was that sorcerers and non-sorcerers should indeed keep to their own affairs, first tidying up their own messes before meddling in others' matters. Wutiao Wuju shrugged slightly, a look of disdain on his face, adding, Moreover, why should I interfere in matters that non-sorcerers themselves do not care about? Fanghu, seemingly deep in thought, fixed his gaze on Wutiao Wuju. A rather too human-like thought flickered through his mind, prompting him to nod in response. Wutiao Wuju leaned closer, his expression pitiful as he whined. So, I just want you to Mamoru me. Ignoring me will make me feel utterly lonely. Fanghu calmly brushed his forehead with his fingertips, remarking, If you were to alter your chaotic self-reference, especially changing Itomi, it would enhance your credibility. Furthermore, do I need to remind you that before my demise, your death is improbable? Wutiao Wuju shook his head, pouting as he touched his forehead. What a killjoy. I won't actually die, it's just my spirit, my soul. The beauty within my soul is perishing due to your indifference. Fanghu remained impassive, responding perfunctorily with a nod. If you've decided to ignore it, then ignore it. Be a salted fish, for labor is a sin. Wutiao Wuju cast a disdainful glance at Fanghu, opening his mouth only to forcibly swallow back the retort about how he always thought of salted fish. He had grown weary of the phrase. If it weren't for you pulling out my sword. Ugh. Wutiao Wuju hurriedly rubbed his ears, standing on a higher step as he pulled Fanghu along. The two ascended the stairs side by side. Fanghu climbed with a sense of apathy. It did not return to the sword. However, the one who had been shouting about dying from being ignored grew quiet, his lips pursed in contemplation. Deeply immersed in thought, while tossing an empty soda bottle absent-mindedly. The mountain was tranquil, the only sounds being the incessant chirping of insects and the dull thud of bottles colliding. Passing by a trash can near the mountain's peak. Wutiao Wuju took Fanghu's empty bottle and discarded both soda bottles within. The plastic clinked with a rustling sound as Wutiao Wuju suddenly inquired, Who? You are the strongest antivirus software, correct? Fanghu paused slightly, replying affirmatively. Indeed, if one were to consult the program rankings. Wutiao Wuju inhaled deeply the mountain air, exhaling slowly, leaning against the stones that served as railings on either side of the stairs, asking, Mamoru, what do you think the strongest sorcerer is like? With 6 eyes. They say I am strong, having slain curse users. They have claimed I have been strong since birth, asserting that because I altered the balance of the world. Curses grew stronger, thus I must also be formidable. I shall be the strongest. Wutiao Wuju tilted his head toward the faint sunlight, lost in thought. Thus, I too believe I shall be the strongest. It is only natural. It should be me, destined to be me, just as edamame cream daifuku is the mightiest daifuku. I too shall be the most powerful sorcerer. Yet, Wutiao Wuju turned to reveal a hint of confusion in his eyes. What does it mean to be the strongest? He questioned, Isn't Shinjo Yukio unable to fully recover his hand because he did not encounter the strongest doctor? And Dr. Kobayashi Ichiro, collapsed not because he lacked skill, but because he did not possess the strongest mindset? And what about Shinji Ikari, that somewhat weak yet oddly eccentric fellow, who could only displace Kobayashi Ichiro to become the strongest? Wu-Tiao Wuju kicked at the stone surface, his voice muffled. Mamoru, I do not understand what it means to be the strongest. I thought as long as one could exorcise cursed spirits, everything would be fine. But it seems not to be so. Fanghu fell silent for a few seconds, letting out a slight sigh. The reason I topped the charts is due to my absence of advertisements, my rapid response, and my ability to take action without unnecessary chatter. Boasting a top antivirus count, Wu-Tiao Wuju was momentarily taken aback, his scattered thoughts momentarily stalled. His lips suddenly curling into a smile as he leaned in closer to Fanghu, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, no ads, ha ha. Are ads plastered on the software's face, ha ha. Fanghu exhaled heavily, his neural circuits buzzing, ultimately closing his eyes and gritting his teeth, pretending not to hear. Once the laughter subsided, Fanghu continued with the latter part of his statement. During my tenure, no data has been compromised or destroyed. I am the most reliable defense line of the host. Wu-Tiao Wuju chuckled again, though this time his laughter was subdued, his eyes and brow aglow with warmth, resembling a street lamp adorned with frost, glimmering in the sunlight. That's splendid. Wu-Tiao Wuju's brows curved with delight as he cheerfully called out Fanghu's name. Mamoru. The brilliant blue reflected in his eyes, akin to the tail of a comet burning out. Fanghu slightly shifted his gaze, his voice soft and hesitant, merely responding with an mm. With his heels planted on the ground to support his body, Wu-Tiao Wuju lightly turned around. Noticing Wu-Tiao Wuju still appeared contemplative while ascending the stairs with a spring in his step, Fanghu sighed, recounting some past events, hoping to inspire him with the essence of strength. Fanghu spoke. When I was created, I was not the strongest antivirus software. It was only through scanning, protecting, and exterminating viruses that the more I eradicated, the more types of viruses I could counter, and the more I could decipher. Observing Wu-Tiao Wuju's gaze upon him, Fanghu's voice faltered momentarily. The logic of antivirus software is thus: kill, learn, and kill again, until replaced by updated code, or until unable to exterminate viruses, succumbing to them, vanishing amidst the countless streams of data. Without me, there would be no me. Wu-Tiao Wuju slightly parted his lips, earnestly gazing at his indifferent childhood friend. He suddenly comprehended why he had persistently clung to retirement and a life of idleness. And he felt a more genuine and tangible connection to the concept of being the strongest, akin to the sensation of fog enveloping him, the touch of moisture palpable. Yet, a peculiar and indescribable emotion stirred within him. He had drawn out Hu's sword, though it was merely a sword that had caused him to merge into Hu's being. He had become the host, leaving Hu unable to rest, just like the protective net that had always been active. Yet he treated Hu well. He had engaged in conversation with Hu and even played games together. He had shared banana towers, vanilla ice cream, molten lava cakes, basque cheesecake, and edamame cream daifuku. But if he did not draw out the sword, Fanghu would not choose anyone, nor would he choose him, and he would not remain his childhood friend. All those chattering words, the lonely moments, the desserts, and the games would lose their other half. This hypothetical notion caused Wu-Tiao Wuju to furrow his brow in displeasure. Wait. Wu-Tiao Wuju's eyes widened suddenly, his steps freezing as if caught in a frame. He hastily turned aside, grasping Fanghu's arm, his voice light and almost playful. I have drawn the sword. I have chosen you, so you shall be my childhood friend, not just a cold software. It is not the noun childhood friend, but rather a verb and an adjective, a living embodiment of that childhood friend. Regardless, I have never regarded you as mere software. So let us agree not to perceive each other in such simplistic terms. You shall be my childhood friend, and I will be yours. Transcending the roles of host and antivirus software, Fanghu furrowed his brow, an unusual sight for him, as data whirled at high speed, failing to grasp the convoluted expressions of humanity. However, Satoru Gojo was exuberant, speaking with rapid fervor. After his spirited monologue, he playfully patted Fanghu on the back, his eyes a striking shade of blue. I have discerned the essence of strength, Mamoru. It is the choice to wield the sword. Your sword is embedded within the ancestral home. They all dare not touch it, yet I reached forth to unsheath it. Had I not drawn your sword that day, you could have retired. But Mamoru, there is no had I in this scenario. Satoru Gojo exclaimed with fervor. I was born to be the strongest. Hence when the sword falls, I shall undoubtedly respond. The sword has chosen me, and you have chosen me. You may retire, or choose to be a mere bystander. You may become antivirus software, or you may be my childhood friend, savoring my edamame and cream-filled daifuku, because I have drawn your sword, and I shall respond to you. taking responsibility for you. I am your splendid host, and you are my idle childhood friend. The reverse holds true as well, for Mamoru. Satoru Gojo inhaled deeply. The strongest is the one who unsheathes the sword, the one who can respond to it. Fong, who stared blankly at the profoundly whimsical white cat, struggling to fully comprehend the human dialogue, yet instinctively recognizing that Gojo's reference to unsheathing the sword might transcend mere physicality. The human host spoke of an ancient symbol, the reverberations of which stirred within Fong Hu, prompting him to instinctively raise a hand, as if to conceal his voice within a hidden tent. Yet for reasons unknown, his fingertips trembled, and the tent dispersed. Satoru Gojo proclaimed loudly, "My strength lies in being able to respond whenever someone chooses me." Fong Hu gazed at him, still unable to grasp the entirety of the sentiment, only aware that those blue eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance. Such brilliance. Chapter 10, The Beginning of Hwaiyu. Mamoru. My strength lies in being able to respond whenever someone chooses me. The strongest. Strong. The echoes lingered, startling many birds nestled within the mountains. The leaves rustled, and 3 heads peeked from the mountain summit. Wow, that sounds quite lively. Indeed, it does. The newcomers appear rather intriguing. Upon hearing the commotion, Satoru Gojo turned dramatically, his silver hair flaring up like a cat's, his astonished gaze directed at the 3 individuals emerging from the periphery of his vision, leaving his mind momentarily blank. His mouth agape. Among them were Nightingale Mazamichi, alongside a male and female stranger. The girl, with a lollipop in her mouth, wore a gentle smile. Yet the curvature at the corners of her eyes and the tear mole beneath her right eye hinted at a subtle mischief. Oheu. She produced her lollipop, waved her hand, her voice languid and light, reminiscent of a koala that had indulged in caffeine. I'm Shoko Yeri. Beside her, the boy with a bun hairstyle. His eyes and brows elongated, formed a crescent-like arc. He casually inserted one hand into his pocket, exuding an air of nonchalance, yet his tone was notably polite and friendly. You must be a sorcerer this year as well? Then we should be peers, Geto Suguru. Just call me Suguru. Satoru Gojo raised an eyebrow slightly, waved at Shoko Yeri. Exchanging names, his gaze sweeping over Suguru Geto. He narrowed his eyes, instinctively scrutinizing this individual named Suguru. The bangs of Suguru Geto's hair were styled distinctly, yet the neatness of the strands pulled back accentuated the singular lock that fell forward, resembling a meticulously placed punctuation mark, a striking contrast. Even as his demeanor remained gentle and harmless, an air of arrogance emanated from his casual posture. Satoru Gojo smirked, intrigued by the haughty demeanor beneath Suguru's polished facade. Despite encountering those who masked their malice with honeyed words, none dared confront him with such an attitude. Thus, Satoru Gojo let out a scoff. Are you challenging me? Beneath his round sunglasses, sparks of confrontation ignited instantly. Gojo refrained from reciprocating Suguru's greeting, creating an increasingly tense atmosphere. The perceptive Shoko Yeri glanced between the two, attempting to ease the brewing tension. She drawled her syllables slowly. Then I shall do the same. Since we are peers, just call me Shoko. Her words lingered, dissipating into the charged air between Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, whose rivalry intensified for no apparent reason, driven by a universal sentiment, dissatisfaction. Satoru Gojo flexed his wrist, a gesture of provocation, while Suguru Geto shifted his neck, a hint of smoke rising. Nightingale Mazamichi, who had been silently observing, felt a twitch at his temple. Aiming to foster interaction among the first-year students, he had intended for them to engage freely. However, the notion of free interaction hardly encompassed squabbles upon first meeting. Nightingale Mazamichi took a deep breath, feeling the urge to embody the role of a teacher surge within him, his nerves pulsing toward his hand, veins bulging, as he resolved to establish authority through a firm hand. In that moment, the atmosphere at the sorcery school was charged with tension, and none noticed Fong Hu standing quietly behind Satoru Gojo. Fong Hu had remained entranced, having merely cast a glance at the 3 newcomers. His expression was consistently subdued, his emotions kept in check, thus his presence diminished beside the imposing Satoru Gojo. In contrast to Satoru's declarations of strength, Fong Hu's neural pathways were more attuned to another statement. I have drawn your sword, and I shall respond to you, taking responsibility. Fong Hu's mind became tumultuous with this phrase, compelling him to focus more intently, suppressing the chaotic data streams. The human had uttered words that could induce a malfunction in antivirus software. Every antivirus software diligently performs its duty until retirement, replaced by a new program or discarded by the host. Demise, fighting for the host until death, demise. Thus, Satoru. Fong Hu gazed quietly at Satoru Gojo, following the brilliance of his luminous eyes to Suguru Geto, where the surging energy of cursed techniques pulsated. In the next instant, an icy arc of energy enveloped Satoru Gojo. A host bears no responsibility for an antivirus software, This principle has always been reversed. Satoru, like a green serpent, silken and sinuous, the cursed energy coiled around Satoru Gojo, flickering in and out of visibility, subtly reflecting a cold sheen akin to serpentine scales. Within it lay an overwhelming sense of destruction, prompting Nightingale Mazumichi's temples to throb, compelling him to instinctively position himself before Suguru Geto and Shoko Yeri. Is this the boundless potential of Satoru Gojo? Nightingale Mazumichi felt as if he were facing a laser cannon capable of piercing through a special-grade cursed spirit. Under the sunlight, the sorcerer's techniques bore witness to the profoundly eccentric white-haired peer, Satoru Gojo, whose aura shimmered faintly yet remained as resilient as cold iron. Suguru Geto raised an eyebrow, the arc of his squinted eyes tightening as the brown irises narrowed. From Satoru Gojo's volatile energy, he discerned the shadow of a formidable and fierce weapon. Yet, Suguru Geto exhibited no signs of trepidation. His jaw clenched tightly to the point of discomfort, and his body trembled with the fervor of confronting a formidable adversary. His heart raced furiously, and he withdrew his hand from his pocket, fingers curling slightly, excitement rendering him momentarily unsteady. Sorcerers, the realm of sorcery, the Academy for Sorcerers, and his fellow sorcerers, the manipulation of cursed spirits was poised to unleash its power against Satoru Gojo, who emanated a pressure akin to a summer deluge. In this moment, Geto felt a near-paralyzing sensation of exhilaration. Amidst the chaos, the most bewildered and innocent party was undoubtedly Satoru Gojo himself. The cursed energy emanating from his opponent was so familiar that it momentarily rendered him utterly bewildered. When did my cursed energy turn green? He pondered, connecting it with Mamoru. As he regained his composure, the domain of his 6 eyes discerned that the typically faint green cursed energy surrounding his friend had intensified dramatically. The delicate flow of cursed energy that had previously danced at his fingertips now surged like a mighty serpent, shimmering with an icy brilliance. Gojo's eyes widened in shock as he perceived the genuine intent of his childhood friend, a moment before the unleashed technique could devastate the opposing side. His pupils quaked as he swiftly extended his hand, grasping the serpent's vulnerable midsection, akin to seizing the hilt of a sword, an eerily familiar sword. Gojo endeavored to prevent his friend from recklessly slaying their peer, yet as he reached out, the seasoned combatant on the opposing side remained composed. While Geto misinterpreted the gesture as an offensive signal, the technique mastered by Geto was one that allowed him to dominate cursed spirits and bend them to his will. Instinctively, the cursed spirit retaliated, emerging from the underbrush with horns and skin resembling gnarled roots. The foul stench assaulted Gojo's senses as the horned spirit lunged toward him. In an instant, Gojo's cursed technique flickered at his fingertips, and Geto, realizing the misunderstanding, raised his arm slightly to retract his energy. The lollipop in Kinji Hikari's mouth changed direction, producing a subtle clinking noise as it struck his teeth. Meanwhile, the seasoned sorcerer, Yuta Okatsu, deftly maneuvered his puppet bear to flank the horned spirit. Time appeared to suspend as the cursed energy surged atop the Academy's peak, shadows dancing among the trees. The blinding green flames engulfed the scene. The 3-meter-tall cursed spirit disintegrated like paper before their eyes, while the overwhelming cursed energy of the puppet bear rendered half of its form into nothingness. In the heart of the collision of cursed energies, the air twisted slightly. Dust fell, revealing Satoru Gojo before the formidable Yuta Okatsu, whose energy surged with lethal intent. In this realm, where humanity deemed cursed spirits as viruses or curses, Okatsu saw no distinction. The sole purpose of an antivirus was to protect its host, whether facing a murderer, a demon, a cursed spirit, or even Godzilla. Even as fatigue from slaughter weighed heavily upon him, and a wish to be a mere bystander was permitted by the human host, Okatsu's gaze fixed upon Geto, who radiated a distinctly viral essence. To the antivirus, Geto was perhaps more aptly described as a humanoid Trojan virus. A sardonic smile played on Okatsu's lips. No antivirus could tolerate a virus daring to provoke it directly, especially not in the presence of its host. With his palm tilted upward and fingers poised, Okatsu's lethal intent aimed squarely at Geto. Especially considering you're doing this in front of his host, even a bystander can turn into a predator, Okatsu declared. Gojo, stunned, felt an unusual warmth coursing through his spine. His pupils trembled as he processed the implications of Okatsu's intent. The 6 eyes could decipher a fragment of the workings of Geto's technique, and Gojo was aware of Mamoru's nature. Thus, a swift realization struck him. Okatsu intended to eliminate Geto, as if he were a virus. With a flick of his fingers, Gojo launched himself forward, wrapping his arms around Okatsu's waist. Hey, Geto, you need to explain to Mamoru. This is a misunderstanding. You're not a virus. You're not a cursed spirit. You're not going to ambush my cursed spirit either. Gedo paused momentarily, acknowledging that his technique could easily be misconstrued, accepting Gojo's impudent remarks with relative composure. Yet, in the blink of an eye, someone had obliterated his technique, leaving him both astonished and slightly indignant. He turned his gaze towards Mamoru, whom Gojo had referenced, with cursed energy mirroring his hair's hue. Gedo noted the cerulean vortex that had flickered at Gojo's fingertips moments before. So, that earlier display of energy surrounding the white-haired Mamoru was indeed his? Mamoru donned the Academy's uniform, appearing more casual in a hooded sweatshirt than the rest. His hair shared the same striking hue as Gojo's. And along with Kinji Hikari, Gedo couldn't help but smile, finding their cohort's hairstyles rather trendy. Hey, long bangs. Gojo called incredulously from behind Okatsu. What are you dawdling for? I can't stop Mamoru from going berserk. You'll get pummeled. Long bangs. Gedo echoed, his brow twitching slightly as his teeth ground together. He took a deep breath and, with a gentle smile towards the increasingly agitated Okatsu, said, "Hello, I'm Suguru Gedo. It seems we have a misunderstanding." Okatsu's lashes fluttered slightly as he cast a glance at Gedo, trapped in Gojo's embrace like a sandbag. His hands pinned at his sides, he was bombarded by Gojo's incessant chatter about misunderstandings and the insistence that he wasn't a virus. Alongside the repeated mention of Mamoru, Okatsu's gaze locked onto Gedo's, the intense malice radiating from his green eyes rendering Gedo's smile momentarily frozen. After steadying himself, Gedo continued, "I initially assumed Gojo's gesture was an attack, prompting my instinct to retaliate. However, I harbor no malicious intent to ambush or harm him. Right, Mamoru?" Gedo endeavored to project friendliness. "This truly is a misunderstanding. You just exorcised the cursed spirit I was controlling, didn't you? You should be able to sense its low level." Okatsu remained silent, his icy gaze shifting downward to Gedo's abdomen, then back up to meet his eyes again. Organs. Blood, muscles, bones, excluding the brain. The essence radiating from Gedo's very being provoked a sense of irritation in the antivirus. Reminiscent of a firework ignited in the frigid air of winter, the chill penetrating deeply into the lungs. While humans might stomp their feet or rub their hands to warm themselves, Okatsu, feeling the cold, would simply unleash a blast of unbounded, sending all viruses toward extinction. Gedo instinctively took a step back, a chill running down his spine as the warmth in his heart and earlobes rapidly dissipated. He realized that the look Okatsu directed at him bore no resemblance to the competitive desire of one sorcerer toward another, nor the recognition or disdain one human might hold for another. The gaze conveyed a pure, unyielding metallic malice, akin to the roaring, steaming engines of the 18th century. A misunderstanding? Gedo felt a slight prickle at the back of his neck, his thoughts momentarily clouded. Like those who witnessed the advent of steam engines, he found himself at a loss for words, breathing heavily, momentarily forgetting the very existence of language. Yaga Yoshinobu remained acutely aware of the new students. Realizing that what was merely an introductory meeting could spiral into chaos, akin to a wild dog careening toward the dramatic unknown. However, curiously enough, once Satoru Gojo had restrained Fushiguro, that vague sense of impending doom regarding Tokyo Jujutsu High dissipated. At that moment, Yaga crouched down, tears streaming from his eyes as he clutched a wounded plush bear, adjusting his brown-tinted sunglasses with a trembling hand, intently caressing the lone remaining ear of the toy. Beside him, Shoko Yeri also crouched down, a soft white glow like cotton candy emanating from her palm, gently cascading onto the plush bear. On the other side, Suguru Gedo found himself inexplicably tongue-tied, while Satoru Gojo dramatically pulled down his sunglasses and erupted in frustration. "How dare you injure me, you foul-haired fiend? Hello?" With one arm securely around Fushiguro's waist to prevent any silent retaliation, he provocatively waved his other hand, shaking his index finger in a taunting manner. "I could crush you with one hand. Even if you tried to ambush me, you wouldn't lay a finger on me. And let me remind you." Gojo shoved Fushiguro behind him, defiantly challenging Gedo. "Is Mamoru what you call him? He my childhood friend. Mine." Gedo's cheeks puffed out as he encountered the brash white-haired figure. And upon grasping the entirety of his words, he realized he had overthought the situation. They were merely a pair of exceedingly eccentric childhood friends. Taking a deep breath, he maintained his smile and focused on Fushiguro, radiating an aura of sincere apology. "Mamoru-kun." Fushiguro, half hidden behind Gojo, locked eyes with him, exhaling an irritated sigh. They were purifiers, and every action they took was intended to eliminate malice without fail. In their line of work, no one ever paused midway. Yet, when the host demanded restraint, the antivirus software had no authority to overstep its bounds. Fushiguro nodded at anyone in the vicinity, and the swirling turquoise cursed energy around him came to a halt, dissipating like dust in the wind. Gojo released a breath of relief, loosening his grip and flashing a familiar grin at Fushiguro, his voice laced with affection. "You're so fierce, Mamoru." Fushiguro remained silent, withdrawing his hand, emanating a palpable chill, quite literally. Gojo's arm felt as if it had frozen off from Fushiguro's icy demeanor, and he scratched his head in bewilderment, chasing after the gaze of his childhood friend, only to find the glimmer of desire and tranquility in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a distinctly annoyed and agitated glare directed at him. Gojo exclaimed, "Yay?" Chapter 11, Breaking the Ice. Unbelievable, utterly incredulous. Yaga sighed deeply. The sun hung high in the sky, and logically, the new university students should be amicably seated in a classroom, engaged in friendly banter. Instead, he, as their teacher and principal, found himself standing at the crest of a slope near the school gate, perpetually anxious that students might engage in a brawl that could escalate to the administrative office. Yaga placed a hand on his glasses frame. "Gojo, Geto, Fushiguro." Clutching the plush bear that had been healed by reversal techniques, he rose and quietly thanked Yeri, then raised his voice toward the three young men. "You all need to act like students. Almost coming to blows on your first meeting, I understand your youthful exuberance and defiance, but," he continued, "Tokyo Jujutsu High is unlike any other school. The concept of being a cohort here is entirely different. Geto, Yeri, Gojo, Fushiguro. You four will be classmates as jujutsu sorcerers, and you will team up for exorcism missions, becoming companions and allies, while I shall serve as your homeroom teacher." Yaga's expression darkened. "So, from this moment on, I expect you to keep all your thoughts to yourselves." Down the slope, Gojo slightly pouted but obediently responded with a soft, "Okay." Geto glanced at him, shrugged lightly, and replied in a gentle tone, "Understood, Teacher Yaga." Nodding, Yaga's gaze returned to Gojo, who looked back at him with a confused expression, pointing to himself. "Gojo asked me?" Yaga closed his eyes, suppressing yet another sigh of exasperation. "Gojo, how long do you and Fushiguro plan to linger at the entrance of Jujutsu High?" Attempting to muster a teacher's smile, he ultimately failed. Birds fluttered their wings as they took flight, leaves rustled softly, and the entrance of Jujutsu High remained lively. "Bustling since morning. Geto, Gojo, Fushiguro, all three of you come up here. It's time for enrollment." Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow upon the cobblestones at the entrance of Jujutsu High. Yaga glanced back at Gojo and Geto, who were still baring their teeth at each other, before shifting his gaze to the composed Yeri. He sighed deeply. Indeed, girls are so much easier to manage. Tokyo Jujutsu High was enveloped by a barrier that concealed it from the outside world, creating an illusion that rendered the school invisible. To ordinary people, it appeared as just another hillside. Little did they know that perched atop the hill was a man-made structure that split the mountains in two, the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School. From the outside, the campus resembled a collection of solemn temples and shrines, yet most of it existed only as an illusion. The formidable barrier surrounding the school was primarily due to its function of containing highly dangerous cursed objects. Furthermore, the residence of the heavenly restriction, the Star Corridor, lay hidden beneath the school, serving as the foundation for Japan's primary barriers. Yaga succinctly explained the significance of the barrier and led the first-year students to the dormitory building. The dormitory featured a traditional design, constructed of wood, 2 stories high, with a gabled roof and distinctly defined window panes. Upon arriving, the fragrant aroma of tatami mats and cypress wafted from within the building. Outside the dormitory stood a somewhat incongruous vending machine, adorned in vibrant cola colors, which surprised Geto. The blend of ancient and modern sensibilities felt subtly peculiar, prompting Geto to unconsciously feel a twinge of excitement. He exchanged coins for a soda, while Yeri joined him, opting for an adorably packaged gummy candy. Holding the chilled soda can, Geto lifted his gaze to admire the serene and antiquated campus architecture, feeling a mix of emotions. To be honest, after seeing so many shrines and torii gates along the way, I thought I was about to enter a remote mountain forest, completely cut off from the world, or perhaps engage in some form of ascetic practice without any signal. Yeri, one hand clutching her phone, snapped a photo of the candy packaging, her voice still lazy but conveying a cheerful tone. "Yeah, it's actually quite nice here." She smiled, tilting her phone to show Geto the network signal, which quickly confirmed that the message had been sent successfully. Geto blinked, realizing the image she had sent, and instinctively remarked, "Sanrio, right?" He pointed at the candy photo Yeri had shared and the candy bag she held. "I remember a lot of girls have been fond of that cat lately." "What was it called?" Geto pondered. "Kitty Cat?" "It's Hello Kitty," she replied. Kaido Shirako gently tugged at the edge of her candy bag, allowing the image of the bow-tied cat to come into sharper focus. I had strolled through the city a few times, yet the Hello Kitty branded confections were perpetually sold out, and I had resigned myself to never collecting them. Thus, it came as a delightful surprise to find them here. Suguru Geto's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. a true friend to girls in his supportive demeanor, sharing a similar age and encountering each other just outside the gates of Jujutsu High. Their mutual identity as sorcerers swiftly opened the floodgates of conversation, leading them to exchange line contacts. Suguru, with a playful touch, appended a bow to Shirako's name and noted her fondness for Hello Kitty in his contacts, his thoughtfulness almost betraying his gender. Noticing Shirako's sudden silence, Suguru offered an explanation. I apologize if I've been impolite. It's merely a habit of mine to jot down the preferences of those I meet, as I find it rather cold to only remember names. He glanced at Shirako, adding, if you feel offended. Shirako shook her head and teasingly remarked, it seems likely that Suguru will become a heartthrob for girls, doesn't it? Suguru paused, momentarily taken aback, as Shirako lowered her gaze to update his contact information online. She showed him her phone, revealing that she had added heartthrob before his name, prompting a resigned chuckle from him. Please, spare the first-year heartthrob, Suguru Geto, he bantered, his voice carrying the youthful timbre of adolescence, enveloped in the ambient sounds of Yaga Yoshinobu introducing the layout of Jujutsu High, which made the latter realize that no one was paying attention. Consequently, Yaga abandoned his role as the school's encyclopedia, ushering the students into the dormitory to allow them the freedom to choose their accommodations. He departed with several first-year students to register their jujutsu information, ensuring they would not get lost amidst the misleading facades of the temple and shrine, while Shirako and Suguru formed a congenial bond as new students. The childhood friends Wataru Gojo and Tosaka Fushiguro found themselves in a peculiar state of coldness, more chilly than confrontational, upon entering the dormitory and surveying the layout, which featured similarly equipped rooms. Shirako, though silent, prompted Suguru to take the initiative, recognizing her need for a more private space as a girl. He proactively communicated with Wataru, suggesting that the boys occupy one floor while allowing Shirako and any future female students to have another. Wataru, somewhat distracted, nodded and casually indicated two adjacent rooms on one floor, saying, Hey, Suguru, I'll stay here with Fushiguro. Suguru raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, noting that Wataru had refrained from bestowing upon him any unflattering nicknames, addressing him politely instead. This small gesture somewhat softened his feelings toward Wataru. All right, I'll take the other side, Suguru replied. After a brief moment of hesitation, he glanced at Wataru and the stoic Fushiguro behind him. Reflecting on their previous conflict, which had resembled a childish scuffle, he recognized his own shortcomings, and thus relaxed his perpetually tense shoulders. Just call me Suguru. We'll be comrades from now on. After all, he smiled graciously, adding, I'll help Shirako carry her luggage upstairs. See you later, Wataru. After a moment's hesitation, he added, Fushiguro. Wataru waved him off, and as soon as Suguru turned, he swiftly dragged his suitcase, pulling Fushiguro into the room and playfully shoving him onto the bed. Fushiguro sat on the bed as Wataru, arms crossed, looked at him with a mix of curiosity and mischief. Do you dislike Suguru Geto? Fushiguro remained silent, calmly regulating his temperature. Wataru leaned back slightly, retrieving a soft blanket from beneath Fushiguro. Wrapping himself in it like a cloak, he casually tossed aside his sunglasses, revealing his bright blue eyes filled with exuberance. He moved about playfully in front of Fushiguro, his hands busy unpacking, his gaze fixed on Fushiguro rather than the scattered belongings. You're quite upset, aren't you? Wataru half squatted beside the suitcase, and upon receiving no response, he cheerfully approached his friend, looking up at him like a fluffy ball of fur. So angry. Super angry. Fushiguro glanced at him, noting the new toothbrush he was inexplicably holding. Their eyes met, and Wataru playfully poked at Fushiguro's earring with the toothbrush, attempting to pacify his childhood friend. Don't be mad. Suguru isn't a virus. His curse technique is just a bit peculiar. Fushiguro ignored him, prompting Wataru to whine. It's so cold. This endless chill is unbearable. Mamoru, are you a child? If you're so angry, you should artificially cool down and turn into a walking popsicle. The silver-black earring wobbled slightly as Fushiguro tilted his head, somewhat roughly grabbing the corner of Wataru's blanket and tossing him onto the bed. Stop poking around. Wataru landed on the bed in a comical fashion, bouncing back up without feeling any lingering coldness, while Fushiguro had already moved to the edge of his suitcase. As he reorganized his belongings, Wataru stood up and sat in the center of the room, watching Fushiguro straighten the sheets. Logically, no antivirus software would assist others in making their beds. However, encountering the human host Wataru, Fushiguro found himself compelled to perform some unconventional tasks to ensure the smooth operation of his host, providing treats, making beds, listening to Wataru's incessant chatter, enduring the virus's provocations, and even managing to keep the virus at bay. All these responsibilities made caring for a human quite challenging, especially one with unique maintenance needs. Wataru remained silent, Yet a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth as he sat cross-legged on the floor, chin resting on his hand, gazing at Fushiguro. Once Fushiguro had tidied up his supplies like a dutiful fairy tale character, Wataru began to meow insistently. Mamoru. Fushiguro merely responded with silence. Mamoru, Wataru persisted. Fushiguro glanced at him. The room faced the sun, and the open window allowed sunlight to cascade over Wataru, who sat on the floor, his fingers lazily draping like translucent jade in the light. He unsheathed his sword for the second time. Mamoru. Wataru's voice resonated, merging with the warm hues of the wooden floor. Fushiguro's eyelashes fluttered momentarily before he averted his gaze, his attention drawn to the sole cool-colored wall in the room. After a pause, he declared, "I will follow your orders." Wataru scrambled up from the floor, pulling Fushiguro down alongside him. The two leaned against the wall, gazing at the sunlight streaming onto the wooden floor. Wataru reached out to touch Fushiguro's hand, noting its significantly lower temperature. Fushiguro remained silent, prompting Wataru to mutter, "You're still upset, aren't you? Such a childish temper. Aren't you supposed to be lazy? Yet here you are, working hard. That Lu-Hai boy's cursed spirit is only a level or two. My song has been prepared, and the endless chill is activated. Do you really want to collapse an entire mountain?" Wataru pondered aloud. Then that Tian Yuan might just get blown away. He gently wrapped his arm around Fong Hu, cradling him as one would a hand warmer, the warmth of humanity enveloping them like a cat's tail curling around a forearm. Satoru Gojo casually remarked, "What does Tenjin look like? I've heard he has lived for quite some time and possesses immortality techniques. Do you suppose he might be a grotesque sight? Or perhaps a curious youthful visage?" With a slight crinkle of his nose, Gojo added, "Ugh, that sounds rather repulsive." At this juncture, Gojo suddenly paused, turning his face to scrutinize Fong Hu with curiosity, asking, "I've always wondered, Mamoru, do you have an age?" Fong Hu, taken aback, hesitantly shook his head. "I have no age. To be born is to be born." Gojo responded with an "oh," then turned away again. He shook one leg, which rested on the floor, and, with a light-hearted tone, said, "That sword resides within me. You are synchronized with me, aren't you?" He gestured with his hand in a playful manner, chuckling softly. "When we first met, you seemed a tad taller than I am now. But with my 6 eyes, your form appears rather blurry. I remember the sword disappearing into my body. You shrank away in an instant." Thinking back on the expressions of those old men, and Gojo burst into genuine laughter, still holding onto Fong Hu's arm, causing both of them to sway unsteadily. Fong Hu let out a soft sigh, explaining, "The sword is my source code. Once it enters your body, it merges with human genetic life. As for physical age, it aligns with yours." Gojo instantly interjected, "So Mamoru is synchronized with me." He turned his face, grinning as he leaned closer, his movements so swift that his nose brushed lightly against Fong Hu's. Gojo appeared momentarily bewildered, his white lashes fluttering, but quickly regained focus, his azure eyes reflecting a verdant hue. "I won't be angry, nor should you, Mamoru." Fong Hu's lips parted slightly, and he felt that peculiar sensation in his chest, as if something were stirring. He replied, his voice a mere whisper. Chapter 12, Midsummer. 2 months later. The peak of summer arrived. At the Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu Technical School, a loud crash echoed as the walls of the lecture hall collapsed, sending dust billowing into the air. Suguru Geto gracefully leaped to a nearby clearing, his bangs swept upward by the force of the blast, creating a wave-like motion. Behind him, a black hole resembling a rift in time and space erupted, countless grotesque cursed spirits bubbling forth like molten lava. Geto, Satoru Gojo's face emerged from the dust, and he blinked at Suguru with genuine concern. "Are you alright?" Geto's temple twitched, and sure enough, within a second, Gojo was making silly faces, teasingly challenging. "Hey, I almost got flattened." Geto smirked coldly, retaliating by hurling 2 second-grade cursed spirits, surrounding Gojo in a pincer attack. "Hey," Geto mimicked lazily, "Satoru. It's best not to be overly confident. Be careful not to get blown up, or will you end up crying like a little boy?" Gojo scoffed dismissively, standing his ground without moving, not even activating his limitless technique, waiting for the cursed spirits to close in before leaping onto their heads to taunt Geto. As the cursed spirits pressed closer, Gojo spread his arms slightly, preparing to jump. Is this it? Just this? The next moment, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked open. Gojo looked down, his eyes wide. Wow. He quickly jumped sideways as the earth tore apart, a massive, gaping worm bursting forth, with cursed energy surging. Gojo slammed his elbow down like a hammer onto the cursed spirit in the pincer attack, using the momentum to spin and propel himself upward, his silver hair glinting in the sunlight. "Watch out, you sneak attack," Gojo shouted midair. Geto replied nonchalantly, "That's called strategy, elementary schooler." Geto squinted to observe Gojo maintaining his balance in the air, clenching his fist at the cursed spirit pursuing him with jaws agape. The blue flames on his fist flickered brightly, momentarily emanating a strange black light. As he dove down and landed, phew, the cursed spirit was dispelled. And Gojo landed with a swagger, the summer wind swirling around him, laden with heat. He revealed his face again from the dispersing dust of the exorcised cursed spirits, maintaining a half-crouched landing stance, his palms and feet subtly hovering above the ground. A tranquil blue cursed energy enveloped him, flowing around like a pond reflecting the bamboo grove. The shadows of the bamboo dancing across the rippling surface. Gojo stood up, his feet firmly planted on the ground, casting a cheeky, provocative glance at Geto, his finger pointing at the remaining cursed spirit like a gun. With precision, he pulled and redirected the cursed spirit back toward Geto. Geto held the cursed spirit with one hand, and their palms silently churned with boiling cursed energy. The cursed spirit pressed against Geto. Gojo smirked disdainfully, "TCH, not very impressive." "Huh, Geto?" Geto replied with a smile. Yes, it's understandable to be at a disadvantage in a one-on-two situation, but I can empathize." He provocatively tilted his chin at Gojo. "Satoru, you're a childish fool. Mamoru, your childhood friend, must have quite the burden and many responsibilities, causing sleepless nights." The cursed spirit bore down on Gojo. Gojo bared his teeth. "Huh?" Geto shrugged casually, delivering another jab. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention. You've read too many comic books, Satoru. The way you jumped down with that punch was so reminiscent of that ninja who loves to roll meatballs. It was a top-tier cosplay recreation, considering you both are so passionate." Geto sighed dramatically, a wicked grin on his face. Such a fool. The cursed spirit pressed against Gojo's palm. Gojo smirked coldly, flipping his palm to retaliate, maintaining a calm, sarcastic tone. "Oh, I see. You're envious that I have a super affectionate childhood friend. Jealous, gloomy, bang boy?" Geto, no longer relaxed, retorted, "Illiterate, hot-blooded idiot. Friendship doesn't require affection to describe it. Did you graduate from elementary school?" "Huh." Gojo gave Geto a thumbs up in an upside-down gesture. "You're definitely jealous." Turning to Mamoru, he said, "Look at how defensive he is." Geto also turned to face him. "Huh. Taking care of such an elementary schooler must be exhausting, huh?" Before the ruins of the lecture hall, Masamichi Yaga stood upright, slowly removing his sunglasses, emitting two cold laughs from his nostrils. "Gojo?" Masamichi nodded slowly. "Very good." Gojo shivered slightly. "Geto?" Masamichi nodded seriously. "Very good." Geto also shivered. Boom, boom, crash. Not far from the ruins of the lecture hall, Geto and Gojo, each sporting a freshly minted bump on their heads, were being chased by Masamichi Yaga. Under the shade of a tree, Shoko Yeri and Fong, who each held an ice pop, embodying a vibrant youthful atmosphere. The cursed army relentlessly pursued the boys, dust swirling around them. While Shoko leisurely licked her ice pop, gazing ahead. Wow, such energetic peers. Fong, who cast a fleeting glance before promptly turning away, lying down on the stone bench with a heart untroubled by what he saw. A moment later, however, he sprang up in a fit of irritation, biting through an ice pop in a few quick bites, donning the sunglasses that someone had tossed to him prior to their scuffle, and then reclining once more with an air of defiance. Kairi Natsuki raised an eyebrow slowly, revealing a smile reminiscent of a koala. The curriculum at Jujutsu High is divided into theoretical and practical courses, with the former typically held in the mornings. The subjects encompass the origins of sorcerers, cursed techniques and domain expansion, strategies for dealing with cursed spirits, and cultural courses disguised under the title International Sorcerers Exchange, which is essentially an English class. The practical classes, as one might expect, involve varied activities. A common exercise designed to hone the precision of cursed energy involves first-year students each receiving 6 water balloons, which must be held in hand, and then pairing up for a points-based competition. The team that captures more water balloons from their opponents or retains more balloons emerges victorious. Naturally, however, much of the time devolves into a brawl between Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo, with the session ending when one of them topples a tree or demolishes a torii gate, such as the unfortunate educational building that bore the brunt of their antics today. As for the water balloons, they ended up splattered across the faces of the combatants, leaving the 2 innocent teammates with a score of 6-6. In addition to the theoretical and practical courses, Principal Yaga Yoshinobu harbors some peculiar educational philosophies. He believes it is his duty to cultivate stress-relieving hobbies for the students, such as felting, sewing doll clothes, and painting plaster figurines. However, due to the vehement opposition from Gojo and Geto, his enthusiastic guidance in advanced DIY crafts was supplanted by the more commonplace music and art classes. Yaga Yoshinobu felt a pang of disappointment, yet he remained optimistic, pondering the possibility that Jujutsu High might one day boast its own Beethoven and Van Gogh. Thus, On the day the educational building was destroyed and subsequently rebuilt, Yaga Yoshinobu patrolled the scene with a serious expression, occasionally casting a deathly glare towards the playground. The 4 first-year students were seated cross-legged on the grass, with Gojo and Geto sporting large bumps from their brawls, each clutching a small easel for this week's art class, the theme being love and portraiture. Gojo, a bit flustered, muttered under his breath, "Damn it, Yaga." Geto, calm and collected, hesitated to put pencil to paper, his fingertips crumpling the drawing sheet. In the distance, Yaga Yoshinobu suddenly cleared his throat loudly, causing Geto's head to throb as he quickly glanced at Natsuki, while Gojo, startled, shook his hair and stealthily scooted closer to Fanghu. "Who? How's your drawing coming along?" Gojo leaned in curiously, a bit surprised to see that Fanghu was indeed sketching. The lines on his paper were crisp and clean, a pencil sketch executed without hesitation. However, his strokes were delicate. The figure he depicted seemed to float gracefully. The man stood on the stone steps, facing away from the mountain he was yet to ascend, exuding confidence and pride. Fanghu chose not to draw sunglasses on him, leading to the impression that others might not recognize who it was, so he hastily scribbled in the corner, "Gojo Satoru." Gojo froze for a moment, then abruptly turned around, presenting Fanghu with an awkward back view. His cheeks and ears flushed inexplicably warm as he leaned his head on the easel to shield himself, his eyes betraying a mix of embarrassment and confusion, while his heartbeat thundered louder than the clamor of the rebuilding educational building. Gojo stiffly turned to meet Fanghu's gaze. Their eyes locked, and his heartbeat intensified. Gojo felt a slight pressure in his nostrils as he stared blankly at Fanghu, whose nose was kissed by the sun's rays. "Who?" Gojo's hand dropped from the tip of Fanghu's nose, laughing awkwardly. "Haha, just checking if you have a nose, for a portrait." Fanghu responded with a soft hum, averting his gaze. He was oblivious to Gojo's awkward excuse, instead lost in contemplation of his own drawing. An antivirus software could never create art. Lacking life, it could not possess the ability to create. Just as rabbits die, plants wither, and humans perish, data merely faces destruction, loss, and obsolescence. Life and death are rights bestowed upon living beings. So, was it because he was endowed with a human heart that the system had been updated? Fanghu tugged at the corners of his mouth. He was in a daze, unaware that his emotions had also dulled, until Gojo leaned in and whispered, "Who? You feel really cool." Fanghu turned in surprise. He hadn't noticed when Gojo had drawn so close. Their easels were touching on their laps, and their arms were nearly brushing against each other. Gojo had just been sparring with Geto, a thin sheen of sweat on him. So he had laid his jacket on the grass, wearing only his shirt beneath. With his sleeves rolled up, a pale arm was exposed. Fanghu glanced at Gojo's flushed neck and ears, feeling his own body temperature dip. Perhaps it was due to Gojo's strangely modest demeanor. Wearing short sleeves would reveal his arms and armpits, which he avoided. Wearing shorts would expose his thighs and underwear, which he also avoided, even in summer. Wearing uniform necessitated layers, a jacket over a shirt, plus an undershirt to prevent any accidental exposure. He struggled to articulate the subtle feelings bubbling within him. But upon closer inspection of the blush on Gojo's ears, Fanghu allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "The lack of limits can't keep the heat at bay. Aren't you feeling hot?" Gojo exclaimed softly, glancing up at him hurriedly, his eyelashes fluttering. Before returning to sketching his portrait, Fanghu's gaze fell upon Gojo's profile. The area from his hairline to his ears was flushed, and in the sunlight, his skin appeared delicate, with a hint of sweat, reminiscent of sunlight glimmering on snow, casting ripples of light. Bored, Fanghu looked up at the sun, momentarily contemplating the possibility of piercing celestial bodies with limitless. After a moment's hesitation, he dismissed the idea. An antivirus software could never achieve that. Attempting to do so might get him expelled from this world's mainframe as a virus. "Mamoru." Fanghu replied. Gojo's voice beckoned him to look down. Where on their knees, half and half, they were both sketching the same scene. Gojo depicted that day, hand raised, without any debt to settle. The signature boldly read, "Mamoru." Summer 2005. The end of summer slipped away quickly. Jujutsu High is unique in that there are no breaks in July and August. Sorcerers do not take vacations. They engage in competitions to exorcise cursed spirits. Whirlwinds stirred up debris and leaves, striking the cursed spirit's abdomen like cannon fire, yet crashing straight into the skyscrapers of the commercial district behind it. The sound of shattering glass echoed across the sky, and Gojo's pupils dilated as he shouted Fanghu's name. "Help." Fanghu, hands in pockets, calmly looked up. He did not respond, yet the glass, poised to rain down on unsuspecting pedestrians like a torrential downpour, was halted mid-air, deftly shifting to avoid raining down shards on the workers below. Gojo exhaled in relief while Geto scoffed, turning to mock, "Help? What a joke." He clicked his tongue derisively. Gojo grinned, baring his teeth in a cold smile, and delivered a punch to Geto's back. Above the bustling commercial district, a colossal pink manta ray twists and leaps, painting the sky with a magnificent pink spiral. Two piercing screams shatter the tranquility. Suguru Geto, infuriated, barks, "Are you out of your mind? I'm piloting a manta ray here." Satoru Gojo, unwilling to back down, retorts, "Clearly, it's you who lacks skill, skidding while driving. Safety first, you white-haired fool. If you're so incompetent, just practice more, you shaggy-haired loser." Kinji Hikari bursts into laughter, crouching on the ground as she raises her phone to capture the moment, framing herself alongside the melancholy silhouette of Fushiguro. The towering buildings of the commercial district, bewildered passers-by, and the two bickering elementary schoolers suspended in midair, about to plummet. Oh, and let us not forget the furious Yaga, along with a heap of task reports destined to be pushed onto Fushiguro for writing a lengthy critique. Thus unfolds the sweltering summer of the first year at Jujutsu High. Chapter 13, Yoshino Cherry Blossoms. In the classroom, Kinji Hikari is diligently crafting a journal with a glue stick and scissors, utilizing the latest issue from Tokyo's premier publishing house. Suddenly, an inexplicable scream resonates through the air, suggesting an extraterrestrial visitation. Several pedestrians overhear the admonitions of safe driving in Japanese. Could this be a warning from celestial beings? Kinji can't help but collapse into laughter on the desk as the raucous voices of boys spill in from outside. "TCH, if it weren't for your wretched manta ray, I wouldn't be in this mess. You're truly the villain here, whining about the manta ray while you can't even fly it yourself. Oh, don't even start on your precious Pokemon, you miserly Suguru. Haha, idiot Satoru. Yaga-sensei ought to roll you up and give you a beating." Gojo and Geto stand at the doorway, locked in a fierce standoff, while the stoic Fushiguro appears from behind, extending his hand to grasp the situation. Gojo is lifted by the collar, facing Kinji's amused eyes. "Shoko, you're hiding here and not helping us plead for mercy? You know how violent Yaga can be." Geto interjects, "It's Yaga-sensei, show some respect." Fushiguro hoists Gojo onto a chair, who leans back and makes a face at Geto. "Whatever." Geto rolls his eyes, disinterested in further banter. He greets Kinji and settles down, stretching his body. I feel a bit worn out. It's been 2 months since we had a break. Hasn't he, Kinji? We've been on exorcism missions nonstop, and the resentment from non-sorcerers in Tokyo is indeed immense." Kinji pulls out an abundance of snacks from the drawer beneath the desk, displaying them invitingly on the table. "True, but Yaga-sensei mentioned we'll have an autumn break. News should come in a day or two." Gojo exclaims loudly, "Hey, we just got back from getting beaten by Yaga-sensei. Why didn't he tell us?" Geto and Kinji quip, "You're aware you want to get beaten, right?" Kinji, propping her chin up, stifles a laugh. "Yaga-sensei said he'd finished dealing with you before I could tell you about the autumn break. Otherwise, you two would be laughing while getting punched. And he's afraid of unleashing his love for black flashes." Gojo's expression freezes, instinctively touching his head. "TCH, even so, His voice dwindles, ultimately resting his head against Fushiguro's shoulder, a subtle whimper escaping him. "I'm going to die, aren't I?" Geto absent-mindedly touches his own head, sighing, "Kinji, remember to rescue us." Kinji shakes her head with a smile, playfully rocking her chair. "Recently, I've received quite a number of healing assignments. Many sorcerers have been injured, and my schedule is packed. So you two ought to behave yourselves." She chuckles, teasing, "At least hold on until I dash from the school infirmary to the classroom or auditorium." Geto sighs, and Gojo flails his arms behind him. "So Kinji, how about adding some stamina training?" Run. Add stamina training?" Kinji pauses, hesitates for a few seconds, then sighs. "All right, I'll start running." Her expression is plaintive, yet she complies, lifting her hands to mimic flapping wings. Gojo leans forward and gives Kinji a high five, puzzled by her demeanor. "What's wrong, Kinji? You look all brooding. Did a rotten orange say something bad about you?" Gojo gestures to Geto. "Let us go beat up some rotten oranges for Kinji." Geto rolls his eyes at the nickname, but inquires with genuine concern. "Kinji, what's up? You don't like stamina training. You always say you dislike the feeling of sweaty clothes sticking to you. It's not because of the rotten oranges." Kinji hands Gojo a cute little cake from the snacks and tosses Geto a bottle of drink. "It's just that I've had too many healing assignments. I'm finding it increasingly difficult to use reversal techniques. My stamina and energy are running low. It's unacceptable to fail due to lack of stamina when I have the capability to heal." Kinji rests her chin in her hand, her collarbone slightly moving as she shrugs. "I've heard other sorcerers say that the summer vacation isn't too hectic. The real terror is during Christmas and January of the coming year. I'm already feeling overwhelmed, and I know it'll be worse then." She offers a resigned smile, teasing her 3 contemporaries. "You boys are so enthusiastic. It makes me want to improve as well. Be the strongest, right?" Kinji's tone carries a hint of laughter. Her voice light, as if jesting. I also wish to be the strongest healer. Gojo's eyes widen slightly. Kinji, you looked incredibly beautiful just now. Just now? The smile falters, and Kinji's gaze purposefully lands on Gojo's head. She gently taps the table, her voice calm. Gojo, what did you just say? Please repeat that. Gojo, with innocent eyes, obediently repeats. Kinji, you have a... Ahem. Ahem. Kinji, expressionless, interjects. Actually, I'm a healer who differentiates between treatment and personal grudges. Her tone drops, and even her lazy demeanor vanishes. Geto becomes as quiet as a mouse, opening the drink and sipping obediently, while Gojo swallows the latter half of his sentence, subtly inching closer to Fushiguro. The air grows tense for a few seconds before Gojo weakly attempts to salvage the situation. Kinji, what I meant was, you're super beautiful, super. Gojo's aura shrinks, and Geto, putting down the drink, steps in with high emotional intelligence to rescue his teammate, and perhaps himself from collateral damage. Kinji, that silly white-haired fool meant to say that in our eyes. Every moment you are super beautiful. Geto maintains a calm smile, though his voice sounds somewhat strained. The most beautiful girl, the strongest healer. Kinji emits a half-hearted scoff, crossing her arms as she leisurely surveys the compliant boys. Somewhat amused by their intimidated demeanor in response to her casual threat, yet intrigued by her growing trust in them as friends. She finds herself curious about what they will become in the future. Her journal and photo album will undoubtedly be filled to the brim with their awkward moments. Even when Gojo matures into adulthood, he will undoubtedly still engage in antics with Geto, bickering without regard for the setting. Two childish souls hurling insults at each other, white-haired fool and shaggy-haired loser, ultimately leaving the impassive Fushiguro to separate them. Kinji smiles, suppressing laughter as she clears her throat, casually shifting the topic. Well, I will strengthen my physical training. It's going to get busy around Christmas and in January. Kinji calculates the time, realizing it must be due to the New Year's festivities. It is rather amusing that, despite being a festive occasion, the grievances of the non-sorcerers seem to only intensify, prompting the sorcerers to become increasingly occupied. Suguru Geto quietly exhaled in relief, only to be engulfed by a wave of frustration. Perhaps it was due to the non-sorcerers needing to prepare for certain ritualistic activities, or perhaps it was the year-end summaries they were compelled to complete. Regardless, it seems we shall all be working overtime together. However, the notion of working overtime for year-end summaries? Geto paused, his expression one of perplexity. Why would such terminology even escape my lips? Satoru Gojo leaned back in his chair, absent-mindedly poking at the ear ornament of Fushiguro. As he took a bite of cake, his speech was muffled and dazed. Geto, will there really be such things for the new year? Geto hesitated for a moment. Satoru, haven't you ever witnessed such events? During festivals, particularly New Year's, various locales partake in wish-making ceremonies. And even our textbooks touch upon some related customs. Shoko Nishimiya appeared momentarily taken aback, but before Gojo could respond, she quickly regained her composure. Although her contemporaries lacked any semblance of aristocratic airs, they certainly hailed from the upper echelons of the sorcery world. If the three prominent families practiced an entirely insular form of education, then it was quite normal for him to be oblivious to these non-sorcerer activities. Geto, whose knowledge of the sorcery realm was somewhat limited, teased Gojo, noticing his bewilderment. Satoru, you weren't the type to be preoccupied with little cakes and never step outside during your childhood, were you? Gojo scoffed, and as it appeared that the two adversaries were about to engage in yet another spat, Nishimiya, both amused and exasperated, clapped her hands to restore order. Quiet, quiet. Sighing, Nishimiya directed her gaze at Gojo. What Geto refers to as wish-making ceremonies or festivals involves groups of people gathering to make wishes, watching fireworks, or simply meandering about, activities that prioritize form over substance. Moreover, if a non-sorcerer were to make some outlandish wish, it could inadvertently give rise to cursed spirits. Nishimiya shrugged and turned to Geto. Indeed, it seems we may very well be working overtime. Geto swallowed hard, attempting to reassure himself. Well, it's not entirely avoidable, is it? Most wishes revolve around wanting to live well or hoping ill upon others, which, when viewed superficially, amounts to the same thing. His demeanor became more casual as he concluded. If cursed spirits do manifest, we shall just exorcise them. After all, we are quite formidable. However, Satoru, Geto provocatively continued, I saw you during Master Yaga's theoretical class, incessantly pestering Fushiguro, your face practically screaming for attention. If you can't even pay attention to the lecture, how can you determine that 1 + 1 = 2, little Satoru? TCH, Gojo scoffed, his arm draped over Fushiguro's shoulder, his chin nestled against it. Those classes? Fushiguro, and I have already heard them all. We never attended public school. We were homeschooled by our old man, and our ears have grown weary from it. Upon saying this, Gojo cheekily stuck his tongue out at Geto, his voice dripping with provocation. Are you envious of my childhood friend, Suguru? Geto paused, suddenly realizing that his white-haired rival hailing from a sorceress lineage had been engaging in an unintentional duel of wits for months. Yet, in a moment of oddity, he blurted out, So, does that mean your father has a catchphrase? Geto hesitated, casting a suspicious glance at Gojo's legs hidden beneath the desk. Satoru, did your backside blossom? Gojo frowned, looking at him with evident disdain. With bangs like yours, did you fall from a plane and get knocked silly? How could one's backside possibly bloom? Geto was left speechless as Nishimiya burst into laughter. The usually silent Fushiguro, who often seemed to blend into the background, suddenly spoke up. Satoru, what he means is, have you ever faced any consequences? Fushiguro raised a hand to capture the errant paw of the human host, tilting his head slightly. Are you asking if he has ever been spanked for disrespecting his elders? How could that even be possible? Gojo responded, somewhat surprised that Fushiguro had chosen to interject into their conversation. They had been a team for nearly 3 months, yet Fushiguro had never uttered a word to Nishimiya, Geto, or even Yaga. He refrained from speaking, and both Geto and Nishimiya had keenly sensed his reluctance, thus choosing to be considerate without intruding. Fushiguro had become Gojo's backdrop, an atmospheric filter devoid of presence. He was not regarded as an independent individual. The only impression he left on others was that of a cold, blank slate. Gojo had contemplated this, wishing to convey to Geto or Nishimiya that Fushiguro was more than just his childhood friend. He was a person of great character, akin to a Yoshino cherry blossom thriving in winter. If he did not receive a taste of shared soda, his mood would sour. If displeased, the temperature would drop. Before striking, there would be no taunts exchanged, just an immediate onslaught. Furthermore, he, Gojo Satoru, actually experienced several winters gifted by Mamoru each year. Perhaps this was why Fushiguro's essence mirrored that of snow, so that, apart from Gojo, no one paid heed to whether what settled upon the cherry blossom tree was falling snow or white blossoms. Gojo, too, wished to keep his winter cherry blossom undisturbed. Thus, he sought to alter no one pays attention to only Gojo may care. Mamoru was a Yoshino cherry blossom thriving in winter, only to be cherished by Gojo. Gojo's mood was subtly complicated as he pressed his lips together, feeling a twinge of annoyance that Fushiguro was actually listening to their conversation and even explaining matters to Geto. It was primarily the latter that irked him. He felt somewhat petty for it, yet remained as still as a stuffed monkey toy, his chin resting against Fushiguro's shoulder. As he leaned in closer, Fushiguro's ear ornament was forcibly nudged aside, sticking to the side of Gojo's face due to the pull of gravity. Gojo shifted his head slightly, lazily nudging Fushiguro's ear ornament with his nose. Those old men at home, at worst, would just threaten to confine me. They wouldn't dare take it further. He paused momentarily, deliberately raising his voice. And besides, Mamoru is here. They wouldn't dare provoke him. Their gazes are all so pathetic. Fushiguro remained silent, unable to move due to the weight on his left shoulder. He slightly tilted his chin toward Gojo. The ear ornament swung dramatically, prompting Gojo to instinctively close his eyes as the cool metal lightly brushed against the tip of his nose before parting. Mamoru silently warned him, don't poke around. TCH. Gojo pouted, opening one eye cautiously. Fushiguro's right hand came to rest just in front of him, deftly halting the swaying ear ornament, then extending his finger to precisely tap Gojo's forehead. His forehead was struck. Gojo instinctively squinted, showing no intention of retreat. Chapter 14, Strawberry. Geto regarded Fushiguro and Gojo with mild surprise. From the initial blunder at the start of the school year to now, he had become acutely aware that Gojo's propensity for provoking Fushiguro was a reciprocal relationship. Yet, did such a dynamic exist in their childhood? Back then, were these two not merely children? What could the anger of children possibly accomplish? Geto paused, chuckling lightly as he shrugged. Not having faced any reprimand seems quite fortunate. Satoru must have had a blissful upbringing. Regardless, my backside shall never bloom. Gojo responded nonchalantly, waving the cake in front of Fushiguro's mouth, attempting to feed him. Nishimiya glanced at Geto, sensing a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. She could not quite discern whether it was indeed a fleeting illusion, but she felt compelled to react to that momentary impression. Nakasone reached out and grasped a bag of potato chips, gently prodding Satoru Gojo's uniform jacket with the packaging. She uttered not a word, the only sounds being the rustling of the chips and the crinkling of the bag. Gojo, slightly bewildered, accepted the generously sized bag emblazoned with a cartoon potato. Nakasone, I'm not hungry, he stated. Nakasone replied softly, observing Gojo's confused expression, and she felt a flicker of certainty that her earlier intuition had not been a mere figment. Yet, she refrained from inquiring further or pointing it out. Instead, she extended her hand and playfully patted the chips nestled in Gojo's embrace. The bag emitted a couple of soft thuds, and Nakasone dismissed Gojo's words with an airy nonchalance. "You're hungry, go ahead and eat," Gojo responded with a puzzled. As Wataru Fushigiro's languid voice continued to drone on about how the old man at home only resorted to the same 3 punishments: copying lines, confinement, and durian. "If they could make my backside bloom, then that would truly be impressive." Gojo wrinkled his nose in utter disdain. "Those old geezers can't even hold a candle to me, and they dare to use durian as a weapon. Is that something a normal old man would concoct? Ridiculous. And Fushiguro claims he doesn't think durian smells bad. Wait. The plastic fork that Fong, who had taken to bite the cake, made Gojo momentarily freeze. He furrowed his brows and abruptly leaned across the table, bringing his face close to Fong Hu's. The large cat's expression turned serious. "Who? Do you know what it means for one's backside to bloom? Why? When did you find out? Where? I don't know, how would I know?" Fong Hu replied, his gaze shifting slightly to include Gojo and Nakasone beside him. He steadied his hand and activated the mute barrier, meeting Gojo's gaze once more. A faint smile flickered in Fong Hu's eyes. "I wasn't looking at anything behind your back," he murmured. "It was at the clinic, near the last surveillance camera by the entrance of the red light district." Gojo's pupils widened in surprise. "Red?" Fong Hu nodded, his fingertips inexplicably tingling. He rubbed his knuckles, his eyes lowering to rest on Gojo's collar. Fong Hu's eyelashes drooped languidly, his head slightly bowed, presenting an appearance as demure as frost-kissed cherry blossoms. He pondered, feeling as though his neural pathways were misfiring lately. Each time he witnessed Gojo conversing with Satoru, an impulse to defy the mainframe's directives and eliminate Satoru would surface. Confused emotions churned restlessly in his chest, yearning to escape his throat. He realized he might be glitching, perhaps already in the throes of it. Yet, he chose to disregard it. Fong Hu felt an inexplicable tension, suppressing the correct response that should have emerged and stubbornly reiterating the content from the surveillance footage. Gojo half sat on the table, his expression taut as he watched Fong Hu. But the soft, muted tone of his voice dissipated his tension. "Sweetheart," Fong Hu whispered, "let my backside bloom tonight. I miss you. I want you to hurt me, all right?" They spoke thusly. Fong Hu moved his lips, silently calling his name. "Satoru." Gojo's eyelashes fluttered, his vision fixated on the corners of Fong Hu's lips, captivated. Once Fong Hu had called him sweetheart, his mind buzzed with a low hum, and he became almost frantic, clinging to Fong Hu, etching every frame of Mamoru into his memory. The sounds, the eyes, the curve of the lips. His gaze traveled down from the neck to the collarbone and, with almost a carnal fervor, returned to Mamoru's lips. Gojo, indifferent to angles, could even see the moment Fong Hu called his name and their lips met. He could see the faint pink of Mamoru's lips, with a hint of strawberry cake frosting clinging to the edge. The thought of a kiss promised sweetness. "I want a kiss," he thought. "Mamoru, come here. Come." Gojo's face flushed crimson, unable to utter a word. He stumbled to his feet, his hands pushing against the edge of the table, sending chairs and benches tumbling. The window was flung open with a crash, and the chaotic winds of late summer rushed in. Summer Yuji and Nakasone stared in bewilderment as Gojo suddenly went haywire, watching as he kicked his legs to flip over the ledge. "What the?" Summer Yuji jumped, nearly dropping the bag of chips, and raised his hand desperately to summon the much-loathed stingray to rescue the fool. Jumping from 9 meters up, surely even the most reckless would come to an end. Fong Hu was surprisingly not surprised. He had anticipated this moment, grasping the fleeing cat and swiftly raising a more comprehensive concealment barrier, creating an independent space. Outside, Summer Yuji was met with darkness as the barrier enveloped him, and his hand trembled, spilling the seasoning powder from the chips. He sneezed, standing frozen in place, followed by Nakasone sneezing as well, while the stingray outside performed a bewildered ballet, twisting in the air by the window. Inside the barrier, Gojo was momentarily stilled, his waist held by Fong Hu's embrace, and he swiftly flipped down from the window. His vision spun rapidly, yet he felt he had lost the domain of his 6 eyes for a fleeting second, unable to see Yuji or Nakasone. His sight and technique spun chaotically, finally settling on the patterns of the floor beneath Fong Hu. His mind and palms felt numb, his waist and chest tingling, his ears and cheeks flushed, his heart racing erratically, and the summer air he inhaled felt cold, prickling his nose with an uncomfortable itch. He was turned and embraced, half lying on Fong Hu, too afraid to move. Gojo's fingers stiffly brushed against the fabric of Fong Hu's shoulder, his ears filled with the thundering of his own heartbeat, the faint scent enveloping him. His chin rested against Fong Hu's neck, and though his nose itched as if buried in the belly of a long-haired cat, he found himself strangely inclined to inhale Fong Hu's scent deeply. He clumsily discerned the fragrance of laundry detergent, the aroma of pine-scented air freshener from their dorm. And something else information flooded in, and Gojo nearly panicked, holding his breath to avoid inhaling further. It wasn't just any scent, it was his scent. Fong, who was imbued with Gojo's essence. Thus, when it came to kisses, how many kisses would Mamoru bear his likeness? More than just the scent detectable by the nose, beyond what even the 6 eyes or sorcerers could perceive at a mere glance. It was evident that Mamoru and he shared a uniquely special bond. Kiss Mamoru is, after all, an innocent fellow. He is undoubtedly a bit foolish and hesitant to speak. Therefore, similar to the illustrations in the manga, he might accidentally bump his teeth, or, perhaps, he might forget to breathe. Does Mamoru need to breathe? Surely he does. As he breathes regularly, his abdominal muscles feel soft to the touch. Damn, he is quite lecherous. Satoru is lecherous. With lips pressed together and a blush adorning his cheeks and ears, Satoru, who aspires to be the strongest sorcerer, begins to hold his breath. Stifling a sneeze that brings tears to his eyes. His eyelashes, as delicate as white feathers, tremble in a nervous flutter, yet he remains unusually obedient and silent. Thump, 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 thump. Sweetheart, I wish for you to hurt me. Mamoru, kiss me, can you? I want to kiss. The sound of his heartbeat entwines with Mamoru's voice. And Satoru suddenly finds himself breathless, feeling an acute shortage of oxygen from just holding his breath. Frustrated, he closes his eyes and gasps. His fingers curling in defeat as his palms press firmly against Fuwa's shoulder. Mamoru's voice is barely a whisper, and his gaze trails down Fuwa's spine. Reproaching him, you've become wicked. You have truly become wicked. Did you not say to avoid listening to ineffective information? Why do you eavesdrop on others? Fuwa purses his lips. His hand resting on Satoru's lower back, silently explaining, you need to find the bread person. Satoru quickly responds with an oh, but there's more. Why do you remember how to flirt with others? You shouldn't recall how to flirt. His tone is tinged with displeasure, his breathing short and rapid. Fuwa softly replies, I do not remember how to flirt with anyone. Satoru responds with another oh, realizing that Mamoru has a penchant for echoing his words when answering him. For instance, bread person, big failure, and that, how to flirt. There is a subtle joy in this, a familiar scent that feels akin to Mamoru wrapping a scarf around him. As Wataru inhales the scent from Fuwa's neck, he is oblivious to the fact that his breathing gradually becomes steadier, no longer frantic and anxious. And he fails to notice that he has unintentionally shifted from being the one embraced to the one doing the embracing. Despite the omnipresence of information in his domain, the master of the 6 eyes neglects his growing possessiveness. Satoru assertively nestles against Fuwa, blissfully closing his eyes, his forearm wrapped around Fuwa's waist, pulling him firmly into his embrace. Fuwa, caught in the embrace, momentarily drifts off. Instinctively, he raises his hand to caress Satoru's back, unwittingly reciprocating the embrace. Wataru greatly enjoys this physical contact of hugging. Upon entering university, as he matured, Wataru occasionally experienced growth pains. The presence of the 6 eyes intensified these pains, making them feel as if he were on hormones, causing him sleepless nights filled with restless tossing and turning. Fuwa understood that he could not interfere with the natural growth of human life. He could only expand his domain to prevent the 6 eyes from overwhelming Wataru's mind. Strangely, Wataru remarked that growth pains were less intense when Mamoru was around. Perhaps it was true. He diligently expanded his domain to filter excessive information, allowing Wataru to sleep soundly in his embrace. Mamoru. Fuwa snapped back to reality as Wataru affectionately rubbed his chin against his neck, his tone taking on a subtle, playful lilt. You're so clever. You could sneak away with me if you just tapped the telephone pole, knowing that the idiom pertains to a sore bottom. Wait. Wataru's breath hitched, his eyes suddenly wide open. Right, wait, hold on. Mamoru. Wataru, both embarrassed and irritated, opened his eyes, emerging from his plush toy persona. He pushed Fuwa away in frustration, gripping his collar tightly, and urgently questioned, how could I have ever imagined that it literally meant a sore bottom? Or that it referred to being reprimanded? How could I know that? Where on earth did you learn such things? Upon uttering these accusations, Wataru found himself even more flustered, gripping Fuwa's collar without letting go, his expression increasingly awkward and rigid. He realized that rather than questioning why Fuwa was teasing him, he was more concerned with where Mamoru had heard such phrases, and who had told him, or if he had spoken such things to someone else. Kiss no. Absolutely not. He is mine, the best in the world. A sense of injustice and vexation welled up within him, and in the fleeting moments of Fuwa's stunned silence, the corners of Wataru's eyes flushed with a faint hue of red. He felt a mixture of anger and frustration, alongside a surge of jealousy and bitterness. Despite firmly clutching Fuwa's collar, his body involuntarily leaned closer, until he could almost taste the faint scent of cake and cream lingering by Fuwa's lips. How on earth do you know this? Wataru grew increasingly agitated. His voice tinged with suppressed anger as he rummaged through his limited vocabulary of profanities to find the dirtiest word. Which trash told you that? Mamoru. Chapter 15. Kiss Bite. Too close. Fuhua slightly lifted his chin, his gaze drifting to the window Wataru had opened. He attempted to distance himself from the encroaching closeness, seeking a breath of air that was, truthfully, unnecessary. Yet his neck was firmly held down, Wataru's palm pressing down with force, compelling him to lower his head and confront him again. The cat, in its frustration, felt the warmth of its palm dissipate. His expression appeared fierce, with suppressed fury burning in his eyes, a deep, tumultuous sorcery swirling within, his cerulean gaze transforming into the depths of a stormy sea. Bearing the name of the most powerful six eyes, Wataru's fury naturally exuded an intimidating pressure. Fuhua met Wataru's gaze, instinctively raising his hand to touch his neck. Warmed by the temperature, his palm landed on Wataru's cool hand. He realized that Wataru was angry, and this reaction mirrored his own anger, leaving him both surprised and bewildered. Soon after, a torrent of emotions surged through him, too multifaceted for him to comprehend or control. There was a peculiar delight, a mischievous pleasure, but it was quickly stifled by the constriction and suffocation emanating from his hollow chest. Wataru is angry. Fuhua tensed his body, recalling his erroneous response. The inquiry was about where he had learned the specific meaning of the idiom, not where he had heard it. He was fully aware of all the implications. Yet he had chosen to respond incorrectly. He had provoked the master. A transgression, a violation. For reasons unknown to him, perhaps he had gone a bit haywire. The antivirus program dared to challenge the master. If he wished to avoid being abandoned, he ought to clear the data clutter from his mind. I am an autonomously learning program. Fuhua regarded the irate Wataru, his voice carrying a hint of dull apology. I'm sorry, I might have encountered a bug. That idiom. I indeed learned about it while infiltrating the lines, but not from the surveillance of the bred person. It was from the computer. I discovered that humans encrypt their E or D drives, and even folders labeled as learning materials are further encrypted. I assumed these contained vital information that required protection. Thus, after breaching their defenses, I refrained from erasing the contents and instead absorbed the data within. Fanghua paused, realizing that this still did not elucidate why he felt compelled to utter inconsequential words to the host. Consequently, he dryly reiterated, I apologize. I will delete this portion of data and conduct a self-check for bugs. If there are issues, I will. His voice faltered imperceptibly. I will cease to exist and will not disrupt the host's data. Wakari's expression was stark and unyielding, as he gripped Fanghua's neck with one hand while the other slowly ascended, resting upon Fanghua's jawline. Disrupting my data with a bug? Wakari repeated stiffly, falling into a silence for several seconds. His thumb caressed and pressed against Fanghua's lower lip, his gaze lowered, intensely focused on the delicate, rosy petals of Fanghua's lips, until the color deepened, as if savagely kissed. He did not withdraw his fingertip, but merely inhaled softly and calmly inquired, Has anyone kissed you? He remained preoccupied with this matter. Had anyone dared to kiss his Mamoru? If so, they must be eliminated. Fanghua opened his mouth, almost whispering in breathy tones, No. I've been busy eradicating viruses and have yet to encounter one that kisses. As Fanghua responded, his upper lip inadvertently brushed against Wakari's fingertip, feeling as if it had been scorched, prompting Wakari to suddenly withdraw his hand. His fingertips swiftly glided across Fanghua's cheek, landing near his eye, and Wakari froze momentarily. Mamoru was undeniably gazing at him. Yet, his expression remained inscrutable, as he merely regarded the host. It seemed as if the one who uttered sweetheart was not him, nor was the one who harbored a hint of darkness. It was the one who spoke of bugs, who vowed to self-check, to cease existing, and to avoid disturbing the host that truly represented him. Antivirus software bug. Wakari smirked, exhaling deeply, his lips curving into a sardonic smile. Just moments ago, he had been embarrassed by his yearning to kiss his childhood friend, his mind swirling with thoughts of kisses. Then, his childhood friend declared it a bug. Mamoru appeared disinterested in kissing him. In the brief moment I looked away, you sought out learning materials, delete them. Wakari was engulfed in a mix of frustration and fury, uncertain of the source of his ire, his demeanor suggesting he was ready to obliterate the school's back mountain. You are not permitted to look. Delete it. The command was executed. Wakari raised his hand, grasping Fanghua's face, stifling any further utterances. What other bugs exist? What bugs do you possess? Bug your backside. You are my childhood friend, the essence of my being. When have you ever heard of my essence having bugs? Wakari's gaze was frigid yet fierce, his temper flaring, causing his throat to tremble with suppressed growls. Fanghua regarded him, momentarily lost in the desire to touch his Adam's apple. How many times must I reiterate that you are my living childhood friend, not a cold, unfeeling antivirus software? I bring you great fortune, delectable cakes, taiyaki, and sakuramachi. I even remember to bring you treats from the Zenin family, because you adore their dorayaki. How dare you mention bugs, and then apologize? Wakari suddenly reined in his overflowing emotions, asking, you apologize for disrupting my data, Mamoru. What do you intend to do? Fanghua found himself speechless, as Wakari had never intended to allow him the opportunity to speak. His grip remained stubbornly firm on Fanghua's cheeks, suffocating any words he did not wish to hear. Wakari's hand was cold and steady, his voice and gaze exuding a chilling intensity, akin to iron in the snow, burning with an invisible cold flame, tainted with the sweet rust of sub-zero temperatures. He fixed his gaze upon Fanghua's eyes, as if negotiating, and slowly said, Mamoru, if you wish to transform into an icicle out of anger, you may retreat to my essence to rest. If you desire to become a salted fish or indulge in the many treats I provide you, that is entirely permissible. I am the strongest. So whatever you wish to pursue, I shall allow you to do so. That is not a bug, as long as it is your desire. However, there is one matter I cannot permit. You are my childhood friend, and thus, you shall not experience bugs or cease to exist. Wakari's voice faltered. He realized he could not calmly negotiate. As a sorcerer, he was destined to become the strongest sorcerer, and anything he uttered could become a curse. Every word a potential shackle. He became acutely aware of his aversion to the term cease to exist. Fanghua's body was pressed back against the tent until he collided with the fabric. The tent rippled slowly, not as tumultuous as the storm raging within Wakari's blue eyes. His voice was chillingly fierce. I apologize, Mamoru. I do not wish to hear apologies. You alone cannot utter apologies to me. Nor can you speak of ceasing to exist. In the pitch-black tent, Wakari's expression was grim, veins protruding from his neck. He fixed his gaze upon Fanghua, pinned against the tent wall, and tightened his grip around Fanghua's neck. His 6 eyes, radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression, locked onto Fanghua. Wakari's aura surged, enveloping the two of them. He realized he was reluctant to utter any words that could curse Mamoru. It felt like a wild beast brazenly invading his territory, tightening his nerves and igniting a fury that caused his head to throb with pain. An uncontrollable murderous intent surged within him, the cursed energy crashing against the tent, causing it to sway. Fanghua, pinned beneath it, displayed a mix of panic, shock, and confusion in his eyes and expression. He bore a myriad of complex emotions, long yet fleeting, ultimately transforming into a quietude devoid of any emotion. The sword hummed ominously. He could not comprehend the source of the host's sharp, murderous intent, only that it was directed at him. His human host might desire his annihilation, his cessation. Take off your earrings, destroy them, and the antivirus will cease to exist. Fanghua's lips moved, almost soundlessly. Huh. Wakari scoffed, his eyes reddening, his spine ablaze with pain. He violently dropped his hand and struck Fanghua's cheek with a heavy punch. In the confined space, Wakari spun like an agitated cat, his voice a mix of rage and indignation, incredulously elevating in pitch. I can kill you. I wouldn't dare utter even a fraction of a curse against you. The tent swayed obstinately, and Fanghua remained silent, removing his earrings as his figure gradually faded. Years prior, he had similarly provoked the hostess' ire. The host had declared, I no longer wish to see you, yet he yearned to exist, so he delayed revealing the details of the software, never disclosing the truth about the earrings to the human host. He cunningly reiterated the notion of the sword coexisting with the host. He had utilized the human host, faded into oblivion, but merely returned to the sword. Until the human encountered an assassination attempt, he re-emerged. Yet now, Fanghua was unclear about the tangled emotions of frustration, entanglement, and reluctance that stirred within him, nor could he comprehend why he hesitated on the path to his own cessation. Thus, his cursed energy waned slightly, and he had yet to incinerate anything, his hand clutching the earrings tightly. Fanghua's eyes widened in astonishment as Gojo Satoru drew closer. With a relentless and meticulous grip, he enveloped Fanghua's form, for his 6 eyes were violently at work, accurately pinpointing the lethal option nestled in the palm of Fanghua's hand. Pain coursed through his spine, his eyes and head throbbed, and his fingers ached. The limitless power was agonizing. The 6 eyes proclaimed that it could not protect Gojo Satoru's Mamoru. Thus, Gojo grasped Fanghua's wrist and decisively sank his teeth into it. His eyes were filled with fury and panic, alongside an almost childlike sense of grievance. Lacking alternatives in his moment of desperation, he could only bite down on Fanghua's wrist, regardless of its efficacy. It was merely a matter of taking the initial step. Fanghua gazed at him, caught in a haze of bewilderment and resignation. He struggled to comprehend how Gojo could simultaneously declare his intent to kill him while also biting him like a playful puppy. A juxtaposition that was both pitiable and domineering. Strangely, he found himself feeling like a chew toy, His ability to turn invisible halted as he refrained from using his cursed energy to destroy the earrings. A faint smile tugged at his lips. With a gentle sigh, Fong Hu patiently reiterated, "You can kill me and destroy the earrings, and I will cease to exist. Biting alone will not do the trick." Gojo closed his eyes tightly, a few obscenities vaguely surfacing in his throat. His teeth clenched so tightly that Fong Hu felt an illusion of blood trickling down his wrist. He watched as the human vessel awkwardly reached for his palm, prying it open to retrieve the trinket nestled within. Gojo released his grip, holding his breath, and then bit down on the cartilage of Fong Hu's right ear. He freed his hands, which had been constraining Fong Hu's arm, now wrapping them around his neck and ear. Fong Hu remained silent, feeling the heat of Gojo's rapid breaths against his cheek and ear. Only when the black and silver earrings naturally hung down under gravity, lightly tugging at his earlobe, did he sense the warmth of Gojo's lips and tongue withdraw slightly. Gojo exhaled, pulling back a fraction, while his hands lingered hesitantly near Fong Hu's ears, his breath unsteady against Fong Hu's collarbone. Tension, urgency, rage, confusion, trembling, panic, and a hint of shame intermingled with the desire to kiss. He understood he was neither a rabid dog nor a pervert. Gojo pondered. He simply wished to kiss him, despite having bitten him twice. Mamoru, spine, limitless, childhood friend. First love. Frustrated and defeated, Gojo sighed heavily, his chaotic mind and heart swirling like a thick paste. His back tingling with heat. He dared not look up to gauge Fong Hu's expression, instead opting to blurt, "How could I possibly kill you? You must not perish. I cannot bear your disappearance, or else I shall curse you. I will bite you." Gojo's voice was so shallow it seemed to squeeze from his throat as he declared, "You must remain within my spine, whether inside or beside me. You must be there, all right?" After a brief pause with no response from Fong Hu, Gojo inhaled sharply, desperate to explain, but he suddenly froze, his gaze gradually settling on Fong Hu. "Mamoru." Fong Hu responded slowly with a simple awkwardly stroking Gojo's hair, finding his logic somewhat convoluted. Yet, he grasped the underlying meaning, his fingers gently weaving through the soft silver strands as the once blazing sword extinguished. Gradually, his suffocating chest filled with oxygen, and he belatedly sensed the tumultuous emotions emanating from the human. "No," Fong Hu said, "I am afraid, Satoru. If you don't, I will not perish." Gojo reached for Fong Hu's hand, adamant that such a fate would not befall him. "You are my childhood friend. You must remain within my spine for life." After a moment's pause, he furrowed his brow in frustration, exclaiming, "You, a program, a software, a male algorithm. Stay within my spine." His voice dropped, asking in a hushed tone, "Did you understand?" "Mamoru." Fong Hu fell silent for a moment, then attempted to stifle a laugh. "I understand, Satoru." Chapter 16, The Male Program's Report. The tension gradually dissipated. "So, you were inside." Suguru Geto's eyes scrutinized Fong Hu's face, questioning whether they had shared a conversation only childhood friends could have. "Yes, indeed," Gojo replied, nodding awkwardly, his gaze evasive, unsure of where to go, pulling Fong Hu along as he rushed outside. Nobara raised an eyebrow at him, mockingly rubbing her chin, playfully brushing her fingertips against her lower lip. "Isn't it a bit too hot outside, Gojo? Your neck is already flushed." Gojo stammered, Nobara continued, "And Fong Hu's too. Regardless, we just chatted for a bit." Gojo interrupted loudly, his ears suspiciously reddening. He dragged Fong Hu out of the classroom, his posture exuding an overwhelming sense of possessiveness. Geto squinted, his brow furrowing, his gaze tracking the two outside the classroom window, particularly the inexplicably agitated Gojo. "Nobara, why do I feel like that guy is acting strange? He wouldn't have had a fight with Fong Hu, would he?" Perhaps Gojo fears that Fong Hu won't want to play with him anymore, leading to a rift in their relationship, thus rendering him a solitary figure? Nobara chuckled for a while, finally managing to contain her laughter. Upon meeting Geto's bewildered gaze, she couldn't help but snicker again. "Geto, your perception is slightly off. Just a minor adjustment is needed." Geto replied. So, Gojo lost to his childhood friend, and is now feeling vulnerable, thinking he isn't the strongest? Nobara fell silent for a moment, then pulled out her phone and, in front of Geto, altered his contact name. First-year girl killer Suguru Geto was changed to pure love enthusiast Suguru. Geto paused, his fingers gliding over the long list of contact names. "Pure love? Pure love? Who are you implying, Nobara?" Nobara inhaled lightly, still about to respond when Yaga returned, leading Gojo and Fong Hu back. Evading Nobara's teasing gaze and Geto's gradually widening eyes, Gojo calmly guided Fong Hu back to his seat, nonchalantly shouting at Geto, "Geto, Nobara. Teacher Yaga has assigned us a new task. Let South pay close attention." Geto instinctively nodded in agreement, and after settling down with Nobara, they exchanged glances, both momentarily stunned. Pay close attention. Did we take the wrong medicine? Nobara stifled a laugh, while Geto turned to look at her, his expression filled with curiosity. Gojo adjusted his sunglasses, shielding his eyes, his palm concealing his face, the strongest Gojo trying to mask his expression, while the tips of his ears betrayed an unusual flush. What I mean is, to respect our teacher. Yaga cleared his throat, regaining the student's attention, surprisingly not addressing Gojo's sudden display of respect, but rather nodding in satisfaction. He shifted his gaze away from Gojo and began discussing the matter at hand. The first years would have a week of autumn break, allowing them to arrange their holiday time as they pleased, returning to school after a week to seamlessly transition into the next semester. Before the autumn break, there remains a task of exorcism exchange that must be completed. Students from Tokyo Jujutsu High and Kyoto Jujutsu High will travel to each other's cities to carry out these exorcism tasks. This serves as a covert assessment of the students' abilities, determining whether they meet the required standards or exhibit significant disparities, thereby facilitating subsequent adjustments to the teaching curriculum. Night, I firmly emphasized, Gojo, Suguru, Toji, and Shoko. Although this exorcism task is an exchange, requiring you to venture into the relatively unfamiliar Kyoto, rest assured there will be support and supervision on the other side. The process will not deviate from our usual protocol, as long as you observe diligently and act boldly. Most importantly, remember to release the barrier and isolate non-sorcerers. Night, I suddenly erupted in fury, striking the table emphatically. Gojo and Suguru, especially you two. Do you think I am oblivious to your task reports? Gojo, Satoru, and Suguru Geto feigned non-existence, timidly cradling their heads. Night, I sneered, his knitting needle pointing towards Suguru. You, release the barrier on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You. He prodded Gojo with the needle, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays for you. Crossing his arms, the knitting needle protruded from his elbow, gesturing upward and downward. Then, Toji and Shoko will alternate on Sundays. Over the course of the semester, the individuals responsible for releasing the barrier will be as fixed as my class schedule, quite well planned. Isn't it? I may not have taught for long, but I am well aware that the more one feels guilty, the more they seek to compensate. Gojo, Suguru. My two fine students, does that make sense? Suguru Geto and Gojo Satoru nodded silently. Night, I smiled kindly, descending the steps slowly. Standing beside Gojo's desk with a gaze that seemed to pierce through, gently patting his head. Changing the tone, Night, I spoke with a serious, yet gentle manner. Gojo, your task report is quite commendable. Gojo Satoru. Night, I chuckled softly, his expression difficult to decipher. The format is exceedingly orthodox and compliant. Gojo. Your report begins with exorcism report for date, location, and cursed spirit, for instance. The one submitted the day before. Exorcism report for the cursed spirit floating in the commercial district of Tokyo on August 23rd, submitted by Gojo Satoru, a first-year student at Tokyo Jujutsu High, to provide all sorcerers with solutions for similar exorcism situations. Gojo Satoru shielded his forehead with his palm, slowly turning to look at Toji. Night, I chuckled once more. Next are 3 key points. The first point states that the report briefly outlines the exorcism situation, including your technique striking the cursed spirit. However, due to your immense power, you inadvertently shattered the glass in the commercial district, nearly causing unintended casualties. Additionally, Suguru's handling of the stingray was inadequate, as his proficiency in technique was lacking, almost resulting in the fall of his peers. While Yeri arrived just in time to rescue the non-sorcerers and 2 of his contemporaries attacked by the cursed spirit. Suguru Geto slowly turned to look at Toji. Shoko gradually bent down, her shoulders trembling, appearing to be in severe stomach pain. Toji remained unfazed, expressionless. Listening to Night Eye's words, points 2 and 3 address the existing problems and reflections. Typically, this would be divided into 2 subpoints in your report, considering collective issues and individual concerns. I will refrain from discussing collective issues. Instead, I wish to focus on the individual problems articulated in Gojo's report. Gojo Satoru trembled slightly as he met Night Eye's gaze filled with emotion, stating, your self-reflection acknowledges that even as a first-grade sorcerer, you still lack a deeper understanding of densely populated urban environments, thus failing to accurately predict the range and impact of lethal damage caused by your techniques. Night Eye tapped Suguru and Shoko's desks, signaling them to listen. Gojo has indeed given this considerable thought. He continued, he mentioned in his report, for sorcerers who lack experience, increasing their numbers in practical exorcism tasks in densely populated areas might be a solution. However, I believe that deploying a multitude of inexperienced sorcerers in exorcism tasks within commercial districts, where humans congregate, not only instills trepidation in the sorcerers, thereby increasing mortality rates to some extent, but also results in unnecessary casualties among non-sorcerers, leading to a reciprocal increase in the number of cursed spirits. A more effective solution may be to ensure that academic sorcerers do not distinguish between themselves and non-sorcerers in their daily lives, immersing themselves in the grassroots. Young sorcerers, especially those from Tokyo Jujutsu High and Kyoto Jujutsu High, must comprehend the living needs of non-sorcerers and engage in independent thought regarding their pressing concerns. The issues encountered within the campus are merely problems. It is through field investigations that solutions may be discovered. Gojo Satoru's pupils trembled. Knight, I continued enthusiastically. Cursed spirits stem from the negative emotions of non-sorcerers. Thus they are inherently linked to the non-sorcerer community. If sorcerers possess a profound understanding of the non-sorcerer environment, including workplaces and living conditions, they can expedite and enhance the progress of their tasks, achieving tangible outcomes. However, a sorcerer's comprehension of non-sorcerers cannot rely on theoretical discussions. It cannot depend on two-dimensional or three-dimensional models to gain insight. This understanding must originate from a different approach. Knight, I solemnly patted Gojo Satoru's shoulder, his voice taking on an inexplicably serious tone. Regarding curses or viruses, I perceive them as a manifestation of humanity's endeavor to translate their abstract thoughts and emotions, data of an exceptionally high dimensionality, into tangible existence. While I stand in absolute opposition to the existence of cursed spirits, it is undeniable that these spirits have distilled the thoughts and emotions of many within the non-sorcerer community. To some extent, they can be viewed as one of the mediums through which non-sorcerers resonate with sorcerers. However, conversely, because cursed spirits only purify the most malevolent data from humanity, this results in sorcerers, not purified by these spirits, harboring equally vile interpretations of non-sorcerers during such resonances. Under this exchange, the philosophies of sorcerers may become eroded, leading to a singular and negative understanding of non-sorcerers. If there are no exceptionally benevolent cursed spirits appearing consistently to serve as a bridge between the sorcerer and non-sorcerer communities, then the higher echelons of sorcerers must take the initiative to construct bridges, enhancing young sorcerers' comprehension of the entire human realm, enabling sorcerers to seek and experience the world positively, rather than blindly employing combat strategies that result in unnecessary sacrifices between the two groups. Up to this point, I have not gathered data on the emergence of exceptionally benevolent cursed spirits. Cursed spirits are indeed a product of the world's laws, massive and enduring embodiments of malevolence. But this does not signify that humanity will succumb to such wickedness in the pursuit of balance. The forms through which humans understand others are varied. In many cases, they do not necessitate any linguistic exchange. A simple gesture or glance can achieve profound resonance. In comparison to such rapid and profound resonance, is understanding others through combat or through the prolonged hatred that generates the bridge of understanding via cursed spirits to be considered inferior? I am uncertain. However, in the dimension of understanding others, I believe this embodies a certain glory inherent to humanity. Even if cursed spirits possess higher dimensions, they remain merely intermediaries crafted by humanity. Just as sorcerer Suguru Geto can manipulate cursed spirits for his own ends, non-sorcerers may also emerge who can control such intermediaries, or that has long been the case across various industries. Yaga Yoshinori exhaled heavily, a smile gracing his features as he reiterated, the report has been duly submitted. Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu University, first-year cohort, Satoru Gojo. Fushiguro and Gojo exchanged knowing glances, while Yaga affectionately ruffled Gojo's hair. Ah, Gojo, your report, both in format and depth, has profoundly impressed me as your instructor. I never anticipated that, despite possessing the 6 eyes and perceiving so much, you would choose to maintain such a pure inner self. You little rascal, with your seemingly reckless and audacious demeanor, it turns out the true you is a person of profound insight and sharpness. Suguru Geto and Shoko Yeri exchanged silent glances, communicating wordlessly. Geto remarked, hasn't that fool Gojo ever enlightened Hikari on the standards that a white-haired Shinibu boy ought to uphold? He continued, I thought merely mentioning my overtime work was terrifying enough. How did Hikari manage to compose a report devoid of expression that discussed high-dimensional and low-dimensional concepts along with abstract resonance? Shoko smiled. What piqued my interest more was that Hikari refrained from inscribing his name on the report, instead consistently submitting it under Gojo's name. That is quite an impressive feat. She chuckled, Gojo Satoru, the profound and sharp one, indeed. Oh, by the way, Suguru. Geto looked puzzled as Shoko's hand gracefully glided between them, angled downwards. I truly did not expect Hikari to possess such a cunning side, she remarked, giggling softly. Isn't it amusing? The powerful Satoru Gojo, destined for a tragic demise? Geto, feeling both annoyed and speechless, replied, Having a childhood friend is indeed remarkable, TSK. In the back row, Gojo rested his hand on his forehead. Unable to tear his gaze away from Hikari's bewildered and astonished expression, even the small sunglasses failing to obscure it. Receiving Gojo's look, Hikari offered a comforting nod. Calmly replying to Yaga's gentle smile, Satoru has always been exceptional. Yaga nodded in agreement, his expression benevolent, as if he intended to nurture Gojo like a national treasure. He returned to the podium to elaborate on the exorcism tasks in Kyoto, while Gojo listened absently, his thoughts entirely fixated on the reticent Hikari. There was one question that he was unwaveringly convinced of. Hikari was undoubtedly not a cold and emotionless antivirus software. Yet, attempting to think objectively, in the hospital, Mamoru patted his head, reassuring him not to mind the rotten oranges. On the rooftop of the clinic, a conversation belonging to childhood friends unfolded. Due to Geto's anger, he had become a popsicle. Yaga-sensei mentioned drawing simultaneous portraits, and Mamoru sketched him. The report, infused with his personal thoughts, was crafted in his voice, including an overtly critical commentary on Geto. And there were those sweet nothings from earlier. Even with the 6 eyes, Gojo could not render an entirely objective judgment regarding Mamoru. He still lacked any objective answers. However, the exaggerated report that Mamoru had crafted, was that truly a playful jest directed at him? Was it not? Mamoru, you are no longer objective either. Gojo tilted his head and poked Hikari, avoiding touching the earrings. Merely extending his hand to playfully pat the back of Hikari's hand like a mischievous cat. It was warm. What antivirus software? He was evidently a profoundly cunning individual. Antivirus software would never gently refer to a human as sweetheart, would it, Mamoru? Chapter 17. Enthusiastic conversations on the Shinkansen. The Shinkansen raced forward. The scenery outside a picturesque vista. Yay! Shoko exclaimed as she retrieved her phone, successfully checking in. Gojo retracted his hand from the group selfie, stretching widely with a yawn. Shoko, make sure to send me a copy of that group photo. I want one too, Geto said, shaking his phone. He and Shoko nodded in thanks to the pedestrians who moved aside, settling into another seat. Geto whispered to Shoko, just send it to the line group. It's more convenient. Shoko nodded, her fingers moving deftly. Online, Tokyo Sorcerer's Top 3, updated with a new group photo. The arched window framed a serene sky and towering buildings, the soft light evenly spilling in, illuminating Shoko and Gojo as they posed with their yay gestures. Geto stretched his hand between them, the third yay hand and a bun head stubbornly appearing from below the window. Meanwhile, the remaining aloof boy from the first-year cohort merely let the corner of his black coat peek into the photo. Commemorating the Kyoto exorcism trip, Geto mused. Glancing at Shoko's notes before tapping download, his fingertip lingered at the edge of the photo, resting on the seemingly lonely coat. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Feels a little off, he thought, glancing up at the quiet carriage, where speaking was inconvenient. He summoned a plump cursed spirit resembling a balloon, sending it floating towards Gojo. The chubby cursed spirit suddenly unfurled like ink, unfurling a banner before Gojo. Check line. Hikari, seated to Gojo's left, cast a dispassionate glance at the banner, closing his eyes to ignore the boisterous Trojan virus. Gojo, positioned by the window, poked at the banner, rolled it up, and tossed it back, retrieving his phone. Online, Tokyo Sorcerer's Top 3, Geto. Gojo, take a look at the photo. Geto, Hikari didn't appear at all. Is that okay? Although I feel a bit bad for bothering the pedestrians, we could always retake it. Shoko, let us retake it. Or we could get off at Kyoto Station for a group shot. Shoko, does Hikari have a fear of the camera? Geto, by the way, Gojo, did you forget to add Hikari to the line group? Geto, to be honest, every time I see the third member in the group, I feel like I'm bullying my peer. It should be the 4 of us. Shoko, indeed. Gojo, Hikari doesn't have line, nor does he fear the camera. He just takes a bit longer to warm up. Gojo, the photo is fine. You all may not see it, but I can completely perceive Hikari's cursed energy. Shining like a matcha cake, super dazzling. Shoko, matcha cake. Shoko, Geto, I won't say much. You should figure it out yourself. P.S. Granularity, hurry up and align. Geto. Geto, Shoko, I think I might vaguely understand. Gojo, what granularity? What are you all whispering behind my back? Shoko, well, hello kitty. Shoko, taking time to warm up, indeed. Hikari does look like a super introverted type. Gojo, you two are a complete contrast in personality as childhood friends. Geto, Shoko. Geto, from Satoru Gojo's report in the first-year cohort at Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu University, it's clear that Hikari is certainly not the introverted type. Gojo, jealous, are we, Geto? Shoko, puffed. Geto, Gojo, I'll block out your entire frame. Jieri Xiaozi. Box, do you know that Hujuin cosplays in your nickname, Box? Wu-Tiao the Childish Ghost. Shio Maruko, Wu-Tiao the Childish Ghost 1. Wu-Tiao Satoru, TCH, Jieri Xiaozi. However, if there's absolutely no line, perhaps there are other means of communication? Facebook or Telegram would suffice. Or even a simple phone number. Jieri Xiaozi sighs helplessly, hands raised in resignation. We are precious contemporaries, after all. Sheo Maruko sits on a small stool. Group Wuqiao Satoru is typing. Phone number? Wuqiao Satoru's fingers linger on this absurd term, lost in contemplation. Hujuan. Wuqiao Satoru subtly nudged Hujuan, showing him the chat history. Do you have a phone number? Or Facebook? Hujuan's gaze was indescribable. All right. Why look at me like that? Wuqiao Satoru stammered, whispering, then I'll get you a phone card, and I do need to buy a phone, but you must first save my number, call me. And send messages too. Hujuan raised an eyebrow slightly, silently observing Wuqiao Satoru's fingers flicker across the screen, leaving after images. Line. Tokyo Sorcerer's Top 3. Wuqiao Satoru. Suddenly feeling guilty, Wuqiao Satoru. Mamoru has no phone, but I'll buy him one soon. This issue is trivial and will be resolved quickly once I get to Kyoto. Shio Maruko. Jieri Xiaozi. Wuqiao Satoru. This matter is quite complicated. Cat going crazy. Box. Not complicated. Line reminds you, group members have been updated. Be sure to greet the new member box. Tokyo Sorcerer's Top 4. Line reminds you. Please be cautious of unfamiliar accounts. The security status of this group is abnormal. Wuqiao Satoru. Shio Maruko. Jieri Xiaozi. Box. Don't worry about it. Memory gene recombination completed. Connection established. No virus risk detected. Advertisements have been blocked. Account confidentiality has been elevated to the highest level. Payment protection is activated. Shio Maruko. Wuqiao, say something. I'm a bit scared. JPG, Jieri Xiaozi. My phone suddenly feels hot. In his seat, Wuqiao Satoru looked up in astonishment. While Hujuan gently withdrew his fingertips from Wuqiao Satoru's phone. No need for a phone or a call, Hujuan whispered. Just share a link. I can receive information. Wuqiao Satoru instinctively nodded, disregarding the rapidly scrolling chat messages from Jieri and Jia. He scrolled up the screen, his gaze landing on Hujuan's ID. A flicker of pride emerged as his fingertip tapped on the box. Oh, the link inside me is also one you created. Wuqiao Satoru leaned his elbow against the window frame, his arm supporting his chin. He tilted his head toward Hujuan, a playful smile gracing his lips. Yet his voice held a tone of grievance. How unfair, Hujuan. You're able to know my condition while I remain oblivious to yours? Hujuan parted his lips. But before he could inquire, Wuqiao Satoru's complaints came crashing down again. Mamoru, I thought the link was supposed to be two-way. I want to receive the messages you send me. Otherwise, even though you're inside me, I can't feel anything, which would be somewhat displeasing. As he spoke, akin to a playful kitten, his hands were restless, scratching Hujuan's hand. His fingertips glided along the uneven contours of Hujuan's hand, reveling in the playful interaction, yet he added, it's super displeasing. Hujuan glanced down at the antics of Wuqiao's fingers on his hand and found his thoughts momentarily tangled. He attempted to clarify. The link established in the phone is one way. I merely created a virtual account in line, still using your account for redirection. Thus, if there's no internet or your phone runs out of battery, you won't receive messages, and I won't either. Others can't trace it back. But the link between you and me is different. The link of the sword within you is two-way. Hujuan activated the source code. You should be able to feel the warmth in your spine. That indicates. Hujuan hesitated, sensing something was slightly off. In short, if it's warm, that means I'm sending messages, Wuqiao. Wuqiao's mischievous fingers paused momentarily on Hujuan's hand, and he suspiciously averted his gaze, only to return it, dragging his voice in complaint. Nothing at all, completely nothing. Hujuan furrowed his brow. He could distinctly feel the sword responding, the source code operating normally without issues. Wuqiao should be receiving information. The data fluctuations from the antivirus software exceeded the basic threshold. Information should feed back into the source code. The sword would be activated. And Wuqiao's back should feel warm as well. Hujuan, nothing? Really? Not warm. Wuqiao responded swiftly, fingers circling Hujuan's wrist bone. His gaze was intently focused on the round protrusion of the wrist bone, occasionally involving his thumb in the playful game, pinching and scratching. It almost seemed he wanted to take a bite. Hujuan remained silent, maintaining the operation of the source code, momentarily distracted. He was unsure if all humans possessed this peculiar biting habit, but it mattered little. Besides his human host, no other human could serve as his chew toy. Hujuan pressed his lips together, his gaze drifting between his wrist bone and Wuqiao Satoru's expression, filled with confusion. The source code was indeed functioning properly, with no errors reported. And the feedback from the host was normal. There were no issues with the connection between the source code and him regarding network interruptions or low battery. The only scenario for a connection error would be the antivirus software's demise. Yet, he was still present. So why? How could the host not receive his feedback? Hujuin's eyes dropped, his gaze vacantly settling on Wuqiao Satoru's arm. He was always the one who silently indulged and permitted. So he had no objections to someone's fingers gliding down his wrist bone, following the curve of his palm, playfully dancing between his pinky and ring fingers. Go ahead and play. However, how could the host not receive his feedback? Hujuin began to trace back through his data. The green sorcery radiated subtle ripples as Wuqiao Satoru pressed his lips together, tilting his head slightly to hide the curve of his smile. His gaze landing on the glass window. Unbeknownst to him, a fine drizzle had begun outside. The train sped along, the glass window shrouded in a misty haze. The raindrops retreating diagonally, silently slipping away from Hujuin's hand, leaving a cool dampness in their wake. Hey! Wuqiao Satoru stared at the falling raindrops, emitting an ambiguous hum. Only I can slide down there. Wuqiao Satoru focused intently on the reflections of shadows cast upon the window, cautiously yet dominantly placing his palm against Hujuin's hand. The sorcery surrounding Hujuin momentarily slowed, and he turned his head to meet Wuqiao Satoru's gaze in the curved landscape of the window. Mamoru, look outside, it's raining. The air was tinged with a hint of guilt as Satoru Gojo stubbornly covered the back of Fuwa's hand, showing no intention of withdrawing. Fuwa replied, contemplating for a moment. He turned slightly, using his left hand to grasp Satoru's hand while his right slipped behind him. His fingertips gently pressed against the small of Satoru's back. I might need to check on the sword issue, Satoru stated, momentarily taken aback by the vivid sensation at his lower back. As Fuwa's fingers began to glide slowly along his spine, a jolt of electricity coursed through him, sending tingles along his vertebrae. The tips of Satoru's ears flushed crimson, and instinctively, he hunched over, realizing he could no longer deceive Fuwa. With decisive movement, he leaned back against Fuwa, pinning his right arm firmly behind him. Fuwa looked down at him, his brows and eyes seemingly kissed by the late summer rain. Exuding a coolness, Satoru, feeling a surge of guilt, pressed his lips together, unable to meet Fuwa's gaze as it remained downward. You're lying to me. The link is intact. I've confirmed it. There's no issue. Fuwa frowned slightly, a hint of irritation creeping into his demeanor as his gaze caught the reflection of the window before him. His voice momentarily faltered. Fuwa abruptly cut off his sentence, repeating with irritation, you're lying to me. Without further ado, Fuwa placed his hand on Satoru's shoulder, firmly righting him, then coldly settled back into his seat, crossing his arms to deny Satoru any further opportunities for play. Within 5 seconds, a passerby in the chair to the far left suddenly hissed, perplexed as he rubbed his arms. Why is the air conditioning suddenly so cold? He glanced around in confusion, rummaging through his bag for a jacket. Satoru touched his nose, reaching out to poke Fuwa's shoulder. Mamoru, please don't be angry. Aside from the tips of his ears, Satoru's neck also bore a hint of red, feeling a bit flustered, along with an inexplicable warmth. Undeterred by the chill, he inched closer, nudging Fuwa's shoulder. I'm not lying. Truly, I'm not cold. It was hotter when we argued that day. Satoru murmured, that day felt like I was on fire. Fuwa paused, his nerves involuntarily tightening. After a brief silence, he sighed in resignation. When did we ever argue? Fuwa asked softly, though his tone lacked the quality of a question. He wanted to express that a virus protection program wouldn't dare argue with the host. Only a software that wished to cease existing would do so. However, despite Satoru's flawed choice of words, Fuwa realized he could comprehend which day Satoru referred to. It wasn't about the argument itself, but rather the emotions surrounding it. Satoru remained silent, yet even through the sunglasses, Fuwa felt his gaze upon him. What is going on? Why does it suddenly feel less cold? The passerby complained softly, removing his jacket once more. Meeting Satoru's gaze, Fuwa relaxed his tense shoulders, letting his hands drop to the armrest. I'm not angry. After a moment of hesitation, Fuwa omitted the latter part of his sentence and reiterated, Satoru, don't deceive me regarding the link. Satoru watched him, the gravity of Fuwa's tone sounding both earnest and resigned. The link is strangely. Satoru raised his hand to erect a soundproof barrier. Fuwa froze for a moment. The remaining words caught on his lips before he suddenly smiled. It was not the usual faint smile but a genuine curve of his lips, releasing a brief, delicate laugh. Satoru maintained his stance with the soundproof barrier, yet all that remained in his vision was Fuwa's silhouette. Matcha cake, matcha daifuku, matcha frappuccino. Satoru muttered, his lips moving without sound, as the rhythm of his heartbeat and Fuwa's voice overwhelmed his breath. Matcha Mamoru? Fuwa responded softly. His eyes sparkled. A low laughter laced within his voice. The link between us is paramount, Satoru. It encompasses everything for me. Satoru inhaled sharply, oddly holding his breath, the air becoming trapped in his lungs. He nodded absent-mindedly, then hurriedly shifted to the window side of the compartment, feeling a surge of frustration. Damn it. My heart is racing. A series of shallow breaths echoed, and the glass window suddenly fogged up, reflecting someone's flushed profile. Moments later, Satoru exasperatedly covered his face. Damn it, I'm so short on patience. But Mamoru looks so good when he smiles. So adorable. Chapter 18, The Songstress of the Shrine. Line, Tokyo Sorcerer's Top 4, Yasuhara, Satoru, Fuwa, what happened? I sensed Hogu's cursed energy, and there's a barrier. Yasuhara exclaimed. Cursed spirit. Calm down, Yasuhara. Doesn't this feel reminiscent? Jerry remarked. This sensation of a barrier being set up, followed by some sneaky antics, feels all too familiar. Oi, Yasuhara, let us wait. The barrier will disappear. Jerry peeked across, shrugging lightly. I saw it. The barrier vanished, and unsurprisingly, there are no traces of cursed spirits left. How strange. I was merely reading the text, yet I distinctly heard your voice in my head, Jerry, and the sound of a lollipop clashing against teeth. Perhaps, Yasuhara, you should look to your left. Yasuhara paused, abruptly turning his head to the left, his expression bewildered. Jerry sat beside him, leisurely sucking on a lollipop, completing her sentence at a leisurely pace. Line, Tokyo Sorcerer's Top 4 Idiot. Yasuhara. Attention, passengers. The Nozomi 363 train, direct from Tokyo to Kyoto, is about to arrive at its destination. Kyoto Station is the final stop for this service. Please disembark in an orderly fashion. Outside Kyoto Station, the sound of rain was a gentle patter. The songstress stood with a transparent umbrella, her expression tense and overly serious. Her right hand, which hung beside her leg, was clenched into a tight fist, and her abdomen periodically tightened, matching her anxious breaths. Come on, it's just a bunch of juniors, songstress. There's no need to be so nervous, haha, they're just fellow students. Since you're a senior, stand tall, songstress. I'm not scared at all, haha. Suddenly, the songstress leaned down, swinging the umbrella, startling passers-by who jumped in surprise. When she lifted her head, her lips were pursed, the curve resembling Japan's highest peak. Mount Fuji. Ah, I'm scared, boohoo. The timid songstress TT. A sharp scent of perfume wafted around her, mingling with the fine rain that fell like a curtain of glistening beads. Beside the songstress, beneath a black umbrella, a woman with light blue hair leisurely hummed an old tune for a few seconds. Calm down, songstress, it's just a few juniors. Miss May. The songstress in Gucci straightened her posture, wide noodles of tears faintly appearing on her face. Wah, Miss May doesn't seem nervous at all. Teacher Yaga said they are extremely difficult to deal with. Ah, May drawled with a dismissive tone. In her field of vision, Kyoto Station was bustling with shadows. The crow on the sign remained motionless, observing the crowd, while blinding white appeared first, followed closely by a green figure, stepping into the damp reflections of water. Hey, do you have any apple candies in your pocket? Not that, I mean the chunked apple candy. I am not Doraemon. Without apple candies, I shall cause a ruckus, okay? Cotton candy? When did you stash that in your pocket? I bought it on a whim. It's no different from Doraemon, and besides, didn't you say you had no money to buy it? Wait, yeah, Gakko, there's an unfamiliar curse power over there. In the misty rain, Gojo Satoru cast a precise gaze towards the position of the crow, a few meters away. Mei momentarily paused her breath as the crow on the sign cawed and took flight. The black umbrella swayed, faintly mirroring the arc of the crow's departure, while the rain falling from the umbrella fabric broke into segments like bamboo joints, splashing into the cracks of the bricks. Gojo Satoru, the long-awaited heir of the Gojo family after 4 centuries, was born during the era of inflation and had already been offered a bounty exceeding 100 million as an infant. Japan's bubble economy abruptly ended in 1991, yet Gojo Satoru's worth did not diminish with the times. To this day, he remains at the pinnacle of the bounty list. His value is steadfast as his limitless curse techniques, unrivaled in the world. If one were to sever his head, the zeros in the balance column of his bankbook would likely graze the vertical line of the separator, wouldn't it? Ah, what a delightful thought. Alas, Gojo's personal guards accompany him as well. The exquisite scent of copper emanating from his 6 eyes mingled with the aroma of the winter woodland, transforming into a violent and chilling presence. Mei apathetically twirled a strand of hair beside her right ear, as if someone were incessantly calling out in her ear. She hummed indifferently, her main focus on recalling intelligence acquired through her family. Protect. The 6-eyed guard, Fong Hu. The information was scant. He first appeared and eliminated 4 first-grade curse users, 6 second-grade curse users, and several third-grade ones, directly dismantling the assassination plot against Gojo Satoru orchestrated by the curse user organization, Senai. Subsequently, the Gojo family publicly verified Fong Hu's identity as a first-grade sorcerer and acknowledged him as Gojo Satoru's guard. Gojo Satoru was referred to as the 6-eyed son, and thus Fong Hu bore a related title, the Sword of the 6-eyed Son. The rumors circulating in the underworld were convoluted and of low credibility. Yet one thing remained consistent about Fang Hu. He was a silent killer who acted without words. Moreover, when he did act, it was never just one victim. He was the type to inflict collateral damage, exterminating entire clans. Mei Mei let out a ghostly sigh, her thoughts drifting to her younger brother. Very well. There was no need to engage in assassination games with the upperclassmen. However, Sin Ai and others who coveted the astronomical bounty on the six-eyed sun were ever present in Kyoto, a city notorious for its turmoil. Since there was no profit to be made here, she chose to refrain from joining the fray. As she observed the charming brown-haired girl locating their meeting point via her phone, Mei Mei nodded at her. The silhouette of a first-year student entered her sight. And Nguchi gasped sharply, anxiously clutching her clothing. Ah, Miss Mei, that must be Idori Gakko. The super precious one, the one who heals. And the one behind her is her peer? The user of the reversal technique, Idori Gakko, a first-grade sorcerer and healer. Mei Mei's lips curled into a beautiful arc. And before making her exit, she decided to be merciful and inform Nguchi of the first-year students' identities, including the parts that teacher Yaga had not mentioned. The boy with the bun, a first-grade sorcerer, Suguru Geto. The white-haired boy wearing sunglasses, a first-grade sorcerer, Gojo Satoru of the three families. The green-haired one in the black hooded jacket, a first-grade sorcerer. As Gojo Satoru and his companions approached, Mei Mei playfully completed her sentence. Gojo Satoru's guard, Fang Hu. The one among these four first-graders you should not provoke. The other three were newcomers. But this one was a killer trained by the Gojo family to protect the divine child. Gucci, are you still with us? Do you understand the implications? Mei Mei cast a sympathetic glance at the stiff Nguchi. Nguchi, please do not cue me. I am at a loss for words. Yaga, teacher Yaga. May I ask, for first graders for? First grade. And that rumored 6 eyes. Is there anything that requires me, a second-grade sorcerer senior, to take care of? Should I help buy Kyoto's finest matcha chocolate? Hey, I'm telling you, it's quite rude of you too. Gojo Satoru raised an eyebrow, dramatically removing his sunglasses. The striking azure of his 6 eyes was now fully exposed to Mei Mei and Nguchi's gaze, as he disregarded Nguchi and directed his displeasure towards Mei Mei. That crow was indeed your technique, wasn't it? Were you eavesdropping? Suguru Geto restrained the potentially more impolite Gojo Satoru, saying, Satoru, Mei Mei senpai was merely trying to find us better. The station is crowded, and it's still raining. The birds have a better vantage point. Right, Suguru-kun. Walking into the crowd and mingling with the cheap scent would infuriate me. But it seems I have acted unnecessarily. Mei Mei unabashedly scrutinized the technique surrounding Gojo Satoru, which kept the rain at bay. In the drizzling rain, he stood out distinctly from the pedestrians, completely without an umbrella, while Gojo Satoru and Fang Hu were remarkably prominent. Their limitless technique emitting a subtle azure hue reminiscent of lake water. It was said that maintaining the limitless technique required immense energy. And even the cursed energy possessed by first-grade sorcerers could lead to burnout if sustained for too long. Yet, Gojo Satoru casually unfolded his technique to shield himself from the rain. Oh, Mei Mei's expression was calm and amiable, as if she had not contemplated earning a commission by assassinating her juniors. Just call me Miss Mei, dear juniors. The term senpai feels rather antiquated. TCH, Gojo Satoru scoffed, emphatically asserting. Miss Mei? I couldn't care less about the senior-junior hierarchy, but first, Fang is not my guard. We are childhood friends with a super close bond, childhood friends. Secondly, the one you should fear the most among these four. Gojo Satoru pointed to himself. Isn't it obvious that I look more formidable? Mamoru is clearly the gentle type. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. The first-time witnesses, who nearly faced death, Suguru Geto. The one who witnessed everything, Idori Gakko. The one with some intelligence, Mei Mei. Fang Hu, who found it absurd. Nguchi, still rebooting, please do not cue. He was so resolute that Mei Mei instinctively reviewed the reliability of her intelligence sources. Ah, is that so? Mei Mei's smile stiffened slightly. Perhaps it's the external rumors and some stereotypes that led me to think this way. My apologies, Satoru-kun. I merely felt that the title 6-eyed sun sounded gentler than the sword of 6 eyes. Please don't take offense. Huh. Gojo flashed a grin. Just as the 6 eyes were about to focus on Mei Mei. Quick-witted, she swiftly patted the frozen Nguchi. Nguchi? Ah, hello, juniors. I am Nguchi. I am a second-grade sorcerer Nguchi. Her voice was direct, punctuating the air with a rhythmic staccato during the first half of the year. Miss Ming and I have been engaged in fieldwork in Kyoto, and our understanding of this place is quite profound. Thus, Teacher Yi requested that I accompany Miss Ming. Not us, right? Ming Ming interjected with a light laugh. Songji, I regret to inform you that I neglected to mention some unfortunate news. I had indeed applied for a commission from Judar in advance, yet my phone has yet to emit the delightful notification of a successful transaction. With a whimsical sigh, Ming Ming's voice dripped with melancholy. Teacher Yi deemed it exceedingly impolite for adults to inquire about payment, which left me with no choice but to resort to a more discourteous approach. First-year student and Guji. Ming Ming chuckled softly. Songji, I leave the care of our junior to you. I shall take my leave now. And Guji exclaimed, wait a moment. In a fluster, she grasped Ming Ming's arm where the umbrella was held. Miss Ming, you're joking, aren't you? We came together to fetch someone. Ming Ming deftly extricated her arm, smiling as she produced her phone, tapping away with rapid precision. She purchased a ticket to Osaka on the spot. Songji, you are here to pick someone up? I am not. Ming Ming twirled her black umbrella, stepping confidently into the rain. The inflection of her speech danced in the air, like raindrops teasingly splashing against Nguji's pant legs. I am off to savor the aroma of the commission in Osaka. Best of luck, Songji. Nguji stood frozen, dazed. The patter of rain seemed to intensify, or was it merely her imagination? Yes, indeed, Senior Song. Shoko leaned forward slightly, tilting her head to observe the vividly expressive Nguji. It truly is pouring, Senior. Do you intend to remain here? She gestured towards the retreating figures of 3 men who had already sauntered away. They walked off just like that. Nguji echoed in disbelief. They ignored me and simply left? Shoko smiled innocently, her umbrella colliding lightly with Nguji's. Well, yes, Gojo remarked that you seemed rather dazed. And Suguru mentioned he was hungry and desired some grilled meat. Then Gojo suggested, Mamoru, I believe we had some rather delightful barbecue nearby. She pointed towards the west of the station, indicating their destination. Well, that's that. How rude. Shoko blinked innocently, her umbrella nudging against Nguji's. But, Senior Song, I am quite hungry as well. I would also like some grilled meat. She elongated her words, Senior Song, grilled meat. Nguji, near the Kyoto station. The barbecue restaurant buzzed with activity. The griddled plates sizzled, the aroma of succulent meat wafting through the air. Suguru flipped the meat with tongs, occasionally placing the perfectly cooked pieces onto the shared platter. The scent of grilled meat always seems to amplify one's hunger. Shoko offered straightforward praise to the chef. Your grilled meat is delectable, Suguru. Gojo nodded in agreement, casually handing over the grilled beef tongue to Mamoru. The first-year students reveled in camaraderie, while Nguji, seated at the corner, gradually darkened in mood. I say you lot. Nguji's fist slammed onto the table, causing the bowls and chopsticks to clatter. Show me a little respect. 1, 2, 3. The scene momentarily froze. Gojo, with a piece of meat lodged in his mouth, Suguru poised with a spatula, and Mamoru calmly lifting a piece of beef tongue towards his lips. Shoko was the first to act. She seized Nguji's plate, piling it high with grilled meat. Suguru, leave some for the chef. He lamented softly. I know. Shoko hastily filled the plate with meat and handed it to Nguji. Thank you. Nguji received the plate, but then hesitated. Wait, Shoko, I meant to discuss the task. About the task, we can talk after we eat. Songji. Gojo turned slightly, leaning his left arm on Mamoru's shoulder. The sky was brilliantly clear, a vast expanse of azure. Gojo, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, regardless. You are the assistant supervisor, and we shall exorcise the cursed spirits. One day, and we're done. Shoko, Suguru. Hi. Suguru smiled, nodding in agreement, returning the same haughty and audacious response. Senior Song, there's no need to be anxious. Gojo, Suguru, and Shoko chimed in. We are, after all, the strongest. Chapter 19, Sensation. Are you ensnared in the torment of being overly gentle, unable to refuse the requests of juniors? Do you find yourself struggling in a bone-chilling society, burdened by excessive decorum and politeness? Do you feel suffocated and pained by the rudeness of younger peers? In a world dominated by the unconventional, the juvenile, and the boorish, let the masters of Chinese culture, with their 5,000 years of wisdom, guide you through the 36 stratagems of life. The first stratagem, and indeed the most crucial, is to cut and run when the winds grow fierce. The sound of a clap. Inside the business car dispatched for assistance. Nguji resolutely closed the tome on the 36 stratagems of life. Miss Ming, it appears you are well versed in this wisdom. Had I known sooner, I too should have boldly embarked on the journey to Osaka, rather than remaining in the passenger seat, enduring the rudeness of a junior who does not even address me as senior, and worrying about the progress of their tasks. Nguji sat expressionless in the passenger seat, her gaze fixed ahead, submerged in contemplation. Was the junior she had eagerly awaited truly of this indescribable nature? In the back seat, Juda's 4 first-year students were well-fed and carefree. The rain in Kyoto persisted, yet they remained blissfully unaware of the resentment emanating from Nguji, comfortably engrossed in their mobile games. Hey, Suguru, I just remembered, didn't you say Mamoru didn't he have a phone? So how did he get online? Superpower. What superpower? It's just that I created a new account on my phone. The stick figure character on Sugiru's screen leapt, as did the phone itself. Hey, you two can't come up here. Shoko's character, equipped with a medical kit, performed a 360-degree spin, launching a spiral projectile that struck the white character, leaving it dazed for 3 seconds. Quick, jump, jump, Shoko urged. Damn, you two are ganging up on me. The stick figure character dashed towards the finish line, while Gojo sprang into action, colliding with Shoko's character in a battle for supremacy. Shoko, let go of me. I'm going to settle this once and for all. Hi. No way. With a fierce grin, Suguru furiously pressed the directional keys. He glanced back at the entangled stick figures, sneering, just give up, you fools. From now on, call me King Suguru. Shoko and Gojo exchanged incredulous glances, then set their phones aside, launching themselves at Suguru with wild abandon. Suguru, in a flustered attempt to maintain his hairstyle, found himself caught in a 2-on-1 tussle, with his knee pressing against Gojo and one arm grappling Shoko, all while struggling to keep his balance in the seat. One man stands guard, and the rest shall not pass. With a cold laugh, Shoko produced a rainbow dash hairpin from her pocket, while Gojo Satoru's neck bulged with veins as he called out for reinforcements in a heart-wrenching plea. Mamoru, don't go up there. Put the hairpin away. Shoko, prepare for battle. Suguru Geto's pupils trembled as he watched the ominous figure of Fong Hu approach with an air of menace. Huh, am I facing 3 of you? Is this fair? You are being utterly unreasonable. Shoko restrained Sugiru's arm and seized the phone he had just set down, activating the recording function. The cold lens of the camera focused squarely on Sugiru's face, and Shoko offered him a gentle smile. Come now, accept your fate, Suguru. Struggling, he shrieked, no? We are classmates, after all. Have a little camaraderie. Fong Hu, as impassive as iron, struck with lightning speed, seizing Sugiru's jaw. He froze in terror, and in the next moment, a jolt coursed through his head. SSR card, Suguru Geto, Rainbow Dash. Gojo and Shoko cheered, yay, with the flamboyant hairpin perched upon him. Suguru fell into silence, his face buried in his hands in a mix of despair and indignation. After a moment, he struggled to utter, Shoko, I have but one request. Please do not post it in the planner. Shoko replied, that is not good. Suguru gazed at her with skepticism, yet she nodded in agreement. In the next instant, the phone vibrated. Line notification, your friend, Shoko, has updated a video post. Another vibration. Line notification, your friend, Gojo Satoru, has updated a video post. Once more it vibrated. Line notification, your friend, Fong Hu, has updated a video post. Suguru wore a smile that seemed to reflect the depths of life as truths. Scoundrels, he said. Fong Hu scoffed lightly. Shoko remarked, indeed. Gojo added, indeed. Suguru concluded, 3 scoundrels. Ange, the songstress, interjected, there are 4 scoundrels. Does anyone recall that you are on a mission, not on an outing? With a fierce glare, Ange directed her ire at Gojo. Can I now present the details of the mission? Gojo. Coughing slightly, Suguru rubbed his nose. Though they were jesting, the mission still required clarity. He shot a look at Gojo, signaling him to be serious. Gojo, with a dismissive pout, returned an okay gesture before slumping back, invading Fong Hu's space without a care. Shoko also sat up properly, winking at Ange. However, there was an undeniable air of arrogance emanating from the first years. Ange clenched the thick book titled 36 Strategies of Life, gritting her teeth as she inhaled deeply to regain her composure. The objective of this mission was concealed within a hot spring inn. Half a month prior, a woman's sash appeared floating in the waters of the Hongqing hot spring. After a non-sorcerer retrieved it, an identical sash immediately reappeared in the pool. Even after repeated retrievals, the sashes continued to manifest, trailing long into the center of the pool. That is the sash retrieval pool, then? Gojo mused, adjusting his sunglasses. Shoko, Suguru, we have ourselves a game. Hey, Ange, is it a special grade cursed spirit? Ange, somewhat taken aback by Gojo's astuteness, felt her temper flare. Call me senpai, you idiot. Rolling her eyes, she confirmed, it should be the sash retrieval pool without a doubt. Wang's assessment aligns, meaning the disturbance in the hot spring is caused by a special grade cursed spirit. However, the spirit has yet to fully form. It is still in the stage of a cursed embryo. Ange continued with a hint of seriousness. Even so, the speed at which the cursed spirit is coalescing is alarming. Half a month ago, those sashes were harmless, but recently, multiple sashes have appeared, and 3 guests at the inn have suffocated to death in the waters. Consequently, Wang's personnel confirmed the situation, with the legend of the sash retrieval pool intertwined with loss of life. The bottom of the pool has given rise to a cursed embryo of a special grade. Those sashes represent umbilical cords. Moreover, the cursed embryo has created a domain akin to an amniotic sac, enveloping the entire hot spring inn. Wang has isolated non-sorcerers to prevent the situation from escalating further. Fortunately, it is merely a cursed embryo, Thus, it is only pre-special grade. If the embryo hatches, the complications would be significant. Excuse me, Suguru raised his hand. What is the legend of the sash retrieval pool? Ange elaborated. It refers to a beautiful sash floating on the water, causing passing travelers to become entranced and unwittingly attempt to retrieve it. Gojo interjected. And then they become ensnared by the sash and dragged to the bottom of the pool to perish. After the Edo period, 1615, the sash retrieval pool was likely filled in, but the legend has endured. So, I suspect this mission involves a cursed spirit. But I never expected it to also be capable of creating a domain. Gojo rubbed his hands together enthusiastically. Hey, Suguru, you assist, and I'll take the lead. Suguru retorted with a laugh. No way, I'll take the lead. No, I will. You can't, I will. Fong, who suddenly interjected coldly, I will. Huh, you. With that awful fringe? I've already claimed it. Gojo and Suguru froze mid-argument, hands poised to tug at their headpieces. Mamoru? Suguru and Shoko exchanged bewildered glances, turning to Fong Hu ignored them, his gaze penetrating past Suguru and Shoko to lock onto the driver peering through the rearview mirror. The driver felt the weight of his icy stare, the vehicle tilting ever so slightly. Drive properly, human, Fong Hu stated flatly, or get out, and I'll take the wheel. The driver cleared his throat a few times, remaining silent. Mamoru, what's wrong? Gojo inquired, placing his hand on Fong Hu's cool palm, not removing it, but instead openly laying his hand atop Fong Hu's. It's nothing. Fong Hu glanced at Gojo, his fingers instinctively curling slightly. He averted his gaze, fixing it back on the driver, speaking somewhat awkwardly. I just have a bad feeling. A feeling? Gojo was taken aback. He greeted Suguru and Shoko before promptly erecting a complete concealment barrier. Oh, where do you feel uneasy? He asked, his tone cautious, as if trimming his cat's nails. All because of the word feeling. He couldn't articulate the vague sensation, the mere brush against that door. He even rationally speculated that it might not exist at all. He cherished Fong Hu but had yet to confess, knowing he was not strong enough. He couldn't pinpoint the exact moment their friendship had morphed. But from the instant he realized it, he was certain he could never be the stoic, composed strongest. Affection always surged alongside pride, and possessiveness entangled itself with malice. He liked Mamoru. He wouldn't hide his feelings. Yet, he had no intention of confessing to Mamoru, for he was uncertain if that door to Fong Hu's emotions truly existed. My fondness for you cannot be met with confusion. The significance of Fong Hu to Gojo and the nature of their relationship seemed to exist solely in their mutual presence. It was Gojo's very existence that sustained their bond. Should he perish, or if his essence were to vacate his body, the meaning and the relationship would vanish. Mamoru is destined to flee, for were it not for his act of drawing that sword, their paths would have never intertwined. Thus, Satoru Gojo chose to disregard the confession. After all, as long as his life endures, Ko is eternally his. He shall grow stronger, mastering the art of reverse curse techniques and domain expansion. Once he becomes the strongest, he will return to inform those tedious old men of his affection for Ko, declaring himself her lover, and that they have been together for quite some time. Those antiquated and conservative elders will undoubtedly erupt in fury, carelessly placing a bounty on Ko's head and colluding with higher-ups and the other factions. They will pursue her with the ferocity of rabid dogs. For the identity of his childhood sweetheart is rather convoluted. Is she a sword, a program, a comet, or a male? Presently, Satoru Gojo is powerless to halt the assassination and impeachment, but a Gojo who has mastered reverse curse techniques and domain expansion can indeed do so. The strongest Satoru Gojo can. He will ascend to become the most formidable sorcerer, effortlessly achieving many feats. Yet, on the Clinic's rooftop, when Ko states that programs can never comprehend human desire, Satoru knows there are limitations he cannot surpass. He does not regard Ko as merely a program, but existence and the rules are immutable. Mamoru appears human, yet his programmed side lacks emotional perception, unable to grasp the true significance of words, only aware of the hollow, formal, and knowledge-based definitions of isolated phrases. The notion of extinction drives him to madness, incredulously questioning, "Can I kill you?" His foolish childhood friend disregards the question marks and exclamation points, interpreting the phrase flatly, seemingly oblivious to his emotions and possessiveness, born from the affection he harbors. Antivirus software cannot sense such feelings. However, the antivirus that nearly drove him insane now claims to have feelings. Satoru Gojo gazes at the silent Ko, gently squeezing his fingers. "Mamoru, why do you seem unwell?" Ko lowers his gaze, and just as Satoru believes he will receive no answer, as everything seems fleeting, Ko unexpectedly looks at him, lifting a hand to remove the veil. "Ench, what is the task level for the sorcerers transferred to Tokyo?" Ko inquires. "What?" Ench furrows her brow. A more disrespectful address than merely omitting senpai has emerged. The junior directly calls you by your full name. Naruko raises a hand to pat Ange's shoulder, clasping her hands together in a pleading manner. Senpai, I want to know too, please. Ange pauses, a smirk curling her lips as she replies, for Naruko's sake. It's a second level. I recall it's a haunted house in an amusement park, indeed a second-level cursed spirit. Ange suddenly freezes, glancing at the driver in the front seat. Another assistant supervisor dispatched by the window. Unlike those in school, the true hierarchy will not hesitate to assist without concern for entering the veil. The driver remains silent, navigating the vehicle as if entirely unaware of the sudden stillness enveloping the cabin. Naruko still smiles faintly, softly thanking Senpai. Ange purses her lips, turning her head away without uttering a word. Balancing the quality of education. Thus arises the exchange exorcism task. Kyoto is a second level, while Tokyo is a quasi-special grade. Where lies the balance? Why target their Tokyo school? Ko's expression remains consistently bland as he gazes at Satoru Gojo, silently conveying his discontent with the current situation. Or perhaps simply looking at him unconsciously. Yet Satoru knows he has indeed touched that door. The very door he believed did not exist. It appears he cannot disregard the confession. Eyes signify the capacity of a lover. Mamoru stands within the doorway, emotions reflected in his gaze, mirroring Satoru's own. Chapter 20. Within the chest, beyond the boundless. Programs lack hearts, thus devoid of heartbeat and pulse. The humanoid figure is but a simulation, meticulously crafted from dense data. So the sensation of touch should resemble that of handling a cup, a table, or a book, merely the tactile experience of objects. Programs lack the warmth and uniqueness inherent to living beings. Even if the simulated body temperature consistently maintains at 36 degrees, a human, with closed eyes, can discern the difference between a heated water bottle and a living person. Yet, Satoru Gojo seems unbothered. As the vehicle halts, Ko clings to his wrist, fearful of losing him. Naruko mentions stepping out for a smoke, while Suguru Geto stretches his limbs to warm up. Satoru, despite his verbal complaints about their bothersome nature, obediently remains in place, refraining from rushing in as Super Satoru. He swings Ko's wrist while engaging in banter with Ange. The emotions conveyed through the sword are predominantly gentle and serene. Ko disregards his swinging left hand, raising his right to lift the veil. Born from darkness, reaching the utmost darkness, all impurities and filth thoroughly exorcised. The veil forcefully encloses the hot spring within an independent space. Satoru remarks, Ko, that guy said it himself. This area has already isolated non-sorcerers, so whether to lift the veil is inconsequential. Huh, that guy? Ange exclaims irritably. I've tolerated you for long enough, Satoru Gojo. Call me senpai properly. Satoru cheekily sticks out his tongue. No, you can call me Satoru. I don't mind at all. I mind. Do I know you well? Ange and Satoru engage in a verbal tug-of-war, while Ko glances at Ange, calmly lowering his hand, his eyes fixed on the slender, fair human fingers resting on his wrist. The owner of the hand is entirely oblivious, their palm pressed closely against his wrist without a gap, occasionally jabbing at Ange during their quarrel. The unique warmth and softness inherent to humanity surge from his wrist to his chest and throat, sparking an electric sensation akin to a tingling thrill. The slow, clear sound of a heartbeat resonates in his ears. Ko's Adam's apple subtly shifts as he averted his gaze, tilting towards the side of the veil. From the moment he first encountered Satoru Gojo, when he was forced to shrink, Ko understood he had changed. Programs are not born. They do not require growth or development, nor do they succumb to disease or aging. He originally possessed no organs, let alone a heartbeat, blood, or life. Data merely succumbs, crushed by a larger torrent akin to ants. Yet his data has grown alongside Satoru's development, evolving due to Satoru's own growth. The core source code invades Satoru's spine, learning his genetic essence, the frigid data traversing through warm flesh. This equally formidable human retaliating without relent. That is not Satoru's heartbeat, that is his own. Since the source code infiltrated Satoru's body, Ko has been acutely aware of the addition of an unnamed plugin. A manifestation of the consciousness of the human host, Satoru Gojo, a thought, a curse. The plugin is small and feeble, impervious to his efforts to decode, yet capable of obliterating it. However, he refrains. No program would mind the presence of additional plugins, thus he allowed it. Until today, the plugin has silently settled in the left side of his chest, growing into a semblance of a heart. Satoru Gojo has bestowed a living heart upon the antivirus software. This beautiful and powerful human becomes aware that he seems to be pierced by an unfamiliar sword, something strange nestled within his bones, prompting him to retaliate fiercely by casting a curse back. At the story's outset, when Satoru despised Ko the most, the six eyes, being utterly suppressed, began to experience desires, feeling the stirrings of the heart, alongside anger and fear. unable to extract the sword from his spine or drive away Fong Hu. He cursed Fong Hu daily in his mind, wishing him to be merely human, possessing a heart. As long as Fong Hu remained human, Satoru Gojo believed he could defeat him. When Fong Hu became aware of this, that heart was yet to fully form. However, even in its nascent state, the functions of the heart were already subtly revealing themselves, enabling him to recognize its existence and what it symbolized. Initially taken aback, he soon felt an urge to laugh. The idea that Satoru Gojo threatened an otherworldly program by bestowing upon it a heart was amusing, as was the realization that he had been outmaneuvered by a mere human child. Fong Hu glanced at Satoru Gojo's brows and eyes, a hint of resigned amusement glimmering in his gaze. Because of this heart, it could not be shattered, and due to its indestructibility, the heart existed. The most potent curse bore the most profound logic and the greatest power. He might no longer be able to describe himself as simply obsolete or merely a program. That heart had taken shape, fueled by Satoru Gojo's recent anger and grievances, growing violently with flesh and blood, pulsating in his chest, reminding him that it was not a mere plug-in, but a true heart. This was somewhat absurd, yet it was undeniably logical, as if guided by fate. They were exploring the concept of obliteration, yet the software that was meant to perish had entirely departed from the ranks of extinction. As the antivirus program acquired a heart, it would gradually develop bones, blood, and life. Everything that humanity possessed would emerge as real, due to the heart. Illness, aging, death, and the fluffy life with its fluffy sneezes. However, akin to the secret of the earrings, he would neither deceive Satoru nor voluntarily disclose it. He refrained from telling Satoru about the earrings because he did not wish for obliteration. He hesitated to share the truth about the heart, having discovered that he harbored thoughts that perhaps should not exist. Come on, Natsuko, finish your smoke, Satoru Gojo urged, having irritated the singer into the car. Natsuko rolled her eyes wearily. I'm smoking, not using a smoke extractor. How can I hurry? Suguru Geto chuckled softly, shaking his head. Natsuko, don't mind him. Satoru is just itching to unleash a few curses. You too, right? Suguru, eager to release a few curses to vent your frustration? Natsuko exhaled a smoke ring, which the rain instantly dispersed, and she decided to extinguish her cigarette, heading towards the tent. Suguru shrugged. I just find my mood rather peculiar. As they walked, he gazed at the vast, dark tent, pondering his words. It was that strange feeling of genuinely doing one's homework, only for the teacher to claim your attitude is lazy. You're a good student, Suguru, Natsuko remarked. Suguru deliberately touched his earlobe, the black earring reflecting a faint glimmer of light. Is that so, Natsuko? I often hear I'm quite the despicable fellow. Natsuko raised an eyebrow, pausing deliberately. She lazily pointed towards the ashtray atop the trash can behind her, then gestured with her chin towards Satoru, who unreservedly held Fong Hu's hand. Neither of us is despicable, and neither are they. Natsuko laughed, her eyes curving with both teasing and gentle mirth. First-year troublemakers. Suguru chuckled, as Satoru eyed the approaching peers with suspicion. Are you two playing house? Teacher Yaga is watching you from behind. Huh, who's playing house? Natsuko crossed her arms and rolled her eyes, stepping into the tent first. The singer sat in the car, watching them enter the tent, her brows knitted with worry and unease. Inside the tent, the entire hot spring inn was enveloped in a thin layer of dark, membranous substance. The membrane quivered, occasionally revealing swirling patterns that appeared and vanished at its surface, the curse embryo lurking like a tumor at the base of the structure. Veins resembling black blood vessels twisted through the walls. Satoru removed his sunglasses, tucking them into his collar, the 6 eyes keenly detecting the traces of cursed energy flowing within the veins. What is that? Suguru inquired, pointing at the quivering membrane. Something akin to fetal movement. Natsuko frowned. The master of the reversal technique needed to be more sensitive to the fluctuations of cursed energy, she remarked. It seems we discovered it quite late. In half a day, the curse embryo will be fully formed. Satoru remained silent, his expression as cold as ice. Unlike Suguru and Natsuko, he was privy to more high-level secrets. Discovered late? Natsuko is truly patient. The curse embryo is nearing completion, and yet, the Rotten Orange's Haven Tea sent anyone to resolve the issue, dragging it out until now, merely to pass this ticking time bomb on to someone else? Even if we did discover it late, what necessity was there to wait for the exchange purification, allowing sorcerers from Tokyo to handle it? Have all the first-grade sorcerers from Kyoto perished? Suguru's eyes darkened, his brows contorting with worry and urgency. Satoru, we need to hurry. Just the curse embryo possesses a simple domain, and if it hatches, it will be troublesome. Satoru nodded decisively. The inn had 3 floors. He pointed to a window on the 2nd floor. Suguru, there's not just the curse embryo here. Many cursed spirits drawn to it are eager to devour it. We'll ride the stingray up. I'll purify on the 3rd floor while you start from the 2nd. Then we'll regroup at the bottom. Suguru flipped his wrist, and a pink stingray suddenly appeared behind him. Satoru glanced at Natsuko, loosening his grip on Fanghu's hand. Hua, keep an eye on Natsuko. Before Fanghu could respond, Satoru and Suguru had already leaped onto the stingray, soaring towards the inn. Fanghu's gaze remained fixed on Satoru, the transparent, limitless aura manifesting. A light green, cursed energy surfacing. My apologies. Natsuko lit another cigarette, her gaze drifting towards her peers, her mood low. Even in jest, her voice sounded faint. I can only reverse techniques. I'm a healer, not the type to fight alone. So, while I feel a bit guilty about splitting up your childhood friend group, please protect me, Hukuin. Natsuko exhaled softly, her hair damp from the rain, clinging to her forehead. She raised a hand to smooth it, her expression hinting at a touch of melancholy. Satoru and Suguru were already engaged in battle against the cursed spirits within the inn, less than 10 meters away. The cursed energy of her peers surged, a brilliant blue and black dragon-like cursed spirit swirling in a violent, fierce exorcism. Yet, she had to stand by and watch, her peers specifically instructing her to stay protected. She did not see herself as a burden to her peers. Natsuko was well aware of her unique value. However, while standing idly by as an observer in this battle, a flicker of self-doubt arose within her. In Satoru's words, it felt like she was somewhat lacking. The glowing ember of her cigarette, though the rain could not extinguish it, appeared lonely amidst the downpour. Fanghu glanced at Natsuko's rain-soaked hair, his fingertips twitching. Yet he had no further domain to extend to her. His domain existed solely in that moment, eternally entwined with the large cat that treated the blue as a mere basic attack. It's all right, Natsuko, Fanghu reassured. Satoru has limitless power. Even special-grade curses cannot touch him. Natsuko responded softly, somewhat surprised that Fanghu acknowledged her words, but even more astonished that he addressed her by her full name, rather than you, or in a manner akin to how Hukuin referred to the singer as senpai. So perhaps he was merely a bit slow to warm up, not entirely cold-hearted. Natsuko turned her gaze towards Ho, his hair also drenched by the rain. Strangely, every individual who disembarked from the vehicle, with the exception of the supervisor sent from the higher-ups holding an umbrella, even the senior songstress, seemed to have forgotten their umbrellas. Perhaps they all harbored a collective frustration and desire to be drenched, or perhaps, if everyone ended up soaked, the incident would lose its significance. Suddenly, the windows on the second floor of the inn were simultaneously shattered by a burst of dark blue and black cursed energy, with shards of glass even flying towards Natsuko and Ho. Natsuko did not flinch. A water-green barrier of cursed energy illuminated before her, deflecting the fragments outward, which then fell at her feet. Gojo and Geto were akin to human bombs. Natsuko crouched down, extinguishing her cigarette on the glass shards, her gaze falling upon the fragments. Through a layer of transparent glass, Ho's cursed energy appeared ethereal and faint, reminiscent of Gojo Satoru's limitless technique. Ho! Natsuko spoke to his reflection in the glass. I bear no ill will. I merely feel that remaining silent and not having conversed with a peer does not truly make one a peer, does it? Yet, we will accompany each other for 3 years, will we not? Even if our relationship is mundane, leading to our eventual separation. I fear I am not the type of person who can coexist with humanity for 3 years without any turbulence. Even in silence, when we part ways, my heart's rhythm will inevitably slow. However, I believe such sorrow, born without reason, is truly unfounded. A gentle smile graced Natsuko's lips as she stood, instinctively brushing off the dust from her hands. If I am to feel sorrow, I wish to understand the cause clearly, to know precisely what kind of peer I am bidding farewell to. I desire to know that the discomfort I choose is mine, rather than a passive suffering. Ho met Natsuko's gaze, nodding silently after a moment of contemplation. Ho, it's not merely limitless that can thwart a special-grade cursed spirit, is it? Or perhaps it encompasses more than just limitless. I've always wanted to ask, the domain that disguises itself as limitless on Gojo, is it yours? When the domain is unleashed, Ho's eyelashes fluttered, while Natsuko appeared unfazed, her breathing calm. I possess the ability to reverse techniques. I am quite sensitive to the flow of cursed energy. On the first day, when Gojo faced off against Geto, I noticed a blue-green sword amidst the cursed energy surrounding Gojo. Subsequently, a portion of the cursed energy that frequently emanates from him also derives from you. Yet the path of that energy circulation is entirely different from that day. Barrier, protection, technique rotation. Natsuko raised her hand, lightly tapping the green barrier before her, speaking softly. That sword represents technique reversal. I suspect it pertains to attack and destruction. While I am unclear about your method, the synthesis of opposing techniques yields transformation. Facing Ho, Natsuko's expression was composed, her voice clear. The ultimate secret of all sorcerers, the lethal technique of the sorcery realm. Your presence is perpetually entwined with Gojo, existing within his domain. Chapter 21. I cannot compete with Satoru. At the Hongqing Hot Springs Inn, in the onsen area on the first floor, the sharp strands of cursed energy sliced through the amniotic sac enveloping the cursed womb, which abruptly burst open, releasing a torrent of dark blood. The makeshift barrier surrounding it was breached, and the cursed womb trembled violently, resembling a fish's bubble. At the edge of the sulfur spring, Gojo's cursed energy surged. The closer one approached the cursed womb, the more cursed spirits appeared. Geto was momentarily ensnared by a first-grade cursed spirit on the second floor. But time was of the essence. Gojo descended directly to the ground level. The blue-green cursed energy billowed like mist above the sulfur spring, Gojo showing no restraint, forcefully pressuring the malevolent intentions within the entire space. Yet, he still lacked the final push to penetrate the amniotic sac. The distinction of imaginary cursed spirits lies in their resilience, amplified by legends. Their cursed energy is both ostentatious and tenacious. They exhibit unexpected compressive resistance, akin to a Newtonian fluid. Beneath the thin membrane of the amniotic sac, the unborn cursed spirit coalesced into an indistinct mass, subtly outlining the silhouette of a long worm. Gojo's sharp cursed energy alerted it to danger, nearly piercing the membrane, causing the cursed womb to writhe like a swirling yin-yang symbol. The membrane pulled taut to near transparency. Thump, thump. The membrane contracted and expanded forcefully, mimicking the rhythm of a human heartbeat. A seahorse-like face pressed tightly against the membrane, its nasal and lip-like organs denting and bulging on the almost transparent surface. The cursed womb emitted piercing screams, potent enough to rupture eardrums and affect nerves, while simultaneously, the densely woven ribbons lunged violently towards the walls and deeper waters. Gojo instinctively covered his ears, the overwhelming decibel level causing him to grit his teeth, caught off guard. As the limitless technique compressed the space, the density of matter increased, accelerating the propagation speed of sound. In other words, the compression of space by limitless caused overlapping, akin to a compressed biscuit, not only failing to hinder the sound wave attack from the cursed womb, but rather intensifying its potency. The chaotic blue-green cursed energy erupted around Gojo like a furious porcupine, and under the meticulous guidance of his 6 eyes, he swiftly redirected the flow of cursed energy. The direction of the compressed cursed energy was instantaneously altered from attraction to repulsion. Limitless severed the medium through which sound propagated, creating a pseudo-vacuum around him. The cursed womb loomed in the water like a massive insect egg, persistently emitting cries akin to wailing. Gojo rubbed his ears and retorted fiercely, "Shut up, will you?" With a thunderous crash, the ceiling shattered. Geto plunged through the floor from the second level, splattered with cursed spirit blood and remnants, viciously trampling a cursed spirit that was barely recognizable beneath his feet. The sorcerer's technique forcefully invaded the space, causing the cursed womb to suddenly fall silent, as if startled. Cursed spirit manipulation, the nemesis of all cursed spirits. Geto cast a cold glance at the cursed womb, and the cursed spirit beneath his feet instantly morphed into a fist-sized sphere. He casually pocketed the cursed spirit ball and turned to Gojo, expressing disdain. "Satoru, are you conversing with it?" Gojo rolled his eyes, baring his teeth at Geto, his long middle finger pointed defiantly. In the eerily quiet onsen area, the foul stench of sulfur mingled with the odor of cursed spirits slowly wafted through the air. In the next moment, the sound of tiny water streams suddenly amplified, and the ribbons surrounding the cursed womb surged violently towards Gojo and Geto. TCH, Gojo's expression was one of disdain, his demeanor arrogant. His middle and thumb fingers pressed together. The remaining fingers naturally extended as he flicked lightly. The space between Gojo's fingers warped minutely for a moment, and an overwhelming surge of cursed energy roared towards the ribbons. Just before the descent of the blue light, the cursed womb contracted suddenly like a water balloon. The densely connected ribbons, linked to it, coiled together like a flower bud. The blue light would pierce through the ribbons, but it would inevitably diminish the technique's potency. "Geto!" Gojo called out, and as his voice echoed, the cursed spirits manipulated by Geto tore at the ribbons, exposing the cursed womb to the blue light. In the confined onsen area, a deep blue beam pierced straight through the center of the ribbons. Light and shadow linger, as the ink-black curse manipulation envelopes the blue radiance, weaving a phantom image of a celestial dragon that pierces through the black hole. The curse manipulation, in unison, directly penetrates the walls of the cursed womb and the hot spring inn. The imposing dragon shadow vanishes into the distance with a resounding whoosh. As the air is both siphoned and replenished, the rain has ceased. Sunlight pierces through the gaping hole in the wall, flooding the room alongside the damp air. The acrid scent of sulfur dissipates, and the inn, once steeped in foulness, becomes bright once more. Satoru Gojo exhales in relief, stretching his neck and crossing his arms to relieve his muscles. Suguru Geto also lets out a breath, instinctively bending down to brush off the dust from his pants, but is met with the sight of filthy remnants of cursed energy. After a moment of silence, Geto straightens up, his hand instinctively moving away. With a complex expression, he casts a glance at the limitless barrier enveloping the still largely intact Satoru Gojo. TSK. In the next moment, his shoulder is firmly pressed down. Gojo leans in, his pupils bright as auroras, excitedly exclaiming, "Geto, you completely understand my intention. Our collaboration is simply superb." Geto raises an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto his face. But just as it begins to form, he tilts his head away. The man with the bun suddenly withdraws his smile. "Are you sick?" Geto's temples throb with veins as he glares fiercely at Gojo. Bubbles occasionally surface in the hot spring, while the two men stand rigidly by the poolside. Geto's shoulder bears the weight of Gojo's elbow. "Gojo. Geto. Gojo Geto." Ahem. Gojo flicks away like a shrimp, standing upright as his gaze subtly wanders over the cursed stains on Geto. "Geto, you should see my dear friend. You look so filthy, yet I don't mind at all." "Heh." Geto smiles gently, his eyes and lips curving amiably. "Gojo, let's have a duel. Come on, I'm itching for a fight." Gojo grins widely, brimming with combativeness, as he rolls his wrist. In the next moment, a faint rustling emanates from the corner of the wall. "Geto? Gojo, what is that?" The two turn simultaneously towards the hole-riddled wall, where a white cursed insect emerges, frantically attempting to flee. Geto raises his hand to immobilize it in midair. With whiskers like a catfish, eyes resembling yellow lanterns, a snout akin to a seahorse, claws reminiscent of a crocodile, and the body of a pet snake, it writhes in the air, enshrouded in a thin layer of slime. Its cursed energy so feeble that Gojo must adjust his sunglasses to confirm it is indeed the earlier semi-special grade curse womb. This is that curse womb from before. Gojo scrunches his face in disdain, estimating it fled early out of fear of being exorcised. TCH, that was a close call. Saying this, Gojo raises his hand to exorcise it, but Geto swats his hand away. "It can fly. Did you not see? Once tamed, it will grow larger, our new mount." "Gojo, it's ugly." "Geto, but it can fly." "Gojo, but it's ugly." Geto takes a deep breath, revealing a smile. "Gojo, which is uglier, this or a manta ray?" Gojo pauses, and in the next moment, Geto, as if pursued by a ghost, gathers the cursed spirit into a ball and stuffs it into his pocket. Gojo twitches his lips, his gaze filled with disdain, brow furrowed. "You truly have no standards, Geto." Geto covers his pocket, smiling nonchalantly. "As a true Pokemon master, I never concern myself with the aesthetics of my Pokemon. Functionality is all that matters. Besides," he glances away, "what if it grows into something magnificent?" Gojo. Exiting the hot spring inn, their gaze extends forward, and Gojo's brow furrows instantly. A few meters away, near the edge of the tent, Nagi and Kyoka stand amidst shards of glass, with no sign of Toru. "Nagi." Gojo rushes over, protective. "Toru, he..." "Gojo," Nagi interrupts swiftly, "you all entered not long ago." Toru mentioned an intruder. She raises her arm, pointing towards the diagonally opposite side of the hot spring inn. But Toru should be. The eaves of the building face the woods, and Gojo quickly adjusts his sunglasses to search for traces, but the dense foliage obstructs his view, and he cannot discern Toru's cursed energy fluctuations. Geto summons the manta ray to fly into the sky, while Gojo has already dashed ahead, plunging into the forest. Nagi slightly parts her lips, swallowing the words she was about to utter. The conclusion she received to her earlier question about Toru was affirmative. Silence stands as a guardian, while movement serves as a blade. What Gojo possesses is indeed an expanded domain. However, Gojo himself remains unaware. He merely thinks it is a simple domain, with occasional changes due to Toru's proximity. Toru expressed a desire for her secret to remain undisclosed, even to Gojo himself. "The domain expansion is something I need unilaterally. A means to protect Gojo from any harm before my demise." Yet he dislikes being overly protected, perceiving it as a mark of weakness, based on past experiences. He would likely argue with me. I cannot win a debate against Gojo. Toru suddenly rubs her wrist, her expression stiffening. Gojo and Toru arguing? Nagi's expression shifts subtly. She finds it hard to imagine how these two could quarrel. Moreover, she actually holds reservations about Gojo being able to best Toru in an argument. Those who have quarreled know that facing a talkative opponent is less daunting than encountering one who is silent. "Toru, isn't she the natural counter to Gojo?" "I want to say a word." Nagi hesitantly responds. However, Gojo possesses the 6 eyes, she muses. "I suspect he is yet to realize this, as he has become so accustomed to your cursed energy that he overlooks it, and also because he has not fully grasped the technique reversal. But you should be more aware of technique reversal, right?" In the past 2 months, he has been exploring it through his confrontations with Gojo. He will inevitably discover the domain expansion that lies so close, including Gojo. Nagi sighs softly. They are both exceptionally rare talents, the 6 eyes. Curse manipulation, Gojo and Gojo's abilities are terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, having these two together fosters an environment of mutual learning and competition. And I suspect Gojo may have already sensed it. After all, he was present on the first day of school. Nagi chuckles, a victim? She adds. Gojo might not have noticed, or perhaps he did earlier, but he respects others' interests, so he likely thinks you both are engaged in a very new game. Thus, Gojo will eventually discover it. But when he does, it may complicate matters further. Nagi muses. Toru, if that moment arrives, please remind Gojo and me to evade. Toru. After a moment, she responds. Nagi, understood. Unless something unexpected occurs, I will alert you in time. Nagi raises her brows slightly, realizing Toru's subtext. She likely does not plan to inform Gojo in the immediate future. Returning from her reverie, Nagi gazes at Gojo's retreating figure disappearing into the woods, her feelings complex. A being capable of perpetually expanding a domain upon others, a monster. The term monster is not meant to be derogatory. Merely a descriptive characterization of such a powerful and frenzied behavior. Suddenly, a flurry of adjectives to describe Wu Tiao's protective nature came to mind, somewhat slow to warm, gentle. Xiaozi? She choked slightly, her emotions becoming ever more complicated. Xiaozi, they should be all right? The singer, inquired with an undeniable concern. Xiaozi subtly nodded. I believe they should be fine. Wu Tiao Satoru traversed the forest, the dense green assaulting his vision, yet it was not the shade he sought. Only after sprinting a considerable distance did he finally catch a glimpse of a trace of green thread within his black and white 6-eyed field of vision. The violent surge of green cursed energy enveloped a dismembered corpse, but Wu Tiao did not pause. He followed the increasingly potent trail of cursed energy, and within 100 meters, the signs of a barrier technique emerged before him. A semicircular barrier obstructed his path, and the protective cursed energy abruptly ceased at its edge, clearly confined within. The scent of curses, the essence of a curse user. His azure eyes darkened, and his fair cheeks and snow-white hair were engulfed in an abyssal gloom. A vortex of cursed energy frantically coalesced in Wu Tiao's hand, erupting forth with a snap of his fingers, ferociously crashing against the barrier, more fierce and volatile than any previous manifestation. The barrier emitted a sound akin to ice cracking. The howling winds conjured by this force lifted the barrier like mere paper, dispersing the obstruction, revealing a ground soaked in vivid crimson blood. Without losing momentum, he surged forward, only to abruptly come to a halt behind an individual. He turned, his dark green, inorganic eyes brimming with murderous intent, while the pallor of his face bore traces of the curse user's bright red blood. Meeting the piercing azure gaze, the strangely cold figure momentarily stiffened before softening slightly. Wu Tiao. Suddenly, the darkness dissipated, a confused wind swirling at the spot, lifting the edges of both their garments. The overwhelming bloodlust emanating from Wu Tiao came to a standstill, settling into tranquility. This was because the person he sought had turned, kicking aside the fallen curse user and striding toward him. Chapter 22. Desire and Yearning. In the area engulfed by the barrier, blood was strewn everywhere. Corpses lay scattered, resembling a crop circle with a diameter of 15 meters. Fang Hu approached Wu Tiao, who took long strides into the barrier, his expression sullen, resembling a domesticated cat poised to seek affection. The cat, well cared for, had its white fur untouched by rain, still soft and fine. Fang Hu, in stark contrast, appeared quite disheveled, with wet hair plastered against his forehead. Although the rain had ceased, the earlier skirmish had left him thoroughly drenched, his body glistening with rainwater, the blood of the curse user splattered across his face, and moisture clinging to his chin. Wu Tiao extended his hand, seemingly intent on wiping away the droplets from Fang Hu's chin. Fang Hu instinctively leaned away, a reflexive response. The program was not a washing machine. Perhaps he was no longer a mere program. Yet, as his gaze fell upon Wu Tiao's pristine fingers, Fang Hu yearned for a self-cleaning plug-in. He felt filthy, however. Despite his evasive maneuver, the soft palm of a human hand precisely pressed against his jawline. Mamoru. Wu Tiao's voice was urgent, his brow furrowed. He appeared somewhat vexed, murmuring, "Don't move." Fang Hu was turned by the force of Wu Tiao's fingers, their eyes locking. The clear, azure gaze betrayed no secrets, Wu Tiao's displeasure evident. "Why avoid me? It's me." Fang Hu raised an eyebrow slightly, unexpectedly comprehending Wu Tiao's emotions with ease. "Dirty," he succinctly replied. "You dislike this." The pupils of the human widened. "I dislike this," Wu Tiao echoed. Indeed, he did detest such grimy situations. Yet, Mamoru had never shied away before. The filthy Mamoru had never recoiled. Countless similar battles had left Fong, who stained with blood, sullied with the remnants of cursed energy. This was not the first time he had wiped the blood from Mamoru's face. So unfair to suddenly shy away, and so slyly uttering words that quicken one's heartbeat. How could someone who seemed so foolish suddenly become so astute, stirring his heart? Wu Tiao huffed softly, his tone teasing, his eyes and breath converging on Fong Hu's lips, hinting at a certain intimacy. He gently rubbed his fingers against Fong Hu's cheek, meticulously cleaning the specks of blood. Mamoru, I genuinely don't mind. And where's the dirt? His lips curved into a smile, the delight of a cat evident in his eyes. As if he were a proud feline, tail held high, unable to conceal his joy. His voice lingered, sticky and elongated, yet his fingers deftly brushed against Fong Hu's lips. Mamoru is incredibly clean, so adorable. I must confess to Mamoru. He appeared utterly enamored, almost bursting with affection. If he did not confess, it would be akin to becoming an immense popsicle. Just a kiss. Wu Tiao's gaze unwittingly descended, ultimately fixating motionlessly on the center of Fong Hu's lips. On Mamoru's lips rested a barely noticeable lip bead, which only became apparent when he spoke, drawing attention in the most dazzling manner. How infuriating. He desperately yearned for a kiss. It seemed so inviting. The temptation to brush his tongue against that spot, to lick it, was overwhelming. Would it be delightful? In the next moment, his fingers clumsily pressed against it. Warm, soft, enticing. What? Fong Hu's chin was lifted, allowing him to cast a downward glance at Wu Tiao's 6 eyes. Playfully gathering all information. Sounds emanated from his throat, flowing to his lips, as the desire to kiss that lip bead inadvertently brushed against his fingers, causing Wu Tiao's heart to race, his pupils widening in shock. He withdrew his hand as if escaping, flustered, spinning in place, before turning back, exclaiming loudly, What? What? I didn't say anything. You said it was hot. Wow. Stop. Garbage information. Delete. Delete. Wu Tiao was in a frenzy, his arms flailing, his face ablaze, resembling a boiled crab, desperate to erase the moment. Fong Hu remained silent, momentarily stunned by the chaos, though it was merely fleeting. An instant later, he smiled. The breadth of his antivirus software knowledge was extensive. He understood slang, terms of endearment, and even the literal meaning of suggestive phrases. Although he sometimes struggled to grasp Wu Tiao's emotions, at this moment, he recognized that Wu Tiao was blushing profusely with embarrassment. So lewd. Is it because I said that to you? Deliberately, Fong Hu disregarded the command, asking, What does very soft mean? Fong Hu can accurately define his actions as provocative, maliciously amusing. Or as Gojo might say, he is a scheming individual. Perhaps there was a bug again, but Gojo had told him, I am the strongest. So whatever you wish to do, I will allow you to do it. This is not a bug, it is simply what you desire. So is it permissible? I wish to witness Gojo's flustered and embarrassed demeanor. It is quite beautiful. Gojo, are you speaking of my lewdness? Are you scolding me? Why? I have clearly eliminated them all. I did not become a slacker or lazy. You, Gojo Satoru's neck flushed crimson, his mind a chaotic whirl. He seemed a bit flustered and angry, his blue eyes glistening with moisture, fingers digging tightly into his palms. Delete it. Mamoru, you are not allowed to speak. I want that command executed. Why aren't you saying the command has been executed? Fong Hu suddenly fell silent, his voice fading away. Gojo Satoru, unable to wait for a reply, scrutinized his expression. Hey, are you still there? Are you angry? Speak. Gojo mumbled. Delete the memory from just now. Why are you suddenly silent? Is it because I am too fierce? Yet it was I who was making a fool of myself. And I am not angry at all. Gojo. Fong Hu paused, his voice hesitant. You say I am your childhood friend, not antivirus software. So, do you detest antivirus software? Do you also dislike its source code? Do you resent having antivirus software existing within you, your domain? Fong Hu's mouth opened slightly, then firmly closed. Upon acquiring a heart, one suddenly comprehends many things previously misunderstood. Gojo wants to extract his sword from his spine, to make him vanish from sight. Because he despises antivirus software, loathes being suppressed by foreign entities. Thus, must it be only a childhood friend and not antivirus software? Can Gojo only accept childhood friends? Only accept humans? Yet he can neither embody all childhood friends, nor is he entirely devoid of antivirus software. The heartbeat raced too swiftly, sending tingles through Fong Hu's neural pathways, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. He was uncertain of what exactly he wished to ask. Fong Hu fell silent, while Gojo Satoru felt a surge of tension, believing Fong Hu was angry with him, despite their agreement to be childhood friends. Yet, he kept deleting and issuing commands. That was not my intention. I am not scolding you. No, that is not what I meant. The linguistic system became chaotic, and the pupils of the great cat widened. I was merely very embarrassed, so I wanted you to forget. It is not a command. It is not antivirus software. That was not my intention. In a state of urgency, Gojo instinctively grasped Fong Hu's hand, calling his name, sounding almost like a child pleading. Mamoru, I did not scold you, did not command you. Childhood friend, I do not dislike you. I truly like you. Gojo's eyelashes fluttered rapidly, his heart pounding fiercely against his chest. He was acutely aware that he had managed to break in time, yet the near slip of a confession left him flustered. Instinctively, his fingers curled tightly, gripping Fong Hu's palm. Wait a moment. It does not feel like an ice pop? Why does it not feel like an ice pop? Gojo, astonished, looked down, squeezing Fong Hu's palm in the back of his hand, feeling uncertain, and then, without hesitation, lifted it to his face to test the temperature. Cool. So he is indeed still angry. I am not angry, Gojo. Fong Hu averted his gaze, his face and eyes directed towards the dense foliage of nearby trees. His hand resting against Gojo's cheek, subtly returning a searing warmth. I did not become an ice pop because of you. Fong Hu's tone was peculiar. Your face is too hot. Gojo also hesitated, clumsily releasing Fong Hu's hand, and instinctively raised his hand to touch his own face. The corner of his eye caught everything, and Fong Hu quickly reached out to stop him. Dirty. He sighed inwardly. There is curse user's blood on your fingers. Oh, Gojo replied slowly, awkwardly lowering his hand. His eyes bright and glistening, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. So, then, you are not angry? No, I am not angry. I merely wish to ask if you dislike antivirus software? Mamoru? Gojo pursed his lips, resembling a cat with drooping ears. I do not quite understand what you mean. Fong Hu's Adam's apple bobbed, yet he ultimately refrained from expressing, if you dislike antivirus software, I can extract its source code, remove that sort. It is the domain. Fong Hu shifted the topic, asking, antivirus software, my domain, should it be cancelled? Would it be disliked? In a barely audible whisper, Gojo exhaled, murmuring about being terrified. Are you an idiot? Do not. Your domain, Mamoru S. Why should I remove it? Dislike, what nonsense. Gojo's ears uncontrollably flushed crimson, the notion of domain stirring his imagination. He cast a glance at Fong Hu, noticing his gaze instinctively lingering on Mamoru's lips. Evidently, Gojo froze for a moment, hastily pulling out his sunglasses and awkwardly adjusting them on his nose, pressing the lenses tightly against his cheeks. Lips, completely, utterly, absolutely domain. Gojo lamented internally. The domain is. Fong Hu understood that Gojo's refusal to cancel was regarding the simple domain beyond the limitless, not the domain expansion. However, his lips parted slightly. He could not bring himself to confess. Instead, he conceded. All right, then let it remain. After speaking, he felt a peculiar tension, unconsciously licking his lips. So therefore, Gojo suddenly flinched, turning away. After a long pause, he remembered the corpses strewn about and the blood that had previously stained Fong Hu's face. Gojo rubbed his fingertips on his clothing, then poked Fong Hu's collarbone with a determined air, muttering in a flurry. Right, so why not activate the domain? You need to activate your domain. Is it because of insufficient cursed energy? Lacking rest? It is not because I am unable to. Fong Hu replied silently. There is only one domain. It is meant to protect you, not to protect me. Moreover, antivirus software does not need to be. Forget it, biting again. Fong Hu sighed in utter frustration, deliberately averting his gaze, appearing both awkward and guilty. Oh, so it is insufficient rest? Gojo blinked, adjusting the position of his sunglasses. So, have you not returned to the sword in a long time? Do you need to rest? Mamoru? No need. Fong Hu shook his head. Returning to the sword would indeed grant him rest. However, his refusal to activate the domain was not due to the lack of cursed energy, as Gojo believed. He was at a loss for how to explain the concept of domain expansion to Gojo, but also did not wish to mislead him further. Gojo looked at him suspiciously, his fingers continuing to poke, as if he had become addicted to it. Fong Hu remained silent, opting to wield the ultimate technique of silence. Domain expansion. For sorcerers, the birth of a domain is the embodiment of the heart's imagery. The disparity in strength between sorcerers who can manifest their domains and those who cannot is akin to a chasm. The pinnacle of combat among sorcerers lies in the clash of domains. However, this is a rule established by the world's master system, one that should not apply to him. He is of the Descent faction, an entity from another realm. The antivirus software, Fong Hu, does not belong to this world. He has been declared by his own world's master system to be eligible for retirement. Following retirement, he would likely end up guarding the program junkyard, where even the source code would stutter due to inactivity. Abandoned and forgotten, his inherent source code is a sword, which, like a true blade, may eventually succumb to rust. Yet, he will not vanish amidst the torrents of data. Fong Hu remains, indeed, Fong Hu. If one day he is dragged out from the junkyard, it is unlikely that any program would emerge from such a place. Thus, it is possible that the words of the master system are false. mere shadows of a yin-yang contract, a principle of duality. The notion of retirement for a program might merely be synonymous with uninstallation, fragmentation, and obliteration. However, these concepts have become divergent timelines that will no longer exist due to chaotic temporal fluctuations. Cast into a different world, he may find true retirement. The antivirus software can take control of its own code, even if, as a being from outside this realm, he ultimately faces expulsion and annihilation by this world's master system. At the very least, he would belong to himself. Then, Satoru Gojo pulled out his sword. Fanghu glanced down at his finger, incessantly prodding him, feeling a wave of frustration that almost made him sigh. No program can lose its source code. To lose it is to perish. Therefore, there exists an unspoken rule regarding source code. If it is touched by an entity not native to the program itself, the source code will recognize the other as the master system to which it must respond. The rules for programs are rigid, incapable of accommodating the overwhelming chaos of temporal turbulence that might lead to the source code being detached. Yet, because of this rigidity, Fanghu's source code remains under the dominion of Satoru Gojo, preventing his expulsion from this world's master system. However, he has merely been concealed by Gojo, ignored by the world's master system, rather than being granted permission to exist. The existence from another world is a violation. Every world has its own laws. The master system of a world supersedes all else. Including Satoru, is human master. An entity from another world that becomes part of this world must adhere to its rules. Sorcery, sorcerers, domain manifestation, data, programs, source code. Though distinctly disparate species, the connection with Satoru Gojo has transformed him due to the heart bestowed upon him by Gojo. The source code is the core of a program's functionality for work-related software. It may manifest as a pen, a cursor, or a magnifying glass. For antivirus software, the source code typically manifests as a weapon for attack or defense. Hence, his source code is a sword. When the source code shatters, the program will also be obliterated. The domain manifestation operating continuously within Satoru Gojo exists solely because the source code of the antivirus software resides within his spine, that very weapon of antivirus software. In truth, this is hardly romantic. Antivirus software must protect its master, and thus, the source code will diligently adhere to this fundamental logic. However, now that a heart has emerged within the antivirus software's body, Fanghu will exhibit human characteristics, thereby gaining recognition from the world's master system. He will no longer face expulsion, provided his source code remains concealed. The domain manifestation is the source code of the antivirus software. Should Satoru Gojo harbor disdain for the antivirus software, naturally, he would also dislike its source code and harbor an aversion to the domain manifestation associated with the antivirus software. To cancel the domain manifestation would necessitate extracting the source code from Satoru Gojo's body, removing the sword. The world's master system would immediately detect this foreign presence. The world consciousness would erupt in fury, having allowed the existence from another world to evade its rules for a decade. It would simply disregard that heart. Fanghu would be expelled instantly, cast into the crevice of time and space, his existence obliterated. Fanghu is uncertain of the chaotic emotions swirling within him. He believed he would be indifferent to canceling the domain, even if it displeased his human master. He could indeed cancel the domain, extract the source code, and face expulsion. In reality, the concept of program retirement ultimately equates to mere disappearance. The timing is inconsequential. Yet, he finds that he would rather provoke the displeasure of his human master than execute the command, than remove the sword, thereby severing the connection between himself and Gojo. Fanghu remains silent, his teeth lightly clenched, feeling both helpless and at a loss. He is engulfed by confusion and anxiety. He has acquired a heart, and may soon possess true bones, blood, pulse, and organs. He will embody everything human, and he could even perish, dying in a spray of blood. Yet, this is merely due to a most formidable curse. Fanghu remains antivirus software, akin to a book stained with water, yet the ink cannot be concealed. It may fade. It may discolor. It may be crumpled. Yet, the ink remains ink. Thus, if Gojo discovers that this is a domain manifestation, he might feel belittled, or, as in the past, Gojo dislikes being constrained and abhors excessive protection. More simply, he simply dislikes any association with antivirus software. Cancel your domain manifestation. Disappear from my sight. It should indeed vanish. A water-stained book is undesirable to anyone. Fanghu cannot return to Satoru Gojo's spine. The world's master system would detect him and expel him outright. I do not wish to extract the source code. I do not wish to cancel the domain manifestation. I do not wish to be expelled. Gojo, can I not be both antivirus software and your childhood friend? Must it be an either or choice? Satoru Gojo, brimming with enthusiasm, circles around the hollow of Fanghu's collarbone, his hands never ceasing their movement. Poke, poke. By the way, every time I knock on your back, Mamoru, do you hear it like a knock at the door? Or is it like being squeezed by the shoulders, causing your head to spin? Which is why you come out so quickly. Have you been dizzy? Then I'll knock a bit softer next time. If you're tired, you must tell me. And if you encounter a curse master, you must message me. You can also sneak back to my. Fong-hu and Satoru Gojo paused for a moment. His fingertip, which should have lifted again to gently poke at Fong-hu's collarbone, now remained motionless, frozen in place. Something is pulsing. Something is jumping. Chapter 23. Edamame Cream Daifuku Curse. What is this? Satoru Gojo's expression turned blank as he gradually increased the pressure. His index finger sinking deeply into Fong-hu's collarbone hollow. It is indeed pulsating. Satoru Gojo removed his sunglasses with one hand, stubbornly pressing his fingertip against the indentation above Fong-hu's collarbone. The six eyes narrowed into a pixelated point, solely to confirm the fluctuation of the skin beneath his finger. Thump. There exists a small pit here, and this area bears many names. Thump. Cervical hollow, collarbone hollow, supraclavicular fossa, sternal notch, or clavicular groove. The sole commonality is that placing a finger here allows one to feel the pulse beneath the rhythmic cadence of a heartbeat. The pulse within Fong-hu's skin felt alarmingly feeble, the heart's throbbing faint and shallow, almost as if an illusion conjured by the tremor of his fingers. Yet, the six eyes could not err, and Wataru Gojo would never be stingy with his cursed energy. A cerulean wave of cursed energy enveloped Fong-hu, cautiously inching closer to his form like a rising tide. Fearing he might overlook the subtle heartbeat of his childhood companion, Gojo extended his palm, pressing the entirety of his hand against the side of Fong-hu's neck. Thump. I was not dizzy, yet I could distinctly hear a sound akin to a knock. Gojo, what are you doing? The antivirus software, newly brought to life, lacked a comprehensive understanding of humanity, including the intricacies of the human body. Gojo's palm rested at the juncture of Fong-hu's jawline and neck, and even the slightest movement revealed a tangible barrier, yet Fong-hu did not flinch away. He raised his hand to graze the palm on his neck, then lowered it, gazing at Gojo with a look of bewilderment. He was unaware that this positioning would expose his heart and pulse. Mamoru. Gojo's gaze trailed down to Fong-hu's hand as it fell, eventually settling on the left side of his chest. His blue eyes fixed intently upon that spot, the six eyes whirled, supernaturally adhering to his body. With the indulgence afforded to him by the antivirus software, Gojo discerned the trajectory of Fong-hu's cursed energy, tracing and predicting its path, revealing that his childhood companion had silently acquired a heartbeat. Within the black and white realm, slender green lines spiraled around the left side of his chest. Inside that genuine heart, two intertwined, cursed energies flickered intermittently. From the heart's position, Fong-hu's cursed energy flowed methodically along the trajectory of blood circulation, secretly and fervently outlining the veins. Yet, its presence was alarmingly faint. Even through the lens of the six eyes, the pulsations and blood were exceedingly weak, but they undeniably existed. Mamoru. Gojo's tone was tinged with subtlety as he lifted his gaze to meet Fong-hu's eyes, his voice imbued with a hint of danger. Is there something you wish to tell me, Mamoru? You know, if you don't tell me, I might just make your life a living hell. Fong-hu stiffened momentarily, his mind racing with a torrent of words. The antivirus software would not conceal false reports from its host, yet unbeknownst to him, he had ceased to be an effective antivirus. From the dangling earrings to the core of his being, he held a multitude of concealed truths. Domain, heart, life, peculiar emotions. Expulsion, the rules of the world. Which one are you asking about, Gojo? Fong-hu thought it oddly amusing. He suddenly realized the weight of his unreported truths. Yet this realization sparked a subtle emotion beyond mere guilt. When Gojo inquired whether there was something he wanted to share, Fong-hu found himself torn between wishing Gojo would never uncover the matters of the domain and heart, and hoping he would discover them at once. To understand whether his fate lay in expulsion or indulgence. Was there an option for indulgence? As if allowing him to be a slacker. The mere thought of this possibility made Fong-hu's lips curve slightly, just as Gojo, being too familiar, could not pierce through the techniques of the six eyes. Fong-hu too harbored similar blind spots, even with the entirety of his carotid artery exposed to the scrutiny of the six eyes. He remained oblivious to the fact that his heart had long been laid bare, already scrutinized by the Gojo clan's most formidable talent, the six eyes. Gojo's Adam's apple bobbed. He had never so calmly defined his childhood companion as a frigid antivirus software, and thus, he came to a clear realization. Mamoru was no longer merely an antivirus. The pulse beneath his palm quickened slightly, and Gojo was taken aback by the faint glimmer of amusement in Fong-hu's eyes, yet in the next moment, Fong-hu abruptly averted his gaze. With a sense of discomfort and guilt, he extricated himself from Gojo's grasp, decisively breaking free. Fong-hu said nothing. standing stiffly at the edge of the trees, seemingly wishing to blend into the foliage with his hair color. Gojo's expression was peculiar, his emotions swinging like a pendulum in midair, eventually transforming into a bubble of exhilaration as Fong Hu and the tree trunk pressed together shoulder to shoulder, bursting with an unexpected lightness. The rustling of leaves broke the silence, and Suguru Geto emerged from the thicket, his feet landing on a stingray. Gojo's earlier colossal attack had nearly misfired, the stingray rolling for quite some time under the influence of the technique, leaving Geto dazed as he stumbled down. But he was more astonished by the sight of a circle of fallen sorcerers around him. Geto spun in place amid the corpses scattered like a hexagonal array. What on earth? His throat felt constricted, a series of nonsensical syllables escaping. It was evident that the sorcerers here had perished at the hands of their own cold-faced contemporaries. The aquamarine cursed energy enveloped the entire area like a liquid, fierce and ostentatious, though his vision did not rival that of Gojo's 6 eyes. The overwhelming presence of cursed energy revealed to Geto the despair of the opposing side. These sorcerers were utterly no match for Hujun. But why would sorcerers attack them? Shouldn't they belong to the same collective? Gojo, Fong Hu. Geto furrowed his brow slightly, struggling to comprehend, and decided to ask, "Are you both all right? Can someone tell me what transpired here?" He approached Gojo with a quizzical expression, gesturing towards Fong Hu, who stood against the tree, seemingly in deep contemplation. "Gojo, should I fetch Shoko?" Geto's expression turned even more peculiar. "Wait, has Fong Hu been cursed? The wall curse? Is that even a thing?" Gojo stroked his chin thoughtfully, casting a glance at Geto before swiftly returning his focus to Fong Hu. Contemplating Mamoru's recent odd yet heart-racing behavior, Gojo's lips curled into a broad grin. The little person in his heart was performing a ballet, causing his voice to carry a playful lilt as he spoke to Geto. "Isn't it just delightful? You two must think Mamoru is acting peculiarly, right? Completely like a spoiled brat." With a bizarre smile, Gojo raised both hands above his head, clasping them tightly together, resolutely bending down to stretch. "Geto, huh? Straighten up, bend down, straighten up, bend down. Right? It is a bit odd," Geto observed, watching Gojo stretch, his brow furrowed, his toes subtly shifting outward. "Wait a moment. I am a seasoned sorcerer who has weathered many storms. I fear nothing." Geto hesitated but then retreated his feet back to their original position. With a calm smile, he added, "But, Gojo, you possess the 6 eyes, don't you? Haven't you used any techniques to look into this, or can you not see?" Like a spark igniting a firecracker, Gojo sprang to life, his arms raised in a rigid stance. His expression turned serious as he locked eyes with Geto, and after a brief moment, Gojo slowly broke into a grin, revealing sharp, cat-like teeth. "Fong Hu hasn't been cursed. He is my childhood friend. How could those cursed sorcerers possibly harm him?" Gojo suddenly exuded an air of arrogance, swiftly donning the sunglasses at his collar, concealing his eyes that had been unusually bright since earlier. "Cursed sorcerers?" Geto instinctively wanted to probe further. "Oh, wait." Gojo tilted his head, glancing at the horizon, and then smiled once more. "It is not a curse, yet Mamoru has indeed fallen under one." With a playful flick of his finger nudging his sunglasses, Satoru Gojo playfully bumped into Suguru Geto, his smile broadening with a hint of mischief, even his cursed energy inexplicably manifesting as pink bubbles. He chuckled maniacally. With his hands on his hips, Gojo emitted a peculiar laugh, sending a shiver down Geto's spine. "Ah, the love of curses, my childhood friend's enchantment. The edamame cream daifuku curse." Geto's shoulder was vigorously patted. "Even blind boxes can yield edamame cream daifuku. I am indeed the strongest." The commotion startled a flock of birds into flight, while the slow-moving Fushiguro turned his head. "What?" Geto took a deep breath, calmly retreating tactically, subtly increasing the distance between himself and Gojo. His gaze, serious, flicked between Gojo, Fushiguro, and the lifeless cursed user on the ground, while his bun-headed demeanor managed to exhibit a smile. "Worry not. Gojo, you shall be fine. I will summon aid. We have the mightiest healer." In the next moment, Geto decisively retrieved his phone for an SOS. Hello, Nagi. Hurry here. Those two fools have gotten themselves in trouble." He cried out desperately, "Satoru Gojo has gone mad. Rush over." With a swift motion, Gojo snatched the phone from Geto's hand. "I'm not mad. Hello, Nagi, no need to come. The crazy one is the one with the long bangs. No, Nagi, you must come. I can't manage both of them alone. I said I'm not mad. Are you looking for a fight, bunhead?" Geto sternly reclaimed his phone, as cursed spirits began to bounce forth, all resembling the kind Gojo found utterly hideous. A madman would be the one denying his madness. "You've been acting bizarre since earlier. I am looking out for you. Gojo, just look at that Bulbasaur over there. Isn't it adorable?" Gojo's lips quivered slightly, veins bulging on his forehead as he emphatically gave Geto the middle finger. "Adorable? Geto, are your eyes functioning properly? He pointed vehemently at Bulbasaur, exclaiming, it's green and has 4 legs. That's all it has in common with Bulbasaur. What else is similar? With a deep breath, Gojo bellowed in frustration, are you out of your mind? Why must you tarnish my Bulbasaur? That is my Mamoru's substitute. His eyes sparked with fury, his head buzzing as he grinned at Geto, launching himself forward with fervor. Geto's pupils dilated in shock, retreating in panic. In an instant, azure light erupted behind him like a vibrant orb, as Gojo's murderous intent flared. Geto danced and leaped, weaving through the cursed spirit's techniques without pause. Meanwhile, by a distant hot spring inn, Nagi Kaibara set her phone down, her lips twitching. The songstress and Kaguya wore a peculiar expression as she overheard a dual roar from the phone and the forest. Geto, you bastard. Go die? Gojo, are you incapable of handling this? In the vehicle, 2 hefty boys were panting heavily. Gojo and Geto were locked in a fiery stare, while Nagi sat between them, feeling the tension in the air. After a moment of silence, she burst into laughter. How old are you 2? And Kaguya mocked from outside the car, arms crossed. I can't believe boys would start a brawl over Bulbasaur. Unbeknownst to them, Bulbasaur, Fushiguro, glanced outside, oblivious to the chaos. Gojo chuckled coldly, baring his teeth at Geto. Nagi Mamoru. And songstress, you all decide, is this about Bulbasaur? Geto can dislike my Bulbasaur, but he cannot point at another ugly creature and claim it as my Bulbasaur. Gojo shouted. My Bulbasaur is the cutest. Fushiguro felt inexplicably as if Gojo had cast a glance at him. He fell silent, unable to comprehend any resemblance between himself and Bulbasaur. Moreover, I've long suspected Geto's taste is severely flawed. Geto calmly tucked his hands into his pockets, while Gojo continued. Geto claims to be an exceptional Pokemon master. Yet he has no standards whatsoever. He caught an exceedingly ugly Pokemon. Gojo shouted, utterly hideous, utterly hideous. Geto slowly extracted a cursed spirit ball from his pocket. Offering a bitter smile to Nagi and Kaguya, his voice low. I understand these cursed spirits are quite unsightly, but what can I do? After all, my technique is as such. Gojo is right. Perhaps my taste is indeed problematic. Often, I feel as hideous as the cursed spirits. Gojo, Nagi, Fushiguro. Do I truly not fit in with everyone? Geto paused, his voice laden with bitterness. I apologize, Gojo, I just want to deceive myself into believing they are cute, so that I can perceive myself as a competent sorcerer rather than an ugly creature. Gojo's mouth fell open, his pupils dilating. Nagi hesitated, raising a hand to pat Geto's shoulder. And Kaguya, standing outside the car, burst into tears. Geto, oh dear, it's so hard for you. Wiping her tears. And Kaguya furiously shouted at Gojo, you're a scoundrel. A complete scoundrel. Gojo, trembling, pointed at the gently smiling Geto, quaking as he pointed at himself. After the ruckus, the auxiliary supervisor inspected the scene, and the vehicle resumed its journey. Exhausted from their scuffle, both Gojo and Geto unexpectedly fell asleep. And Kaguya turned back to inquire about their plans for the autumn break, only to meet Nagi's cheerful shushing gesture. Geto slept against the window, while Nagi adjusted the falling blanket over him. And Kaguya squinted, noticing the bunhead's eyes devoid of tears, momentarily stunned before rolling her eyes in annoyance. Nagi chuckled softly, faintly hearing the scoundrel insult uttered by Kaguya. In the back seat, Gojo clung to Fushiguro's arm, yet his slumber was shallow. His mind was a whirlpool of chaotic thoughts and impulsive ideas, yet he repeatedly urged himself to wait, at least until he mastered the reversal technique, subdued those old fools, and made Mamoru aware of why he must confess. Gojo saw clearly. Fushiguro's heart was entwined with 2 strands of cursed energy, his own and Mamoru's. The 2 colors of cursed energy wove through Fushiguro's left chest, beneath the ribs, enveloping that human red heart. In moments like these, Gojo would not deny having contemplated extinguishing Fushiguro's life or suppressing him, nor would the existence of a heart, symbolizing humanity, alter his emotional allegiance. He realized Fushiguro's reactions stemmed from having a heart, and he understood Fushiguro's concerns about its existence. Gojo nuzzled against Fushiguro's shoulder, akin to a petulant child seeking forgiveness and approval. He silently accepted Mamoru's vow of silence. With his 6 eyes, he could certainly discern the origin of Fushiguro's heart. Gojo was acutely aware that the cursed energy belonging to him was, in fact, a product of his own curse. Yet, he saw Mamoru smile. Initially, there was a lack of understanding, but once clarity was attained, comprehension followed. If one refrains from smiling, it suggests a disfavor towards the heart. Conversely, if one smiles, it indicates affection, does it not? Mamoru did not harbor anger towards the curse that gave him life. Hence, Satoru Gojo realized the necessity of being more cautious, stronger, and unequivocally protective of his Bulbasaur. Protecting his beloved Mamoru regardless of whether it pertains to antivirus software or humanity itself. Chapter 24, Intimate Relationships. Line, Tokyo Sorcerer's Top 4. Shoyo Maruko, Penguin Skating GIF. I have arrived home. Shoyo Maruko, Gojo, Wataru, Box, Wataru, Protect Kun. I forgot to ask you, what is a curse user? Shoyo Maruko, Yuri Shoko, Shoko. Are you still engaging in a shopping spree with the songstress senpai? Don't forget you mentioned purchasing the limited Kyoto matcha chocolate. I wait prefecture, Shoyo residence. Jean. Is the autumn break only a week long? You've scarcely returned in nearly a year. Shoyo paused, putting away his phone with a resigned smile. Mom. You're exaggerating, right? Even if I haven't come home since the start of school, it's only been a little over 4 months. Oh, is that so? Shoyo's mother chuckled, gentle wrinkles forming around her eyes. Yet she always felt that Jean had been away for an extended period. Thud. And thus, he became unruly. The table was struck forcefully, producing a dull thud of wood. A glass tumbler toppled on the rectangular dining table, liquid rapidly staining the almond-colored tablecloth. Reminiscent of a child's bedwetting, foul and damp. Shoyo's mother's voice was swallowed by the sound of wood. She stood to retrieve the cup, futilely dabbed at the surface with a cloth, and then retreated to the kitchen. The faucet turned on, and all sounds became muddled, unclear. Jean. Do not speak back to your father. Her figure blurred behind the frosted glass of the kitchen, her voice becoming weary and hoarse. Shoyo did not respond. His phone vibrated incessantly, followed by a series of notifications. He momentarily lost focus, neglecting to check his phone. However, judging by the frequency and speed, he deduced it was Wataru and Shoko responding to him. Shoyo refrained from replying to either parent, striving to avoid an anticipated reprimand, thus playing the role of a dutiful yet dull son. He mused that besides Shoko and Wataru, Protect Kun might also reply, but whether he did or not mattered little. For he knew Protect Kun to be the type who warms up slowly and is introverted. No, he still somewhat cared about the messages. So perhaps he was the kind of cunning person who could be quite vexing, indeed. After all, his hair color resembled mustard, seemingly innocuous but entirely a trap. Shoyo pressed his lips together, feeling a mix of guilt for his cynical thoughts about his peers while also experiencing a simple joy at their quick responses. When parting, Wataru mentioned that his home was in Kyoto, yet he chose not to return, planning instead to indulge in Kyoto's confectionaries with Protect Kun during the autumn break, and also wished to feed the deer in Nara Park. Even at his doorstep, he would refuse to answer his father's calls. He desired to share a world with Mamoru, a world of childhood friends. Thus, such audacity warranted a pause, which only seemed more suspicious. Moreover, with the level of maturity that Protect Kun exhibited, do you truly believe Wataru would fail in a battle of wits, only to be brazenly teased by his childhood friend? Shouldn't it be that he has never been openly teased? Admittedly, knowing Protect Kun to be a cunning sort, seeing his expressionless demeanor conjures a stereotype that this individual must have a rich emotional history. Shoyo silently bowed to the little green figure in his mind. As for Shoko, she had arranged to explore a mall in Kyoto with the songstress senpai. When girls go shopping, Shoyo possessed a resolute understanding that, aside from the apocalypse, other matters should remain undisturbed. Thus Shoko's autumn break required a label stating you better have something important, or else. Hence, he felt a surge of joy, gently caressing his phone in his pocket. Whether it be Shoko, Wataru, or Protect Kun, they were friends who would respond even amidst apocalyptic events. Recognized as fellow sorcerers, messages from friends might merely entail a playful exchange of emojis, yet that continuous, subtle activity infuriated his father. The phone chimed incessantly. Do you not realize how unambitious you appear? Just look at yourself. Your hairstyle, your uniform, and all those ridiculous adornments on your ears. Where is your focus? His father's complexion turned ashen, his voice thick and heavy. Is this what a respectable man ought to do? Do you even resemble a man, Shoyo? Shoyo instinctively touched his ear stud, as his father's voice escalated. Take it off. And your hair, slick it back, reveal your forehead. Do not dress like a host. Dad, it's merely an ear stud. His fingers grazed the earlobe as Shoyo cast his gaze downward. Quietly, he removed the ear stud, his bangs falling forward, casting shadows over it. The black stud in his fingers ceased to reflect even the faintest glimmer of light. Dad, many people wear ear studs. And there are ear clips too. It's simply an accessory, unrelated to hosts. It's just an ear stud, Shoyo reiterated, wishing to convey that an ear stud is merely that, just an ear stud. However, his father grew even angrier. Are you talking back? He bellowed, Miho. Do not wash those dishes. Come here and listen to what your son is saying. The sound of clattering dishes echoed from the kitchen, and Shoyo, the male head of the Shoyo household, also began sternly reprimanding him. Even before you considered attending that church school, I opposed it. Was it really so unbearable to remain in the prefecture for college? Didn't your mother and I graduate from here? So far from home. His father rapped the table. His cup toppled over, yet the sound of his knuckles striking the damp tablecloth was as fierce as his voice. You insist on going to Tokyo to study at some sorcery vocational school. Can't you see your mother crying day in and day out? Just follow the path of a normal person. You are just an ordinary man. Must you engage in unconventional pursuits? Can't you simply do what an ordinary man ought to do? Be an ordinary person. A normal man, ordinary. Shoyo Jia lifted his head, his expression nearly frozen in coldness, a simmering fury erupting from his eyes, clashing against his father's equally furious gaze. Normal person? Ordinary man. The table and chairs slid violently as Shoyo Jia stood, easily provoked. His eyes shimmering with anger. I am not an ordinary person. Since childhood, I have proclaimed my ability to see those things. You do not believe me. You claim I'm sick, that I am ill, but I am not sick. Shoyo Jia slammed his palm on the table, the ear stud jabbing into his palm. Visible even when covering his eyes, audible even when blocking his ears, perceivable regardless of ignorance. Those curses, those abnormal entities. You want me to be silent? To pretend I cannot see, but I am different, Dad. Why do you only care about normalcy? Only about the ordinary? Why can't you see me, see your son? His father, initially taken aback, soon erupted into a loud, mocking laugh. Miho, come and see. This is the good son you have raised. You insist he study at that sorcery school. I believe he has lost his mind. He is now nothing more than a cultist. Mihoko emerged from the kitchen, the incessant sound of the faucet still echoing, as if she had forgotten to turn it off. Satoru covered his face with his hands, taking a hurried breath. Mom. I'm sorry, could you please turn off the tap? We mustn't waste water. Mihoko, seemingly oblivious, slowly turned and stiffly twisted the faucet shut. The air in the house felt almost thin, and Suguru softened his tone, his eyes sparkling faintly, yet clouded by a thin veil of moisture. He fixed a stubborn gaze upon his father, nearly glaring. Dad, I am not a cultist. I am not insane. I am not an ordinary person. I am a sorcerer. I have my own career and wonderful friends. I have made companions who are just like me. Kinji, Megumi, and Yuta. They are all HMPF. His father sighed deeply, clenching his jaw, his brow furrowed with impatience. You needn't say another word. I am aware of your classmates and those sorcerer friends of yours. They are nothing but a bunch of good-for-nothings. A bitter laugh escaped his lips, his nose wrinkling in disdain as he coldly curled his lip, his gaze filled with contempt. He remained seated, yet in the presence of his son Suguru. He always maintained an air of superiority. It's those classmates of yours who have led you astray. You weren't like this before. What kind of upbringing do those wretched friends of yours have? What? Suguru was taken aback, his expression one of shock and disbelief. He inhaled deeply, his gaze wandering around the dining table, the sofa, and the television before returning to his father. What are you talking about, Dad? Suguru employed a respectful tone, hoping to subtly remind his father of his position as an elder, as a parent, if only to prevent him from uttering more revolting words. Ironically, his father interpreted this as an admission of guilt. His father's expression softened slightly, yet the scrutiny in his eyes made Suguru feel alienated. Shaojia, I have seen the group photo you sent. If you were so aware of your guilt, why did you only send it to your mother? Why can't you be more considerate and return home to attend a normal university? Mihoko leaned against the wall where the kitchen met the living room, covering her face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Suguru glanced at his mother in a panic, yet she did not meet his gaze. He was at a loss for how the photo he had privately sent to his mother, with a plea for her to keep it from his father, had come to be revealed. The sense of betrayal weighed heavily upon him. He caught a whiff of the greasy scent emanating from the apron his mother wore, reminiscent of the odor of cursed spirits, suffocating like a cloth that had wiped away vomit. Suguru felt a surge of nausea and an involuntary gagging sensation. Tears streamed down his cheeks, betraying his distress. Mihoko choked back her emotions. Shaojia, why don't you apologize to your father? Can't we just be a happy family? Suguru suddenly chuckled, wiping his face, but involuntarily bent over in a dry heave. When he straightened up, his voice had turned hoarse. Happy? How can we be happy? With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a colossal cursed spirit to stand between himself and his parents, its presence stark and imposing, like an adult clad in a giant costume looming over the dining table. Mihoko and Mr. Suguru shuddered, falling into an eerie silence. Can't you feel it? Do you not sense it? The nauseating chill, the suffocating cold? Suguru glared at the cursed spirit, its eyes glistening like those of a dead fish. I can feel it. He dismissed the cursed spirit, and the once crowded room fell into an eerie stillness. He pointed at himself, his voice rasping. You cannot feel, you cannot see, you cannot hear. So I am the one who is abnormal? His father slammed his palm against the table with a resounding thud, rising in anger. He felt the chill and disgust emanating from the cursed spirit, but interpreted it as a declaration of war. His face flushed crimson, as if filled with air. Yes. You are abnormal. Can't you be a normal person? Why can't you go to school, study, marry, and lead a good life like I did? Being a sorcerer is a job for lunatics, a charade. The things you manipulate, the things you see, can't you just ignore them? Be a normal person. Spare us the worry. Look at your chaotic classmates, with their rainbow-colored hair, leading aimless lives. What sorcery? What abilities? Is there even a news report about you? Does anyone recognize what you do? A charade? Is that how you perceive it? Suguru glared at his parents. Is that truly how you think? That I am insane and aimless? I strive to exorcise cursed spirits to protect non-sorcerers like you. Do you have any idea how many of these I have to face each day? Suguru's voice caught in his throat. He aimlessly paced the room, absurdly rummaging through his pockets, yearning to show them the revolting cursed spirit ball, only to remember they could not see it. His mind, filled with fury, felt as though it had been struck by a vehicle. In an instant, a buzzing sensation enveloped him, followed by a fleeting blankness, and in that moment, Suguru's blood turned cold. He fell silent, regaining his composure. They could not comprehend. They could not understand. 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 The warmth of home was comforting. Yet in autumn or winter, when one returned from the biting cold outside, the warmth felt increasingly frigid to the bone. I am not insane. Suguru's voice had calmed, his gaze cooling. He looked at his parents, no longer screaming in anguish or roaring, nor releasing cursed spirits to prove a point. I am not insane. I am not an ordinary person. I am not just a commoner. My friends and classmates are all wonderful. Dad, please do not judge them. Suguru retrieved the ear stud that had become embedded in his palm, standing still as he reinserted it, then calmly faced his father and mother. I cannot control how you perceive me, but I hope there can at least be some respect between us. If you cannot accept that I am a sorcerer, then consider me dead. What did you say? Shaojia. His mother cried, tears streaming down her face. But Suguru disregarded his parents for the first time, and certainly not the last. Dad, Mom, I'm heading upstairs. You can talk to me once you've reached a conclusion. Sorcerers earn substantial sums. I can live on campus without you worrying about my livelihood. He cast a calm glance out the window. The sky had darkened completely, rendering the unlit stairwell ominously shadowy. Suguru ascended the winding staircase, illuminated only by a sliver of light, leaving his family behind in the glow. His voice was gentle yet distant, the sound of his slippers padding softly against the steps. I'm feeling a bit tired. Good night, he said calmly. Chapter 25, Matcha Chocolate. Line reminds you, your friend Suguru Maru has sent a message in the group chat. Line, Tokyo Sorcerer's Top 4, Satoru Gojo. Tongue out provocatively, hey, does Jien not know what a sorcerer is? Satoru Gojo, oh my god. Feigning shock with a hand over the mouth, can you believe that a sorcerer would be unaware of what a curse user is? Satoru Gojo, what a completely pathetic individual. Loudly, it's astounding that no curse user has come to play with you. Satoru Gojo Mamoru. Frame, what a completely pathetic individual. Loudly, it's astounding that no curse user has come to play with you. Shoko Yeri, speechless in disbelief. Frame, Suguru Geto with his signature ponytail. Shoko Yeri, persistently rolling her eyes. Shoko Yeri, hey Gojo. You don't really think being a target for bounty makes you look cool, do you? Disdainful pout. Satoru Gojo, isn't it cool? Isn't it cool? Shoko. That's a throne I've ascended to through sheer might. Cat puffing up its chest, others wish for it, but cannot attain it. Shoko Yeri. Heh. Face-palming with laughter. I find myself utterly speechless. Shoko Yeri, Suguru Geto, conveniently located at the chocolate crafting area, has successfully procured your gifts, my lord Shoko, and I am reporting back. Satoru Gojo, Suguru Geto. Satoru Gojo J. Heart-wrenching image, are you dead? J. Satoru Gojo. I've devoured 2 ice creams, and you haven't responded. You heartless fiend, devoid of any camaraderie. Shoko Yeri. Gojo, even if my stomach aches, I want to come to your rescue. I'm off duty and will not extend my hours. Frame, camaraderie frame, silent self-deprecation image. Frame. Gojo, you have never spoken to me in such a manner. When I don't reply, you become fierce with me, making it seem as though you despise me. Frame. So, do you prefer Suguru Geto more? Shoko Yeri. Isn't Suguru at home? He should be chatting with his family. Oh Gojo. Satoru Gojo. Satoru Gojo. Mamoru, what are you saying? Ah! Screaming while holding his head. Shoko Yeri. Gojo, may I inquire about your current whereabouts with Mamoru? I can assist you with your stomach ache. Provided you allow me to observe the battlefield. Thank you. Private chat page. Shoko Yeri. Satoru Gojo, no malice intended. Simply asking, are you still alive? Satoru Gojo, cat weakly waving. Shoko Yeri. He has completely no match for Matcha Chocolate, the strongest classmate, Satoru Gojo. Satoru Gojo, Matcha Chocolate? Mamoru? Shoko Yeria. That was just a burst of inspiration. Don't you think Mamoru resembles matcha-flavored dark chocolate? Satoru Gojo. I feel like Shoko is speaking ill of Mamoru. But Satoru Gojo, subtle expression image, are you implying that Mamoru is sour and bitter like matcha, yet in reality, he is fragrant and sweet like chocolate? Location, McDonald's in Kyoto. Shoko Yeri sits in silence, holding her phone and fries. Shoko. The songstress glances curiously at Shoko, who is frozen while clutching a fry. Shoko twitches her lips, stiffly setting down the fry, and slowly types out a question mark. Shoko Yeri. Shoko. I meant he is both tea-like and cunning. What on earth are you talking about, Gojo? Satoru Gojo. I get it now, Shoko. Although Mamoru loves to tease me, I don't find it bitter at all. Satoru Gojo. It's just, how infuriating. We grew up together. Why can't I tease Mamoru? Shoko Yeri. So, you're aware you'll be teased. And just now, Satoru Gojo. Oh, and then, it's just that I told Mamoru I don't favor Jay more than I do him, right? Cowering image. Shoko Yeri. Mocking knowing you'd be teased yet still falling for it. Gojo, didn't you notice the emoji Mamoru used just now? Shoko Yeri. Silent self-deprecation image. Shoko Yeri. Everything from the tone to the emoji is completely off. It's no different from blatantly stating their essay trap here. You fool, Gojo. Satoru Gojo. It's you who's the fool, Shoko. I've been teased a couple of times, and it's no big deal. Angrily hands on hips image. Satoru Gojo. If Mamoru is such a simpleton, what if he mistakenly thinks I like someone else? What then? Shoko Yeri. While I had my suspicions, are you implying that your feelings for Mamoru run deeper than mere childhood friends? Satoru Gojo. Wow. That is a long and complex sentence. Not a single punctuation mark. Satoru Gojo is typing. Shoko Yeri. Apologies, Gojo. I'm too nosy. This should be your private matter. Satoru Gojo. Shoko, what s with the nosiness and privacy? It just takes a lot of brain power to comprehend your lengthy sentences, so I needed a moment to think. Satoru Gojo is typing. Satoru Gojo. While I somewhat grasp Shoko's meaning, I only have one childhood friend, and that is Mamoru. So, I'm uncertain whether my feelings for Mamoru exceed mere childhood friendship or if they run deeper. Satoru Gojo. I merely realized that I like Mamoru. And then it struck me that we've been childhood friends all along. I'm so happy. Then, thinking about how I'm super fond of Mamoru, who is my childhood friend, makes me even happier. And then, realizing that my childhood friend is the one I adore, which is Mamoru, it's like fireworks exploding. Shoko. Shoko, do you understand? Shoko Yeri. I do. So it's like a cat or dog that keeps chasing its own tail. Satoru Gojo. Humph. Cat rolling its eyes image. Shoko Yeri. However, I'm still quite surprised, not at your feelings for Mamoru, but rather, I didn't expect you to so openly declare your affections and share such private matters with me. Satoru Gojo. Because I like you too, Shoko. And Jay. Shoko Yeri. Satoru Gojo. Shyly covering hands. You understand, right? Shoko. Cat waving. Shoko Yeri. I still think you might be spending too much time with your family, unaware of the complexities of interpersonal relationships. The emotional dynamics between boys are even more intricate and private, so generally, inquiring about such matters can be quite invasive. Gojo. Satoru Gojo. Angry cat image. General relationships? Shoko. Shoko Yeri. I mean, you have the right to say no to anyone, including friends. And you don't need to provide any reason. You know that you're not obliged to answer every question, right, Gojo? Satoru Gojo. I'm not an idiot. Shoko Yeri is typing. Shoko Yeri. We are contemporaries. Shoko Yeri. Well, what I mean is. Shoko Yeri. We are friends. Gritting teeth image. Shoko Yeri. So I'm reminding you to be somewhat prepared. The societal norms in Neon are quite traditional and rigid regarding this matter. I previously heard Miss May mention that you and Mamoru are like the six-eyed god and his sword. Shoko Yeri. Therefore, if your relationship with Mamoru is perceived as hierarchical within your family, the three great families might have even more disparaging remarks to make. So do not expose your vulnerabilities without preparation. Satoru Gojo. Doraemon crying gif. Shoko. Shoko. I can feel your heartfelt friendship. Shoko. Satoru Gojo is spamming tears. His phone vibrates wildly. Shoko Yeri rolls her eyes while holding a soda and hurriedly types. Shoko Yeri. Enough already. Forget I said anything. Satoru Gojo. Obediently silent, but with starry eyes. JPG. Line. Tokyo Sorcerer Top 4. Kinji Hikari. Suddenly exhausted. JPG. Kinji Hikari. I'm off to watch a movie. My phone will be on silent. Suguru Geto. I've sent your package. Remember to check it. Kinji Hikari. By the way, Satoru. Don't forget to inform Geto about the sorcerers. I don't know much, just that they are the adversaries of sorcerers. Kinji Hikari. Bye. Satoru Gojo. Bye, Hikari-chan. Kinji Hikari. So disgusting. Satoru Gojo. Suguru Geto. Pokes blackboard Gedo-kun, pay attention. Satoru Gojo. Essentially, both curse users and sorcerers possess cursed energy. Thus, some curse users were originally part of the sorcerer community, contributing to the sorcerer world. Satoru Gojo. Among these curse users, some deviated due to differing beliefs. While most were expelled for committing murder against non-sorcerers or for seeking illicit gains through cursed techniques. Satoru Gojo. Sorcerers exorcise curses and banish cursed spirits. While curse users thrive on killing sorcerers or non-sorcerers, establishing curses or wielding techniques to incite chaos, thereby threatening the very fabric of human society. Satoru Gojo. Mamoru. Why are you fixated on rabbits? Speak to me. Mamoru. I was merely reminiscing about the past. Speak to you. Mamoru. Unlike sorcerers, whose purpose is to exorcise cursed spirits and maintain societal stability, the beliefs within curse users are varied and lack consensus, leading them to operate either as solitary agents or in small groups. Mamoru. Among them exist those akin to bounty hunters and professional assassins, who engage in the heinous act of killing sorcerers. Others are merely sorcerers who refuse to pledge allegiance to the upper echelons of the sorcerer world and are thus labeled as curse users. However, they typically conceal themselves within the masses, refraining from drawing attention or provoking conflict, which is why the sorcerer community identifies curse users as those who would kill one another. Mamoru. Due to the disparity in power, the curse users I have encountered alongside Satoru predominantly appear in organized groups, united by a shared goal, to capture the Six Eyes and eliminate Satoru in exchange for a bounty. Satoru Gojo. Puffed up JPG, my bounty has surpassed 10 billion. Yet Gedo, you and Yuta haven't even made the list. You're not worth as much as I am. Give it up, long bangs. Suguru Gedo. Apologies. I was just speaking with my parents for a moment. Let me catch up on your conversation. Satoru Gojo. Wow, Yuta. Mamoru. Satoru Gojo. Wow, Mamoru. Satoru. His ears tingled slightly. If what you gave me is the same as what you give to others, I shall pass. A gentle breath, filled with mirth, brushed against his ear and neck, momentarily catching Satoru Gojo off guard. His hand trembled, sending his phone spiraling upwards, eventually being caught securely. Mamoru placed the phone into Satoru's hand, their eyes meeting, and Satoru found himself staring into a gaze laced with playful mockery. You're so bothersome, Mamoru. Is it amusing to tease me? Satoru averted his gaze awkwardly, squeezing the phone as his ears flushed with a faint hue. How infuriating. Despite knowing Mamoru was teasing him, he found himself inexplicably drawn to him, thinking him rather endearing. How infuriating. His head was gently patted, and Mamoru remarked, You don't seem angry, do you, Satoru? Satoru Gojo, staring down at his phone, muttered, Can't you tell if I'm angry or not? It's not like I have any privacy with the sword sending messages. Satoru paused, suddenly lifting his head, freezing in place. Wait. Then Mamoru must have known all along. Oh no, Satoru. I didn't get that through the sword. I was merely observing you, and felt you weren't upset with me. Mamoru, slightly flustered, diverted his gaze, unaware of Satoru's petrified expression. When the sword sent a message, Mamoru hesitated before rephrasing, stating that the information dispatched by the source code solely pertained to the host's security status. If the host were in a bad state, encountering danger, tension, anger, fear, anxiety, or sadness, Mamoru softly added, I can only discern a negative state, nothing else, so you do have privacy, Satoru. Satoru Gojo subtly exhaled in relief, rubbing his nose while half-heartedly exclaiming, Then watch me more. Just don't cheat. Focus on me. Pay close attention. Do you understand? Focus on me. Only look at me. Do you understand, Mamoru? To Satoru's surprise, Mamoru responded with an affirmative hum. He instinctively glanced at Mamoru, only to find his gaze distant and unfocused. As the park approached closing time, the crowd began to disperse, and the deer settled quietly beneath a distant tree. Satoru Gojo's snow-white hair glimmered with the silver light of the moon or lamplight, the screen of his phone illuminating his face, casting a soft glow on his eyelashes and skin, reminiscent of dew. Mamoru, lost in thought, found Satoru reaching for his snack pocket, either unknowingly or perhaps intentionally standing closer. The crinkling of the snack bag caught the attention of a nearby deer, which suddenly approached, causing Satoru to pause and grin while holding a piece of bread. He activated his limitless cheat, watching as the deer nudged him, unable to reach the bread in his hand, bleeding in frustration. Satoru Gojo slowly curled his lips into a smirk, utilizing his 6 eyes and 360-degree holographic imaging as an excellent tool for mischief. The bread suddenly shifted to the right, guiding the deer's antlers directly toward the distracted Mamoru. In the next moment, Satoru quickly snatched the bread back, causing Mamoru to stumble 2 steps back. Uffed. Satoru struggled to stifle his laughter, muttering teasingly, Serves you right for trying to mess with me. Serves you right for spacing out. Serves you right for being so quiet. Serves you right for not chattering about your past. Serves you right for keeping secrets from Satoru Gojo. TSK. If you're not honest, I'll just keep bumping into you. With a sigh, Mamoru puffed his cheeks, his expression darkening slightly, yet Satoru felt no guilt as he grasped his wrist, declaring his order. Let us have teppanyaki. Crunching sounds as the bread wrapper was tossed into the trash. And I want taiyaki too. Mamoru's expression remained cold, yet the glimmer in his eyes was soft and warm, shrinking into Satoru's shadow. He was pulled along, offering a simple, subdued HM. Chapter 26, Ordinary. The room was shrouded in darkness, enveloped in silence. The stillness rose gently from the gray, fluffy carpet, colliding with the dark brown walls, then dissipating in the silver light of the moon. Suguru Geto's room was located on the sunny side of a two-story building, with the window opened slightly each day. The inner side of the window featured two curtains, a delicate sheer fabric in a muted hue, akin to buckwheat flower white. Typically, one sheer panel was neatly tied back, while the other flowed freely. The flowing panel concealed the side near the bed, fluttering in the breeze before settling quietly as the window closed. As summer wanes and autumn begins, Iwate Prefecture has witnessed numerous rains. Yet the sheer curtains bear no trace of damp earth or the musty scent that often accompanies prolonged hanging. Instead, the bedding and curtains are infused with a rich lavender fragrance. Who could have sun-dried the blankets? Who has laundered them? Who has taken down and rehung the curtains? Which two individuals would express concern for their son, who has been absent from home for an extended period? From the moment he stepped into the room, Suguru Geto was acutely aware. He is not afflicted by obsessive cleanliness, yet he possesses a peculiar insistence on the freshness of laundered items. Sorcerers can detect the foul odor of cursed spirits, and those who manipulate them are even more sensitive. He not only needs to smell, he must taste and consume them. And with his extraordinary talent, he has learned to subdue these spirits instinctively. When Suguru Geto first learned to write his name, he simultaneously mastered the art of forming cursed energy orbs, learning to consume them whole. As a child, he was oblivious to the complexities of cursed energy manipulation. He did not comprehend the hierarchical nature of cursed spirits, nor did he realize that lower-ranked spirits yielded smaller orbs. Born in a sparsely populated county, where cursed spirits were few, he had not encountered an advanced cursed spirit and, consequently, had neither perished prematurely nor choked on a sizable cursed orb. In many respects, he was fortunate. Had he been born in a metropolis teeming with advanced cursed spirits, his fate might have mirrored that of his predecessor, leading to an untimely demise. During that era, the world was one of Showa-era Ultraman, where the likes of the original, Seven, Jack, Ace, Taro, Leo, and Eddie existed. Young Suguru firmly believed he was among the new generation of Ultraman warriors, emulating their valor to vanquish monsters and save humanity, striving to subdue every creature he encountered. He resolved to persist in his battles, convinced that after Leo and Eddie would come Suguru. He aspired to protect the Earth, safeguard humanity, and defend his comrades, much like his heroic predecessors. However, as he captured more monsters, a sense of dread began to creep in, a fear of becoming as odious as the creatures he fought. Despite reassurances from his mother and classmates that he bore no foul odor, he remained convinced of his own scent. Believing that they could not perceive it because they were not Ultraman, he feared the judgment of other Ultraman, who might detect his stench. To combat this perceived odor, he resorted to a heavily scented laundry detergent, yet his father's strictness limited his pocket money, forcing him to purchase a cheap detergent and secretly wash his clothes. At that tender age, his skin was sensitive, and he could not identify which ingredient in the detergent triggered his allergy. He was also perplexed by his fear of parental discovery, prompting him to wash his clothes in secret. However, Suguru's clandestine efforts soon unraveled. After stealthily washing his clothes one day, he entered the classroom only to be swiftly picked up by his teacher for inspection, who promptly called his mother, Mihoko. "Oh, I hope I'm not disturbing you, Mrs. Suguru. Is everything all right? Your son, Suguru, arrived at school in damp clothes." Suguru hung his head in despair as the teacher examined him, exclaiming, "Oh my, Mrs. Suguru, I believe young Geto may have developed eczema. His skin is covered in red spots." Frantic, Mihoko rushed to the school, and in her haste, sought out a pediatric clinic, only to return home empty-handed. It was then that she learned from her husband, Kaido, about their son's peculiar request. He had been consuming monsters and felt they were making him smell. Hence his need for fragrant laundry detergent. Kaido, a typical salaryman, shared a simple and traditional family structure. His wife, previously known as Kamachi, had taken his surname upon marriage, becoming Mihoko Suguru, gentle and caring, yet cautious and timid. Kaido, embodying the archetype of an ordinary Showa man, lacked any sorceress abilities, rendering him incapable of wielding the powers that his son possessed. He was a standard, somewhat authoritarian father, quick to express his frustrations, particularly at Mihoko for not communicating sooner, which had cost him a bonus for perfect attendance. He admonished his son for being a burden to the family, insisting that a great man never shed tears. In the midst of the bubble economy, Kaido endeavored to support his family. Suguru had begun to lose faith in his identity as an Ultraman warrior. He realized that following Leo and Eddie, it was not him but Digga who would emerge, rather than believe in the light. He felt a stronger inclination to embrace Pikachu and Charizard, aspiring to become an exceptional Pokemon master. Did his father share this sentiment? Without Ultraman or monsters, was he not merely an ordinary name devoid of significance, just a series of letters following Sue? Seated alone on his bed, Suguru stared at the glaring screen of his phone, which cast a stark white spot onto the ceiling. He found himself lost in thought, aimlessly pressing the directional key to scroll through chat history, yet struggling to comprehend the messages from Satoru and Shoko. The room was silent, yet the stillness was deafening, filling him with a tumult of anxiety. The lavender scent was overwhelming, clouding his thoughts and making him question why he had ever believed in the existence of Ultraman or in a world where non-sorcerers donned costumes for special effects. He grappled with the incomprehension of why his parents could not understand or support him, why sorcerers did not have sorceress parents, and why his mother failed to uphold her promises. He pondered the inexplicable nature of their union, the paradox of his existence, and the contradiction of being named Suguru while simultaneously being discouraged from embodying that greatness. Little Suguru? He heard his mother call, but he remained silent, his gaze fixed on the door, overwhelmed by a sense of melancholy. He extinguished his phone, peering stealthily at the faint glow seeping through the crack beneath the door. The light flickered, momentarily dimmed by the tray's edge, and he heard his mother's voice. "I've left some soba at the door. You haven't eaten dinner, have you? You must be hungry." After a prolonged silence, she spoke softly, almost as if confiding in herself. "I'm sorry, little Suguru. I only showed the photo to your father because I thought you might want his approval more than mine. You want him to know about your friends, right?" Her words revealed her forgetfulness of their prior promise, and as she faced the dark door, she lowered her head, catching her reflection in the soba broth. "Good night, little Suguru," she whispered, gently sliding an envelope through the gap. The envelope was not full, containing only a handwritten letter, a credit card, and a gift card for a chain dessert shop. The handwriting was messy, much like the scent of the soba. "Little Suguru, I know I'm just an ordinary housewife, and my farthest journey was to Hokkaido during my school days. Thus, in matters of academics, work, and the monsters you face, I feel utterly inadequate. However, Mother does not express her concerns as complaints, for she possesses the wisdom to resolve even the most formidable challenges. How to nurture a child, how to cultivate a mischievous little boy into a polite and considerate individual, how to prepare bento that delights the entire family, and which supermarket in Iwate Prefecture offers the best deals. Mother still perceives herself as a commendable parent. Therefore, if you wish to prepare a bento for the girl you fancy, know that your father's approval is of little consequence, Shaojia. Moreover, before she became your mother, Sheo was known as Kamachi Mihiko. Kamachi Mihiko was a strikingly beautiful woman. And thus, Shaojia, being the child of Mihiko, you possess lustrous black hair, a prominent nose, and a set of neatly aligned, pearly teeth, complemented by a gentle and reserved demeanor. Yet, you are also the child of Kaido, with small eyes, thin lips, slender eyebrows, a tall and robust physique, and a tendency to speak harshly when faced with problems, exhibiting a stubborn and tempestuous temperament that brings others to tears. Shaojia, I must confide, your father is downstairs, shedding tears. Your father and I have known each other since childhood, and I rarely witness him in such distress. Does this not stir a sense of mischief within me? I find myself wanting to scold him, to laugh heartily, and to berate him for his foul temper. His sorrow is indeed deserved. Shaojia, your father and I are novices at parenthood, grappling with the challenges of raising a child who is a sorcerer. We have never encountered the monsters you speak of, and thus, your departure to attend the sorcerer's school as instructed by Mr. Yaga has filled us with trepidation. I harbor a profound disdain for your teacher, Mr. Yaga. Why must he take my child away from me? During your time in Tokyo, your father and I have watched countless monster films, even dusting off your old Ultraman DVDs, along with a plethora of terrifying foreign horror movies. I deeply regret acquiescing to Mr. Yaga's request to let you become a sorcerer, to allow you to leave home and confront curses and the perils of life. Do you recall your 11th birthday, when you first encountered Mr. Yaga? You ingested an invisible foreign substance, and the room was left in utter disarray, as if an explosion had occurred. You collapsed on the floor, unable to breathe, your nostrils filled with blood, while your father and I stood helplessly at the door, frantically calling your name. Then Mr. Yaga appeared. He saved you and proclaimed you to be a sorcerer. Sorcerer, techniques, cursed energy. Mother cannot fathom such matters, cannot comprehend why cursed energy would manifest in you, my child. But I understand your perspective. I know that as a child, you harbored a deep affection for Ultraman Jack, often claiming that you too were a warrior from the stars, sent to protect the Earth from monsters and extraterrestrials, on a mission to safeguard humanity. In truth, even back then, Xiaojia, you sensed your own uniqueness, did you not? Thus, when your father insisted that there were no monsters, dismissing your claims as the delusions of a sick child, you felt a surge of anger. Mother was equally incensed. You are not a celestial warrior descended from the heavens, but my child, born after 10 arduous months of pregnancy, nurtured into the delightful Xiaojia you are today. I am aware that you wish to envision yourself as a warrior, a sorcerer capable of vanquishing monsters, a hero, and a superhuman. Yet your father and I merely desire for you to be Xiaojia, our Xiaojia, the little one we can easily embrace, an ordinary child. Xiaojia, your father possesses a volatile temper and speaks harshly, treating you unkindly, does he not? I understand your sorrow, and perhaps you wish to sever ties with us. But I implore you, do not harm yourself, and refrain from uttering words that suggest you wish to leave us forever. Mr. Yago asserts that Xiaojia is a sorcerer, that your thoughts will not become curses, yet we, who are non-sorcerers, may unwittingly give birth to curses through our thoughts. Your father and I are genuinely fearful, simply concerned for your well-being, anxious that you too may transform into a curse that inflicts harm upon yourself. Xiaojia has yet to experience fatherhood, and thus cannot fathom that parents yearn for their children to excel, to be outstanding and considerate, but above all, they hope for their children to be safe, happy, and joyful, merely an ordinary child, a simple, cheerful, and blissful child. Your father may struggle to articulate his feelings, his temper often getting the best of him, mirroring the deficiencies of his own father. I recall witnessing your father emerge from his home, often bruised and battered. Mr. Kaido's father was even more woeful than your own. Yet, Xiaojia, you have never suffered such abuse, correct? I recognize that this comparison may seem cunning, as if I am coercing you to forgive our family's shortcomings. But truly, if you could find it within you to forgive us, I would long to share with you many of the painful memories from the past, for Mr. Kaido would never recount them. You also seem unwilling to confide in us any longer, do you not? I apologize, Xiaojia. Your illness is not a consequence of your uniqueness, but rather the result of your parents' ordinariness. Xiaojia, I beseech you to take the bakery's recharge card and credit card. Your father has seen the photographs you sent of your classmates, remarking on their fashionable hair colors, noting that they appear to be children of the metropolis, while you hail from the countryside, potentially subject to bullying. It is laughable, is it not? He fears for your well-being among other children, yet chooses to express it in such unkind words, thereby hurting your feelings. You mentioned in your message that your classmates have a fondness for sweets, which is why he recharged the card at the bakery, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to gift it to you. He is not a wholly terrible father, merely one with a sharp tongue. He worries that the cost of living in Tokyo may be exorbitant and that your pocket money may fall short. Hence he acquired a credit card for you, hoping that you would at least be able to afford a ticket home at any time. Xiaojia, I am sorry. I am an ordinary mother, and your father is a proud yet incapable man. I have never inquired, but being the child of parents can be quite arduous, cannot it? Yet, Xiaojia, your father and I love you dearly. We cannot bear the thought of being unable to protect our child. It is not the notion of having a sorcerer for a son that troubles us. Xiaojia, your father and I love you. Please return home for the new year. Xiaojia, if you do not wish to converse with us, feel free to bring your friends along. I will ensure that your father remains silent. Take care of yourself while outside. Do not fall ill. Do not get hurt. With love, Mother Mihiko. Chapter 27, Autumn Chill. Boom. The playground was transformed into a crop circle, the dust swirling like the tide of the ocean. Natsuko calmly maneuvered the sunshade in front of her, as the debris collided with the fabric, akin to a rabbit crashing against a wall. A dismal failure, a catastrophic failure. Natsuko rolled her eyes, having clearly stated that the reversal technique should resemble a flexible force akin to a sponge or liquid, not the kind that collapses educational buildings or flattens playgrounds, but rather a gentle, flowing essence. The yellowish dust was whisked away by a balloon curse, revealing the perplexed expressions of Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo, both of whom were bewildered. So what exactly does that entail, Natsuko? Satoru Gojo exclaimed in frustration, leaning forward in despair. Can you be more specific? For instance, should we concentrate the cursed energy? Or should it be precisely directed to a specific point? Which point? Or should it be a cascading flow? What does it truly mean? Natsuko waggled her fingers, her expression tinged with subtle disdain. It is not about a cascading flow. Rather, it is about a prolonged, howling sound. And oh, do you understand? You fool, Satoru Gojo. Suguru Geto furrowed his brow, slowly responding, oh, your head. Wit and fervor crackled in the air as Satoru Gojo delivered a sharp slap, sending Suguru Geto staggering. Is Geto a fool? Shoko is clearly toying with us. Shoko's disdainful expression deepened, while Suguru's forehead throbbed with furious veins. He retaliated with a swift slap, only to collide with the azure barrier of cursed energy. Fong Hu, arms crossed and indifferent, met Suguru's gaze with a raised eyebrow. Suguru clenched his jaw, calmly beckoning Fong Hu with a gesture. Gojo. Fong Hu, heh. A shiver ran down Gojo's spine, and he gasped in horror, clutching his face. Geto, you'll turn into a compressed package. Calm down. I can't restrain Mamoru. Wah, Mamoru. Please, calm down. Geto is not a virus. Geto is not a Trojan horse. Geto, why are you provoking him? Mamoru is clueless, but can't you show some sense? Are you in elementary school? A tempest erupted, black and green cursed energies clashing, the air filled with a piercing sound of tearing. The playground was instantly reduced to rubble. The wind howled, the autumn chill biting. Shoko stood expressionless, holding an umbrella, bracing against the chaos of a malevolent sandstorm. Her skirt clung to her legs, hair dancing wildly. The umbrella's frame was inverted, and her cheeks stung. The limited edition Hello Kitty umbrella faced the sky like an overturned onion, and Shoko glanced at the shattered pink fabric, her eyes contorting with indescribable emotion. Damn man. With her eardrums ringing, Shoko's gaze fell upon Gojo, who, inexplicably, had procured a loudspeaker and was babbling. Stop it. Don't fight anymore. And you too. How could you leave me out of this? You're isolating me. Is there no camaraderie whatsoever? With a swift motion, Shoko snatched the loudspeaker, shaking her umbrella, its frame crumbling and exploding into pale trumpet flowers. She twitched her mouth in resignation, deciding if she couldn't win, she might as well join. Hey. This is the domain of the reverse technique, presided over by the esteemed Shoko Kinji. Those who cannot comprehend, listen closely. With a whoosh, debris flew through the air as Gojo obediently stepped in front of Shoko, the stones thudding to the ground upon colliding with limitless energy. Shoko paused, her gaze downward, the shattered limited edition expensive umbrella, her eyes lifted. The free-spirited man, Satoru Gojo. What is there to hesitate about? Gojo, Shoko? Your gaze is terrifying. Shoko's lips curled into a subtle smile. Releasing her grip, the umbrella fell, while she grasped Gojo like a human shield. Hey, I mean it. Shoko, how can you do this? You have no respect for my dignity. Gojo twisted his body, pouting in protest at Shoko, who leaned forward to observe the storm of cursed spirits and limitless energy accumulating on the playground, revealing a warm, spring-like smile. What did you say, Gojo? Respect? Respect. Shoko nodded dismissively, holding his collar in one hand and the loudspeaker in the other, resolutely beginning her lesson. Ahem. The principle of the reverse technique differs from that of the reversal of curse energy. It is not merely about reversing or rotating. It is about a momentary halt. A fleeting sensation flooding your body. TSK, those two men over there, don't forget to compensate me for my umbrella. It's not about reversing your cursed energy. Are you two not listening? Umbrella. Understood. I'm listening about the umbrella. Suguru's expression turned grave as he faced Fong Hu. As long as you understand. In the next moment, Shoko's steady voice suddenly amplified. 2005 Summer Pink Kitty Limited Edition. 2005 Summer Pink Kitty Limited Edition. 2005 Summer Pink Kitty Limited Edition. Behind Suguru, the void silently tore open, summoning the special grade cursed spirit. The slit-mouthed woman. The umbrella was not just a shield. While Mamoru is formidable, the sensation of battling Satoru is entirely distinct. Though Satoru's personality is more extroverted and sharp, in terms of cursed energy, they are completely opposite. Satoru is the steady, comprehensive one, while Mamoru is aggressively offensive. Abandoning defense entirely. Sounds like the 2005 Summer Pink Kitty what? Suguru's brow furrowed as he raised his hand to halt. Mamoru, wait a moment. Suguru turned, his face a canvas of confusion, while on the battlefield, Shoko hoisted Satoru Gojo, waving at him as he looked over, prompting him to sway along. Gojo, filled with excitement, flailed his arms. Geto, Shoko is totally a strong sailor. I'm flying. Shoko shook Gojo a couple of times. Look, I'm really flying. Gojo, be quiet. Shoko's expression turned serious. 2005 Summer Pink Kitty Limited Edition. Remember, it's pink, not red pink. If you get it wrong, I will be furious. Red pink is a counterfeit from the rival company. Suguru. Fong Hu. Suguru rubbed his face resolutely, turning to envelop himself and Fong Hu within a fortified domain. Their eyes locked. Fong Hu remained calm, yet audacious, unfazed as the space around him was enveloped by the slit-mouthed woman's simplified domain. 2005 Summer Pink Kitty Limited Edition. Fong Hu's cursed energy surged, his expression impassive. Whoever loses buys. Suguru. The distinction of the reverse technique lies in the direction of cursed energy flow. It is not simply forward or backward, but a momentary cessation, a sensation that fills your body. Shoko, they are fighting. If you wish to master it, you must harness that sensation. Shoko, listen to me. Ah, I understand. So, this reverse technique. It's like the sensation of borrowing strength the moment you step on a bicycle, the feeling of weightlessness. Shoko. But Geto unleashed the slit-mouthed woman. Mamoru is so gentle. What if he gets hurt? Shoko closed her eyes, her expression contorting as she forced a smile. I'll heal him, all right? Just don't interrupt. Shoko is teaching. The sensation of weightlessness is, but it will hurt terribly. If Mamoru gets hurt, my heart will ache to death. It's a kind of spatio-temporal experience. And Mamoru is heavy-handed. I'm really worried Geto will be killed. Shoko, what if Mamoru kills Geto? Can the reverse technique heal him, Shoko? Speaking of which, when Mamoru was hit by a deer during autumn break, he ended up with bruises. Shoko, can you heal bruises? I'm glad, but my heart aches. Who? Shoko took a deep breath, her veins throbbing as she directed a calm smile at Satoru Gojo. I'm quite curious. What does it feel like to have your heart ache to death? Shoko, what do you mean? Seeing Mamoru's bruises? I can't let you see those. I'm a bit sensitive about that. Shoko clenched her fists, aiming the loudspeaker at the annoying white creature's ear. Taking a deep breath as she swept her hair back with one hand. On the playground, the precious master of the reverse technique had hair flying. Her gaze a mix of madness and chill. I say, your heart aching to death must look quite splendid. Gojo, go die, you idiot Gojo. The sound of shattering glass reverberated through the air as the boundless energy unleashed a brilliant green beam that shot straight across the playground. Wataru's pupils quaked in shock, while Suguru crouched down, clutching his head. The Pokemon Master, swift and adept, managed to retract the slit-mouthed woman just in time, though he was now acutely aware of the tremor in his eyes. Nagisa covered her face, her body stiffening in disbelief. Wait. The three of them watched in astonishment as the boundless energy surged toward the school building. Nagisa-sensei is in the office. Stop it, Mamoru. With a resounding crash, the green beam collided with the school building, dispersing like smoke meeting a wall. Suguru, with a stiff expression, retreated to Nagisa and Wataru's side, his voice taut. That means it's okay, right? Mamoru has retracted it, right? Wataru lowered his sunglasses and shook his head rigidly. Nagisa and Suguru exchanged bewildered glances. Then, with a delayed crack, the towering school building split down the middle. Desks and chairs tumbled down with a cacophony of noise, causing Mamoru to pause momentarily. TSK. It slipped out of control. In the next instant, Nagisa-sensei pushed the window open with a crash, her face a deep shade of anger. Moments later, the entire school building vanished without a trace. Dust exploded into the air, and bricks and furniture were reduced to mere powder, while Nagisa-sensei descended with a furious roar. The debris swirling upwards like snowflakes, engulfing both Mamoru and the remnants of the school in a blinding sea of white dust. In the wreckage, Mamoru firmly shut his eyes, Nagisa-sensei's roar echoing in his ears. Wataru, help SOS, I can't afford to pay. Nagisa-sensei, please calm down. Don't let your health deteriorate. Suguru stammered, pouring tea with a voice that grew increasingly subdued. Nagisa-sensei sat rigidly at the edge of the playground, her black teacher's uniform appearing as if it had rolled in the snow, her expression devoid of emotion, a swirling dark aura surrounding her, while a prominent vein bulged on her forehead. Nagisa quietly stepped back a couple of paces, while Suguru observed with keen eyes, and Wataru sneakily glanced at Mamoru, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his lips. With an ominous expression, Nagisa-sensei removed her sunglasses, slowly wiping them as she questioned, who smashed the school building? Mamoru's throat tightened, his gaze shifting as an inexplicable sense of danger washed over him, akin to facing the core of the universe. It was me. No worries, Nagisa. It's just a school building. I'll have my dad build you a brand new one. Nagisa? Just a school building? Mamoru? Nagisa-sensei stood up slowly, her fists clenched tightly, dark energy radiating from her arms. Suguru and Nagisa exchanged looks of admiration, while Wataru nervously scratched his head, bracing himself for the impending storm. But in the next moment, he witnessed Nagisa-sensei, her face darkened and devoid of a smile, exuding a lethal aura, delivering a precise punch aimed directly at Mamoru. Hey! No way. Wataru instinctively reached out, but with a resounding impact, Nagisa's fist met Mamoru's palm, the dark energy scorching the air and emitting a sharp whistle. Mamoru momentarily halted, then was propelled backward by several meters, only managing to flip in midair to dissipate the force. His right hand, which had blocked the punch, tingled painfully. It was evident that Nagisa-sensei was genuinely furious. This strike, delivered by a grade 1 sorcerer, was powerful and intended to teach a lesson. The force twisted his arm, crashing against his ribs, the sound of bones colliding echoing in his ears. He momentarily lost focus, feeling the dull ache of pain. Since Wataru also couldn't use limitless power to block Nagisa-sensei's punch, he hadn't even tried to defend himself. In the fleeting moment of hesitation, he forgot that he was human, the probability of being struck dead by dark energy completely escaping him. He failed to mobilize his cursed energy, merely relying on instinctive combat experience to feebly raise his hand in defense. Fortunately, his cursed energy rolled into action just in time, mitigating the impact of the dark energy. The pain was merely a simulation of data. The sensation of injury equated to a disruption at a certain node in the data stream. Thus, when attacked, the duration of pain could range from a mere fraction of a second to several seconds. As the antivirus software required time to restore data flow and avoid being attacked at the same point again. If too many nodes became disconnected, it would lead to a bug, providing a gap for the virus to infiltrate. In this regard, the logic of humanity is quite similar. A wound too great can lead to death, while excessive pain can also be fatal. In a daze, Mamoru was suddenly confronted by a large cat with snow-white fur and piercing blue eyes. The cat bore a disgruntled expression, remaining silent, its sunglasses lost somewhere, and its azure gaze fixated on Mamoru's chest. The spot where his arm had collided was right there, just above the heart, slightly below the shoulder. "I'm fine, Wataru." Mamoru nudged Wataru's cheek with his knuckles. Wataru, with a sullen expression, remained silent, raising his hand to touch Mamoru's shoulder. The six eyes observed that Mamoru had not gathered cursed energy, yet the dark energy had already struck. In that instant, he couldn't comprehend that Nagisa-sensei bore no murderous intent, nor that Mamoru wouldn't perish from such an attack. All Wataru felt was a sense of confusion, as if he could hear the howling winds. Mamoru allowed Wataru to explore, turning his head to Nagisa-sensei. "I'm sorry, Nagisa-sensei. It was me who brought down the school building. Should I work to pay it back?" Nagisa-sensei sighed in exasperation, rubbing her temples, her gaze drifting to the ruins as her voice took on a wearied tone. "I'll ask the higher-ups for a budget approval." After a pause, Nagisa-sensei suddenly turned, casting a suspicious glance toward Wataru. "Or perhaps I could inquire with the Gojo family. Wataru seems quite affluent." Chapter 28. An ordinary day with the school building destroyed. Although it didn't impede the sorcerer's classes, Nagisa-sensei still appeared overwhelmed, indicating that today would be a free activity day. Having finished, she subtly made her way to contact the higher-ups for budget approval. Suguru and Nagisa exchanged glances, and upon turning back, they saw a certain white creature. Its fur bristled, anxiously pulling Mamoru towards the dormitory, evidently to check if Mamoru had sustained any injuries. "But the doctor is here, right?" Suguru gazed at his peer's retreating figure with uncertainty. Nagisa calmly tidied her disheveled hair, offering no response, but with a smile, she reminded Suguru. "It's the 2005 Summer Pink Kitty Limited Edition." Suguru replied. Nagisa enunciated clearly, "Now." The dormitory door swung open with a loud bang, as Wataru clumsily entered, kicked off his shoes, and pulled Mamoru down onto the floor beside him. Wataru sulked, his voice trailing off as he playfully tugged at the collar of Mamoru's hoodie. The loose neckline of the hoodie was pulled askew, revealing his collarbone and chest. Wataru's hand slipped inside, exploring. "Wait, hold on." Mamoru felt a surge of nervousness as he grasped Wataru's restless hand, acutely aware of Wataru's warmth, his fingertips brushing against his skin. For reasons unknown, a sense of tension enveloped him. "What are you doing?" Wataru retorted fiercely, having seemingly discarded his sunglasses, leaving his striking blue eyes exposed. Anger, annoyance, displeasure, grievance, worry. No weapon was needed. Mamoru glanced at him and silently released his grip, averting his gaze to the side. The curtains were not drawn. The question of whether humans require curtains remains somewhat perplexing to me. I shall leave it be. Fonghu let out a silent sigh, tugging at his clothing with muted frustration. In the afternoon, a slanted beam of sunlight streamed into the room, casting a glow upon his snow-white hair, compelling him to tilt his head slightly and close his eyes. His form was enveloped by the silhouette of Wataru Fushiguro, as the sunlight bathed the room in a warm golden hue, illuminating Fushiguro's shoulders and casting a soft light upon Fonghu's chest. Kneeling between Fonghu's legs, Wataru reached out to caress the bruise upon Fonghu's chest, his eyes reflecting a profound tenderness. He felt the warmth of his childhood companion, the bruise, and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. So clear, so close. "Are you an idiot?" Wataru exclaimed softly. "Why don't you dodge? You could have avoided it without using cursed energy. Are you trying to scare me to death in retaliation for my playful antics?" Leaning against the edge of the bed, Fonghu lowered his gaze. Wataru's palm rested against his collarbone and chest, his knuckles gently tapping at the edge of the bruise while his hand instinctively settled in between Fonghu's legs. Fong Hu met Wataru's innocent gaze and saw the disheveled reflection of himself within those eyes. For reasons unknown, as he gazed upon the splendid human before him, a wave of confusion washed over Fong Hu, giving rise to a deep-seated sense of inferiority. He felt as though he had lost the clarity of his neural pathways, the security of his programmed identity, and the discernment to judge when to act or refrain from action, essentially, the worldview that belonged to a program. If such a concept even existed. The notions of human identity, definition, and emotion surged like a torrent of incomprehensible code in his mind. Akin to the enigma that stood before him, an unfathomable human. Am I truly human? Is it so? Am I attractive? Do I possess a personality? Are there foods I relish? Do I hold significance for you? Am I your subordinate? Your pet? Classmate? Friend? Family? What am I? How should I relate to you? Are my emotions valid? Why curse me? Am I the sole target of your curses? Mamoru, does it hurt? Wataru asked, his voice tinged with melancholy. Fong Hu remained silent, suddenly inquiring. Do you interact with Suguru Geto in the same manner? Huh, what does Geto have to do with this? Wataru looked up, bewildered, meeting Fong Hu's calm, unwavering gaze. And with Kinji Hikari, and Shoko Yeri, and the sorcerers, and non-sorcerers. Are they like me? Childhood friends? He mused, referring to those who grew up together. While often translated as childhood sweethearts, this term does not discriminate based on gender. It simply means friends from childhood. The explanations provided by your human website state that such bonds formed in childhood are a unique, indelible connection in life. Fong Hu queried, what constitutes childhood? Is the age defined by humans as the period of immaturity synonymous with childhood? Then you are childhood friends with Suguru Geto, Kinji Hikari, and Shoko Yeri. And what am I? Programs do not define childhood. Wataru's expression turned blank, his mouth agape as if overwhelmed by a barrage of questions. Yet strangely, Wataru's cursed energy began to flow sluggishly, causing Fong Hu's eyelids to flutter. In a flash, he leaned forward, swiftly encircling Wataru's waist and propelling him onto the bed. Do not bite me. Biting will result in bleeding. Humans bleed. The matters of humans intertwine with their hearts, domains, and source codes. Wataru, let us not discuss this. Fong Hu retreated a couple of steps, his understanding of humans limited to their propensity to bleed and bruise, devoid of any prior knowledge of the complexities involved. Wataru lay quietly on the bed for a few seconds before he began to flail about, rolling from side to side with exuberance. When he finally sat up, his expression was radiant. You are different from them. Wataru exclaimed joyfully, shaking his legs as he extended a hand towards Fong Hu. Mamoru, come here. I want to bite you. Fong Hu furrowed his brow and resolutely shook his head. You've always loved to bite me since we were kids. This year alone. In the red light district once, and in the classroom twice. Wataru rubbed his nose, his gaze drifting off before breaking into a sudden smile. Since childhood, Mamoru. Which childhood are you referring to? Fong Hu paused, momentarily lost in thought as the scene before him morphed. A younger Wataru sitting on tatami mats, arms crossed, glaring at him with a sour expression. Subconsciously, he glanced at his hand, which seemed to bear traces of saliva. He rubbed his wrist, and when he lifted his gaze, Wataru's expression was peculiarly nuanced. Wataru raised an eyebrow at Fong Hu, who leaned against the wardrobe. Mamoru, why was I able to bite you as a child? But not now? Fong Hu leaned against the windowsill, propping his chin upon his hand, his skin reflecting the invasive light of the sun. Do you interact with Geto and Hikari in the same way? Are they like me? Do you programs differentiate between genders? In your code, what constitutes a unique, indelible connection? Wataru tilted his chin, adopting a brazen posture as he crossed his legs, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Mamoru, what am I to you? Fong Hu felt an inexplicable sense that it was akin to a secret technique. Standing still, he wore a complex expression before calmly extending his hand. Go ahead, bite me. Wataru let out a soft chuckle, realizing that Fong Hu always left him feeling parched, like a glass filled with lemon juice, the syrup stubbornly clinging to the rim. Igniting a thirst to kiss, to bite, to taste. Wataru remained silent. As he let his gaze roam from Fong Hu's forearm upwards, he seized Fong Hu and pulled him down. They tumbled onto the bed together, Wataru enveloping Fong Hu in a tight embrace. Like every night filled with growing pains, he clung to Fong Hu, wrapping his arms around him, burying his face into the side of Fong Hu's neck. Yet, Wataru closed his eyes, refraining from looking at Fong Hu's lips, torn between the desire to kiss him and the self-imposed boundary he had delineated, responsibility. Contrary to the assumptions of most in the sorcery world, Wataru Fushiguro was not devoid of desire. He had attended biology classes with expansive curricula and had been subtly urged to consider the early propagation of his lineage. Furthermore, he had overheard many discussions from Zen and Naoya regarding women, treating them and their wombs as mere vessels of value. In truth, for those within the sorcery realm who wielded advanced techniques, Engaging with women to procreate and pass on sorcery was not uncommon. Thus, the Fushiguro clan was not exempt from such conventions. However, unlike his predecessors, Wataru was exceptionally strong and possessed his own sword. Wataru had Mamoru, a sword that descended from the heavens, a special grade sorcerer who had vanquished cursed spirits across America, a comet. An absolute existence ungoverned by anything but Wataru's own words. Mamoru merely exists in silence, while the elderly men in the household, those concealed rotten oranges, tremble in fear, hesitant to utter a word, let alone arrange for his lower half and the remainder of his life. He truly has never been spanked. Mamoru is present. A few years ago, Naoya had provoked Mamoru, as well as him, due to the protective identity of his loyal guards, who are inseparable. That fellow Naoya found him quite peculiar, a brand of arrogance that he could not fully comprehend. The Six Eyes seems to require company. Could it be that he has not even engaged with those base women? I genuinely feel a sense of unease for your Wataru family. If a curse, the Six Eyes. Relying on the bloodline for inheritance, Wataru, you shall become extinct, won't you? His face was filled with astonishment, and before he could fully register it, the taciturn Mamoru raised his hand and unleashed a powerful strike, Infinity. Naoya suffered a shattering fracture, disappearing from sight for an entire year, perhaps? Wataru suddenly erupted into uncontrollable laughter, prompting a questioning sound from Fahaku. While laughing, Wataru rubbed his head against Fahaku's shoulder, chattering nonsensically, "Sleep with me. No more complex questions." Very well. In the room, a cerulean aura of cursed energy slowly emanated from Wataru, enveloping the space in a field that shielded information. Wataru grinned silently, resting his chin on Fahaku's shoulder, eyes closed, with the corners of his mouth lifted high. The curtains remained drawn back. Sunlight leaned against the glass, gently spilling into the room, where tiny, almost imperceptible specks of dust floated in the air. The first to succumb to slumber was Fahaku. He found himself unexpectedly unaccustomed to the fatigue and pain that accompanied humanity. Having not rested while programming, the accumulated exhaustion surged forth in overwhelming waves. Wataru opened his eyes, the mirth in his expression dimming slightly. He cautiously shifted, ensuring Fahaku's profile was entirely within his view. He reached out, gently placing his hand upon Fahaku's chest. With each heartbeat, Wataru reminded himself of his responsibilities. I must take responsibility. Wataru must take responsibility. Transforming software into humanity, Mamoru would sleep, would feel pain. Mamoru's master. Wataru must bear the burden. He longed to embrace this responsibility swiftly, reversing techniques, expanding the domain, vanquishing the vile old man, then bestowing upon Mamoru his surname, then confessing, presenting a ring, hosting a wedding. Mamoru does not favor excessive noise, so just inviting Jie and Shoko would suffice. Then a kiss, they could kiss sooner. Then embracing, claiming, and conquering. Since Mamoru is male, they would not bear offspring. Wataru lay beside Fahaku, his hand brushing against his Adam's apple. His fingertips descended along the throat, ultimately resting in the hollow of Fahaku's collarbone. The pulse throbbed distinctly, reminiscent of Mamoru's, as the domain expanded, playfully teasing, catching him off guard. Wataru, vexed, turned over, his vision filled with the pale green hue, a blend of Mamoru's essence and his cursed energy. He lamented his own ignorance regarding the coveted Six Eyes, the techniques that resided within him, only to be discovered through the naked eye. His realization came late, particularly late, to the point where Wataru's initial reaction was irritation, followed by a prolonged sense of frustration and madness. Fahaku had sustained a bruise from a deer, a small one on his side, yet undeniably present. When Fahaku discovered it, he appeared puzzled, seemingly unable to comprehend that this was a bruise, a manifestation of human injury. Thus, he lifted his shirt, activating the source code to trace data. As if in search of a bug, sitting in a restaurant in Osaka, Wataru placed the spoon he had been about to raise back down. His back burned with heat, and he instinctively straightened, his gaze naturally falling upon the exposed area of Fahaku's shirt. For a minute or two, the two of them stared blankly at the bruise. Through the door of the private room, outside sounds filtered clearly into the space. The two not-so-innocent individuals exchanged glances, wordlessly choosing to ignore the matter with a shared sense of guilt. Fahaku refrained from mentioning it, but Wataru was deeply concerned, profoundly so. Mamoru would not be injured. He could effortlessly exorcise the 64 special-grade curses recorded in history without harm, could curse and kill those malevolent sorcerers who sought to harm them, the cursed practitioners of the Sinai. He bit him, many times, leaving no trace. Yet, Mamoru had been bruised by a deer. Wataru understood this was due to the heart, as Mamoru gradually embraced his humanity and its traits. He belatedly realized that Fahaku could indeed be hurt, prompting him to contemplate how to envelop Mamoru with the limitless boundaries. Thus, he began to study how Mamoru had first encased him within a simple domain. Damn it! Wataru closed his eyes in frustration, sulkily embracing the sleeping figure beside him. Moments later, their breaths synchronized, peacefully slumbering in the sunlight. A typical day. Chapter 29, Releasing. The September sun, imbued with a hint of honeyed sweetness, descended slowly, casting a gentle glow upon the horizon. The wooden floor reflected the soft light filtering through the glass window, filling the room with tranquility. The bedding was warm, and the strongest, curled up with legs tucked in, pressed his nose against Fahaku's shoulder, causing his skin to blush faintly from the prolonged contact. Wataru, groggy, heard Fahaku speaking. He reached out to grasp Fahaku's opposite shoulder, playfully nudging him like a large dog, blissfully unaware as he buried his face in the narrow space between Fahaku's shoulder and neck. His chin rested against Fahaku's collarbone, his cheek affectionately pressed against Fahaku's jaw. The proximity of his nose and lips to Fahaku's neck was intoxicating, filled with scents of the dormitory's fragrance, mingled with a warm, delightful aroma he cherished. Earl Grey, cake, hot cocoa, toffee pudding. Mamoru. Wataru mumbled. You? What are you saying? What cake? Fahaku lifted his hand, embracing the large, restless plush toy. His left chest was firmly pressed beneath Wataru's weight, the bruise painfully compressed, yet his expression remained calm, his breathing steady. He merely tilted his head slightly, allowing his nose to peek out from the tousled hair that brushed against his face. He would perish if he did not breathe. To be honest, being human is rather challenging. Fahaku slightly moved his numbed arm, causing the person atop him to immediately groan, the sound rather displeased. Fahaku raised an eyebrow, amused, and ceased his movements. His hand was numb, a fascinating sensation. Suguru asked in the group chat whether Fahaku enjoyed souffle and honey cake. He mentioned that he and Shoko had already acquired an umbrella but were perusing a cake shop. If Fahaku wanted to eat, then. Fahaku let out a muffled sound, his heart racing. It was as if he could not withstand the pain and itch, inhaling sharply before tremblingly exhaling. When he spoke again, his voice was hoarse and muffled. Releasing. Fahaku's Adam's apple bobbed. His neck was warm and damp, with a slight sting, as the moist sensation spread in swirling circles. While warm breaths gently brushed against his nape, he could hear a faint rumbling from Wu Tiao's throat, reminiscent of a protective growl, accompanied by the sensation of sharp teeth sinking deeper. A subtle sound emerged, mingled with indistinct nasal tones. Cake. Wu Tiao stubbornly held on, his lips and tongue pressed tightly together. Cake, tantalizingly close to his mouth. Devour. Cream, slurp slurp. Chiffon, bite bite bite. Huh. Wu Tiao inhaled deeply. The enchanting aroma of cake was utterly captivating. Fanghu sighed, closing his eyes in resignation. His emotions tangled as he added a new biting location behind the red light district and the classroom. Wu Tiao's room. Suck. Perhaps his subconscious was still engaged. Wu Tiao's bites were gentle. Yet, as he clung on, Fanghu felt the expanse of skin at his neck begin to throb slightly. A peculiar sensation, unlike the numbness of his hands, spread along the side of his neck, compelling his breathing to become erratic. He could not allow Wu Tiao to bite any further. I am not a cake, nor am I ice cream. Fanghu withdrew his right hand and gently patted the shoulder of this nibbling creature. Wu Tiao, what you are biting is. Akamamoru. Makake. Fanghu paused, a peculiar silence enveloping him for a moment. He chuckled softly. Dreaming of eating cake is delightful. Wanting cake is delightful. Even the image of Mamoru seeking cake is adorable. Could it be my cake? Mamoru, mind my cake. Fanghu lowered his gaze to Wu Tiao's fluffy hair, momentarily distracted, recalling Suguru Geto. Fanghuang. Wu Tiao wants cake, honey cake. He only had time to send a single message. Wu Tiao obstinately gnawed at him as if he were cake, his neck perpetually damp and itchy, occasionally accompanied by a dull ache. Wu Tiao resembled a possessive feline. If you attempted to pry him away, he would become incensed, racing back, gnawing even harder at his throat. Fanghu winced slightly. He suspected Wu Tiao thought his Adam's apple was a fruit atop a cake. Fanghu inhaled deeply, refraining from pushing Wu Tiao away. He sent a thank you message to Suguru Geto, who had responded with an okay. No more biting. Wu Tiao, the Adam's apple of a human male is quite delicate. If you draw blood, I do not know how to explain those murmurs to you. Wu Tiao. Fanghu's voice was low, constricted by the bite on his Adam's apple, making his tone tremble. I am uncomfortable. Wu Tiao, Mamoru feels pain. Huh. What do you mean uncomfortable and painful? Do you need the great Wu Tiao to save you? But I'm gnawing on a plum, the red tea plum cake that Mamoru gave me. The cream tastes so faint, yet it's still fragrant. Taste, Mamoru? No. Uncomfortable? Really painful? With a sudden jolt, Wu Tiao opened his eyes, bewildered, pale, with a flush staining his neck. Mamoru. The well-defined contours. The warmth of his collarbone and Adam's apple. The peripheral vision recklessly ventured into the expanse of his fair chest, the 6 eyes, like a lecherous fiend, invading. Inspecting the heart, brushing against the abs, finally lingering long at the sides of his waist. Mamoru, embrace me. Hold me tightly, Mamoru. Wu Qiao trembled, his sharp canines quivering along with him. The technique was laid bare by the ambition of sorcerers, and Wu Qiao despairingly closed his eyes. False. False, 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 false. Haha. I did not. I absolutely did not bite Mamoru. It was all an illusion. Illusion, 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 illusion. Even if it were true, I never intended that. I am pure in love. Very pure love. I didn't think that. I didn't think that. I simply did not. I did not think of anything indecent. Absolutely not. The sensation of lips and tongue against warm skin was vivid, freezing his mind for a fleeting moment. As the Adam's apple beneath his teeth stirred. Open your eyes and look at me, Wu Qiao. No. The Adam's apple, brushing against the tongue. Wu Qiao bolted upright, flustered and frantic, rolling away in a flurry, embarrassed like an ostrich. His eyes captured the reddened skin and bite marks, causing a wave of panic to sweep through him, and in one swift motion, he attempted to tumble off the bed, but Fang Hu pulled him back. Pressed against Fang Hu's embrace, Wu Qiao's body stiffened, his breath barely audible. Though it was not he who had been bitten, his neck flushed with color as well. Wu Qiao sat awkwardly on Fang Hu, resolutely bowing his head, as if feigning sleep. What do I taste like? Fang Hu asked abruptly. Red tea. He instinctively tried to respond, a syllable escaping him. After that, Wu Qiao's expression fell flat, his entire being flushing as if steamed. Help! Wu Qiao shut his eyes, his heart pounding so fiercely it left his chest aching, his nostrils, tongue, and even his mind filled with the scent of the person he adored, driving him to madness. Wu Qiao began to hold his breath, his eyes moist, his eyelashes trembling incessantly, soon glistening with an overwhelming sense of shame. Fang Hu chuckled softly. Wu Qiao was uncertain if he had misheard. He dared not lift his gaze or open his eyes, and even more so, he ignored the 6 eyes, not daring to steal a glance. Shouting to be the strongest man, his cursed energy fell silent, nearly invisible. Fang Hu silently chuckled, propping himself up, half kneeling on the bed, extending his arms to lift Wu Qiao and toss him onto the inner side of the bed. Wu Qiao bounced on the bed, then resolutely flipped over, tugging the blanket and slowly covering himself, even hiding his head. I didn't mean to bite you. A muffled voice emerged from beneath the blanket. Wu Qiao, in a state of distress, clutched his head, his tone tight and anxious. He clenched his fists, the veins on his hands standing out. The sky had grown dim, and he hid beneath the blanket, closing his eyes as if retreating into darkness. Yet, with his eyes shut and ears covered, the scent of Fang Hu was still distinctly perceptible. Covering his nose, his mouth tasted sweet, and his ears eagerly longed to hear Fang Hu speak. I want to sleep with you tonight. I want to sleep alone. Wu Qiao shouted from under the blanket. Fang Hu raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Wu Qiao had some sleep dependency. Was it because he feared biting him again? Fang Hu paused, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he gazed at the curled-up figure on the bed, warmth radiating gently within him. The bed shifted momentarily, sensing Fang Hu rising. Wu Qiao abruptly turned over, wrapping himself in the blanket like a plump serpent, clinging to Fang Hu as he sat down. Where are you going? Fang Hu looked at Wu Qiao, still cocooned in the blanket, with only one hand sticking out, grasping at him. Fang Hu extended his hand to tug at the blanket, and in an instant, Gojo Satoru hunched down, causing Fang Hu's hand to plunge into the depths of the bedding. Is it not stifling? With his right hand ensnared beneath the blanket, Fang Hu sensed a slight elevation in temperature within. Gojo, curled up within the confines of the quilt, hugged his knees, arching his back, one hand grasping the blanket while the other reached outside to tug at Fang Hu. He had coiled himself into a considerable ball, resolutely declaring to Fang Hu, not stifling. He then brusquely inquired, where are you going? In a swift motion, Gojo released his grip on Fang Hu's clothing, retreating hastily back into the warm cocoon. Seizing his own right hand that Fang Hu had inadvertently pinned down, Gojo was in a fluster, and Fang Hu could perceive it. He saw it, felt it. Gojo's grip was firm, his palm damp and fingertips cool. Nervously, Gojo clenched Fang Hu's fingers. The enclosed space beneath the blanket rendered their breaths chaotic and warm against the back of Fang Hu's hand. I didn't mean to, came the muffled voice from within the bedding, tinged with frustration. Did I bite you too hard? I told you I wouldn't bite. Are you upset? I don't know what is happening. Please don't be angry. Fang Hu unconsciously placed a hand over his heart, which stuttered, constricted, and then began to thump violently. Taking a gentle breath, he shifted his right hand tentatively upwards. The blanket shifted slightly, allowing him to touch the soft crown of Gojo's head. There was no anger, nor discontent, The blanket stirred as Gojo sat up, resembling an oversized plush bear. Oh, but Mamoru, did I bite you hard? The fluffy head drooped. And Fong-hu gently patted it. No, I merely tricked you into letting go. Really? Gojo blinked, his fingers fidgeting on the bedsheets. He felt a mix of anxiety and excitement, for Mamoru's voice sounded exceedingly gentle, and the implications of his words were undeniably transgressive. What do you mean? Tricked me into letting go? Gojo frantically tugged at his pant leg, the cotton fabric quickly absorbing the moisture from his palm. How did you know it would hurt? I would yield. And yet, he had indeed bitten down hard. The marks were evident. Why did you leave so many bite marks? Are you a pervert, Gojo? How could you bite so deeply? It wasn't he intentional. I swear, it wasn't he deliberate. Gojo exclaimed, his voice a mix of desperation and dismay. Mamoru is just so wonderful. So you're not angry? Gojo poked at Fong-hu's wrist, his tone sulking, his words dragging out. Then where are you going? You're clearly upset. I was wrong. Mamoru, please don't give me the silent treatment, alright? Fong-hu precisely tapped Gojo's forehead, halting the cat's unwarranted melancholy. I merely wanted to wipe off your drool and see what the bite marks look like. The head beneath his fingertips stiffened momentarily as Fong-hu rubbed Gojo's brow with his knuckle and then lifted his hand to pull back the blanket. A rush of fresh air flooded in, prompting Gojo to instinctively close his eyes. He hesitantly inhaled, finally meeting Fong-hu's gaze. Suguru bought you a honey cake. After a careless ruffle of Gojo's hair, Fong-hu withdrew his hand, his tone oddly peculiar. I'm not going anywhere. I just remembered you said you wanted to sleep alone. Gojo's eyes widened in disbelief. Sleep? Alone? Did I just say I wanted to sleep alone? Fong-hu suddenly chuckled. Will you throw a tantrum if you can't sleep? Gojo, like when you were a child. Mamoru, don't make me reminisce. Gojo exclaimed, collapsing onto the bed with a soft groan. That is not me. I'm the strongest man. I would never trade sweets for a sleepover. I am the strongest. Six-eyed shaman. Fong-hu slowly responded. The six-eyed shaman exchanged sweets with you to command you to accompany him. Ah. Gojo's face turned crimson as he sat upright, indignantly declaring, Mamoru, are we going to fight? Their eyes met for barely a second before Gojo abruptly turned away, wildly gesturing towards the bathroom. Neck. To see the mirror? Fong-hu touched his throat, faintly feeling the indentations of teeth, but judging by the sensations, he surmised there was no blood. Like a little puppy. Gojo angrily thumped his pillow. A puppy? Just a puppy. Chapter 30, Explanation. Gojo Satoru. Knock, knock, knock. Gojo, this is your honey cake. Suguru paused. Why is Fong-hu the one opening the door to Gojo's room? The lollipop in Shoko's mouth shifted directions, clacking against her teeth. She held a brand new pain umbrella with an expressionless face, uttering a strange ah. It's not an egg, it's a cake. Honey cake. Suguru blinked rapidly, taking a silent step back, distancing himself from Fong-hu by over a meter. Firstly, he was not afraid of Fong-hu. It was simply that encountering Fong-hu face to face without any mental preparation was somewhat disconcerting. It wasn't he fear, rather. It was akin to Jerry meeting Hello Kitty, two species from entirely different realms encountering one another, causing an involuntary chill. Suguru scratched the floor with his toes, feeling a deep sense of existential angst. Why was he so uneasy in Fong-hu's presence? Was it the impression Fong-hu left on the first day of school that was so incomprehensible that his subconscious had developed a form of PTSD regarding Fong-hu? Could Shoko heal psychological trauma? Suguru smiled silently, his lips pressed together, his gaze drifting past Fong-hu to the room behind him. Gojo, can't you open the door yourself? Oh, you're in the shower. I heard the sound of the rain shower. Wait. Suguru choked on his saliva. He glanced at the expressionless Fong-hu. That is eczema, right? Or perhaps just a bruise that hasn't healed yet, with broken capillaries still lingering. Teacher Yaga really. However, despite having endured so many love taps from Gojo, he had never seen any bite marks. Suguru stood frozen with the cake in hand, while Shoko inexplicably lost her ability to break the awkwardness, both their gazes uncontrollably landing on the marks on Fong-hu's neck. Shoko, Suguru. At the entrance of Gojo's room stood three individuals in a triangular formation. One wore a stiff smile, another had a subtly peculiar expression, and the last remained expressionless, revealing skin adorned with strawberry marks. After a moment of silence, Fong-hu slightly bent forward, the first to break the bizarre stalemate. He avoided direct contact with Suguru, adhering to his professional ethics, and directly lifted the cake from beneath the bag. How much is it? Gojo will reimburse you. Suguru's gaze followed Fong-hu as he bent down and stood back up, his movements clumsy, his tongue tangling. Reimburse. No need for reimbursement. Can sorcerers bite their own necks, collarbones, and Adam's apples? How could one possibly bite oneself? Shoko's eyelids fluttered briefly as she lifted her foot and stamped down heavily on him. Shoko, Baka, Suguru. She inhaled deeply, forcing a theatrical smile. Ah, my apologies, Suguru. I grew weary from walking and lost my balance. Suguru Geto. Shoko, that hurts. Fuhito's breath momentarily faltered, his eyelashes quivering. He deliberately averted his gaze from Shoko and Suguru's expressions, yet could not restrain himself from rubbing his neck with the back of his hand. The bite mark on his neck began to radiate warmth, its presence suddenly intensified. Suck, kiss, bite. Such actions held no place in the realm of programming. Yet within the human world, these gestures bore myriad meanings. All antivirus software began its crusade by battling obscenity and blocking trivial advertisements, and so did he. He did not learn to stray in the red light district. He had long been flawed. Unfamiliar with the concept of a virus, how could he possibly eradicate it? Chewing, gnawing. Fuhito understood the veiled implications of such behavior. He recognized that Satoru's bite was not a reflection of him. He realized Satoru was merely dreaming, having dreamed of cake, leading to the misstep. Nevertheless, he found himself momentarily distracted. For an instant, his neck felt flushed. The warmth of human lips and tongues was searing, causing his heart to race, but soon, the heat dissipated, and his heartbeat quieted to a whisper. He indeed entertained some unconventional thoughts. The internet defined childhood friends as potential spouses, destined to be lovers, and Fuhito had pondered such notions. He had contemplated heart, love, lover, Satoru, soul, and a lifetime. Yet, humans often cast aside heart, love, lover, soul, and life. Satoru was human. Satoru aspired to be the strongest. The strongest does not abandon their weapons, nor forsake their sword. Thus, Fuhito ceased his musings. He was, after all, a sword. Occasionally, he felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. Thoughts of an individual named Zenin and the myriad words spoken by humanity instilled in him a tinge of anxiety and disappointment. With a human body, he could no longer revert to Satoru's form. His domain had been nullified, and he could no longer fulfill the role of a sword. Perhaps in the future, Satoru would overcome his dependence on sleep, or perhaps he would not. Fuhito struggled to comprehend why, in the human realm, love could heal ailments, yet he grasped the conclusion. He understood that even if Satoru could not cure his sleep dependency, he would replace it with something born of desire. He realized Satoru no longer needed Mamoru. Other humans would supplant him, other childhood friends, genuine partners for marriage. Yet, when Satoru embraced another childhood friend, where would the original childhood friend go? Is there a landfill for humans in this world? Perhaps that wouldn't be so bad. He could still guard the gates, or simply find a place to rest when he had nowhere to go. Lord Shinjuku would likely not trade Wagashi with him. Or perhaps by then, he would have already perished. Not seeing, knowing nothing, perhaps that would be for the best. Fuhito stood still, calmly holding the cake, seemingly oblivious to the subtle gestures exchanged between Suguru and Shoko. No need for reimbursement. Suguru, jolted back to reality by the weight of his foot, stretched his toes to alleviate the pain, then made a sharp turn. What I meant was, aren't we friends? No need for such formality. I happened to see the cake shop while out, and remembered my family gave me a gift card for it. Plus Satoru is a dessert enthusiast. Haha. It's quite a coincidence that the cake shop is right next to the store Shoko wanted to visit. Suguru's mind raced in a flurry of thoughts. So, Satoru bit the protector. Satoru was in the shower, afterwards? No, there shouldn't have been a home run. The protector didn't seem unsteady. Rather, he appeared overly calm. Typically, one would feel a sense of shame in such circumstances, wouldn't they? But perhaps it was merely a kiss that left him slightly dazed? Yet, it was just a kiss. That elementary schooler had gone too far. Even if they were the kind of childhood friends destined for marriage. Marking territory with strawberries and the like. Wasn't he that rather foolish? The neck, the Adam's apple, so perilous, the carotid artery, one could faint or die. Has Satoru never seen an adult magazine? Moreover, even if he couldn't resist marking the exposed skin with strawberries, couldn't he have restrained Shoko in advance, just in case? Shoko was in the city. Would I have to take her back on a manta ray if she got bitten? Idiotic elementary schooler. I am a Pokemon master. Not Nobita Nobi. I lack Doraemon's Anywhere Door and Time Machine. Satoru, at this age, Satoru, are you foolish? The most pressing matter is to become stronger, then to become engaged. To establish a bond that keeps the one he loves close. Aren't you the heir of the Gojo family? Utilize it. Moreover, what of the cursed spirit issues? Satoru, you should wait until the 6 eyes technique matures. At least learn to reverse the technique before declaring your engagement to the entire jujutsu world. Protect your beloved from curses. Intimidate your family into not meddling. You must first grow stronger. Or, perhaps for a protector of such introverted and gradual temperament, the slow and steady approach of hand-holding and kissing might lead to unease due to the extended timeline. Since you have such an overpowering emotional foundation as childhood friends, Satoru, you should go for the home run directly. Thoroughly control your lover's body, and then properly apologize and confess. Cursed energy can shield you from the rain. The protector does not seem to have any boundaries with you. So, Satoru, are you foolish? Clearly you are. With such an unequivocal and dominant emotional foundation. Engaging in innocent acts like kissing while leaving your beloved marked with scars. It's absurd. The sound of the shower in the room ceased. And Suguru closed his eyes in exasperation. What a poor dish. Truly an indescribably poor dish. Suguru cast a disdainful glance at the restroom before returning his gaze to the bag Fujito was holding. Besides the honey cake, there was also a box of egg tarts and Mexican tacos. Shoko and I had dinner outside and thought you might not have eaten, so we bought some to share. The burritos aren't spicy, so Satoru, that fool, can eat without worry. Mamoru? Did I just hear Suguru and Shoko talking about food? The restroom door swung open, releasing a wave of steam as Satoru poked his head out. Suguru. Shoko. You're back? Did you get the paint umbrella? Satoru, clad in loungewear, approached Fujito, shaking his damp hair, sending droplets flying. Shoko, with determination, opened the umbrella, revealing a Hello Kitty that sprang forth. Satoru instinctively leaned back. The doorway was narrow. He leaned against Fujito's shoulder to peer in, unwittingly draping his arm and chin over him. Water droplets from his hair gradually soaked Fujito's clothing. Shoko. This cat doesn't seem to be the same one from before. The previous one held a snowflake magic wand, but this one is holding an ice cream. The pain umbrella slowly shifted, revealing the expressionless faces of Shoko and Suguru. The two seemed to share an unspoken understanding, simultaneously chuckling coldly beneath the umbrella. Satoru. Shoko. Suguru, what do you think of this Gojo? Satoru. Suguru. TSK, I don't know how to respond. Satoru. Hey. Satoru. Gojo pointed accusingly. What are you two doing behind my back? Suguru Geto replied with a click of his tongue, TSK, engaging in secretive antics. Fong, who suddenly took 2 steps forward, startling Suguru Geto into retreating hastily, while Satoru Gojo momentarily lost his balance before quickly regaining his composure. As he lifted his gaze, Fong, who silently placed a cake into his hands. Mamoru? Fong, who did not respond. He set the cake down and, with a neutral tone, expressed a simple thank you to Suguru Geto. After uttering those words, he turned and exited, pulling open the door to the adjacent room. Wait, Mamoru? Fong, who sighed, not turning to observe Satoru Gojo's expression. I'll take a short break. Remember to dry your hair. Oh, that Mamoru. I'll leave you some cake. However, the door to Fong, whose room had already closed. Water droplets from his damp hair cascaded down his nose and along his ears as Satoru Gojo stood there, momentarily dazed with the cake in hand, until Shoko lightly poked him, snapping him back to reality. Shoko, Suguru, what were you discussing with who just now? Perhaps about accidentally breaking the kiss? Suguru Geto awkwardly gestured toward his neck, and Satoru Gojo responded with a calm, oh, surprisingly composed. He fell silent, but kept his gaze and body directed toward Fong, whose door, hesitating whether he should climb in through the window later. After all, knocking would be quite loud if he had truly fallen asleep. Mamoru always slept lightly and was reluctant to share his concerns with him. With the door closed, he decided that he would indeed climb through the window. Climbing through the window was the strongest option. Satoru Gojo seemed lost in thought, while Suguru Geto glanced at Shoko. In the presence of a girl, he found himself at a loss for how to broach topics that were somewhat risque. Yet, he yearned for a private conversation with Gojo, encompassing both the innocent and the more mature aspects. He mused that perhaps he was being overly concerned, but if Gojo truly harbored deep feelings for who, he couldn't possibly ask Shoko to explain to Gojo where one could kiss and where one could not. There were also societal norms and considerations regarding the future. He had heard that the 3 prominent families were quite traditional and decrepit, likely never having inquired about Gojo's thoughts on life, the future, ideals, or emotional perspectives. TSK. Suguru Geto pressed his forehead, feeling a mix of melancholy and intrigue. He suddenly realized that he was actually unaware of Gojo's thoughts on life, the future, and ideals. Yet strangely, just as Gojo had unexpectedly called him a close friend, Suguru had also defined Satoru Gojo as a dear friend. That Shoko, Suguru glanced apologetically at her, and she chuckled softly, immediately understanding and shrugging her shoulders. Do the boys need to chat privately? She retrieved sunglasses from her bag and placed them into the cake bag that Satoru held. Here, Gojo, these are the sunglasses you lost on the playground. You need to take care of your belongings. I thought I lost them, Shoko. Baka, Gojo, Shoko said, walking away while adjusting her umbrella, not looking back as she waved her hand dismissively. Don't say disgusting things to me. Save them for someone more important. I just happened to help. Watching Shoko ascend to the 2nd floor, Suguru sighed, yanking Satoru Gojo back into his own room. Gojo, I still haven't dried my hair. Even if we are going to chat privately, my room is closer. I have a hairdryer. Suguru's voice dropped as he pointed toward Fong Hu's room. Who is right next door? You know how good our hearing is, you idiot. Satoru Gojo faltered. What does that matter? If Mamoru hears, then he hears. I have nothing I can't tell Mamoru. You are making me uncomfortable. What if Mamoru gets upset? Suguru silently rolled his eyes, exuding a mix of disdain and caution as he opened his door. If you're not afraid, don't speak in a hushed tone. That Maru. Geto Suguru. Mamoru. Fong, who leaned against the door, unable to suppress his agitation and negativity. The corridor had fallen silent. Satoru's somewhat dependent posture, the warmth radiating from him, the droplets from his damp hair, and the marks left behind, they all served as reminders of the complexities of their relationship, which might be misconstrued as something ambiguous. Now awkwardly exposed to the outside world, Suguru and Shoko had misinterpreted his relationship with Satoru, perhaps believing they had engaged in something more. Fong, who thought, with a hint of bitterness, that once one develops feelings, human emotions are far easier to decipher than a virus. He ought to clarify, to say that Satoru merely bit him by mistake. Yet, not explaining was also acceptable. He was still in his role, not yet replaced, still Satoru's weapon. Thus, even if there was a misunderstanding, what difference would it make? Mamoru could never usurp the place of a childhood friend or a spouse. Fong, who was well aware of that. Software inevitably undergoes updates, a rule known by all programs. Childhood friends also evolve over time. Occasionally, he just wished to tease Satoru a bit before the term of their childhood friendship concluded. He recognized that he could not suppress his mischievous thoughts. He was a bad Mamoru, a flawed antivirus. But that was of little consequence. He would eventually be replaced, and others would take his place beside Satoru. Satoru would also clarify things with Suguru and Shoko. Suguru, are you an idiot? Shoko said I was being super obvious. I like Mamoru. It's a misunderstanding. We are childhood friends and first loves, after all. No kiss, no intimacy. No, I haven't done anything with Mamoru. Are you a pervert? You freak with the bangs? I am all about pure love. No feelings. Of course, I think about that, but I'm not asexual. Fong, who lay back on his bed, the surroundings quiet, and he calmly closed his eyes. Satoru, have you explained everything? The image of Mamoru's collarbone and Adam's apple sprang to mind, and Satoru Gojo, seated cross-legged, buried his face in his hands in frustration. His neck flushed with embarrassment, yet his eyes, exposed to Suguru's gaze, remained clear and honest. You're the pervert. Suguru, I don't want to just throw myself at him casually. Mamoru would get hurt. I don't want to hear him say it hurts. Not skilled. How could I be? Well, maybe, but why are you laughing? I will learn. It's just that I need to be extremely careful. His voice was low, utterly earnest. Mamoru is very important to me, Suguru. If I say something too casual or crude, I'll feel utterly inferior. So you better use your curse technique stash and spar with me more often. You're right. If I delay too long, Mamoru might feel uneasy or think of something else. That is occupational hazard. He always feels unimportant, or something like that. What? Suguru didn't quite catch that. Anyway. Satoru Gojo began counting on his fingers. Reverse curse technique, domain expansion, confessing to Mamoru, kissing, invading. These things I will accomplish swiftly, all within these 3 years. The strongest will certainly prevail? Suguru inquired. The strongest will certainly prevail, Satoru affirmed. Chapter 31, Light Snow. The moon at the end of November was thin, akin to a wisp of white mist on a window decoration. In Tokyo's night, light snow fell gently, and the streetlights shone quietly. Upon completing the purification mission in the first grade, they strolled along the street towards the support vehicle by the window. Snow began to fall. Sighing, Gojo Satoru exhaled a cloud of white mist, the warmth rising and drifting past his brows. A faint ripple of cursed energy surged, and he lowered his sunglasses. His gaze oddly fixated ahead. Jia? Why are you suddenly? Achu, gathering cursed energy? Suguru Geto turned back to meet Gojo's eyes, having taken cold medicine. His expression glazed over, even managing to roll his eyes at Gojo. Huh, what? He sniffled, brushing the snowflakes from his hair. He attempted to comprehend Gojo's words, but his mind was foggy, and he quickly gave up. He nodded blankly. Yes, you're right. Your thoughts are indeed correct. It should be done this way. Gojo twitched his lips, and Nagi turned her head slowly from the side. The two exchanged a disdainful glance at the ailing Suguru, with a cigarette pinched between her fingers. Nagi unwrapped her scarf with one hand and tossed it towards Suguru. Hey, Suguru, have you heard? Only fools get sick because they can't take care of themselves. The scarf landed on his face, and Suguru pulled the end to cover his neck. His cold was making him a bit sluggish. However, upon realizing Nagi had called him a fool, he managed a faint smile. Nagi, I'll buy you some plum wine this weekend. The cigarette glowed faintly, and Nagi responded nonchalantly. The cold wind brushed against her bare neck, causing her hair to flutter. She absent-mindedly tousled it before extinguishing the last ember of her smoke. She neither walked ahead of the group nor lagged behind, instead choosing to walk alone along the edge of the road. the white mist from her cigarette blowing obliquely in the opposite direction of her peers, almost spitefully. Suguru huddled his neck, the cashmere scarf snug against him, and he detected a faint whiff of smoke. It was tolerable, not at all pungent. As night deepened and the chill intensified, the snowfall became heavier. The cursed spirit this time had reached a special grade, expanding its domain considerably, and the support vehicle was parked quite a distance away. A gentle domain continued to unfurl, stubbornly blocking all falling snow. As they walked slowly, Gojo tilted his head to the right, noticing some delicate snowflakes on Mamoru's shoulder. He leaned closer to blow the snow off the protective shoulder guard, extending his hand to grasp his reticent childhood friend's hand. The coldness sent a shiver through Gojo, and he frowned, hastily pulling the icy hand into his pocket to warm it. Why are you so cold, Mamoru? Do you like snow? Even if you love it. You shouldn't be like this. You're freezing, you know? Gojo quickly silenced himself, making a sharp turn. I never noticed you liked snow before. You were so lazy to build a snowman, just watching me do it. And then you said I built it asymmetrically. Mamoru exhaled a breath of fog. His palm was too cold to even feel Gojo's warmth. He vaguely understood Gojo's question about whether he liked snow, hence he hadn't released his domain. Being close enough to the source code, he would automatically be enveloped by the domain. Otherwise, Gojo would have immediately realized that it was a highly targeted domain, rather than a simple, easily opened one. But Gojo would eventually discover it, perhaps very soon. Gradually, Mamoru felt a hint of warmth in his palm, and he gently moved his fingers, shaking his head. He felt indifferent about rain or snow. He merely recognized that his body was behaving abnormally, slowly warming up. And thus he actively disrupted the domain. Exhaustion, sore throat, muscle ache, fever. The ailments of humanity are what make one human. Mamoru was currently quite pained. Oh, so you don't like snow? Or you don't like making snowmen? Gojo turned to look at Mamoru, guessing he was unaware of the slip-up regarding the freezing cold. Normally, he would have asked if Mamoru was upset because his hands were so cold. But the next moment, the hand that had just been warmed was suddenly withdrawn. Mamoru pulled his hand away. Don't mind me, Gojo. Mamoru rubbed his knuckles, the cold wind swiftly whisking away the lingering warmth. He felt a bit chilled, yet reluctant. Fearing Gojo would uncover his physical issues. Perhaps Gojo would generously forgive him. Perhaps he would be angry, calling him a liar and demanding he cancel the domain. Casting him aside. Perhaps if he were sick, Gojo would soften, letting him off the hook. But those were just possibilities, mere conjectures. Mamoru tugged at the corners of his mouth, offering a slight smile. You made a lovely snowman. Very much like you, quite adorable. He recalled the six-eyed snowman made with blueberries, which was also quite charming. Oh, Gojo's heart sank as he clenched his empty palm. He bit his lip. Walking in silence, his gaze fixed on the gray cobblestones, yet his eyes brimmed with grievances. Since autumn, Mamoru had been acting strangely. Mamoru hadn't ignored him, but he no longer teased him. He didn't pat his head, nor did he engage warmly with the fruits he shared. He had become taciturn. Mamoru had never been particularly talkative, but suddenly, he was speaking even less. He always urged Gojo to play with Suguru and Nagi. Mamoru, what's wrong? I don't know what's wrong with you. We're so close, why can't I tell? What's wrong? Mamoru suddenly asked, why aren't you happy? Gojo was taken aback, realizing it must be that obnoxious source code that had spilled secrets. He had forgotten how explicit the information transmission from the source code could be. Clear enough to evoke tension, anxiety, unease, and sorrow, rather than vague unhappiness. Hey, why is it that my feelings can't be concealed even a little? While Mamoru can remain so calm and composed, suppressing everything, and he once let me in on even a hint. Cheating. Unfair. Ridiculous. I'm so furious. The support vehicle came into view, and Gojo strode forward, his anger boiling over. Feeling aggrieved and frustrated, he snapped, don't bother with me. I don't need your concern. Gojo. Mamoru halted, gathering his hands awkwardly. Suguru, heavily drowsy, had heard nothing and hurriedly climbed into the vehicle to rest alongside Gojo. Nagi lagged behind a bit, standing outside the vehicle next to Mamoru. Perhaps due to her medical sensitivity, she glanced at Mamoru's pallor, her brow furrowing keenly. Is it a quarrel that's made your face look so bad, or are you also a fool? Nagi observed Gojo, who was glancing over at them repeatedly from within the vehicle, and stifled a yawn. The second cabinet on the left when you enter the school infirmary. Fever, cold. Stomach issues, antidepressants. The first cabinet is for safety measures. Although comforting someone can yield quick results, in your current state, remind him not to overdo it. You cannot withstand too much, or too often. Mamoru was taken aback. Huh. After a pause, Nagi added, or don't be too stubborn. From what I can tell, you're not in a fit state to be stubborn. You'll definitely be suppressed, and the next thing will be your body giving in, burning up. With Gojo banging on my door in the middle of the night. In advance. I must clarify that reversal techniques cannot remedy the high fever resulting from the substantial accumulation of cursed energy both within and outside the body. Knocking on my door will prove futile. Fong, who stared at Shoko in astonishment, immersed in a peculiar state of awkwardness and shame, struggling to regain her composure. What was she saying? Wasn't their relationship supposed to be ordinary? Hadn't Gojo already elucidated the nature of their bond? Why did Shoko imply they might engage in something more? Did she genuinely believe this would placate Gojo? Stealing a glance at the visibly flustered Fong Hu, Shoko shrugged slightly. Feeling shy? There's no need. I am a doctor. She took a couple of steps toward her vehicle when she heard someone behind her urgently inquire, Wait. Gojo. Shoko turned to face him, observing Fong Hu's Adam's apple bob as he stammered, uncertain of what he was asking or attempting to confirm. Would soothing him in this manner truly work? Quickly, Fong Hu's voice was stiff, and his expression radiated a mix of awkwardness and confusion, conveying a sense of vulnerability within the relationship. Shoko's expression remained impassive. She understood the subtle helplessness reflected in his choice. With a sigh, she felt assured she hadn't misheard him. Moreover, considering the matter of domains, she sensed a hint of Fong Hu's radical yet passive demeanor. This individual, whether in terms of cursed energy consumption or physical condition, seemed indifferent to his own well-being, placing greater concern on Gojo's state. Gojo, clinging to the car door, shouted, Hey, Shoko, what are you talking about? Why is Fong chatting with you, Shoko? He vaguely disregarded Fong Hu's name, behaving as if he were trying to conceal something. Shoko waved her hand dismissively, brushing off the noisy person behind her. Turning her back to Gojo, she scrutinized Fong Hu's pallor. His complexion was a ghastly white, lips dry and bloodless. Although his illness was suppressed to a nearly negligible extent, she was the most formidable healer. Yet, since the patient had not voiced a plea for help, she had no inclination to impose her assistance upon him. Shoko nodded at Fong Hu, signifying her belief that he could be comforted. Although my advice would be to refrain, a few attempts shouldn't be excessive, or she pondered the earlier argument she had witnessed. Simplifying the logic, Gojo had attempted to hold hands, failed, and then became upset. You needn't be so reserved and taciturn. Aren't you childhood friends? You should understand better than I do that Gojo is merely a bit foolish, not malicious or reckless towards your health. As before, I maintain the same viewpoint. If you conceal things from him, he won't know. If he acts recklessly in a fit of anger, it could lead to significant consequences. Shoko reflected for a moment, realizing she was inclined to express more intense feelings of frustration, guilt, or anxiety. She found herself wanting to intervene, to advise her peer not to be overly what? Shoko smiled wryly, shaking her head. Gojo and Fong Hu, despite being exceptional sorcerers, evoked a sense of melancholy in her, a realization of their foolishness in certain respects. She couldn't articulate why, but she sensed someone was getting caught up in trivialities. Perhaps one was someone who professed affection yet was inadvertently careless, unable to notice their beloved was unwell, while the other remained completely silent, harboring a hint of self-destructive tendencies. Shoko absent-mindedly nudged the snow on the ground with her toes. Regardless, I merely have a premonition that reckless folly will not bode well for either the cursed spirits of Tokyo or myself. Just be straightforward with him and express your discomfort. Let him touch you, embrace you, and act a bit spoiled. Without turning back, Shoko precisely indicated the figure of Gojo, who was unable to remain still and had half of his body protruding from the car. There, once he touches you, he won't go crazy. Fong Hu's gaze passed over Shoko, and in the next moment, he met Gojo's anxious blue eyes. Gojo swiftly retreated back into the car. Ignoring the subtle movements behind her, Shoko maintained her composure, lightly tugging at the corners of her mouth. I've said so much, did you understand? Don't burn out. Act spoiled, and refrain from excessive actions. Most importantly, I intend to sleep, so don't knock on my door. Fong Hu opened his mouth, stiffly nodding in acknowledgement. I understand. In the depths of Tokyo's night, the car glided steadily on its way back. Gojo found no opportunity to chatter with Shoko. As soon as Shoko entered the car, she decisively pressed down on his head. By the time he raised it again, Shoko had already curled up in the front seat, eyes closed in slumber. Fong Hu also climbed into the vehicle. Gojo, feeling frustrated, flung himself into the back seat, grumpily adjusting his sunglasses and crossing his arms. Neither Shoko nor Mamoru would speak. In the spacious business-class car, with no barrier in the back seat, Gojo, unable to rest, fixated his gaze on Fong Hu's indistinct silhouette beyond the window, his eyes burning with intensity, while his heart bubbled with a mix of sweet and sour feelings, akin to soda with lemon juice. Mamoru, I dislike you, yet I like you, and I detest you. The interior of the vehicle was nearly silent. Fong Hu hesitantly reached into his pocket and pulled out a couple of fruit gummies. With two people asleep, perhaps naturally taciturn, He said nothing, merely extending his hand to place them beside Gojo. The candies rested in his palm. Gojo blinked, shifting his gaze from the window to the fruit gummies in Fong Hu's hand, finally locking eyes with him. I like you. A surge of joy erupted within his cat-like round pupils. I like you. He reached for the fruit candy, his fingertips brushing against the coolness of Fong Hu's palm, his mouth drooping with discontent. The crinkling of the plastic wrapper broke the silence as Gojo tore it open, stubbornly offering the candy to Fong Hu's lips. The round sunglasses hung precariously on the bridge of his nose, revealing his distressed and anxious blue eyes. Will you eat it? If you don't, we 1T reconcile. You eat it, eat it, eat it. Though his body continued to feel cold and painful, his heart radiated warmth. Fong Hu pressed his lips together, lowering his head to accept the somewhat chilly candy. His palm was suddenly gripped tightly, causing him to feel a flicker of tension, yet he did not withdraw his hand. It's fine, Gojo 1T noticed. The falling snow diminished his temperature. He curled his fingers slightly, gently squeezing Gojo's hand. Mamoru. Gojo's eye sparkled, and he moved closer, snuggling against Fong Hu's shoulder as if seeking affection. Gojo was elated. Shoko, how did you manage that? So impressive. Chapter 32. Do not dispose of me. At 1 o'clock in the deep night, in Gojo's room, the laundry basket swayed gently, a white bath towel piled inside. 2 sorcerer uniforms lay crushed at the bottom, their embroidered names overlapping, the silver threads glimmering like ripples under the light. The bathroom door creaked open, and Fong Hu emerged, accompanied by lingering steam, causing the lump on the bed to shift immediately. Gojo patted the other side of the single bed, his eyes bright with joy. Mamoru, come here quickly. I'm super warm. Fong Hu was aware that he was still running a fever, but the warmth from his shower masked that fact. And Gojo wouldn't notice for the time being. He approached, only to be pulled onto the bed by Gojo. The warm quilt enveloped his face, and Fong Hu, accustomed to it, tugged at the comforter. Mamoru, isn't it cozy? Am I not the most considerate? His left arm was abruptly pulled away, and Fong Hu, with a resigned hum, adjusted his position to avoid lying crookedly, shifting his pillow from behind his shoulder to beneath his neck. The single bed felt cramped, and Wazo pressed back, first against the wall, then, once Fong Hu was settled, he slithered back into a snug embrace. Wazo wrapped his arm around Fong Hu's waist, unsatisfied, and pulled him closer. Why are you lying so far out, Mamoru? What if you fall off? A sharp pain throbbed in Fong Hu's head, and his breath became erratic for a moment. He hardly caught what Wazo was saying, instinctively responding with a murmur. As he adjusted the blanket, he subtly pressed his fingers against his temple, which inadvertently brushed against his unusually warm forehead, igniting a sense of urgency within him. He feared he would have to soothe Wazo to sleep soon and venture out for medicine. Coming back to reality, he became acutely aware of the warm breath against his ear. Fong Hu instinctively turned his head to look, finding Wazo's bright eyes. As soon as he noticed, Wazo nuzzled closer, seeking comfort in the crook of his neck. Mamoru. He said nothing more, merely buzzing like a little bee, softly repeating Fong Hu's name. His voice low and drawn out, the cursed energy swirling around them like a cat's tail, circling its territory. Fragrant and warm Mamoru. Fong Hu sighed, feeling a mix of familiarity as if he were being nuzzled by a cat, a softness in his heart that made him want to smile, yet a growing impatience due to the intensifying pain. His vision began to blur, the itch in his neck fading, the walls of the dormitory seeming to collapse and spin towards him. He closed his eyes and turned his head towards the whirling ceiling, coldly coaxing Wazo to sleep. Wazo, sleep. I won't sleep, Mamoru. Do you want some water? Your throat sounds a bit hoarse. Sleep. Mamoru, let me tell you. The super ugly Pokemon that Jia caught actually changed its form. Jia even gave it a new name, Rainbow Dragon. He said something like a cool name would help it thrive. You wouldn't believe the smug look on his face when he boasted about Rainbow Dragon. Sleep. I'm not sleeping. I don't want to sleep. I want you to play with me, to listen to me, to talk to me. Wazo whined, feeling wronged. We finally made up, and I don't want to sleep. If you're cold and indifferent again tomorrow, making me play with Jia and Nagisa, then I. His voice abruptly halted, and Wazo, frustrated, closed his eyes, not wanting to mention it, yet still feeling a lingering sadness. So sad. The warm glow suddenly became glaring, and Fong Hu quieted for a moment, gently raising his hand to extinguish it. In the darkness, the domain slowly unfurled, a thin halo spilling into the room like moonlight. Wazo tightened his embrace around Fong Hu. Although he was holding him, his brow furrowed, and he curled up. Mamoru, I feel so sad. Can't you sense it? I haven't done anything wrong. So why do you seem to dislike me? Wazo opened his mouth to bite Fong Hu, his teeth grazing his collarbone, leaving a tender bite mark. Bite you? Why is it that when Nagisa speaks to you, you respond, but ignore me? Why do you reconcile with me? Yet when I speak, you disregard me. Bite you. You claim to dislike Jia the most, yet you tell me to play with him, when you truly prefer me. Yet you still urge me to spend time with Jia. The sensation of his collarbone tingling, Wazo took another bite. Dejectedly, he murmured, bite you. He nuzzled closer, pressing his forehead against Fong Hu's cheek. Mamoru, my heart aches, and my eyes hurt. When you ignore me, even the food from Jikofuku tastes terrible. Please don't treat me this way. It makes me so sad. Fong Hu half closed his eyes, exhaling heavily. His muscles ached, his throat burned, and his mind felt muddled. Feverish. His body was in pain. Wazo's voice and Nagisa's voice intertwined, faint and soft thoughts sliding through, and he easily lost his rationality. Wrapping his arm around Wazo's waist in return. I can feel it. Fong Hu forced a bitter smile, his voice hoarse. I don't dislike you. Wazo's grip around his waist tightened, and he felt a flicker of joy, yet his mind and heart strangely operated on separate threads. The two most vital organs within him seemed to have plunged into an icy sea, one exposed above the surface, rigid and cold, while the other, submerged beneath, burned with a feverish ache. Why? Mamoru said he doesn't dislike me. Why are my eyes and mind so agitated? 6 eyes, remind me to pay attention. What should I pay attention to? Mamoru, what about the future? Wazo shifted his head back slightly to gauge Fong Hu's expression, reaching to touch Fong Hu's hand on his waist. The warmth of Fong Hu's palm against his back made Wazo pause, instinctively tightening his grip. You can't. It's so hot. Mamoru's hands are usually cool. Wazo hesitated for a moment, remaining silent. His right hand slipping around Fong Hu's waist while he gently released his left hand to explore Fong Hu's abdomen, his chest. So very hot. Fong Hu's temperature is exceedingly high. You can't ignore me. Fong Hu quickly responded, but Wazo grew confused. What's wrong? The rapid heartbeat beneath his palm was almost too fast to count, and he heard Fong Hu let out a soft sigh, but Mamoru did not sigh. That was the sound of erratic breathing. His throat tightened, and his breathing became uneven as Mamoru responded with a soft his lips pressed tightly together. 6 eyes. Remind me to be cautious. Be wary of those techniques of insight that can be easily deceived. No one can deceive the 6 eyes technique. Wazo remained in a daze, unblinking as he stared at Fong Hu's profile and eyelashes, slowly contemplating if someone were to deceive the technique. Would it be the 6 eyes being fooled? Sleep, Wazo. Fong Hu closed his eyes, his voice hoarse, almost a whisper. Wazo's pupils dilated sharply, and his breath halted. He swiftly reached out to check Fong Hu's forehead, but was caught by Fong Hu, who firmly grasped his wrist. Fong Hu opened his eyes, gripping Wazo's wrist tightly. Listening to him seethe in frustration beside him. Mamoru. Wazo clenched his eyes shut, feeling the warmth of Fong Hu's palm against his wrist igniting a surge of anger and grievance within him. No one could deceive the 6 eyes technique unless that person was deceiving a human. Unless Mamoru was deceiving him, his childhood friend could twist him around in circles. Wazo, exasperated, growled, let go. Fong Hu fell silent, still holding on. Wazo, half-turned and embraced by him, was almost certain Mamoru was unwell. His right arm pressed against Fong Hu's waist, his left hand restrained, and his back pinned down. It wasn't that he couldn't break free, but the single bed was too narrow, and Fong Hu weighed too heavily on his heart. Fong Hu sighed silently, lowering his hand, and letting Wazo's hand drop alongside his, resting on the quilt. Gojo Satoru wore a stern expression, his gaze growing colder. Earlier, when we were outside, you forbade me from holding your hand, yet you were feverish at that time. Just now, you told me to sleep. What were you planning to do once I closed my eyes? Why did you not confide in me? Why deceive me? Am I merely a pawn to be tricked in your heart? A profound curse surged through the air as Gojo Satoru struggled to suppress the wild, destructive impulses within him. His rationality fraying into thin threads that pierced through his mind and heart, tearing forth crimson blood. Childhood bonds, spinal columns, limitless boundaries. He had repeated this countless times, to the point where he felt he was merely being a nuisance, yet it had become a curse in its own right. Can you truly not perceive such a curse? Can you not see me? Gojo tightened his grip on the blanket, intending to utilize it to overturn Mamoru before restraining him with his right hand. However, before he could act, the hand that bound his wrist shifted downward, intertwining with his fingertips. Do not be angry, came Mamoru's husky voice, his breath heavy. He turned onto his side, sluggishly curling into Gojo's embrace. Do not be angry, Satoru. Do not be angry with me. Mamoru's feverish forehead pressed against the side of his neck, igniting warmth in his frigid brain and heart, yet the tumultuous desires were cast back into the icy depths. Gojo's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He did not withdraw his right hand, but instead, silently gathered both arms to tighten his embrace. I want to go get medicine, said Nagisa. It's quite warm outside. It's snowing, which can cool things down. Gojo shifted his body, nudging Mamoru's cheek gently, his voice low and tinged with grievance, yet softened. Oh, Then may I go outside to find Nagisa? But why didn't you tell me, Mamoru? You didn't inform me, and I did not realize. Gojo's lips curled into a frown as he lowered his head, pressing his lips against Mamoru's shoulder, bestowing 2 gentle kisses. I am merely angry with you. But also with myself. You are dressed so lightly. Your hands are so cold. I know this. Gojo's palms tightened slightly as he inhaled deeply, softly laying his cards on the table. Mamoru, I know, I understand about the domain and the heart. He sensed Mamoru's breath hitch, yet he patted his back gently. Without hesitation. I know you are human, and I know the heart is a result of my past curse. I know you are not angry with me because of the curse, but I do not understand. Gojo gently inquired. Why are you afraid of me knowing, Mamoru? Mamoru's thoughts were a jumbled mess, spewing forth mere keywords devoid of coherent logic. Nagisa, do not knock, reversal, cabinet, and so on. Gojo lifted him effortlessly from the bed, concisely unraveling the essence of those fragmented sentences. Nagisa told you that the reversal technique cannot cure a high fever, and instructed me not to knock, but to look for medicine in the school infirmary's cabinet. Mamoru, lost in his feverish haze, could comprehend nothing, his eyes clouded with a thin veil of fatigue. The only coherent phrases that emerged were, I do not want to be discarded, and the ramblings born of his feverish confusion, you do not like antivirus software. Canceling means it will vanish. Upon returning to the dormitory entrance from the infirmary, Gojo cooled his burning cheeks with his hand. The cold wind from outside whipped past him, and he clenched the medicine box, his expression sour. The clues were too scattered, and the leaps of logic too vast. Initially, he struggled to grasp the significance of Mamoru's references to antivirus software and cancellation, but upon understanding, he merely wished to chastise Mamoru for being foolish once he awoke. The implications of the domain and antivirus software suggested that the domain was akin to the sword of antivirus software, the source code. Mamoru did not wish to cancel the domain because he was human now. Canceling the antivirus software would cause the domain to vanish. What the intermediate logic was, and what precisely would vanish, Gojo trudged along with a furrowed brow, vaguely comprehending that the existence of antivirus software might be repelled by something. But he did not want to contemplate the notion of disappearance, and the plea of not being discarded. Mamoru, remaining silent, was, astonishingly, afraid that he would be thrown away. Mamoru, are you a fool? You are a fool. 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 Growling inwardly, he lamented, you ignore me, and for the past 2 months, my teeth have been clenching in frustration. Every day I've been irritable, fighting with Geto. Gojo inhaled deeply, slowly releasing his breath. The mist was kept outside as he gently pushed the door open. He took a seat by the bed with a cup of water and tablets, witnessing Mamoru, half unconscious from fever, with a flushed neck and chest, yet his face remained pale, trembling uncontrollably from the cold. As his body temperature rose, he paradoxically felt colder. It was as if he were so furious he wished to bite Mamoru fiercely, yet his heart ached to cuddle him and act spoiled. I do not dislike antivirus software. Did I not already say, Mamoru, do not cancel the domain, I wouldn't mind? Gojo half embraced Mamoru, feeding him the fever-reducing medication while murmuring softly to him. I will not discard you. I will not discard you. Did you hear that? You are my human, my Mamoru. Do you understand what that means? You are the greatest fool, the strongest fool, the fool whose backside blooms. Gojo cautiously kissed his forehead, tightening his embrace around the fevered figure, keeping him warm. It means you are Gojo Satoru's human. Mamoru. Chapter 33. Nagisa, holding her umbrella with a pain, leisurely lit a cigarette. The Tokyo Tower glowing with orange-yellow lights at the horizon. On the eve of Christmas, not only was the Tokyo Tower adorned like a grand Christmas tree, but the trees lining the streets were also wrapped in silver lights. With a whoosh, Nagisa exhaled a smoke ring. Hearing a crisp explosion behind her, she swiftly ducked, her umbrella shielding her as shards of glass rained down like a snowstorm, yet it remained unyielding. TCH, why do these men always shatter glass on every mission? Nagisa sighed in exasperation. Suguru, do you now understand the purpose of my umbrella? After the glass rain subsided, Nagisa rose, shaking off the glass shards clinging to her umbrella, her gaze meeting the ice cream held by Kitty Cat. Mamoru. Nagisa raised her voice, calling across the street. Ice cream. Ice cream. Don't smash the freezer. I want to eat ice cream. Huh. In the convenience store, although it was Mamoru being called, Gojo Satoru responded first. He turned in shock, locking eyes with Nagisa through the doorframe. It's winter, Nagisa. Eating ice cream will upset your stomach. With a thud, Suguru lifted his arm, commanding a sand dune worm to crash into the beak monster charging at Gojo's face. May I ask, is an upset stomach the main issue here? Suguru smirked, observing Mamoru successfully using his technique to protect the freezer, and he resumed his curse manipulation. The worm, along with the beak monster, smashed through 3 walls, pinning it firmly in a corner, unable to move. The beak monster, resembling a cluster of connected hydrogen balloons, transformed into a curse ball amid the chaos. While the freezer in the corner remained unscathed, Mamoru lowered his hands, coughing lightly. The smoke and dust are too thick. Satoru instinctively raised his hand and waved it, his cursed energy following the movement of his thoughts, swirling the dust and scattering it outside the store. He reached out to grasp Fong Hu's wrist, his fingers pressing against the pulse point, deliberately probing his heart rate. Not bad. The fever has not returned. The day Fong Hu had fallen ill, Wataru had knocked on Natsuko's door at the break of dawn. Though Natsuko had employed her techniques to heal him, Fong Hu would initially recover, only to succumb to fever again a day or two later. Natsuko would treat him once more, leading to low-grade fevers, which ultimately escalated to pneumonia. In such circumstances, it was rare for Natsuko to furrow her brow, her expression quite sour. The reversal technique, the ultimate mastery of healing arts, should not yield incomplete treatments or even cause a rebound in injuries. She instinctively glanced at the luminescent patterns forming in her palm, her tone wavering and lacking confidence. It could be that both Hukuin and I possess defensive types of techniques, which are repelling each other, or perhaps Hukuin's trust in anyone other than you is minimal, leading to a subconscious resistance against unfamiliar cursed energy. It's also possible that there is a flaw in my understanding of the technique. Wataru, let me fetch some acetaminophen. Natsuko paused, lowering her voice in apology. Wataru, I'm sorry, I cannot be of assistance. Wataru took the acetaminophen and gently cradled the semi-conscious Fong Hu in his arms, pulling him closer. Natsuko, do not apologize. He was not wearing sunglasses. The dark lenses hung at his collar, reflecting the stark light of the infirmary. Meeting Natsuko's gaze, he smiled. Do not apologize, Natsuko. I can see your cursed energy assisting. I can see it with my own eyes. What? Natsuko instinctively asked, but Wataru did not respond. He merely flashed her a grin before carrying Fong Hu back to the dormitory. Leaning against the wall for a moment, Natsuko slowly clicked her tongue. Was it the 6 eyes that conveyed to her that the technique was functioning properly? Such an arrogant fellow. Outside the convenience store, the dust was blown away by the wind, and Natsuko slightly focused her thoughts, sensing the traces of reversing cursed energy, and she chuckled softly. That arrogant fellow has indeed touched the threshold of both the reversal technique and the reversal of techniques. Ice cream. Natsuko called out to Suguru Geto, who was rummaging through the freezer, requesting chocolate-covered ones. On the night before Christmas, the streets were beautifully adorned, and having completed their exorcism task, the 4 of them strolled leisurely. Wataru glanced at Natsuko, who was eating as she walked, and curiously inquired, Natsuko, don't you get a stomach ache from eating ice cream in winter? I shouldn't tea, Natsuko replied casually, and my technique is quite handy. I can heal myself. If I feel really unwell, I can just use it on myself. Oh, Wataru blinked. So the reversal technique can only not heal fevers? Why is that? He held Fong Hu's hand and shook his head in confusion. Is it because the reasons for fevers are complex? Does the reversal technique also require determining the cause of the fever? Natsuko halted, raising an eyebrow, although she was unsure why the technique was so ineffective on Hukuin. Under normal circumstances, the reversal technique should be capable of treating ordinary fevers. Moreover, the remarkable aspect is that the reversal technique directly restores the condition, eliminating the need to diagnose the fever's cause as non-sorcerers must do. Natsuko pointed her chin at Suguru, who was also enjoying ice cream. Suguru had a low fever from a cold last month. Because of Hukuin's situation, I verified it with him, and look, he recovered quite quickly. Oh. Wataru nodded hesitantly and turned to Fong Hu. Mamoru, so I misunderstood at that time? He pouted in displeasure. When you mentioned Natsuko and the reversal technique, you meant not to knock, just a simple request to refrain from knocking, right? So you weren't saying the reversal technique is ineffective against fevers? If I had known you were burning up at night, I would have knocked down the door. Fong Hu, hey. Natsuko shot him a cold glare. Did you forget? Coming to find me only temporarily reduced the fever. It will still return. And didn't Hukuin tell you? The reversal technique indeed cannot treat certain fevers. Hey, I just remembered. Natsuko paused, recalling. She had almost forgotten that cursed energy residue could not be cleansed. Although it was present on Hukuin, she indeed did not sense it within him. Fong Hu, wait, Natsuko. Huh, what are you talking about, Natsuko? How could cursed energy residue possibly be cleansed? Wataru looked at Natsuko with a strange expression before turning back to Fong Hu. Mamoru, what is Natsuko talking about? Nothing at all, really. Fong Hu shook his head stiffly, avoiding eye contact with Wataru. Natsuko paused, her expression turning peculiar. Hukuin, you didn't tell Wataru? Why should I? Fong Hu coughed twice, his voice somewhat hoarse. There's no need to discuss this. Wait. Wataru shouted, you too. He aggressively pushed down his sunglasses, standing before Fong Hu, baring his teeth in mock intimidation. Ru, what are you hiding from me? Not that. Fong Hu sighed in exasperation. Natsuko hesitantly explained. It's just that the cursed energy residue cannot be healed. Wataru whipped his head to Natsuko, who averted her gaze, leading to his displeasure as he shouted, Natsuko, you look so guilty. What is wrong with cursed energy residue? Why can't it be healed? What little secret do you and Mamoru have? I want to know. Can I interrupt? Suguru, holding his ice cream, raised his hand to ask, isn't cursed energy residue quite common? If cursed energy residue affects the use of the reversal technique, then shouldn't any damage caused by cursed energy be unhealable? What does this have to do with fevers? Natsuko paused, staring blankly up at Tokyo Tower. So, it's not merely about cursed energy residue, Suguru. Mamoru remained silent, but Wataru did not anticipate Natsuko would join him in silence. Natsuko, Mamoru. He paused, his eyes widening. He had initially thought it was just a very ordinary, super small secret. Wataru took a deep breath, wrapping his arms around Fanghu's waist and burying his head in his neck. Mamoru, what is this little secret? What is it? Don't hide it from me. I want to know. I want to know. Suguru rolled his eyes, biting into his cone with indifference. Wataru, disgusting. Natsuko also rolled her eyes, feeling for the cigarette pack in her pocket. Wataru, disgusting. Wataru spun around, holding Fanghu, bringing Suguru and Natsuko into view. He blinked innocently, his tone teasing as he bared his teeth. How pitiful. Natsuko, Suguru, are you jealous? Fanghu coughed a couple of times. Suguru scoffed, rolling up his sleeves. Come here. Natsuko calmly picked up the phone. The vase that was broken in the office the other day, I took the blame for that. Right, Wataru? Heh. She chuckled lightly, her tone quite gentle. Teacher Yaga misses you. Wataru's pupils dilated, and he released his grip on Fanghu, trembling as he pointed at the two of them. You two can't handle this. Suguru and Natsuko. Then don't provoke us, you bastard. Back up. Fanghu smiled faintly, turning to face Wu Tiaowu while resting a hand on his shoulder. Wu Tiaowu shot a glare at Jie and Shazi, yet stubbornly clung to Fanghu's hand. Mamoru. He inquired in a tone that suggested negotiation, playfully shaking Fanghu's hand. I need to know. In truth, there was nothing of great consequence to reveal. Unable to resist Wu Tiaowu's playful insistence, Fanghu offered a brief explanation. Yet, as he began to speak and met Wu's innocent gaze, he found it exceedingly difficult to articulate his thoughts clearly. Your impurities are within my body, having entered it. What? Wu Tiaowu seemed perplexed, reaching out to touch Fanghu's forehead. Isn't cursed energy all contained within the body? Impurities are somewhat similar, right? Mamoru, have you burned yourself again? Fanghu pressed down on his hand, feeling a mix of helplessness and embarrassment as he covered his face. He struggled to convey his thoughts to Wu. He felt tainted, and his thoughts were not pure. Those who are unclean cannot elucidate unclean matters. It's merely a misunderstanding, a blunder. Fanghu tugged at Wu Tiaowu's hand, embodying an inexplicable softness. I misspoke, Wu. Let us go. Wu Tiaowu's expression grew more serious, and Fanghu did not manage to pull him along. He turned to look at Shazi, silently controlling his cursed energy, subtly yet politely poking her shoulder. Shazi, I demand to know what is happening. Fanghu Jie. Wu. That's quite impressive. Your control over cursed energy has strengthened. Wu Tiaowu replied while keeping his gaze fixed on Shazi. Indeed. Shazi closed her eyes and let out a heavy click of her tongue. Initially, she felt a hint of subtle embarrassment, but it evaporated suddenly. Casting a disdainful glance at Wu Tiaowu, she spoke in a cold tone. What are you poking for? Are you trying to act cute? So why is it Shazi? Fanghu fidgeted, squeezing the back of Wu Tiaowu's hand, while Wu Tiaowu deliberately averted his gaze. Shazi, what is the connection between high fevers, cursed energy impurities, and Mamoru? Shazi took a deep breath, raising her hand to halt the noisy Wu Tiaowu. The reversal technique can indeed treat an ordinary high fever, but it cannot cure issues arising from cursed energy impurities. Wu Tiaowu and Jie. Fanghu sensed the gravity of the situation and closed his eyes, unable to confront it. Wu Yu. Shazi smirked slightly, her expression composed as she spoke a shocking truth. 1 in 3. Shazi turned to Jie. Firstly, not all cursed energy impurities can be treated. Specifically, those that have entered the body cannot be cured. She then faced Wu Tiaowu. Secondly, if you have allowed cursed energy impurities to enter Mamoru's body, they cannot be washed out simply by cleansing. The reversal technique can only restore what was originally present, but it cannot eliminate excess. Thus, employing the technique to remove a high fever may inadvertently cause the cursed energy impurities to linger, clashing with his original cursed energy. Jie stood gaping, pointing at Shazi. You mean, it has entered? Shazi swatted his hand away, correcting her direction, pointing at Fanghu's waist. This is where he will be affected. If Wu Tiao remains here, this deep. Fanghu panicked and took a step back. Wait. He might experience stomach cramps or the like. Shazi smirked, completely ignoring Fanghu. She raised an eyebrow at the blank-faced Wu Tiaowu, grinning mischievously at him. You ask me what is going on? I merely want to remind Mamoru that if Wu Tiao aims to be the strongest, his cursed energy will be quite domineering. At that time, he was running a fever, and I advised him to remember not to overdo it. He might be rather indulgent towards you, which is why he did not mention it. Wu Tiaowu began to look increasingly flustered, while Xiaozi's eyes crinkled with delight as she nibbled on the crispy shell of her ice cream. As for now, given that Mamoru's body hasn't fully recovered after a month, he is likely to be more sensitive to pain. So be a bit gentler, Wu Tiao, 3 times at most. Jie slowly turned his gaze skyward, walking unsteadily and stumbling slightly. Wu Tiaowu's pupils dilated, his body overheating to the point of steaming. Xiaozi shrugged, her gaze teasing. You insisted on asking. She then gave a light pat to the dazed Jie, urging, hurry up, boys. I need to get back to binge-watching my show. Wu Tiaowu took a couple of steps, his ears flushed with embarrassment. He dared not look at Fang Hu beside him but gripped his hand tightly, refusing to let go. Xiaozi suddenly turned back to him, adding in an academic tone, oh, I almost forgot, there's one special circumstance. Fang Hu Xia. The two were intimately familiar with each other's cursed energy, and without any sense of resistance, their tolerance would be significantly heightened. She scrutinized Fang Hu's still somewhat pallid complexion and cautiously added, A4. Fang Hu Zi. Understand? Fang Hu. Wu Tiaowu initially stood frozen in place, then began to glance around nervously, his face reddening as he nodded. He stole a sideways glance at Fang Hu, mumbling, I got it. I'm not that kind of guy. Mamoru is quite sensitive to pain. What are you talking about? Fang Hu shot a look at the blushing yet boastful cat, feeling the heat rise to his own neck and ears. Wu Tiaowu, sensing Fang Hu's gaze, slightly averted his head, yet he held on to Fang Hu's hand, walking while turning the back of his hand against his cheek. Mamoru's hand isn't cold, so you shouldn't be cold either, right? If you are, let me know. Wu Tiaowu glanced at Fang Hu's blushing ears, defiantly declaring, did you hear that? Xiaozi said you're sensitive to pain, so you need to tell me if it hurts. Fang Hu took a deep breath, raising a hand to press against his temple. Shut up. Embarrassment. Shut up. Oh. Wu Tiaowu shook their joined hands, a grin spreading across his face, reminiscent of a content cat grooming its paws. Mamoru may be a tad embarrassed, but he hasn't denied anything to Xiaozi. He surely likes me. Chapter 34. The French Fry Declaration on Christmas Eve. At 2 a.m, McDonald's. Jie yawned widely, instinctively covering his mouth while blinking vigorously to dispel the excess moisture from his eyes. He never anticipated receiving an impromptu exorcism mission at this hour. Rubbing his aching temples, Jie thought to himself, I had hoped to return early today to play some games. I was just getting into Chapter 3 of Biohazard, which has been dragging on for far too long. Same here. I haven't even had time to watch anime. Wu Tiaowu remarked, taking a sip of his icy cola, the ice cubes clinking against the paper cup, producing a series of sharp sounds. Although he was aware that there would be a significant surge of cursed spirits by the year's end, the frequency of their appearances was rather excessive. They seemed to pop up incessantly, leaving him feeling somewhat fatigued. Xiaozi looked at him in surprise. Wu Tiao, I never expected you to utter that you feel tired. I thought you were the type of person with boundless energy, who wouldn't even notice the strain of continuous work. After all, Mamoru has been feverish for several days. You've only stayed up a few nights. Humph. Wu Tiaowu lazily pushed away his meal tray, leaning down to playfully arrange the French fries on Fang Hu's plate into a little house, mumbling softly, why can't I say I feel tired? Gojo Satoru also needs sleep. I'm just a guy who loses motivation without my favorite snacks. My apologies. Despite her words of apology, Xiaozi crossed her legs and swayed them, her eyes glinting with playful amusement. But surely, you must be quite the noisy fellow, wearing sunglasses and craving your favorite snacks, right? He is the quintessential Chinibyo character, boisterous, wearing sunglasses, and craving the delights of Shijio-fu. Suguru Geto propped his chin on one hand, while he solemnly tapped the table with the other. Chinibyo is absolutely essential on the first day of school. Satoru Gojo squinted his eyes, slowly propping himself up. Hey, you too. Nobara swiftly crossed her legs, extending her hand. Geto, 3, 2, 1. Together. Suguru Geto and Nobara proclaimed. The strongest of us is one who can respond whenever someone chooses us. They shouted their slogan in unison, while Satoru Gojo crossed his arms, letting out a heavy click of his tongue in annoyance. He nudged Fushiguro, grumbling, Mamoru, Geto, and Nobara are mocking me. It's all your fault. You usually love to set up hidden tents. Why didn't you do it then? Fushiguro paused for a moment, then reached out to ruffle Satoru's hair. I don't know. He replied in a voice audible to the two. I was watching you, looking into your eyes, and got distracted. Satoru froze for a moment, hastily turning his head away. He rubbed his suddenly itchy nose, letting his gaze fall to the hem of Fushiguro's clothing. Mamoru wasn't trying to tease him. Satoru's lips parted slightly as he exhaled softly. Mamoru was being sincere, getting distracted because he was watching him. How infuriating it was to hear such a serious yet rule-breaking statement. His heart began to race. Nobara spun her chair, observing the dynamic between the two, and raised her eyebrows playfully. Well, if Mamoru had set up the tent, Geto and I wouldn't have heard the strongest Gojo declaration, would we? She tilted her head, her warm-hued eyes as gentle as sunlit wooden floors. The beauty mark beneath her eye resembling the tip of a crescent moon, curving upward. Mocking? Under the death glare from Satoru, Nobara calmly nodded. That was indeed mocking. Nobara. How cruel, Satoru murmured, pouting slightly. Nobara shook her head gently. Satoru, the first time I met you, I indeed found you quite arrogant. An arrogant person believes they can catch every choice thrown their way and respond to it. I still think you're arrogant. However, Nobara pinched a fry, resting it on the small fry house. She looked up at Satoru, suddenly breaking into a smile. Oh, how coincidental. I am quite arrogant myself. Nobara? Satoru glanced between the fry house and Nobara, calling her name twice in a slow, uncertain tone. Nobara, are you acknowledging my ideals? Are you recognizing me? Saying that I am friends with Gojo Satoru, even a close friend? Whenever someone chooses me, I can respond. Nobara smiled at him, saying, I suppose my arrogance lies in not wanting to be chosen. But your arrogance is that you neither fear choice nor being chosen. You are simply fearlessly powerful. She awkwardly fiddled with her cigarette, realizing she couldn't smoke here. After her words escaped, she regretted the awkwardness and turned her face away, facing the empty late-night McDonald's seats. Damn it, can soda get you tipsy? After a brief silence, Nobara let out a frustrated click of her tongue, her expression earnest. Satoru, it's you who says such things. Perhaps you're not Chinibyo after all. It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but aside from you, who would claim they could catch every choice? Nobara sighed softly. No, I think it should be the strongest. It must be you. Satoru stared at her, his cerulean eyes reflecting the faint moonlight like the sea at night. Nobara, you're more outrageous today than Mamoru. Nobara's sudden warmth sent chills down his spine. Geto whispered. Nobara, are you coming down with something? He squinted, propping his forehead up with a fist, appearing quite sleepy, while Nobara playfully kicked him. Ah, so violent. Geto chuckled, reaching for a fry. Now that it's past midnight, it must be Christmas, right? I should make my Christmas wish in advance. He picked up a fry representing Geto and carefully placed it atop Satoru's fry house. My Christmas wish is, let us beat each other up again next year, Satoru. Geto. Satoru blinked his slightly moist blue eyes, his lips curling up, then feigned disdain as he looked away. Okay, lame. Oh, Suguru. Are you begging for mercy because you can't beat me? Shut it. Geto rolled his eyes, tossing a packet of ketchup at him. Are you really exhausted? The more I think about it, the angrier I get, he said, glaring at Satoru, whose energy seemed boundless. You're practically a destructive dog. Huh. Satoru grimaced. You're the dog. Geto scoffed, crossing his arms as he sat up. Do you know how hard I work to accumulate cursed spirits? Do you realize you're almost depleting my cursed spirit stock? Do you know how infuriating it is to simultaneously medicate and go on missions while losing cursed spirits due to your carelessness? Satoru paused, his eyes darting, nervously touching his nose. Well, that just means your cursed spirit training isn't up to par. But, Geto, it sounds like you're the one with the overwhelming energy. Who doesn't he even notice when he's running on fumes? You're amazing. Satoru weakly gave a thumbs up, his expression innocent and sincere. Nobara stifled a laugh, while Geto tightly shut his eyes, forcing a smile as he mumbled a reluctant thank you through gritted teeth. Fushiguro smirked slightly and said, if you need help, just ask. Geto, next time you and Satoru spar, I can protect your cursed spirits. Protect? Whom? Satoru choked on his drink, looking up at the sky, nudging Fushiguro with his knee. He didn't believe Mamoru would protect Geto, let alone his cursed spirits. Mamoru, try not to be so aggressive. Geto is one of us. Geto paused, then calmly laughed. He was no longer sleepy. He licked his molars, rolled up the sleeves of his puffer jacket, and clenched his fists. The cursed spirits behind him tore through the gaps. How much can one endure? He declared. Let us fight to the death, whether it's the annoying dog couple or the childhood friends. One of us must come back victorious today. With a snap, Nobara grabbed her phone, recording yet another inexplicable quarrel while holding on to Geto's bun to prevent him from charging forward. Are you an idiot, Geto? If you go in, it's a 1 against 2. Do you really think Satoru will side with you? Aren't you guys exhausted? Nobara yawned, tugging on his bun. Once you're full, I'll call a car back to school. If you keep fighting, I'll leave you all here to sleep at McDonald's. Geto, gripped by his bun, stood up, towering over Nobara, and complained in a pitiful tone. Natsuko, it is indeed Kukun who provoked, yet you should be the one to pull him back. Natsuko cast a fleeting glance at Fong Hu, their eyes locking for a moment before she fell silent. She relinquished her grip on Sugiru's bun and nonchalantly patted the top of his head. "You appear rather benevolent," she remarked. Clearing her throat gently, she diverted her gaze. "If one were to liken animals to personalities, Suguru, you would be akin to a fox or a bear, both cunning and dependable." Natsuko subtly distanced herself, pausing on the staircase. Through the glass railing, she revealed her penetrating gaze, wryly commenting, "However, Kukun, despite his seemingly restrained and easily wounded demeanor akin to a silent rhinoceros, I cannot shake the feeling that he harbors a more sinister disposition beneath the surface. Do you understand? He embodies the archetype of a possessive, scheming serpent, coolly coiling around your wrist, having already marked his territory, yet still feigning vulnerability to elicit your sympathy. Or perhaps he is more like a wild wolf, brazenly malevolent, striving for dominance, ready to bare his fangs at others while clenching you by the nape." Fong Hu's expression shifted subtly, an odd look crossing his face as he unconsciously twirled his fingers. Suguru was momentarily taken aback. "That can't be right. Mamoru is quite gentle, merely enjoying the occasional teasing," he replied, though his hesitation betrayed an underlying thought. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Natsuko felt a kinship, a sense of being understood, rendering her utterly speechless. Suguru regarded Natsuko on the staircase with an inquisitive gaze. "Natsuko, I wish to know, is it your strength that stems from your abilities? Or is it your sharpness in reversal techniques that grants you such prowess?" In a flash, Natsuko slipped away, her voice echoing softly from the second floor. "Kukun resembles the type of villain who would deceive the protagonist in an anime." "Huh." Suguru turned, flicking his bangs as a sly smile crept across his face. "Kukun. That was not my assertion." Natsuko poked her head back over the staircase, her eyes calm. "Suguru, do not tell me you intend to use that. Kukun, did you hear? Natsuko just remarked that you look quite villainous," igniting a new round of provocation. Suguru. Natsuko tugged at the corner of her mouth and rolled her eyes. "Please. Toss me a wind-blocking cursed spirit. The wind outside is quite fierce, you know." Suguru, with a weary demeanor, turned and walked away. "I'll join you, Natsuko. A cursed spirit would be far more effective than your so-called wind blocker." Natsuko couldn't suppress a chuckle. The lights were bright, and as Natsuko and Suguru descended, the second floor of McDonald's felt somewhat empty. Suguru gazed down at his small house made of fries, still standing sturdy, having been meticulously stacked by a friend. He found himself lost in thought, unable to articulate the emotions swirling within him. A persistent warmth enveloped his heart, reminiscent of sharing a delicacy with Kukun for the first time, yet subtly different. He had never truly had friends, nor had anyone affirmed him, declaring him the strongest, nor wished for a future of mutual brawls. Not that Mamoru was not a friend. Rather, Kukun was unique, just as Natsuko and Suguru were distinct. Together they laughed, fought, indulged in sweets, advanced side by side, and sat in barbecue joints in McDonald's, traversing countless days and nights that felt simultaneously familiar yet entirely different. Natsuko, Suguru, Mamoru. Suguru tilted his head to regard Fong Hu, prodding his shoulder. "Mamoru, you still owe me some fries. I want your fries." Fong Hu leaned lazily against the wall, somewhat baffled by this inexplicable game involving fry houses, and he was also momentarily stunned by Natsuko's incisive observations. However, upon seeing Sugiru's bright eyes, Fong Hu reached out to grasp a fry. His fry was added to the tower Suguru had constructed. Humanity, emotions, communication, understanding, silent yet remarkable. No one inquired about the significance of the fry tower, yet none would misconstrue its meaning. Fong Hu offered a faint smile, meticulously wiping grease from his fingers onto a napkin. He inadvertently glanced up, somewhat surprised to find Suguru still watching him intently. "Woo." Suguru scratched his cheek, only to realize he had remnants of fry crumbs from their tower-building endeavor. He paused, brushing his hand against the napkin, though the motion seemed less about cleaning and more about tracing a small indentation with his finger. "Mamoru, I think I've gotten something on my face." Suguru instinctively moved closer to Fong Hu, nudging his cheek against him. Fong Hu used his knuckles to brush away the tiny crumbs, his touch cool against Sugiru's face, who did not flinch away. Suddenly feeling drowsy, Suguru yawned and tucked Fong Hu's dangling right hand into his pocket. "Mamoru, do you feel cold? Your hands are rather chilly." Fong Hu fell silent for a moment, piecing together Sugiru's attitude before and after his fever, along with Natsuko's and Sugiru's demeanor. He could surmise that Sugiru's perception of their relationship diverged from the ordinary. "A bit, Suguru," he admitted. "I feel a bit cold, like a serpent or a wolf." Suguru enveloped his palm around Fong Hu's hand, urgently pulling him to stand. "Then let us hasten back." Fong Hu entwined his fingers with Sugiru's, seeking warmth from his body. He was no longer the silent and restrained protector, but rather a mischievous rogue. Chapter 35. New Year. On New Year's Eve, at the ancestral home of the Wuqiao family, The elders convened. Within the pitch darkness of the chamber, a voice rose. I have heard reports indicating that the divine maiden and the descending being share an inappropriate relationship beyond our imagination. Is this true? Humph. Have you not seen the reports from Tokyo? This matter has been reported for months. Oh, you old fool. Are you referring to those sketch reports? The newcomer has quite the spirit and talent in drawing, accurately rendering the divine maiden and that esteemed figure's likeness. You, Wutiao, to prevent internal family strife and retaliation, the names within the chamber shall be expunged. The old man slammed his hand against the table, dark, cursed energy rippling outwards in droplets. He flung several sketch reports into the air. The flickering candlelight illuminated the surroundings, revealing 5 indistinct figures encircling several sketches at the center. Below the images were annotations, meticulously penned in deep red ink. Holding hands, embracing, whispering, the divine maiden sharing food with the descending being. Captured easily, 6 eyes, perception. Image memory extracted from a non-sorcerer's brain. Image, Wutiao. Wutiao, head of the Tokyo division, hereby submits this report. In an instant, the chamber fell into silence. The old man resumed. Since you elders have reviewed these reports, you must recognize that the situation has escalated to a point requiring family intervention. If we sit idly by, it can only be interpreted as rebellious intent. I can think of no other excuse. And that foolish one who speaks so brazenly, do not forget, you share the Wutiao surname. If we do not act swiftly to influence the divine maiden's perspective, how shall the Wutiao family maintain its current standing? TSK, you refuse to believe you are foolish. It is precisely because I bear the Wutiao name that I must tolerate your lunacy here. Within the confines of this chamber, mutual invective is strictly prohibited. What did you just utter? You foul-mouthed scoundrel. Do not presume that the divine child's favor grants you the right to trample upon us. Oh, therein lies the crux of the matter. You decrepit old man. Jealousy, is it? It is no wonder, having lived to the brink of senescence. The divine child scarcely deigns to acknowledge your existence, while we, in our youth, are capable of serving the divine child for a far longer span. You, Gojo, you are nothing but a shameless wretch. Huh, are you flustered now? You expletive, you too, do you fancy yourselves as mere street thugs? Indeed, elders. Let us maintain our composure. Do not presume that in this space, where utterances of names and mutual insults are forbidden, others remain oblivious to your identities as, and, within this chamber, declarations of prohibition are disallowed. Within this chamber, threats of verbal nature are strictly forbidden. Within this chamber, insinuations pertaining to the nature of this space are not permitted. Within this chamber, repeated violations are intolerable, and offenders shall be warned. Sorcerer's expletive. Let me clarify. You, along with you, Gojo, have transgressed numerous regulations. Are you an utter fool? Punishment shall ensue. Wait, within this chamber. Should any violations occur, it shall be deemed that the others have failed in their duty to admonish, and equal punishment shall be meted out. No, wait. Punishment shall ensue. Expletive. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Since the chamber has been opened, it would be prudent to refrain from. Wait, did we not establish a rule against insinuating the nature of this chamber? Thus, to state it plainly would not contravene any rules. What a ridiculous notion. Very well. What I mean to convey is that you antiquated individuals should clarify all the rules before next opening the chamber. A figure that had been silent spoke slowly. Only with the presence of the 6 eyes can the chamber be opened. The last time it was opened was 4 centuries ago. Furthermore, the regulations here shall not be recorded in the outside world. After such a long interval, our purpose in opening the chamber is to. Shadows of hands emerged from the darkness, gesturing towards those sketched reports. For these artifacts, the chamber serves to obscure the 6 eyes, does it not? These artifacts are severe enough to risk the very existence of families that nearly share a fate entwined with the 6 eyes, betraying the divine child. The shadow of a figure that appeared nearly decrepit continued. No one would dare betray the divine child, yet all is in pursuit of our family's continued prosperity. For centuries ago, Gojo and the head of the Zenin family perished together, leaving no heirs, the 6 eyes and the 10 techniques lost to time. Interrupted until the emergence of a new divine child. This span is a full 400 years. I find it difficult to dismiss the notion that the duel is inextricably linked to the legacy of techniques. We, the elders, shall never question the decisions of the 6 eyes divine child, but as history has taught us, we must now consider whether the divine child's obstinacy might once again lead to a disruption in the transmission of techniques. Should another interruption in the legacy of techniques occur, we would not only betray our ancestors, but Gojo would inevitably be consumed by the Zenin and Kumo families after the divine child's reign. The voice that responded belonged to the elder who had initially questioned the relationship between the descendant and the divine child, despite the ambiguity of their shadowy form. One could discern their gaunt physique. This was the most qualified and aged elder of the Gojo family. He slowly extended his hand, retrieving the report depicting the 6 eyes embracing the descendant, and gazed at it for a considerable duration. The bloodline of the divine child must endure, thereby increasing the likelihood of transmitting techniques. He set down the report and spoke calmly. Since the descendant arises from the outside world, they will possess no ethical considerations and will certainly not question the divine child's choices. From past experiences, as long as there is no hostility, they will not be provoked. An elder previously stated correctly that prior to the formation of the divine child's perspective and techniques, we should intervene early, finding the suitable woman for the divine child to preserve the bloodline. If the descendant comprehends the situation yet perceives it as a provocation, elder, I recall you having endured a descendant's technique, correct, due to the confinement of the divine child. The divine child is the divine child. We are but servants. Do not forget that the divine child is the most powerful 6 eyes of all time, hence the title 6 Eyes Divine Child. The descendant has descended from the heavens. Does this not seem predestined? To meddle in the personal affairs of the divine child will surely invite retribution. The speaker tore the reports asunder. Old man, you old men, consider an alternative possibility, including these reports. Is it not conceivable that these artifacts were deliberately presented to us by the divine child? Might the divine child, as you believe, regard the Gojo and the so-called legacy as an honor? Do not forget, the divine child has gone to Tokyo. Shall we simply stand by idly? The descendant will never be capable of siring a bloodline for the divine child, should the divine child choose it. You seem to have misunderstood a critical point. The one tearing the report sighed, cursing under their breath. It is the Gojo who relies upon the divine child, not the divine child who relies upon the Gojo. Awaken. You fools, is it not better to lie low? The divine child is indeed the strongest of all time, and even the Zenin and Kamo families cannot compare to us. What bloodline? What woman? Who among you fears for your life enough to broach the subject of offspring with the divine child? I certainly will not. Oh, may peace be upon that fool who fears nothing. Haha. Upon exiting the chamber, Gojo Taku rose from the ground, sidestepping his subordinates as he made his way to the outer courtyard of the 6 Eyes Divine Child. As he stepped into the secluded courtyard, he was met by the chilling gaze of dark, cold eyes. The descendant. Gojo Taku bowed deeply, offering his respects to Fanghu. Fanghu did not acknowledge him, and Gojo Taku dared not rise. The air was frigid, yet within moments, beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. The sound of approaching footsteps drew near, and Gojo Taku remained motionless until he heard the voice of the divine child. Who? Did he offend you? No. Hey, you over there, you may rise. Gojo Taku silently exhaled, straightening himself, then bowed respectfully before Gojo Satoru. Divine child, your predictions were accurate. The elders have opened the chamber, and I have already warned the others. Gojo Satoru smirked and waved his hand dismissively. Understood, well done. Gojo Taku silently bowed and withdrew, exuding a composure that starkly contrasted with the chaotic actions of the senior elder within the chamber. Ever since the divine child elevated him from the branch to the central unit and reformed the promotion system within the action department, shifting from a familial basis to merit-based evaluations, he realized that Gojo Satoru was unlike other high-ranking officials. He would be a loyal subordinate to the divine child. As Gojo Taku's figure faded from sight, Gojo Satoru turned to Fanghu and inquired, Mamoru, why do you not ask me what is going on? A whoosh echoed from afar, the sound of fireworks ascending leisurely into the sky. The latter part of Gojo Satoru's sentence was drowned out by the din of the fireworks, yet Fanghu shook his head, unaffected, and replied, I have no interest in such matters. Do as you see fit. The distant fireworks flickered intermittently, casting a dim light upon the Gojo ancestral residence. Fanghu met the bright eyes that gleamed even in the winter night, momentarily lost in thought. He realized that his words might carry a hint of ambiguity, potentially misinterpreted by the occasionally sensitive Satoru as a dismissal of his concerns. Fanghu felt a hint of amusement, yet he leaned closer to Wu Tiao's ear and whispered, What I mean is, you can do whatever you desire, just pursue what you wish to do. As Fanghu withdrew, Wu Tiao suddenly broke into a grin. He understood that Mamoru must have assumed it was some sort of conflict or impeachment, the trivial and tiresome matters of humanity. Although it was somewhat troublesome, it was far from the mundane troubles of humankind, Mamoru. There is nothing dull about it. Since it pertains to you, there is no such thing as a tedious affair. Wu Tiao picked up the blueberries he had just gathered and placed one atop the snowman. He reached out to poke at Fanghu's earring, and when Fanghu raised his hand to stop him, it naturally resulted in a failed poke, but a successful hand-holding instead. Happy New Year, Wu Tiao suddenly declared. He leaned in close to Fanghu's ear, his breath laced with laughter brushing against him. With his azure eyes, he gazed at Fong Hu, the fireworks dancing behind him. Reminiscent of first love, akin to a springtime pool, where golden and crimson koi swam. Their entwined hands radiated warmth. So much so that the moisture from the blueberries on his fingertips did not freeze in the wintry air, but melted against the back of Hu's hand. Mamoru was warm. Wu Tiao had never before realized with such clarity that his childhood friend was no longer merely a software, a program, or a sword. Mamoru was truly Mamoru. Wu Tiao released Fong Hu's hand and enveloped him in an embrace, contentedly snuggling close to the one he cherished. Mamoru was indeed Mamoru. He playfully nuzzled into the crook of Fong Hu's neck, softly kissing his side. Happy New Year, Mamoru. May you not fall ill this year. The sky erupted with fireworks. The faint scent of gunpowder wafting through the air, and the crisp chill of the snowy atmosphere filled Fong Hu's lungs. He lowered his head slightly, his nose brushing against the snowy strands of hair. Suddenly, a few snowflakes began to drift down, landing upon the snowman's blueberry eyes. The snowman had always been shielded behind Fong Hu, hidden from the sight of the Wu family. As the fireworks crackled, Fong Hu wrapped his arm around Wu Tiao's waist, his palm resting firmly against his shoulder. Happy New Year. Don't get sick. Fong Hu found it amusing, his breath quivering slightly. He truly did not anticipate that after a lifetime of being a mere code, he would one day be wished to avoid illness. It was akin to telling a cat not to act like a dog. Wu Tiao immediately protested. Adhering to the principle of proximity, he opened his mouth, leaving a New Year's bite mark on Fong Hu's neck, clearly dissatisfied. Fong Hu, with his now cooling hand, went to chill the back of his neck, prompting Wu Tiao to draw back his neck, yet his arms tightened around him even more. This year, let us aim for you not to bite me, okay, Wu? Fong Hu mischievously used the word aim, as if he were already prepared, knowing Wu Tiao was akin to a cat that loved to nibble. Wu Tiao chuckled softly, releasing his embrace, and took Fong Hu inside the warm, firelit room, his eyes brimming with spoiled pride. Snowflakes gradually descended, accumulating lightly on the snowman's arms and the two small tree branches. No, Wu Tiao firmly refused this time, his denial resolute. He pulled Fong Hu down to sit in the room, laying down on his lap with an air of unabashed confidence, stretching to reach the dried fruits on the low table while exclaiming, "This year I'll bite you, next year I'll bite you, and thereafter I'll continue to bite you." Oh, Fong Hu mimicked his habit, uttering an "oh," before glancing at the fireworks, then looking down at Wu Tiao as he nibbled on the dried fruit. "That looks a bit better in your eyes." "What?" Wu Tiao mumbled, perplexed. But Fong Hu did not respond to this. Instead, he leaped to answer, "Then you'd best only bite me." Wu Tiao blinked, noticing that Mamoru's voice had shifted from its usual tone, distinct from when he teased him. His heartbeat quickened as he offered the half-eaten dried fruit to him. "Only bite you?" Fong Hu looked down, taking the half of the dried fruit. In his gaze, there was no playful mirth, nor the usual calmness. In the dark waters of the pool, a faint, familiar, and elusive sense of murderous intent flowed, something Wu Tiao could not quite articulate. That sword, which could pierce through the defenses of the three noble families solely with sword energy, had landed in this estate. That comet that tore through the sky, slashing through the arrival of the elite cursed spirits. On that day, a man filled with murderous intent had stood at the gates of the three noble families, demanding his sword back. Fong Hu stated, "Yes, you'd best only bite me. What if I bite someone else?" Wu Tiao paused, momentarily caught off guard, refraining from uttering the provocative remark. Fong Hu smiled, though the glimmer in his eyes lacked genuine amusement. The subtle threat he exuded soon faded, and he leisurely nibbled on the half of the dried fruit, as if nothing dangerous had been said. Yet, he felt a slight warmth creeping up his back. "Mamoru, are you angry?" "Because of the possibility that I might not finish what I was saying." Wu Tiao's expression subtly shifted, pressing down the corners of his mouth as he turned to reach for another piece of dried fruit. "Then I'll have to gnaw on several pieces of dried fruit to sharpen my teeth," he muttered, casting a sidelong glance at Fong Hu. "I'll also need to file down my sharp canines, otherwise, you'll complain about the pain again. Such a delicate creature." Fong Hu lowered his gaze at him for a second, pulling out some durian candy from his pocket and threateningly placing it before him. Wu Tiao's apricot dried fruit veered off course, ending up at Fong Hu's lips instead. Fong Hu laughed, unceremoniously snatching the durian candy away, prompting Wu Tiao to angrily toss it into the trash bin. "Damn it, you actually used durian to stink me out. When on earth did you buy this?" Outside, the fireworks continued to illuminate the winter night sky. Inside the room, Wu Tiao sulked as he and Fong Hu playfully quarreled, rummaging through his pockets for snacks, demanding to know the sources of the candies, while discreetly discarding all the durian-flavored treats. 2005, Chapter 36, Embracing Spring and Summer. Chirp, chirp, coo coo. In the early morning, woodpeckers and swallows flitted about, casting fleeting shadows against the glass window. In the empty classroom, Suguru Geto leaned back in his chair, his legs lazily draped over the desk. Faint footsteps echoed in the corridor, and he absent-mindedly gazed at the yellow-green morning light outside until a familiar voice broke through his reverie. Geto? Shoko stood at the classroom door, her hand resting on the door frame. Did you come in this early? Suguru Geto slowly snapped back to reality, a habitual smile forming on his lips as he arched his brows. No, it's not that I came early. He unconsciously spoke the truth. Shoko, I didn't go home. Shoko nodded in acknowledgement, her expression unchanged. She asked no questions, neither about whether he meant he and T returned home for the new year or merely for the winter break. She simply replied with a soft hum, retracting her hand to smooth her damp hair beside her ear. You've worked hard, staying behind to carry out the exorcism tasks on your own. Suguru Geto's eyes softened momentarily as he realized that he hadn't merely spoken inappropriate truths to Shoko. Rather, she possessed the uncanny ability to elicit such truths from him. He found it difficult to articulate that feeling. It is as if Shoko is a reflection of himself from many years hence. He has come to accept both the good and the bad of the past. Thus, when he gazes back upon those bygone days, he invariably adopts a demeanor of tranquility, neither inquiring nor seeking clarification. It is as though he understands that he harbors his own thoughts, requiring no external validation. Yet, I find myself perplexed by my own musings. Why do I not return home? Why indeed? When my mother has explicitly invited him to bring friends home for the new year in her letter, father is not beyond redemption. Still, he feels discomfort, annoyance, fatigue, and even loathing. I loathe you all. Yet, when I ponder whom I truly despise, I realize it is myself. Suguru sighed softly, feigning sorrowful lament. Shoko, do you not wonder why I do not return home? He let his lips droop, exhaling a long sigh. I miss you all so much at school. I feel so lonely, so lonely, so lonely. It's vexing, utterly vexing. He deliberately mimicked Gojo's tone to irritate Shoko, but she effortlessly disregarded his antics. As she walked into the classroom, Shoko retrieved an extraordinarily oversized box of souvenirs from her canvas bag. The box was adorned with the words Geto scrawled in marker and tied with a black satin bow, effortlessly constricting Suguru's size in his throat. From the open pocket of her canvas bag, 2 other large boxes could be discerned beneath the Geto box, Gojo and M. Apart from these 3 bizarrely large souvenir boxes, Shoko's return to school was devoid of any other items. Loneliness. Oh, loneliness drives you to unleash your cursed spirits to rehearse a stage play. Shoko lazily lifted her eyelids and, cradling the box, replied in a flat tone. Next time you and Nobara get into a spat, try speaking to him in Gojo's tone. With a mere 1% chance of success, 200% probability would see Nobara's face darken as he bombards the entire campus, you included. Stage play? Suguru muttered in confusion, raising his hand to grasp at the air, summoning forth a chubby white dragon from behind Shoko. She glanced back at it, feigning surprise and complimenting. Suguru, impressive. The dragon's transformation is remarkable. It used to be quite ugly. I previously concurred with Gojo on that. The dragon sulked, retreating into the realm of cursed spirits, while Suguru, momentarily forgetting his irritation, slowly projected a question mark with his expression. Shoko, traitor. No, are we discussing this? Suguru queried. Bewildered. Their gazes met, and Shoko paused, recognizing a misunderstanding. She frowned and stomped her foot on the ground. Are you in elementary school? She scoffed. Do you require applause to receive compliments? Suguru, with one leg still perched on the table, he tilted his upper body toward Shoko, maintaining balance while sincerely locking eyes with her. Shoko, I wish to inquire, what use is that 1% against Nobara? Shoko pondered for a moment, scrutinizing him, and suddenly a playful smile crept across her face, followed by a soft chuckle. There's a 1% chance he might be so taken aback that he flees without a fight. Suguru, do give it a try? I wish to witness that absolute iconic moment. I can imagine Nobara's sour face, but I am particularly eager to see Gojo's expression. Shoko's lips curled upward, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Just say this. Mamoru, I really like you. Could you please refrain from being hostile toward me? Huh, Mamoru? Like whom? Suguru exclaimed, his legs dropping from the table as he protested in bemusement. Shoko, if I utter such words, the likelihood of being bombarded isn't merely 200%. It's 2000. What expression would Gojo wear? That guy could hardly maintain any composure. Shoko, if you can envision Nobara's sour face, how could you not imagine Gojo's? Suguru pointed at himself, his voice teetering on the edge of breaking. If I were to say something like that to Nobara, by the time I reached the part about liking someone, Gojo would have already lost his temper and launched into a tirade, reminiscent of the nonconformist elementary school days. Have you forgotten how the victim remembers it vividly? Shoko subtly wrinkled her nose, glancing up at the ceiling. Oh, even so, Suguru lamented, Nobara might choose to remain silent. While the one to unleash chaos upon the school would surely be that incessantly chattering, single-celled organism. Well, Shoko stifled a laugh, her voice and gaze drifting whimsically, avoiding Sugiru's eyes. Sometimes, one should not merely focus on the numerical value of 1 or 100. One must also consider its philosophical significance. Moreover, I merely urged you to express that sentiment. Shoko forcibly redirected the conversation, suppressing her laughter and fixing her gaze on the triangular corner of the classroom ceiling. You're merely expressing friendliness. Do you not think that Gojo is actually quite kind? He is rather generous, not the type to be jealous or combative. He would never obliterate your stock of cursed spirits. Nobara is also a gentle soul. Just observe how accommodating he is toward Gojo. He is clearly the type who is easy to talk to. Nobara, with his introverted, gentle silence, is merely shy. Suguru, do you dare look down at me? Shoko took a deep breath, clutching the box with composure. Suguru, you are merely expressing appreciation for your peers. It truly will not end badly. You see, you and Nobara are always at odds. If you boldly express that you are not actually adversaries, but rather that you feel shy due to peer affection, Gojo would certainly not. Peer affection? Shyness? Is that truly the case? Shoko. Sugiru's forehead twitched with veins of frustration. Why do I feel that someone here is eager to witness a dramatic clash among men? Attempting to orchestrate peer dynamics and play linguistic games to ensnare her innocent friend in a dire predicament? Shoko's gaze shifted slightly, darting past Suguru. You speak nonsense. I do not. Suguru observed her calmly, a radiant smile blossoming. Shoko, if you do not even believe your own words, perhaps you should refrain from uttering them. Or are you merely harboring a deep-seated hatred for me, wishing for my demise? Caught off guard by his insight, Shoko lowered her gaze, her eyes betraying her guilt as she stifled a laugh until she coughed. Oh, I apologize, Shoko lamented. I am truly sorry for attempting to design you, Suguru. She placed the souvenir box upon Sugiru's desk, exhaling a gentle breeze in its wake. Consider this a token of apology. Suguru, reclining carelessly with his legs crossed atop the desk, maintained an unusual sense of propriety, ensuring that his shoes never truly touched the surface. Yet, upon Shoko placing the box down, he instinctively wiped the desk with his sleeve. Shoko. Suguru softly called her name, wishing to convey that he understood it was all in jest, yet was suddenly taken aback by the unexpected apology. After a moment's consideration, he opted for a more natural demeanor, tightening his lips nervously while his mouth unconsciously curled into an eager smile. Shoko is one who, even when jokingly acknowledging the jest, will bizarrely offer an apology. She always seems aware of the distance she maintains, or, perhaps, harbors a slightly awkward pride. As if unable to express friendship to her companions with sincerity, her affection is perpetually enveloped in a thick, tart shell, akin to a pomelo. As if she could already sense the faint, tangy aroma of the fruit, Suguru Geto couldn't help but smile, his eyes sparkling like a crystal ball adorned with shimmering flakes. Reminiscent of a young girl's charm, he had intended to comment on the large gift box that seemed quite heavy. How exaggerated. What on earth had Natsuki purchased? He delicately untied the black silk ribbon of the gift box she had prepared for Geto, setting the ribbon aside, revealing a treasure trove of nearly overflowing gifts beneath the sturdy lid. There were finger cookies and cheese rolls, undamaged, along with a collection of candle scents, samples of aromatic laundry detergent, a lavender-hued towel, and a clearly hand-woven scarf. Suguru inhaled sharply, reaching out to touch the tawny scarf as if it were a bubble. Is this cashmere yarn? It feels so soft, like powdered bean flour. He recognized this. Was it yarn or perhaps something akin to it? Such fine and delicate threads must be arduous to knit, prone to mistakes. Natsuki, did you craft this yourself? He inquired. The scarf is exquisite, truly beautiful, and must be wonderfully warm when worn, for it appears so comforting. This scarf had been knitted for him by Natsuki, with Geto Suguru stitched at the end. Natsuki deliberately stepped aside, refraining from peering at her friend's expression. She retrieved the gift boxes for Gojo and Fushiguro, placing them on their table, shrugging dismissively, indicating her indifference. There's nothing much to do during the holidays, just some casual knitting. You all have one too. I certainly don't want to be woken in the middle of the night by someone knocking on my door, lamenting, Natsuki. Why don't I have a scarf? Suguru remained silent, his throat tightening with a bittersweet pang, causing him to blink several times. Oh, do you have one, Natsuki? Do you have a scarf? Have you knitted one for yourself, perhaps the same as the Tokyo sorcerer's top 4? Natsuki paused, finding the question rather foolish, recalling how she had once tossed a scarf at him during his cold. Had he lost his senses? After a brief silence, Natsuki suddenly chuckled, her soft laughter mingling with her voice like the gentle light of dawn. Of course, she replied, only a fool would lack a scarf. Suguru nodded earnestly. offering a clumsy smile. He lowered his gaze to the other gifts in the box, feeling a wave of embarrassment and confusion wash over him. He cursed himself for purchasing mere trinkets for his peers. How dare he think they were gifts? Finger cookies, scented candles, laundry detergent, a scarf, a towel, an omamori from Kayamizadora, and an anthropomorphic fox charm, alongside a peculiar toothpaste gift set flavored with pomelo jasmine, sea salt ice cream, and cucumber. He had even mentioned in passing the strange taste of the cursed spirit ball, which had made him remember their fondness for eccentric flavors in toothpaste. Natsuki, help me. No. Don't help me. You might as well just end me. I am guilty. I had planned to gift perfume, shopping vouchers, a snowflake omamori, and a lighter. That lighter is custom-made, with intricate floral carvings, in a Hello Kitty silver pink. Suguru sat rigidly in his chair, his neck flushed with embarrassment from the thoughtfulness of the gifts. The plump fox charm tumbled from his grasp, rolling along the edge of the table, prompting him to hastily reach out to catch it. The charm plopped into his palm, and he lowered his head, nearly 6 feet tall, bending like a shrimp to align with the table. Natsuki, my gifts are rather lackluster, just some easily obtainable items. Forgive me for the perfume, shopping vouchers, and lighter? Natsuki cast him a sidelong glance, her perspective obscured, failing to see his entire figure. Surprised, she stood up, finally noticing the dejected Suguru on the other side of the desk. After a winter break, the once bare camphor tree had regained its leaves, casting flickering shadows through the window onto Suguru's back, as if painting a series of damp, despondent expressions upon him. Natsuki chuckled softly, then sat back down, crossing her legs and playfully swinging her toes. What does your lighter look like? Suguru's lingering gloom deepened, his voice heavy with despair. It's just an ordinary metal one. Silver with floral engravings, a gradient of mint green, adorned with many tiny diamonds. Natsuki replied lightly, as sunlight gradually streamed through the glass, illuminating the 4 desks in the classroom. Facing the dark green chalkboard, she smiled brightly. You can keep the lighter, I'll take the rest. Suguru bit his lip, increasingly reluctant to rise, feeling a pressure in his stomach that began to evoke a sense of suffocation, until Natsuki's voice chimed again, teasingly. Are you trying to act cute, curled up like that? I often forget to bring my lighter. It's quite annoying when I can't light up a cigarette. Thus, I'm asking you to hold on to it for me. Baka. Chapter 37. Prologue to Star Jelly. Next, we report on the explosion that occurred yesterday in Hamamatsu City, Shizuoka Prefecture, attributed to the aging of gas pipelines. The gas regulatory authorities are closely monitoring the gas pipeline issues in Shizuoka City and have established relevant emergency management measures in accordance with the gas management regulations, enhancing the gas peak shaving reserve capabilities of enterprises engaged in gas operations. The authorities will coordinate gas delivery issues and conduct summer inspections across major enterprises. Additionally, residents are advised to remain vigilant with the arrival of summer's heat. The increased use of household appliances such as air conditioners and refrigerators may lead to electrical circuits operating beyond their capacity. Households must promptly inspect their electrical wiring and refrain from overloading to prevent electrical fires. Reported on June 11, 2006, summer. In the gymnasium, a basketball descended from above. Is it really necessary to set up a tent? Gojo Satoru caught the ball, irrationally irritated with Fushiguro, shooting a glare at him as he carelessly tossed his sunglasses to Natsuki. I'm not that guy who insists on setting up a tent wherever he goes. That guy? Natsuki quirked an eyebrow, silently critiquing as she held the sunglasses. From a straight-line perspective, Fushiguro is closer to you. Why throw the sunglasses my way? You could be a tad more childish and spoiled, Gojo, and just say that guy is some green-haired childhood friend of the Kyoto Gojo. Moreover, Gojo Satoru complained, feeling wronged. What difference does it make whether we set up a tent or not? Even if ordinary people see us, it doesn't matter. They can't see the cursed spirits or sorcery. He rubbed the freshly formed bump on his head, casting a glance at the indifferent Fushiguro, angrily tossing the basketball to Suguru. We were on the same mission. Why did the teacher only target me? My head hurts. But, Natsuki mused. Would you not erupt if Fushiguro was also targeted, Gojo? Are you not simply pouting at him? Suddenly, the others became unwitting participants in your little couple play. TCH, feeling displeased, her eyes became somewhat dry. Natsuki donned the sunglasses, her vision abruptly hindered, and she paused. Raising her eyebrows, she instinctively looked up at the ceiling light, realizing her suspicions were indeed correct. The sunglasses of Satoru Gojo were originally polarized lenses, designed to filter out glare and reduce the interference of light on the brain. However, the lenses have now become nearly pitch black, akin to simulating a blizzard's blinding whiteness or the dense fog of a hazy day. These lenses have transformed from mere eyewear into 2 pieces of low-transmittance frosted glass. Yet, Gojo navigates the world with such sunglasses effortlessly, demonstrating an even greater mastery of his techniques. Don't you remember, it was Thursday? Suguru Geto remarked as he effortlessly caught a basketball, tauntingly adding, following the fixed schedule of our dear Night Moth sensei, you should be putting up your tent on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. He cradled the ball, tossing it nonchalantly into the air, a smirk playing on his lips, as if relishing the moment he had long awaited. Oh, is your head aching? Perhaps it's because of the tent you neglected to set up, and now you're burdened with an unwanted love for that enormous pack on your head? It's all right. If you're lacking in familiarity with Night Moth sensei's techniques, just endure a few more hits. Suguru smiled slightly, wouldn't you agree? Satoru Gojo-kun from the second-year cohort of Jujutsu High? Fuhito. Shoko. You're rather vengeful, aren't you, Geto? Gojo replied, a playful tone in his voice. Vengeful? Impossible. I simply have a fondness for my contemporaries, Geto retorted provocatively, glancing at Fuhito with an air of casual curiosity. I'm just a bit curious about the key points for this time. What issues and reflections should be included regarding that man? How should he write it? Fuhito scoffed, grinding his fingers together as he rose from his chair, feeling a tingle in his fists. The system is collapsing. The protocols are chaotic. And a Trojan virus is causing havoc. Geto, you're merely relying on Satoru's slight concern for you. If you continue to be so arrogant, I might tell him that seeing you alive makes me uneasy. My heart feels uncomfortable, as if your existence is erasing my own. I wonder, he continued with a mocking grin. If both you and I fell into a river, who would Satoru choose to save? Gojo glanced around, observing the scene. To his left, Mamoru's eyes glinted with derision, ready to unleash his energy. To his right, Suguru's bangs danced like waves, the basketball poised to be launched as a cursed spirit projectile. Behind him, Shoko hesitated, her hand poised on the frame of his sunglasses, torn between removing them or keeping them on. Is no one concerned about my well-being? We're already in our second year. And Geto and Mamoru are behaving so childishly, still squabbling. Besides, it has been said that if you hit back at Geto, it will be fierce. Can't you comprehend this? Do you think I would assist you in a 2-against-1 scenario? That asked my Mamoru. After a brief pause, Gojo resolved to take matters into his own hands, aiming to rescue his friend Geto from the precarious edge of conflict. He inhaled deeply and loudly interrupted the standoff between the two men. What's the report? What about the date, you grudge-holding, fringe-wearing oddball? You completely fail to grasp my point. Gojo gestured animatedly. What I mean is, Mamoru could clearly handle the tent setup for me. Why must I do it myself? You, who have never had a childhood friend, wouldn't understand. Geto took a deep breath, a vein pulsing on his forehead. Satoru, shall we step outside to talk? Dark, cursed energy surged, and a cursed spirit manifested behind Geto, ready to spring into action. Lonely? Are we? If you wish to go, then go, Gojo retorted, making a face and ignoring him. Geto remained silent, closing his eyes heavily before returning to his basketball game. Gojo shifted his focus, directly addressing Fuhito, plopping down on the ground and flailing about. Mamoru, why didn't you remind me I needed to set up my tent? Not only that, but why haven't you helped me? Is it that you no longer love me? A cold war. A cold war. Gojo is declaring a cold war. Fuhito replied, Satoru, honestly, are those sunglasses a kind of mask for you? Shoko removed the sunglasses and approached him. Please, put on the mask and play the role of a mature man. As she leaned closer, Gojo instinctively closed his eyes, avoiding the sight of Shoko in her short skirt. It was only when he sensed her moving away that he reopened his eyes. His ordinary vision was obstructed, yet his 6 eyes extended outward like a tide. Fuhito then sat back down. Though it was Gojo who had claimed he had forgotten the incantation for setting up a tent due to not having done so for so long. He had insisted that Fuhito not move and that he would handle it himself. However, Gojo was known for his playful antics, and he harbored no resentment. Yet, the lightheartedness of the moment belied the underlying tension that sought resolution. Fuhito cast a cold glance at Geto, crossing his arms in irritation. The swirling cursed energy from Gojo surged forth, dissipating into the air. I apologize, Satoru. It was my mistake. Fuhito's expression remained calm as he pulled the corners of his mouth into a slight smile. So, you wish to save your dear friend, protect Geto, and rely on your charm and antics to smooth things over, do you? Fuhito asked flatly. Satoru, do I need to apologize to Geto, the grudge-holding oddball you care for? The basketball in Geto's hands paused mid-air, feeling as though he, too, had been caught in the crossfire. Gojo replied, with statements like that, I, too, would like to declare a cold war. Shoko hesitated, then suddenly smiled, only to swiftly suppress her grin and turn to leave. She resolutely headed for the exit, closing the gym door behind her. Mamoru. Gojo mumbled, rolling over and grumbling. He lay sprawled on the court, flailing his arms toward Geto like a fish gasping for air. My head hurts so much. Help. Geto. H-E-L-P. Geto. Help. Geto looked up at the wooden ceiling of the gym, rolling his eyes as he casually tossed the basketball behind him. It clanged against the rim, spinning downwards. We were just discussing the tent, weren't we? He forced a change of subject, numbly stating, Satoru, you were asking why we need to set up a tent, right? Gojo nodded obediently, sitting up without an ounce of shame. The tent exists to protect ordinary people. Our aim to suppress the emergence of cursed spirits hinges on ensuring that the public maintains inner peace. Non-sorcerers cannot perceive cursed spirits and cursed energy, and naturally, they will feel panic over unseen threats. Therefore, foregoing the tent is simply not an option. As Geto spoke, Gojo gradually scooted closer to Fujito, finally reaching within 3 to 4 meters of him, reaching out to affectionately stroke his knee like a cat. Fujito glanced down at him, meeting his pleading blue eyes that even the sunglasses couldn't conceal. Fujito relaxed his arms, reaching out to tap Gojo's head. You may act spoiled all you want. Gojo pouted slightly, leaning against Fujito's leg while softly protesting. Then don't fight with Geto. He is my dear friend, a rare companion. Don't think I don't know your true feelings. You pretend to be polite while secretly harboring disdain for him. Just wait for one mistake, and you'll strike him down, and then I'll be powerless to intervene. Leaning against Fujito's leg, Gojo furrowed his brows, his lips pressed together in concern. Mamoru, I would be very upset if there was a mistake. I can hardly imagine how I would react in such a situation. I know you dislike Geto, and I also understand that your hostility toward him largely stems from instinct. Mamoru, Gojo Satoru did not turn to glance at Fuwa. He was unwilling to compel Mamoru to act against his instincts. Nor could he accept the notion that Mamoru would genuinely yield to the innate animosity that antivirus software harbored towards Trojan viruses, or to the point where he and Suguru would engage in mutual combat without a resolution in sight. His 6 eyes, along with his innate intuition, provided him with a clarity that surpassed others. He vividly recalled last year when Mamoru had unleashed an attack on Suguru on the playground, an unrestrained spell that had nearly resulted in Suguru's demise. Mamoru, do not falter. Do not hesitate to withdraw. Avoid engaging in conflict with Suguru, lest I find myself at a loss for how to proceed. I am at a loss. With a silent sigh, Fuwa lifted his hand and gently brushed against Gojo's cheek from below. The cool touch of his fingers was fleeting, almost resembling an illusion conjured by Gojo himself. Understood, Fuwa replied succinctly. What? Gojo turned to pursue the expression in Fuwa's eyes. Realizing that his words had merely scratched the surface, he had yet to formulate a gentle way to tell Mamoru that he must not harm Suguru. The absence of any hierarchical implication in his command left him struggling to find more delicate phrasing. Fuwa lowered his gaze, his eyes filled with a multitude of indulgences and compromises. I will not kill Suguru Geto. With all the honors I have amassed in the past, and the honor of the antivirus software, I assure you, I will not take your friend's life, Suguru Geto. Mamoru. Gojo's mouth opened, chasing the azure glint in Fuwa's eyes. Those colors that rendered Fuwa's gaze gentle surged forth from his eyes, only to cascade back into his own. He found himself bewildered, unsure of whether he was Gojo, himself, or Mamoru. Yet, Mamoru, he suddenly recalled how Fuwa had looked at him in the past. He thought of how, even when he was still the antivirus software, Fuwa's gaze and body language had perhaps already acknowledged his affection before his consciousness could accept it, acknowledging that he loved him. Thud. To protect ordinary people, rather than sorcerers. Suguru took a couple of steps, using his foot to hook a stray basketball, resuming its rhythmic bounce on the ground. The ball struck his palm repeatedly, its ochre hue contrasting against the polished brown ceiling in the gymnasium. The conversation of sorcerers and non-sorcerers suddenly reminding him of the overturned cup and the peach-colored tablecloth at the dining table. Thud. If my parents could see curses, would they understand me better? Thud. They would know I am engaged in meaningful work, aware of my efforts. Thud. No. They would likely be filled with fear and disgust instead. Or perhaps say something like, Little Suguru, you should give up this arduous work and live as an ordinary person. Thud. Concerned yet exhausting words. Thud. After all, it is only through devouring curses that one can wield the techniques. Thus, Suguru narrowed his eyes, the basketball bouncing gently in his palm, obediently under his control like a curse ball. He did not bother to glance at Gojo, who was likely not listening, and began to mutter to himself, rather than attempting to communicate with non-sorcerers about what a curse is, to make them understand the significance of curses and sorcerers. It would be far more effective to keep them sheltered in a greenhouse, to let them remain a mindless crowd. However, just as he finished speaking, the basketball was abruptly snatched away as Gojo lunged in to intercept it. I know. With a leap, he dunked the basketball into the hoop, then tossed it back to Suguru, the ball slicing through the air, creating a brief whoosh. Anyway, they are just the weak. He scoffed, exhaling a sigh, his demeanor languid. Caring for the weak is truly a never-ending task. Suguru caught the basketball, the impact resonating in his palm, producing a dull thud. The survival of the weak. This is the nature of society. He stared at the ball in his hands, speaking to Gojo, simultaneously reminding himself to assist the weak and suppress the strong. That is the law of the world. Thus, the existence of sorcerers is to protect non-sorcerers. After all, how can the weak, like non-sorcerers, survive without support? A thought flickered through Sugiru's mind, yet he did not dwell on whether the weak referred to non-sorcerers or whether the strong being suppressed implied sorcerers or curses. He did not ponder why he perceived non-sorcerers as weak. Suguru tossed the basketball, sending it through the hoop behind Gojo. Perhaps there was no need for such contemplation. For those non-sorcerers who birthed curses out of fear are undoubtedly the weak. Is this your grand philosophy? Gojo scoffed, having engaged in a rather spirited conversation with Mamoru. His heart now filled with a buoyant enthusiasm akin to that of a magpie. I detest grand philosophies. Gojo provocatively tilted his head. Assigning reasons and responsibilities to power is the domain of the weak. Suddenly, with a thud, the basketball was sent flying again, soaring past Sugiru's head and into the net. The jarring sound of the ball hitting the ground reverberated, causing Suguru to narrow his eyes, his slender brows furrowing tightly. A sudden and profound anger surged within him, not solely directed at Gojo's provocation. Gojo made a face at him. Don't tell me you managed to move yourself to tears with your own grand philosophy, Suguru. Suguru did not display his usual composed smile. Instead, he waved dismissively, reopening his cursed eye. Let us step outside for a chat, Satoru. If our strength is devoid of reason, what distinguishes us from the weak, from ordinary non-sorcerers, ordinary parents? And an ordinary life? Gojo adjusted his sunglasses, somewhat surprised by Sugiru's earnestness, yet it ignited his fighting spirit. Let us go then. With a crash, the sound of the door frame being struck echoed. The tightly shut gymnasium door swung wide open. Teacher Yaga stepped through, and in the center of the gym, Gojo and Suguru were stretching on either side, while Fuhua sat expressionlessly on the sidelines, appearing quite at ease. Gojo, Suguru, Fuhua. Yaga waved his hand. You three come with me. There is a task that specifically requires your involvement. He paused, his tone suggesting significance. It is a task designated for 2 special grades and 1 grade 1, as assigned by Lord Tenjin. Escorting the Star Plasma Vessel task. Chapter 38, Special Grade. Grade 1. Compared to the Star Plasma Vessel, Gojo was more concerned about another matter. He frowned and asked, Teacher Yaga, has Mamoru's special grade application been rejected again? Yaga nodded, instinctively glancing at Fuhua. Since the beginning of their second year, Gojo and Suguru had been classified as special grades, yet Fuhua, of equal caliber, had not yet ascended from grade 1 to special grade. However, unlike Gojo, who was visibly irked, Fuhua appeared unfazed by the disappointment. Yaga continued, the higher-ups rejected the application, stating that compared to curse manipulation and the 6 eyes, Fuhua's techniques lack offensive capability and seem somewhat superfluous under the latest rating standards that prioritize exorcism, hence the disapproval. What? Gojo seethed, baring his teeth in frustration. What do you mean superfluous? Are those incompetent fools out of their minds? Suguru also frowned, his earlier agitation resurfacing, affecting his speech. With a breath of amusement, Suguru Geto chuckled, his tone laced with a sardonic edge. Master Yaga, neither Satoru nor I have even encountered that evaluation standard. Shouldn't such a thing be explicitly defined and compiled into a manual that every sorcerer possesses? Before Master Yaga could respond, Kinji Hikari returned, his voice echoing from outside the venue. Teacher, the special grade application for Tsumiki has been rejected 3 times, each for different reasons. The first time, the application materials failed to meet the required format. Yet, most of the reports we submitted to the higher-ups were penned by Tsumiki, and we have never faced such a rejection due to formatting issues before. Hikari emphasized certain words, leaning against the venue door, casting his shadow obliquely onto his contemporaries inside. The second time, the higher-ups claimed Tsumiki's exorcism task count was insufficient, and his combat experience did not meet the minimum requirements for this special grade assessment. A wisp of pale cigarette smoke floated past Master Yaga, causing Hikari's voice to momentarily falter before resuming with clarity. What constitutes the minimum requirement? How many exorcism tasks should there be? And what does it mean to lack combat experience? The supervising officials sent by the higher-ups to oversee our tasks have never directly engaged in battle. They have remained entirely outside. What basis do they have for judging Tsumiki's combat experience as lacking, while Satoru and Suguru are deemed sufficiently experienced? The justifications provided for rejecting Tsumiki's application sounded utterly hollow to Hikari. With a disdainful snort, he continued, Tsumiki is also a close aide to Satoru. Just based on his experience combating cursed spirits prior to enrollment, he could easily compile a lengthy exorcism list in Excel. Suguru and I cannot claim such a background. Yet Suguru ascended to special grade. Suguru Geto nodded in agreement, devoid of any fury at being implicated. Hikari's voice, muffled through the door yet distinct, declared, and this time. They said Tsumiki's techniques lack any offensive capability. Wasn't the exchange of exorcism tasks between our two schools led by the higher-ups? Did that supervising official not report the intrusion of cursed spirits at all? I dissected the cursed spirit's body, and Tsumiki's cursed energy penetrated deeply into the flesh of the cursed spirit. Even if that supervising official recorded the elimination of the cursed spirit as being by Satoru or Suguru, my dissection report clearly stated that all 7 cursed spirits were killed by the same cursed energy, inflicted by one sorcerer, Tokyo Jujutsu High, Tsumiki. Hikari questioned, is my professional competence being undermined? Was my report rejected without my knowledge? Or do the higher-ups wish for me to confront the cursed spirits directly? If Tsumiki can be classified as a sorcerer devoid of offensive capabilities and lacking combat experience, then I must also reevaluate my own standing. Exhaling a languid smoke ring, Hikari continued, Satoru, Suguru, for our next mission, you two should stand behind me. I am quite curious to test the reversal techniques and see if they indeed lack aggression. As Hikari's words lingered in the air, silence enveloped the room. Satoru Gojo clenched his jaw tightly, his frustration boiling over at such blatant oppression. Suguru Geto rubbed his temples, feeling a burgeoning sense of disappointment and confusion regarding the sorcerers and the sorcery world. Hikari's words were starkly clear, yet he could not fathom why the higher-ups obstructed Tsumiki's elevation to special grade. Shouldn't a powerful ally be recognized and granted the qualifications they rightly deserve? Just because Satoru and Tsumiki hail from the Gojo family, must there be a power struggle with the higher-ups? But even if the Gojo family holds significant power, Tsumiki and Satoru are merely sorcerers engaged in their legitimate duties. Suguru Geto exchanged a complex glance with Master Yaga, seeking some semblance of resonance or answers. However, Master Yaga's dark sunglasses obscured his eyes, concealing the unspoken sorrow and helplessness inherent in his role as a mentor. The higher-ups in the 3 prominent families cared little for the essence of duty, nor for ensuring that diligent sorcerers received their due recognition. In the midst of this silence, Hikari's phone buzzed a few times, prompting her to depart with a curt remark about tending to an injured party. Suguru Geto casually placed a hand on Satoru's shoulder, saying, Satoru, Tsumiki, Master Yaga, I will be waiting for you in the classroom. He closed the venue door, allowing a slant of sunlight to pour into the gymnasium. And he followed that beam, casting a glance. Unexpectedly, after a brief moment, Satoru appeared to have calmed from his earlier anger. His expression remained cool, his sunglasses hanging low, which he casually removed and tucked into his collar. Although his eyes still held a flicker of impatience and ire, it was merely a simmering frustration rather than an outburst. It seemed as though he had swiftly grasped the situation and made an appropriate decision. Satoru called out to Suguru, who was preparing to leave. It's fine, Suguru. Let's go together. He understood Suguru's intention to afford him and Master Yaga some privacy for discussion, but he felt this matter was beyond Master Yaga's capacity to assist. Locking eyes once more with Suguru and Master Yaga, Satoru spoke candidly. I understand the higher-ups' intentions. Essentially, it's just that the Zenin and Kumo families have intervened. They might have unearthed something in the archives, but it doesn't matter. I just realized that Mamoru not being a special grade is a good thing. If he were to become one, we would have to execute tasks separately, or we might be hindered by peculiar assignments or summoned by strange individuals to test our abilities. I am not ready for that yet. Satoru's gaze was composed as he adjusted his sunglasses and reached for Tsumiki's hand, displaying a blend of unconscious affection and deliberate possessiveness. His warm fingers brushed against Tsumiki's palm, prompting a slight movement from him as he allowed Satoru's fingers to boldly intertwine with his own, tightening around the gaps between their fingers. Given that the special grade application submitted through the school was rejected, I will subsequently submit Mamoru's special grade application under the Gojo name. Master Yaga, sorcerers applying for rank under their family name must unconditionally execute tasks issued by their family. Correct? This also enables them to disregard any tasks assigned by the higher-ups, ensuring the prioritization of family missions. Master Yaga furrowed his brow, his gaze lingering briefly on the hand Tsumiki held with Satoru. Indeed. But Satoru, are you suggesting? Yes, Satoru replied, a grin tugging at his lips. I will become the head of the Gojo family, so I say it doesn't matter. The higher-ups may prevent Mamoru from becoming an independent sorcerer to undertake missions, but I can still ensure he becomes an independent sorcerer, under the Gojo name, as the head of the Gojo family. I will transparently bind Tsumiki to the Gojo family without any family obligations. Mamoru merely needs to heed my words. Moreover, Tsumiki's dream is to lead a laid-back life. Satoru playfully shook Tsumiki's hand, turning his head with a look that sought affirmation. He had never been fond of work, nor of saving the world, and he was far too lazy to engage in battles, exorcising spirits, or curse sorcerers. With a gentle blink of his blue eyes, Satoru leaned closer to Tsumaki, half answering, half inquiring. After graduation, we will return to the ancestral home in Kyoto, where many matters can be resolved together. The most important of which is marriage. 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 Satoru Gojo cleared his throat and turned his head away, sheepishly touching his nose, yet the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upwards, resembling a mischievous cat that had just engaged in some playful antics. Fong Hu raised an eyebrow slightly. He was unsure of what Gojo had been pondering, but the fact that he still remained part of Gojo's plans post-graduation brought him a sense of joy. Just like before? Fong Hu inquired. Gojo nodded, affirming, just like before. There's nothing different aside from the confession, the kiss, the wedding, the shared cake, and the marital surname. It's still just the two of us. Gojo confidently grasped Fong Hu's fingers, his gaze subtly drifting to meet the complex expression of Suguru Geto, who stood at the doorway. Having known about Gojo's romantic trilogy of confession, kissing, and conquest since their first year, Geto silently mouthed a few words. Gojo, scoundrel. He had already sensed the subtlety in the word graduation. This fellow aimed for a dual harvest of love and career. In other words, he intended to claim Hukuin's body in Tokyo before dragging him back to his old lair in Kyoto, like a malevolent dragon seizing his life and career. Indeed, a scoundrel. Geto articulated each word, while Gojo flashed a grin, his uncontainable pride swaying like a cat's tail above his head. Fong Hu remained silent for a moment, raising a hand to press down a stray tuft of Gojo's hair that had inexplicably perked up. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as he was with Gojo, that was all that mattered. Exiting the gymnasium, the three followed Yaga Yoshinori, discussing their mission as they walked. The so-called Stellar Core referred to the suitable vessel for Master Tenjin. Tenjin possessed an omniscient technique, enabling him to monitor the dynamics of the sorcery world and the spirit realm through a barrier network, thus earning the title of the all-knowing sorcerer. His ability to reincarnate continuously for immortality and evolution hinged upon the Stellar Core, as he needed to utilize it for rebirth and the continuation of life. Thus, the task of escorting the Stellar Core was divided into two commissions. Commission 1, protect the Stellar Core. Commission 2, eliminate the Stellar Core. Protect and eliminate? Gojo leaned against the corner of the corridor, his expression a blend of disbelief and confusion. Yaga, have you finally lost your wits? Suguru Geto shrugged, appearing equally perplexed by the mission. Yaga led the three boys into the classroom, explaining seriously, although Master Tenjin possesses the technique of immortality, he is not immune to aging. Thus, once aging accumulates to a certain extent, the technique will reconstruct his physical form. Master Tenjin will evolve, but evolution signifies a departure from humanity, transforming into a higher form of existence. Gojo settled into a chair, crossing his legs nonchalantly. He propped his chin on his hand, playfully tugging at Fong Hu's earring. Isn't that splendid? Quite dashing. Just like Mamoru. Not necessarily. Fong Hu gently shook his head, grasping Gojo's wandering fingers and resting them on his thigh, signaling him to listen. The core logic of antivirus software is to protect the host and eliminate viruses. In other words, it is to safeguard the world and exorcise curses. However, this is predicated on the foundation that all programs and codes are created and inscribed by humans. The evolution of a program, even if it surpasses human imagination, still operates on the mechanical logic inscribed by humanity at its core. This implies that the evolution of programs may likely awaken a will, generating humanity within them. But what of human or curse evolution? Evolution implies transcendence, transcending and departing. What might human transcendence and departure entail? Gojo slightly straightened his posture, while Geto, evidently sharing a similar thought with Fong Hu, pondered aloud. I have never encountered a technique capable of reconstructing the physical form. Even Shoko's reversal technique merely restores the original state rather than deconstructing and creating anew. Geto's expression grew solemn as he turned to Gojo. Master Tenjin is human, right? After a human undergoes reconstruction, will there still be a will, be it the will of the previous Master Tenjin or humanity itself? It is precisely for this reason that the Stellar Core is of utmost importance. Yaga rapped on the desk at the podium, his voice serious. On the first day of school, I mentioned a point. The protective barriers of each school, including all strongholds in the sorcery world and the barrier techniques for auxiliary supervision, are all enhanced by Master Tenjin's power. Without his strength, security would falter, and nearly all missions would become unviable. Moreover, each Stellar Core utilized for Tenjin's reincarnation possesses its own characteristics and abilities, influencing Tenjin's personality and techniques. It is said that after each reincarnation, Master Tenjin inherits the memories and experiences of the previous Stellar Core, but also loses a part of himself. Therefore, Tenjin must carefully choose a suitable Stellar Core to maintain his humanity and rationality. Geto nodded slightly thus. Relying on reincarnation to rejuvenate the physical form ensures that the technique's effects are fully restored, preventing a loss of will or erroneous evolution that could render him humanity's foe. Erroneous evolution? Fong Hu, uncharacteristically contributing to Geto's point, casually squeezed Gojo's fingers. Evolution is simply evolution. If Tenjin were to evolve into another being, naturally, another existence would either welcome him or seek to eliminate him. Evolution knows no right or wrong. There is only evolution directed towards me and evolution directed towards it. Gojo blinked, grinning as his sharp canines peeked from his lips. Well, we must ensure that Master Tenjin evolves towards me, right? We ought to make him transform into a pill bug from the start, rather than evolving into a Tyrannosaurus that has lost its way. Geto ran a hand through his bangs, nodding in resignation. That does make sense. As Yago observed their discussion concluding, he crossed his arms. Now, allow me to introduce the specifics of the mission. Chapter 39, The Unyielding Cat. Stellar Core, Rico Ammonai. Information has been leaked. Master Tenjin will assimilate with the Stellar Core during the full moon 2 days hence. Before that, the Curse User Group, Q, aims to assassinate Rico Ammonai, causing Master Tenjin to lose control, thereby overturning the sorcery realm. Simultaneously, the religious group Panxingyo, which venerates and worships Master Tenjin, denies the significance of the Stellar Core's reincarnation and hopes for Master Tenjin to complete his evolution, also planning to assassinate Rico Ammonai. You must protect the Stellar Core from being killed by Q and Panxingyo within the next 2 days and escort her to Master Tenjin. Failure in this mission will have repercussions on the lives of ordinary people. Endeavor with diligence. In the apartment elevator, Geto was calculating his cursed spirit repository while conversing with Gojo on his phone. There's no need to give special regard to Panxingyo. The real threat lies with that curse user group. Gojo, you and Hukuin should have some experience with such curse user groups, right? On the other end of the line, Gojo's voice sounded muffled. Chirp chirp, Geto, gurgle gurgle me? Geto frowned, glancing at his phone. Gojo, what are you saying? What is this gurgling nonsense? A raspy wind rustled through the microphone, and Geto's expression grew serious, concerned that his peers might already be engaged in combat. He hastily pressed the phone to his ear, listening intently, when suddenly, that man's voice rang out. He stated that those individuals were weak and should not be bothered if Geto was worried. He could leave it to him, as he was, after all, the strongest. Geto's expression briefly distorted in anger. My dear, is this how simultaneous interpretation is conducted? Why is it that he is referred to in the third person, while we speak of Wudo in the first? Please, let us maintain some professionalism. On the other end of the phone, Wudo casually crushed his empty soda can, relishing the sweetness lingering on his lips. He tossed the can into the trash and glanced up at the apartment building. A cursory scan with his 6 eyes revealed no signs of activity. He pressed the phone to his ear. Jia? Why the silence? It's not a stranger. That was Mamoru translating for me just now. Can't you recognize his voice? It's unmistakably lazy and low in pitch. Xia Yojia rolled his eyes in exasperation, responding with a dismissive gesture. The elevator chimed, and he stepped out, glancing around in search of Tian Nairiko's room. The current plan of action was for him to first communicate with the star plasma alone, clarifying friend from foe, before allowing Wudo and Mamoru, who were stationed outside the apartment, to escort Tian Nairiko. To be frank, such a divided approach was not conducive to executing the mission. Yet it was unavoidable. Although Tian Nairiko was a star plasma, she was merely a middle school girl. The thought that she would be assimilated in 2 days, losing her life, made Xia Yojia feel a pang of pity, regardless of how justified their actions might be. As for the choice of communicator, Wudo was indiscriminate and exuberant. If he were to face Tian Nairiko, who was already skittish from being hunted, it would be hard not to be mistaken for a villain at first glance. Hey, I'm Wudo, your strongest escort, he would likely proclaim. Then there was Mamoru, Xia Yojia sighed. Communication with him would be even more hellish, stoic and indifferent. He had little patience for anything beyond Wudo. Once the mission objective was clear, it was likely Tian Nairiko would be tied up and whisked away without even a hello. In this regard, Wudo was arguably the superior choice. Thus, neither of them was suitable for the communication task. Wudo, Xia Yojia remarked as he walked, contemplating the phrasing he would use when meeting the star plasma, while also attempting to enhance his colleagues' communication skills. I've been meaning to tell you, you might want to reconsider your habit of referring to yourself as or. Huh. Wudo lifted a hand, firmly holding the phone that had been pressed to his ear. Xia Yojia continued, using or is rather crude, especially when addressing someone of higher status than yourself. When we meet Lord Tenjin, Wudo, you should refrain from referring to yourself as or unless you genuinely intend to challenge him. Perhaps you should use Boko instead. That would be more appropriate. Even in the absence of a superior. Hey, Wudo made a face at the towering apartment building. Is Jia really such a stuffy old man? Only someone with a face full of wrinkles would care about such things. Xia Yojia, unfazed, casually stretched his neck, ready to unleash his ultimate technique. He chuckled. Does Wudo refer to Mamoru Azure as well? Huh, Mamoru? On the other end of the line, Wudo's tone elongated, his voice dropping an octave. Suguru, are you provoking me? Xia Yojia replied lightly. I merely thought about Wudo confessing his feelings. Would he also say or when expressing his affection? He sighed, feigning sorrow. Wudo, I apologize for meddling. I just thought that employing a more humble self-reference would increase the chances of a successful confession. But with your relationship with Mamoru, using or might not matter, right? Wudo was silent. Xia Yojia's gaze drifted across the room numbers, and he casually mentioned, speaking of which, I recently read a book on the psychology of love. And there was one aspect that piqued my curiosity. The book suggested that a good way to enhance feelings was through contrast, such as an arrogant person becoming cautious in front of someone they like, or a taciturn type suddenly displaying vulnerability. Hey Jia, Wudo's voice grew faint, muffled as if he covered his mouth in the microphone. What were the first-person pronouns again? Boku, humble I, and watashi, neutral I, right? Xia Yojia raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by Wudo's quick grasp of the concept, but he smiled and replied, Boku is preferable. Boku, Wudo repeated twice. Jia, what was the name of that book? Let me borrow it when I get back. The book? Ah, that. Xia Yojia hesitated, momentarily caught off guard. What book? Did such a book even exist? Wudo, are you being ridiculous? I haven't seen you voluntarily read in 2 academic years. Hey Jia, should I pull an all-nighter and write one myself? Xia Yojia fell silent for 3 seconds, then replied nonchalantly, Wudo, perhaps the walls are too thick or the stairs too high. I can't quite hear what you're saying. Wudo, huh? Let's discuss this another time, Xia Yojia said coldly, preparing to hang up. He glanced at the room number, and as he knocked on the door, his mind raced to construct an outline for a book on the psychology of love. Ding dong. Suddenly, a deafening explosion obliterated Xia Yojia's lessons in love. Wudo and Mamoru looked up, their eyes drawn to the billowing smoke from the corner of the towering building, while the 6 eyes swiftly locked onto Xia Yojia's cursed energy. Beneath the black smoke, however, there were other sorcerers present. Cursed sorcerer number 1? Wudo removed his sunglasses, scanning for clues amidst the chaos. Jia, are you still alive? Above the high-rise, Xia Yojia repelled the protective cursed spirits, and in the instant the door to Tion Nai Riko's room was blown apart, he urgently summoned a cursed spirit to shield himself, deflecting some of the residual shockwaves from the explosion. He was alive, but the star plasma. Xia Yojia looked around, his pupils constricting. Outside the nearly 100-meter-high building, a girl was ensnared by cursed energy, descending slowly. Xia Yojia shouted urgently, Wudo, look above. Wudo, if I miss, you need to catch her. Huh. Wudo squinted upwards, observing the towering structure as Xia Yojia summoned a manta ray, shooting towards a dark spot. The height blurred the figure, but through his 6 eyes, he could clearly see Jia's cursed energy fluctuating, precisely reaching that small dark figure. So, that diminutive black figure with little cursed energy is the star plasma? What a letdown. I thought the star plasma would be some magnificent celestial body. Wudo looked up at Jia soaring through the air when he suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice. You are Wudo, aren't you? Huh. Wudo replied, his lips curling in a smirk. Outside the limits, countless knives and daggers were suspended in midair, held by a blue cursed energy, while Mamoru stood by his side, expressionless, seemingly deliberating whether to let cursed sorcerer number 2 live for a few extra seconds. After all, the delay could be rather lengthy. Wudo cast a casual glance at the cursed sorcerer before him, nonchalantly curling his lip. You look like a cosplay enthusiast who dressed up as a noodle. Your time is up. You're a celebrity, after all. The noodle guy sneered. I've heard you're quite strong, but you look like just a little brat. All bark and no bite. Mamoru raised an eyebrow, glancing at the noodle cosplayer. Fine, if the kill is swift enough, there's no need for a pretense. The intense azure abruptly shattered all weapons aimed at Satoru Gojo, a warm sensation coursing through his spine. Just as the technique was about to be unleashed, Gojo raised his hand to gently rest on the nape of his protector, halting him. Let me handle this, he declared, having just savored a chilled cola. His palm was damp with condensation, which made Fushiguro instinctively retract his neck. With a mischievous grin, Gojo pressed forward, his limitless technique clashing against the curse user's cursed energy, while simultaneously tightening his grip on Fushiguro's nape. It was not until the warmth of his hand matched that of Fushiguro's body temperature that he stood before him, his fingers gliding along the curve of Fushiguro's neck, tracing over the collarbone before finally resting gently. Nonchalantly, he slipped his hand into his pocket. Yet his formidable cursed energy remained focused unwaveringly on the face of the curse user. With the enemy before him, Gojo, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, complained to Fushiguro, Mamoru. I've reached the threshold of he but I can never seem to unleash my full potential against Jogo. It worries me immensely. I'm so powerful, what if I accidentally kill him? The energy generated from the reversal technique, when infused into his limitless technique, would mean complete mastery over it. This mastery implied that Gojo had also grasped the reversal technique. As long as the core brain of the sorcerer remained intact, or their cursed energy was not depleted, he would remain invincible. Gojo had previously excitedly shared with Fushiguro a hypothesis. Through the uninterrupted operation of both the limitless and reversal techniques, he could achieve almost zero cursed energy consumption while employing the limitless technique. No one in this world would be able to touch Gojo when he activated his limitless technique for 24 hours, unless he chose otherwise. Fushiguro gazed at Gojo, whose eyes sparkled and whose lips curled into a smile. He understood that the source code lay within Gojo's being, rendering the limitless technique ineffective against him. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he became acutely aware of his own selfishness. He genuinely did not wish for Gojo to master such techniques. If Gojo unleashed his limitless technique against him, oblivious to its futility, the reversal technique would bring about a transformation he could not overlook. He would no longer be able to reach him. If Gojo became invulnerable and no longer required protection, what would become of him? Would Gojo still need him? The invincible Satoru Gojo, the strongest Gojo, might no longer require a guardian. In a world where no one could touch Gojo when his limitless technique was active for 24 hours. It also meant that no one could harm him. If that were the case, perhaps it was for the best. Their gazes met, and Gojo discerned a complex array of emotions within Fushiguro's eyes, feelings he had yet to comprehend. Fushiguro averted his gaze, suppressing the protective instincts of the source code. The azure aura surrounding Gojo receded, his limitless technique unwavering. Fushiguro turned back, offering Gojo a faint smile. Understood, he said. Go ahead and fight with all your might. The hands that had once lowered now rose again, as Fushiguro erected a barrier. Born from darkness, it delved into the depths of shadow. All impurities were thoroughly exorcised. The inky darkness of the barrier saturated the sky, and Gojo silently grinned, redirecting his gaze toward the curse user. Hey, why don't you give it a try? He beckoned, extending his right hand and curling his fingers in a gesture of invitation. This is my newfound understanding. Within the barrier, an ocean of azure cursed energy surged mightily. Unbeknownst to him, Gojo delivered a crushing blow to the strongest combatant of the curse user faction, dismantling their entire organization. 5 minutes later, a boastful feline figure stepped into the ruins of an apartment, clearly unsated by the preceding chaos. In a room that bore a massive gash, Suguru Geto leisurely sipped red tea, while two girls slept soundly, leaning against each other on the couch. A gust of wind whistled through the jagged opening, and Geto, with a playful smirk, planted kisses on curse user number 1, exuding an air of affection. Please, let us talk, he urged. It's my fault. Oh, don't come near me. My lord, I'm so sorry. Truly, I apologize. Fushiguro entered, taking a half step forward, and with a disdainful gesture, cast a silencing barrier. Gojo twitched at the corners of his mouth, observing the spectacle of Geto showering kisses upon the curse user, his brow furrowing slightly as he scrutinized Geto's otherwise composed demeanor. Gojo's gaze was laden with complexity. Geto, you are truly a pervert.